History is invariably propelled by unforeseen events. Lenny's journey through time stands as the most monumental accident in the annals of Casteeling, and indeed the entire world. He embarked on this odyssey as a baron of humble origins, stripped of all but his title, confronting not only a dilapidated castle and barren lands, but also an era shrouded in darkness, ensnared by oppressive fog and decaying edicts. As he began to question the first right and alter the first minor matter, the wheels of fate were set irrevocably in motion. The secrets of the Blood Clan, the essence of magic, the shadows of the church. The ancient world will tremble due to his actions, as a grand epic, penned by a time traveler, quietly unfolds from this eerie castle. Chapter 1. The Farce. Casteeling lies in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Andrew. It is situated in close proximity to the Groom Highlands, characterized by typical hilly terrain, where the soil is barren and resources scarce. The Kingdom of Andrew has conferred baronial titles, and the lands awarded to the Wells family are located in this region, with their ancestral castle perched upon a modest hill in Casteeling. Casteeling boasts no notable specialties, and the family has no traditional enterprises. Coupled with the indifference of preceding patriarchs towards wealth accumulation, the estate's income is limited to meager taxation. In such a desolate locale, where even the villagers struggle for sustenance, the tax revenue is predictably low, hence the Wells family has lived a rather austere existence. The previous Baron, August Wells, epitomized the archetypal knight, eschewing scholarly pursuits in favor of martial endeavors. His penchant for training incurred substantial expenses, leading the family to the brink of financial ruin. In a moment of desperation, August borrowed heavily to recruit a multitude of knights, seeking to carve a path to glory through military accolades, only to meet his demise, surrounded, in the Battle of Long Dragon Ridge. By the time Lenny Wells ascended to the title, even the family castle appeared dilapidated from years of neglect. This generation of the family is sparsely populated, devoid of siblings. By night, the castle is devoid of activity, lending it an eerie, haunted ambience. The surrounding villagers are hesitant to approach the castle even by day, let alone at night. This reluctance stems from a natural reverence for nobility, compounded by an overwhelming fear of the ominous castle. However, tonight bears a peculiar difference. The night. At the foot of the mountain, near the riverside village of Hushie, a flickering procession of lights meanders along the winding path towards the summit. A gentle night breeze carries the sound of conversation, shattering the tranquility of the evening. Hammer. If it hurts, just cry it out. Elder Parker, the village chief, placed his weathered hand on Hammer's shoulder. Parker, frail with a head of white hair, has been prematurely stooped by the burdens of life. At this moment, he holds a torch, walking alongside Hammer. The flickering light of the torch barely illuminates the path ahead, and his footing is unsteady. Noticing Hammer's face, flushed with anger, Parker felt compelled to console the youth, recognizing his naivety regarding the harshness of life. He has yet to endure sufficient hardship. He feared that, in a moment of rage, the boy might confront the noble lord, risking not only his wife, but potentially his own life within the castle's confines. Child, do not act foolishly. Heed my words. Since we have received the protection of Lord Wells, we must naturally pledge our loyalty to him. If the Lord desires, holds Karina in esteem, it is her fortune. As the village chief, entrusted with this matter by Steward Frank, he must fulfill his duty. To the noble lord, he is little more than a lamb among the flock. Yet, as he thought of Hammer's imminent wedding to his bride, he pitied the boy. But what recourse remains? How could the subjects refuse the lord's demands? He could only sigh in resignation. The accompanying villagers silently concurred with the chief's sentiments, but glancing at Hammer's grim visage and his bulging muscles, they found themselves at a loss for words, merely lamenting in their hearts. Ah, the poor child, why must he wed at this moment? Had it been months earlier, when Lord August still lived, things would have been different. Hammer, torch in hand, did not respond to the chief's words, his jaw clenched, an expression dark, his grip on the torch turning white with tension. Raising his gaze, he once again fixed his eyes upon his bride, Karina. Draped in a simple red linen garment, she walked ahead, her figure graceful and light, yet her head bowed, lost in thought. This garment, considered inexpensive by nobility, was purchased with painstaking effort from Hammer's earnings over the past half-year. Although the merchant had warned that the red fabric was dyed from cheap grass and bore an odor, its affordability was appealing. Little did he know that the first time she would don it would coincide with. Had he known, he would have wed her at the end of last year, even without new attire, for village customs did not mandate such extravagance. He had heard tales of nobles claiming the rights to their vassals' women, a law of the kingdom, Yet the late Lord August had never exercised such rights. He believed this would not pertain to him, akin to the royal court selecting the finest blacksmiths from across the realm, seemingly unrelated to his life. Yet, he never anticipated that this matter would suddenly confront him. He could not fathom why Lord Lenny would suddenly choose to invoke this right, particularly upon his newlywed wife. Regret surged within him, and he wished to bang his head against the wall. Why had he been so obstinate? Karina had hinted at his proposal on multiple occasions. Why did he insist on purchasing that outfit? Cursed vanity. As these thoughts consumed him, Hammer struck his head in frustration, the sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the night. At the front of the procession were a group of village matrons, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Unlike the dejected Hammer, they appeared animated, occasionally exchanging playful banter. Surrounded by the older women, Karina bore a vacant expression, her eyes hollow, unresponsive to their words of envy and admiration. No one comprehended her internal turmoil. From the moment she departed the village, she remained detached, indifferent to the laughter, tears, and whispers of envy surrounding her. It was as though her soul had vacated her body. What remained was merely an empty shell, mechanically fulfilling the obligations thrust upon her. Only when she heard the sound of Hammer striking his head did her eyes flicker with life, a surge of emotion awakening within her. Sadness washed over her face, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. On the second floor of the castle, in the study, a pale-faced young man with yellow hair and gaunt cheeks was busily engrossed in his work at the desk. Dressed in an intricately patterned noble's robe adorned with layers of embellishments, he appeared quite elaborate. From the collar and cuffs, it was evident that beneath it lay a simple white cotton shirt. This attire exemplifies the quintessential noble garb, intricate and burdensome to don, yet it is through these elaborate patterns and embroidery that the nobility accentuates their grandeur, which is hardly surprising. The young man in question is indeed a noble, the lord of this land, Baron Lenny. He was seen bending down to scribble a few strokes on parchment, intermittently biting the quill while tilting his head in contemplation. Occasionally, he would stretch his limbs to alleviate the fatigue weighing upon him, rubbing his lower back, which ached from prolonged bending. After all, parchment is exceedingly precious. Each stroke he makes requires significant deliberation before he commits to it. This quill is utterly vexatious. Every time I write, I must dip it in ink. What a torment. How does one even craft a fountain pen? It appears quite complex. Perhaps I should start with a pencil? That seems simpler. One could wrap a carbon rod in paper. As he sketched and scribbled, he muttered a few complaints under his breath. However, the language he employed was evidently not of this world. Fortunately, he was alone in the study, so he was not concerned about being overheard. Suddenly, flickering lights from outside the window captured his attention. Curiously, he leaned forward, furrowing his brow, and set down the quill. Rising, he approached the window, leaning against the frame, peering out with a sense of apprehension. To his surprise, a group of villagers from the nearby hamlet was approaching the castle's main entrance, brandishing torches. Leading them was a young woman clad in red, while those following her were less discernible. Seeing that they were merely villagers, he exhaled a sigh of relief and straightened his posture. Lately, the vicinity of Cast has been rather tumultuous, thus he could not afford to be careless. It struck him as peculiar that these villagers would venture to the castle at such a late hour. He certainly did not believe they were drawn to the castle's eerie presence by night. Even he, the castle's lord, found the place quite unnerving after dark, let alone the villagers. After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, he decided to ring for the butler. Perhaps he would possess insight into the matter, as he typically communicated with the villagers. Before long, footsteps echoed at the door. In the next moment, Frank, clad in a butler's uniform, his hair grayed, and a benevolent expression adorning his face, entered. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Lenny remained silent, merely gesturing with a perplexed expression towards the window. Frank approached the window, peering outside, then turned back with a respectful demeanor. "Young master, those individuals are from Hushy Village. There is no cause for concern." Upon hearing this response, Lenny felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious? I am not blind. I can see they are a group of villagers. What I wish to know is why they have come to the castle at this hour." Noticing Lenny's continued gaze, Frank winked conspiratorially, his expression suggesting that he understood. "They are here at my invitation. Tomorrow, the village blacksmith is to be wed." "Ah, and so?" Lenny was momentarily taken aback. What connection was there between a wedding tomorrow and their presence at the castle tonight? Then Frank's subsequent words left Lenny utterly astounded. According to the laws of the kingdom, nobles possess all rights within their territories, which, of course, includes includes the right to the first night with unmarried women. At this point, Frank bowed deeply, his hand over his heart, paying his respects. Tonight, that girl shall belong to you, my master. Chapter 2. The Right of the First Night. Lenny's astonishment was such that he spluttered water from his mouth, creating a mist that filled the air. Frank, possessing a remarkably composed demeanor, remained unfazed by this unexpected reaction. Instead, he nonchalantly produced a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Lenny, who looked at him in disbelief. The right of the first night? Surely, this cannot be accurate. He had not anticipated such customs existed in this world. As he reflected, it seemed that neither of the ancient worlds, East or West, lacked similar tales. However, he had always considered this merely a term, a concept inscribed on legal documents, a mere footnote in the annals of history. Even in the most backward and feudal of ancient societies, it was unlikely that anyone would willingly offer their new bride to another. Yet, in this peculiar world, such a custom appeared to be the norm. Oh heavens! He felt. At that moment, he could scarcely articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. How absurd that he should encounter such a circumstance. He was torn between amusement and incredulity, as if reality itself had warped. Despite being a grown man, the thought of what might transpire next stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Yet, he understood that he was no longer the privileged nobleman he once was, unable to comfortably relish such a right. He remained uncertain whether this arrangement was indeed customary. If it were, he would need to devise an alternative approach. Would outright refusal raise suspicions? Had his father undergone a similar experience? He almost voiced the question. However, he realized that his previous self could not have been oblivious to such matters, and thus refrained from asking. Gently placing the wooden cup back on the table, he accepted the handkerchief and nonchalantly dabbed at the droplets on his chin, casually inquiring, "Is this customary?" Frank's expression remained serene, as he slightly bowed, his tone respectful. Previously, Lord Augustus held no fondness for such practices. He was deeply devoted to your mother and had no interest in common women. With his head bowed, Frank pondered, somewhat perplexed. If the young master had faced such a situation before, he would have likely dashed out of the castle without a second thought. Yet now he appeared reluctant. Had he undergone a transformation? Frank could not fathom that the Lenny who had suffered grievous injuries and recovered now bore an entirely different soul, no longer the child he had once known. Lenny set the handkerchief aside, troubled by his thoughts. He had initially intended to inquire whether other nobles adhered to similar customs, but such a question would undoubtedly seem odd. But how should he decline? He rubbed his temples in frustration, silently lamenting. Alas, it appears he must simply venture forth and assess the situation firsthand. Having resided in this strange world for over 2 months, confined to the castle for recuperation, his understanding of the outside world remained limited, primarily gleaned from books, leaving the true state of affairs shrouded in uncertainty. If this world did not conform to his expectations, and the nobility did not wield absolute power, navigating his actions without revealing his true identity would prove challenging. Let us proceed to see. Abandoning the handkerchief, Lenny rose and flung open the door, leading the way down the staircase. Observing his peculiar demeanor, Frank was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the young master's intentions. Recently, he found the young master increasingly inscrutable. His words had become sparse, and his expression remained stoic, rendering him wholly unreadable. Unlike before, when his emotions were plainly visible, allowing others to discern his thoughts with ease. It seemed that the passing of his father had deeply affected Lenny. Even the once impetuous young man had become pensive and taciturn. Yet, in this transformation, he appeared to have matured considerably, adopting a more noble demeanor befitting his status. It is hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse. Thanks to Frank's assurances, the villagers were not hindered by the stableman Joseph at the entrance and entered the castle hall in a throng. Though referred to as a hall, its interior space is rather limited. In the center stood a long rectangular dining table draped with a white cloth, upon which rested 2 copper water jugs. 2 rows of high-backed chairs lined up neatly on either side, while some floor candelabras occupied the corners, taking up considerable space. This presented a typical noble banquet hall setup, though the Wells family, being somewhat impoverished, had combined the dining area with the banquet hall. The available standing space was quite scant, and the sudden influx of over a dozen individuals made it feel rather cramped. Many villagers, entering the castle for the first time, wore expressions of trepidation, their heads bowed, their eyes darting around curiously, stealing glances at everything surrounding them. Those who had visited before exhibited a bit more courage and dared to discuss the Lord's possessions. However, the topics of conversation seemed rather absurd to Lenny. A dispute erupted over whether the water jug on the table was made of pure gold or merely gilded, with individuals becoming flushed and obstinate, completely oblivious to the fact that it was merely a copper jug. Aunt Beth and Aunt Helen were engaged in a discussion about the white cloth on the table, speculating on how much more comfortable it would be as undergarments compared to their coarse linen garments. Yet, they hesitated to reach out for fear of dirtying the Lord's belongings, appearing somewhat comical. In the corners of the hall, the castle's servants stood with keen interest, watching the commotion, with Aunt Susan even holding the green bean ingredients for the evening's meal. "Candy, do you think the young master really intends to have this girl accompany him tonight?" Nina whispered to Candy, her face brimming with gossip. Candy, being the young master's personal maid and closest to him, was naturally the one to ask. Before Candy could respond, Aunt Susan's plump face radiated an air of obvious amusement as she cast a disdainful glance at Nina. "Of course, you know the young master's character. Now that the steward has made arrangements, would he let this girl go?" Candy, blushing furiously, glared at Susan, her fists clenched in anger, yet with a hint of uncertainty. "Surely not. The young master is not like that. He is quite good. Haha, our Candy is smitten. Could it be she has taken a liking to the young master?" Seeing her flustered demeanor, Aunt Susan's teasing smile grew even more pronounced. Melinda, however, paid no heed to Susan's jests and instead felt a pang of sympathy for the bride. "I too fear the young master may not spare this poor girl. Alas, how pitiful." The sound of footsteps echoed, causing Nina to shudder, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. Stop talking, stop talking. The young master has arrived. Be cautious lest he hears." As Lenny entered the hall, the cacophony of chaos and noise assaulted him, setting his head spinning. As the saying goes, 3 women are equivalent to 500 ducks. And now, there were not just a few women, but a throng of them. Had he walked into a duck farm? And these were his subjects? He could overlook the coarse linen clothing. He had not expected them to be well dressed, having already come to understand the backwardness of this world. But what were they wearing? Some had no sleeves, others were missing a pant leg, and some even sported gaping holes at their chests. What a ragtag appearance. Gratefully, he was dealing with men. Were they women, it would be forgivable if their attire was shabby, but the matted hair and dirt-streaked faces were simply bewildering. Did they not wash? Had he stumbled into a den of beggars? Was he expected to lead such a motley crew? Could someone enlighten him on what sort of lord he had become? A village chief would be a more fitting title. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts, as more pressing matters awaited his attention. Standing at the top of the staircase leading into the hall, he steadied himself and spoke in a firm tone. "Silence, silence. Lord, Lord. Lord, Lord." Upon the appearance of the noble lord in the hall, the villagers erupted into chaos, some bowing, while others attempted to kneel, inadvertently toppling those in front of them, creating a tumultuous scene. Amidst the crowd, Iron Hammer kept his head lowered, stealing glances at the noble lord standing before him. His eyes conveyed a mixture of resentment, frustration, and an overwhelming fear of the nobility. The thought of what this man might do to his wife tonight only intensified his simmering hatred. His fists whitened from clenching, his teeth grinding together, yet he lacked the courage to rise and utter even a single word. He was paralyzed by fear, rooted in bloodline terror, compounded by the formidable threat posed by the knights within the castle. Sensing something amiss, Lenny followed Iron Hammer's gaze. Before him stood a strong, dark-skinned young man, his muscular physique starkly contrasting with the frail villagers surrounding him, casting furtive glances in Lenny's direction. In those eyes, he perceived anger, dissatisfaction, and resignation, mingled with a palpable fear and acceptance of fate. He surmised that this man must be the groom for tomorrow's wedding. As he traversed the hall, Lenny contemplated how best to address this predicament. Delegating the entire matter to the steward seemed the most prudent course of action. However, this approach was not entirely appropriate. The steward had served closely for a long time. His emotions and dignity must be taken into account. If the people turned against him, he could find himself inexplicably at risk of losing his head. He too was apprehensive. After all, from what he had gathered thus far, this world bore a striking resemblance to the ancient West of another realm. Equally impoverished, equally chaotic, equally ignorant. While Lenny was lost in thought, Frank had quietly arrived in the hall, standing behind him, the commotion startling Lenny from his reverie. With a wave of his hand, he urged the crowd to rise, and then turned his attention back to the young man. "What is your name?" "Lord, my name is Iron Hammer." Iron Hammer spoke in a hushed tone, his response timid and cautious, and Lenny suspected that even standing farther away, he might not have heard him at all. It appeared that the awe and fear of the nobility had seeped into his very bones, rendering him unable to speak loudly, even with his wife on the verge of being taken from him. With this thought in mind, Lenny relaxed his facial muscles and offered what he believed to be a warm smile. "I hear tomorrow is your wedding." He then glanced at the girl in the red dress, offering what he thought to be a gentle smile once more. "You must be the bride. What is your name?" Responding to the Lord, "I am Karina, the one who is to wed Iron Hammer tomorrow." This woman was far bolder than Iron Hammer, meeting Lanny's gaze directly, her expression calm as she answered without haste. When she emphasized the word bride, she deliberately elongated the syllables, allowing her anger and dissatisfaction to resonate clearly. Faced with her audacious gaze, Lenny awkwardly cleared his throat, finding himself instinctively averting his eyes. The other party is well aware of the underlying attitude. If there were no reaction at all, he would find it rather peculiar. Although it was not his idea, he still feels an awkwardness, for it is he who arranged for someone to serve. Karina's response left the surrounding villagers astounded, as they turned to gaze in her direction, utterly bewildered by her audacity to speak to the noble lord in such a manner. Did she not fear being condemned to the gallows? The gallows still stood ominously at the village's entrance. The onlooking servants, engrossed in the spectacle, gaped in disbelief at this audacious girl clad in red. Among the crowd, Parker's complexion shifted drastically, and with a thud, he knelt down. Desperately tugging at Karina's hem to signal her to kneel as well, he pleaded with a trembling voice, my lord, I beseech you, please forgive her. She is still young and innocent." "Preposterous." A booming voice interrupted, startling all the villagers. Sir Tim, the castle knight, placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, glaring fiercely at the stubborn girl, as if any further defiance would prompt him to draw his blade. "Wait." Blocking Tim's advance, Lenny turned his gaze back to the girl. After all, this situation was not of his making. Should the knight truly draw his sword, what began as a joyous occasion could swiftly turn to tragedy, leaving him to sleep with one eye open thereafter. Moreover, it would be unreasonable to simply take this obstinate girl away, given her frail appearance. Had Karina truly reached adulthood? In the context of this world, she had naturally come of age. Yet, due to inconsistent nutrition, she appeared somewhat frail. Through Lanny's past experiences, she might seem younger than her actual age. Raising his hand, he gestured for the kneeling figure to rise. Steadying himself, he made an effort to force a strained smile. As for this matter, choosing his words carefully, Lenny spoke deliberately, observing the crowd's reactions. Noting that the spectators exhibited either fear, curiosity, or gossip, but no trace of resentment, he resolved to adopt a more audacious demeanor, glancing sideways with a look of defiance. "I was merely pondering, since you, a pauper, wish to marry, you must possess some coins for taxes, no?" The crowd was left momentarily speechless. Without allowing them time to react, Lenny continued. Casting a glance at the girl and the blacksmith, he grimaced in disdain. "Given the ragged state of your attire, I surmise you have but a handful of pennies. Out of my great benevolence, I shall spare you this time." Initially filled with astonishment, the crowd's expressions shifted to sheer surprise. In contrast, the blacksmith's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Yet, the bride, Karina, gazed at Lenny with a contemplative look in her eyes. "Well, are you waiting for me to invite you all to dinner?" "Humph." With a cold snort, Lenny turned on his heel and ascended the stairs, disregarding the villagers. What, pray tell, were they expecting? To actually invite them for supper? The castle was hardly affluent. Observing the now silent hall, Frank's expression darkened. "Do you think the Lord is too merciful?" The crowd was jolted into awareness, and they began to chatter animatedly. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Amidst the throng, the blacksmith's voice rang out particularly loud. Chapter 3, a simple yet adorable maid returning to the study. The weary Lenny leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back. This world seemed to be even poorer than he had imagined. The garments worn by his subjects could hardly be deemed clothing. They were little more than burlap sacks fashioned to encase a person. Yet, this was hardly surprising, for even as the lord, his attire was not much better, merely slightly newer. The daily fare of green food not only strained his throat, but also posed difficulties in digestion, rendering it inferior to his previous humble existence. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and upon granting entry, he discovered it was Candy, his devoted maid. Clad in a genuine maid's dress, far from the cosplay of his past life, it lacked lace and frills, appearing much more modest. Designed for practicality, the dress was predominantly black, save for a white section at the chest. Beneath the dress stood a young girl of no more than a decade, with a cherubic face, large expressive eyes, and a petite stature that barely reached Lanny's shoulders. Her big eyes sparkled with a naive admiration for him. Lanny himself was perplexed by her admiration. He had only come to know that his predecessor was not a commendable individual. "Young master, do you require assistance with your ablutions?" Candy's voice was bright and airy as she approached his desk, her gaze filled with reverence. Her cherubic cheeks flushed crimson upon feeling his scrutiny, and her gaze faltered slightly. What was amiss? He thought little of it and merely inquired about the happenings in the hall, as he was unaware of the events that transpired after his departure. "The villagers have all left. It seems the bride misunderstood you, claiming you are a noble of great respect," she chirped. "Hee, young master. Do you perhaps find that bride lacking? Is the girl who went to the royal capital more beautiful? What is she like now? Does the king truly dine from golden bowls?" At the mention of such topics, the young girl became animated, chattering incessantly. It appeared that every girl possessed an innate penchant for gossip, capable of discussing trivial matters for ages. Glancing at Lanny, she noticed him closing his eyes again, prompting her to pout in frustration and shake his arm. "Young master, are you even listening to me? If you ignore me, I shan't assist you with your ablutions." Upon hearing her exasperated tone, Lanny reluctantly sat up, feigning attention. "The royal capital girl? The king? Who knows? I have never been to the capital. It was my predecessor who did, and I possess none of his memories." It seemed easy enough to placate the little maid with a few vague responses. Unlike Frank, who was well-traveled and not easily deceived, Candy was illiterate and would take his words at face value. "The royal capital is splendid and bustling. Do not inquire further, for I truly cannot recall." Seeing that she was unwilling to relent, he finally stood, conceding, "Very well, help me with my ablutions and attire. I, too, am fatigued." Perceiving his disinterest, Candy pouted, reluctantly moving behind him to assist in removing his clothing and retrieving his sleeping attire. The matter of his ablutions amused Lanny. After over 30 years of life, having never required assistance in dressing since preschool, he now found himself in a predicament where he could not even don his own garments. Each morning, he depended on Candy for help, and at night, he relied on her as well, resembling a giant infant. Initially, he felt uncomfortable being undressed by a girl of merely 16 or 17. He had attempted to dress himself once, only to spend 2 hours perplexed by the various straps and fabrics, ultimately surrendering in embarrassment to the maid's assistance, finally managing to wear the noble attire. He vividly recalled the maid's expression, a mix of amusement and restraint, and wished to vanish from embarrassment. Since then, he had avoided mentioning his dressing needs and gradually became accustomed to it, even finding a strange enjoyment in the process. Occasionally, he would jest about his predicament, remarking on the ease of transitioning from frugality to luxury, yet the reverse was arduous. This morning, the lady arranged for someone to visit Haishan village to check on the families of the servants. "The men have perished, and their situation is dire. She sent some provisions to help." Candy continued. "She remarked that we cannot allow them to starve. However, our own supplies are dwindling, and the green food is nearly depleted. I have overheard the lady expressing concern about selling part of her dowry to procure some food. With summer approaching, she fears the prices will rise." When the people from Hushi village arrived last night, the lady seemed quite upset upon learning of this. "Young master, should you not comfort her? She is your wife. After all, it is unbecoming to avoid her." Candy's concern was palpable. "The lady genuinely cares for you. She frequently inquires about your well-being, asking what you are busy with in the study, whether your hot drink has gone cold, and urging us not to let you drink cold water lest you fall ill again." Lanny slapped his forehead in exasperation, lamenting, "Alas, it has begun anew." This little maid was incessantly chatty, particularly when helping him dress. She would prattle on about castle news and village gossip. Yet, her favorite topics concerned the lady, as if she alone were invested in the relationship between him and her. Initially, her chatter was minimal, but recently, it had increased significantly. Had she been swayed by that woman named Tiffany? Thankfully, her incessant babbling did not compel him to act. Yes, I understand. Beware, with such a loquacious tongue. You may find yourself unmarried. Who would want to marry a chatterbox?" He teased, playfully pinching her petite nose. Consequently, Candy fell silent, scrunching her nose in a playful manner, her cheeks blooming with embarrassment. "Young master, I have no intention of marrying. I shall remain in the castle for a lifetime, dedicated to serving you. If I were to leave, how would you manage to dress yourself?" Her tone shifted towards melancholy, as if genuinely concerned for Lanny's future. Dipping his hands into the basin of cold water, Lanny mumbled, "That's simple enough. Just have Nina help me. She is more than capable. You need not worry about me. Go ahead and marry." Rolling her eyes, Candy displayed clear disdain. "Her? Clumsy as she is. How could she possibly serve the young master well? Finally completing his ablutions, Candy prepared to exit with the basin, but paused at the door. A look of concern shadowing her features. Young master, will you continue to labor? What purpose do those peculiar items serve? They do not seem to earn a single copper coin for the household, and it hardly seems worth the effort if it tires you. Enough, enough. I shall retire shortly. Lenny replied, still leaning over the desk, engrossed in the schematics before him, waving his hand dismissively. As he encountered the young master once more, he became engrossed in those trivial matters, disregarding her concern. Candy pouted her lips, sulking as she carried the basin of water outside. What did the little girl understand? Was he merely playing? Previously, he had been recuperating, and everything had been rather inconvenient. Now that he could finally rise from bed, he needed to seize the moment and promptly transcribe certain memories from his past life before they faded from his mind. However, the cost of parchment was exorbitant, and his recollections were fragmented, making documentation a challenging endeavor. Yet, there was one thing he recalled with clarity: black powder. The formula of sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal was well known to anyone who had watched a film. Although the optimal ratio was surely more complex, he could adjust it gradually once he procured the necessary materials. The process was not particularly difficult, as it did not entail intricate techniques. He even remembered reading in some book that to granulate black powder, one must increase the air gaps for greater potency, employing egg whites and a drying sifter. Unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity to experiment himself and could not ascertain its authenticity. He resolved to record all these details, even if they proved unnecessary later. It would be prudent to be prepared. What if? Moreover, he did not believe he was engaging in futile labor. The vicinity of Kazadaling was far from peaceful. Adjacent to the Grumman Mountains, where the Grumman people descended annually to pillage, there would undoubtedly be a time when his knowledge would prove useful. He retrieved another piece of paper from the drawer, having recalled the grease on his sleeve while washing up, and suddenly remembered that he might have some soap to experiment with. He noted it down, for it would be troublesome if one day he truly needed it and found himself forgetting the formula. Adjusting the candlestick closer, he leaned over the desk, dipped his quill in ink, and resumed writing. Outside, the night was filled with the serenade of insects and frogs, enveloped in tranquil silence. Inside, only Lenny's solitary silhouette remained, bent over the desk, scribbling and sketching. Chapter 4. Something is amiss in the study on the second floor. The candlelight flickered. The desk was laid with parchment. Beside it rested a quill. Lenny sat before the desk, one hand propping his forehead, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Upon his arrival in this world, he could only lie in bed, a mere puppet to others, too timid to utter a word. The language barrier left him to silently observe his surroundings through his eyes and ears. Even his grasp of language had come gradually, gleaned from the musings of the little maid who tended to him. Fortunately, she had chattered incessantly, which had facilitated his understanding. Otherwise, he might still be mute. As for the others, they were not as easily deceived as the little maid. Just the thought of Frank's murky yet keen old eyes filled him with unease, rendering him hesitant to speak. Thankfully, the language here bore a striking resemblance to that of the West, albeit with a more intricate and archaic pronunciation. He had enough of a foundation to not feel utterly lost. As he grew accustomed to his surroundings and learned more about this world, he suspected he had traversed back to the 12th or 13th century of ancient Western civilization. However, pinpointing the exact era was challenging, for his current identity was that of a minor noble residing in a remote countryside. He began to entertain thoughts akin to those of predecessors who had traveled through time, contemplating how to utilize the knowledge within his mind and his rudimentary grasp of history to foster industrial development and accumulate wealth. He aspired to be a content little noble. If circumstances permitted, he even longed to return to the East and behold the ancient Eastern empires. To facilitate his endeavors, he had taken it upon himself to peruse nearly all the tomes within the castle, deepening his understanding of this world. Just as in his previous existence, one of the hallmarks of nobility here was a vast library. Although Ugazide had little affinity for literature, the castle still housed a considerable collection, likely amassed by the previous Baron, Lenny's grandfather, Keluadio Wayursi. However, as he delved into more texts, confusion mounted, and he increasingly sensed that something was amiss in this world. Had he ever heard of a kingdom named Andalu? Let alone the divine kingdom of Nikila and the kingdom of Zijinhua? The name of this land, Xingtua Dalu, was even more perplexing. He had only known of the continents of Asia and Europe, the Americas, and Australia. Where did this Xingtua Dalu emerge from? He initially believed he had merely returned to antiquity, but upon further reflection, it was evident that this was not the case. This appeared to be an entirely unrelated world. Although history and culture bore similarities, they were rife with peculiarities. The anomalies transcended cultural aspects and extended into daily life. For instance, the most rudimentary of everyday items, candles, seemed rather abnormal. Logically, a single candle emits approximately 1 lumen. In a spacious room, this is quite insufficient. Yet, lighting 4 or 5 candles should yield a luminosity of several tens of lumens at close range, making reading and writing feasible. However, Lenny discovered that the candles in this world emitted less than 0.3 lumens. He examined them closely. Their appearance and tactile sensation bore no distinction from the candles he remembered, perhaps merely containing more impurities during production. But could the disparity be so vast? He even reached out to gauge the warmth of the candles, which was evidently much lower than he had anticipated. He suspected this might be the reason. The heat generated by combustion was insufficient, leading to a lack of brightness. He was not a chemist and possessed little knowledge of chemistry, thus was uncertain whether heat and brightness were positively correlated in combustion-based light sources. Yet, he felt intuitively that they were. Furthermore, he was astounded to discover that this world seemingly housed actual sorcerers. While ancient Western tales had indeed circulated regarding witches, wizards, and vampires, everyone understood these to be mere fables and fantastical folklore. They were not genuinely existent. However, in this world, certain texts depicted these sorcerers with remarkable detail and vividness, as if someone had genuinely experienced their presence. Importantly, these accounts were part of serious official historical documents, not mere folklore or rumors. For instance, the book he had read today, Chronicles of the Kingdom of Andalou, was a history written by the kingdom's official scholars, detailing a conflict that erupted on the kingdom's borders during the early establishment of the Andalou kingdom. According to the text, this skirmish ignited in the southern realm of the kingdom, where the kingdom's grand sorcerer, Steward Andalou, unexpectedly encountered the high priest of the Nakila kingdom, Idilian Fulandes. In the wilderness, given the long-standing animosity between their nations, a fierce battle ensued as anticipated. The clash raged from dawn until dusk, leaving the battlefield scorched and devastated. Ultimately, it was Steward's desperate invocation of a forbidden spell to annihilate the heavens and earth that concluded the confrontation. The brilliance of his magic illuminating towns several miles away, as if transitioning from night to day. The text recounted how the grand sorcerer Steward, unafraid of sacrifice, resolutely unleashed his most powerful spell, resulting in a spectacle that lit up a town 10 miles away as if it were midday, collapsing numerous houses and injuring hundreds of civilians, while the enemy priest Idilian narrowly escaped with grave wounds. There is undoubtedly an element of exaggeration in the account, for Master Steward is a member of the Andrew royal family, and it is only natural that certain embellishments would be made. Nevertheless, it appears that the townsfolk indeed witnessed the spectacle of the battle. Following this confrontation, Adrian ceased to make any public appearances, and subsequent investigations by the kingdom's spies, combined with rumors from the divine realm, led to the conclusion that he had suffered fatal injuries. As for Steward, his return to the royal capital was fraught with difficulty. The records describe him encountering a backlash from forcibly casting forbidden magic, resulting in a gaunt visage and pallid complexion. He was beset by illness and ultimately passed away 6 months later. Upon reading the entire account, Lenny fell into a deep reverie. This tome is a serious historical record of the Andrew Kingdom, and its credibility is quite high. Apart from this incident, the remainder consists of various accounts from the kingdom's formative years, all seemingly normal. Yet to him, this narrative borders on the mythical. What phenomenon could possibly transform the night into day from a distance of several miles? The boy's explosion had an impact radius of merely 20 kilometers, which resembles a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Observing Lenny lost in thought, Candy, who was tidying up the study, couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Young master, what occupies your mind? You have been daydreaming all morning." Glancing out at the sunlit window and soaking in the warmth of spring, Lenny spoke softly, "Candy, do you believe that magic truly exists in this world?" His voice was scarcely above a whisper, akin to a query directed at Candy, yet also resembling a soliloquy. Setting down her cloth, Candy gazed at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly tempted to check his forehead. "Young master, has your injury flared up again?" "Such things are mere folklore. There is no magic. Frank insists it is all a ruse." With her head tilted, the young maid blinked her large eyes, appearing adorably naive. "You are just teasing Candy, aren't you?" Lenny shot her a sidelong glance, but chose not to engage, for he lacked the heart to jest with the maid at that moment. It was not until noon when Frank entered with a tray that Lenny was roused from his contemplation. Frank, instead of reacting dramatically to Lenny's musings, focused intently on arranging the food before responding casually, "Magic? There should be some, I suppose." "Really?" Startled, Lenny straightened in his chair, his gaze intense as he regarded the elderly steward. Can one conjure fireballs with a mere gesture or unleash ice arrows with a wave of the hand? Frank meticulously arranged the food according to Lenny's preferences, adjusting the position of the spoon to ensure ease of access, all the while continuing his reply. I have heard of it, though I couldn't say who possesses such abilities. It is merely folklore, I suppose. During my travels with Lord Claudius, your grandfather, I never encountered anyone with such powers, and naturally, I lack them myself. A sigh of disappointment escaped Lenny's lips as he reclined back in his high-backed chair, utterly disheartened. He had hoped Frank might possess greater knowledge, only to discover he too was merely aware of tales. Holding the spoon, Lenny found himself lost in thought again. If even Frank was unaware of magic, it seemed unlikely that anyone in the castle would know. With the absence of magic, he turned his mind towards the familiar realm of industry. If magic truly existed, how entertaining it would be to confront a sorcerer armed with a Gatling gun. The very thought of such a scene invigorated him. Moreover, he entertained a flicker of hope that with sufficient savings, he might one day embark on a journey across the kingdom, perhaps encountering a few wild sorcerers along the way. Lost in his musings, Lenny failed to notice that Frank, standing nearby, wore a face that betrayed a hint of hesitation and concern. Lenny suddenly recalled something and called out to Frank, who froze momentarily. This afternoon, please procure some charcoal, ice nitrate, and sulfur, and have someone prepare a few other items. Upon comprehending his master's requests, Frank relaxed and exhaled, turning to bow in acquiescence, neglecting to inquire about Lenny's peculiar needs. Chapter 5. The Failed Experiment as a Steward. Frank proved to be quite reliable. Although he was unaware of Lenny's intentions for these items, he quickly set about preparing them, and by that afternoon, he delivered the requested materials to the study. However, the items he brought were incomplete, notably lacking the crucial component, nitrate. He hesitantly admitted that no one knew what this nitrate was. Lenny then realized that, at this juncture, there were no precedents for utilizing nitrate, and thus no readily available sources for purchase. Fortunately, he vaguely recalled that this substance could be found on the surfaces of certain stones and bricks, recognizable by a white frost. Although the collection process would inevitably introduce some impurities, with a bit of simple purification, it could still be utilized. Given that the castle's primary building material was stone, this substance was not in short supply. He enlisted the servants to conduct a thorough cleaning of the castle's cellar, successfully gathering a sizable bowl of the material. Young master, what are you planning to do with this? Candy asked, her curiosity piqued as she poked and sniffed various items, her little mind brimming with questions. Have you completed your chores? Impatiently waving her off, Lenny shooed her away, warning, be cautious, or the steward may punish you for slacking. The subsequent operations were rather perilous, and he dared not allow this inquisitive child to linger nearby. At that moment, he focused on meticulously cleaning the large bowl of nitrate powder, attempting to remain silent despite the overwhelming odor. Once Candy had puffed away in a huff, he began his experiment. He set up a small balance scale on the table and cautiously added various powders. The balance, a device for measuring mass, comprised a central support, a horizontal beam, and 2 copper trays at either end, along with a dozen or so corresponding weights. Essentially, it functioned as a scale. He had operated one in his middle school science class, so he was familiar with its use, though its precision was inferior to that of the industrial products used in educational settings. While the balance was sensitive, it lacked a scale, necessitating the use of various weights for measurement. It was akin to a scale that only had increments for 5 and 10 pounds. If one desired to measure 24 pounds, it would be a matter of guesswork. Lenny surveyed the materials at hand, made a decision, and replaced the smallest weight before commencing his work. With limited materials, he needed to be frugal if he wished to conduct multiple trials. For his first attempt, he adhered to the most widely circulated ratio, 1 part nitrate, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. He used 1 portion of nitrate as a baseline, mixing in double the amount of sulfur and triple the amount of charcoal, carefully grinding the mixture into a fine powder, drying it, and then placing it into a pre-prepared cylinder, sealing the opening to complete the process. Lacking bamboo, he had to use hollowed-out wood for the casing, which would likely reduce the potency, yet it should still explode, he reasoned. He then experimented with various ratios, such as 1:1575, 128, and 1:5275, preparing a dozen samples to be placed in the cylinder, awaiting drying. His greatest confidence lay in the 1:1575 mixture, which he vaguely recalled from a book, though he could not be entirely certain. Yet every time he thought of that strange candle, a sense of foreboding washed over him, an insistent feeling that things would not proceed smoothly. Engrossed in these tasks, time flew by, and by evening, Lenny found himself in the castle's backyard, cradling a dozen samples. When he encountered Candy once more, the curious child had followed him despite his brisk pace. "Young master, do you need assistance?" Observing the lively and energetic Candy, Lenny felt a sense of discomfort. As a man, he found it rather disconcerting that his stamina fell short compared to that of this young girl. After a busy day, he was already feeling fatigued. Was he truly so inept? No. It seemed imperative that he carve out some time to engage in physical exercise. "Master, allow me to assist you. I can carry that for you." Seeing the heap of items in his hands, the little maid eagerly extended her hand, only to be met with Lenny's vigorous head shake. Although there was no immediate danger from the items, he could not bring himself to entrust them to her. Candy, not having received the items, was about to reach out again when she glanced up at Lenny's face and erupted into a fit of giggles, laughing so hard that she nearly doubled over. "Hee. Master, what were you doing in your room this afternoon? Your face looks like it has been through the kitchen, all smudged with black and white." "Ha. I'm so sorry, master, it's just too funny. I simply cannot hold it in." As he watched the little maid nearly collapse with laughter, Lenny grimaced, thinking that after grinding charcoal for so long, it was impossible for his face to remain clean. His hands were almost blackened as well. "Oh dear, master, wait for me. Let me wipe your face." The little maid chased after him with a handkerchief, but Lenny, burdened with his pile of items, hurried towards the backyard. He arranged the samples he held in a neat line, adjusting them according to the markings he had prepared, finally nodding with satisfaction. Candy caught up and carefully wiped the dirt from Lenny's face before noticing his peculiar actions, scratching her head in confusion. "What is this? Are you planning to make candles? I've heard that candles are made from small tubes, but why are these so short and thick? They won't fit in a candlestick. What utter nonsense. Why does that sound so odd?" Rolling his eyes, Lenny decided to abandon the sequential experiment and instead test his recollection of the golden ratio. Although his intention was to startle this annoying little creature, he found himself unable to resist imparting a few warnings. "Once I ignite this, you must not come too close. Remember to cover your ears." After delivering his instructions, he placed the marked samples on the ground, retrieved a spark from the kitchen to ignite the fuse, and quickly stepped back, reminding her once more to cover her ears. Candy, seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, reluctantly complied, covering her ears while casting her gaze towards the items on the ground. Lacking parchment, Lenny had resorted to using some coarse twine to serve as a fuse. However, the twine's ability to absorb was insufficient, necessitating a thicker design, rendering the fuse particularly robust. Originally expecting a swift reaction due to its thickness, he was surprised to find that upon ignition, the fuse did not instantly burn away but instead glowed with a faint red, smoldering slowly. After a brief moment, Candy grew impatient, turning to her master and questioning why it was taking so long. Lenny shot her a glare before refocusing his attention on the samples in the distance. After what felt like a lengthy pause, the fuse finally burned to its end. Just as Lenny anticipated an explosion, he was met with the sight of wisps of blue smoke emanating from the small cylinder, and then silence. Was the ratio incorrect? He pondered why there was no reaction whatsoever. Even a small flame would have provided some consolation. What was this blue smoke about? Candy, startled by the sudden appearance of smoke, let out a yelp and jumped back. Remembering Lenny's earlier warning to cover her ears, she braced herself for something more alarming, only to see Lenny stepping forward, seemingly unconcerned. Perhaps sensing that there was no immediate danger, the little maid lowered her hands and squatted beside Lenny, peering curiously at her master, who was frowning in concentration. "Master, what is this? The smoke is rather frightening, and the smell is quite unpleasant." She waved a hand in front of her face, displaying her distaste. While Candy found the smoke alarming, Lenny merely smirked, feeling somewhat exasperated. He thought to himself that if one cannot offer consolation, it would be better to refrain altogether. Was he truly eager to witness that plume of smoke? After scrutinizing the exterior for quite some time without uncovering any faults, he remained undeterred and retrieved a second sample, trimming the fuse according to his estimations before producing a fire striker. Igniting the fuse, he swiftly pulled Candy back a few paces, deciding against reminding her to cover her ears for fear of provoking further odd remarks. Once again, the outcome appeared unchanged, a mere puff of blue smoke, followed by an absence of any explosive sound. However, this time Lenny listened intently, noting that the hissing sound within lasted a little over a second, indicating that the combustion had persisted for a second or so. The subsequent samples yielded similarly uneventful results, all culminating in mild combustion without any explosions, with only variations in duration and the volume of smoke produced. During this process, it seemed that something had transpired, as Nina, visibly apprehensive, appeared at the door, calling the little maid away. Lenny paid her no mind, remaining absorbed in contemplation of what had gone awry. Upon inspecting the residual materials, he noted that the combustion was relatively complete, with no significant discrepancies in ratio and the purity of the materials being acceptable. From the sounds during the process, it was evident that combustion was taking place, but it was not vigorous enough to lead to an explosion. To validate his hypothesis, he deliberately dismantled one of the remaining samples and ignited the mixture directly, confirming his expectation of slow combustion. This process bore a resemblance to sugar rocket fuel, albeit at a much slower pace, rendering it incapable of achieving the violent combustion necessary to induce an explosion. How perplexing! Over the ensuing days, he meticulously adjusted the ratios. Yet each attempt yielded the same result, a puff of blue smoke, followed by silence. Even the golden ratio he had once favored produced better results, at least igniting quickly, while the latter samples resembled more of a smoldering ember, generating ample smoke, but failing to detonate. It was not until the last of his nitrate supply was nearly exhausted that he resigned himself to the conclusion that he might be unable to produce black powder. Chapter 6. A newlywed mistress. As Candy exited the backyard, she was halted by a voice emanating from her master's bedroom. "Madam, are you calling for me?" Pushing open the slightly ajar door, she immediately spotted her mistress, Tiffany, seated at the dressing table. With a gentle smile, Tiffany glanced sideways at her. "Have you finished your tasks? Come, sit and keep me company." Candy performed a slight curtsy, her expression tinged with regret. "I apologize, madam, but I have yet to complete my work." Taken aback, Tiffany had not anticipated such a response. Waving her hand dismissively, she gestured for Candy to take a seat beside her. "It's quite all right. I will speak with the steward later. Now, come sit here next to me." Standing still in confusion, Candy was uncertain of her mistress's intentions. Hesitating, she cast another glance at Tiffany, her expression revealing her inner conflict. Feeling it would be impolite to refuse her mistress's kind invitation, she finally relented and approached, sitting beside her with her head bowed, not uttering a word. Her feelings towards Tiffany were rather complex. She experienced a natural sense of fear and wariness typical of a servant towards her master. Yet there was also an inexplicable desire to draw closer. Even she found it difficult to comprehend. Upon her arrival, she had been quite wary of Tiffany, considering the dubious reputation her master held outside. In her eyes, it was baffling that Tiffany would willingly marry him. Who could say what her intentions were? However, through their interactions over time, she had come to realize that her mistress was quite amiable, warm, and approachable, leaving her feelings somewhat bewildered. She could not quite comprehend her feelings towards this lady. Before Tiffany, she dared not behave as casually as she did in front of Lenny. After all, it was Lenny with whom she had grown up, not this mistress. She had heard from Susan that in the bustling cities, the younger and more beautiful maids evoked envy from their mistresses, leading to hair-pulling, slapping, and even fatal beatings. The mere thought was terrifying. Reflecting on this, she involuntarily shivered. "What's wrong? Are you cold?" Tiffany intended to speak, but upon noticing her peculiar reaction, after all, it was hardly cold and summer was approaching. She stood up to fetch a coat from the wardrobe, intending to drape it over the young girl. However, Conthi, frightened, repeatedly waved her hands in refusal, her face a mask of terror. "No, no, madam, I. In her haste to stand, she even knocked over the stool. She dared not wear the lady's clothing. Although she considered herself not beautiful, her youth would surely incite the mistress's jealousy. If she were to foolishly don the lady's garments, she feared she might be beaten to death immediately. Tiffany, bemused by her vehement reaction, shook her head slightly and gently placed the garment aside, before sitting down next to Conthi. Taking the little maid's hand in her own, she spoke softly with concern. "What troubles you, Conthi? You seem quite afraid of me. Am I truly that fearsome?" "No, not at all." Conthi lowered her head, attempting to bury her face in her chest, wishing to be like an ostrich hiding in the sand. Yet, upon glancing at the lady's bosom and then disdainfully at her own, she sadly realized it was no comparison. Observing Conthi's small gestures, Tiffany felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heart tinged with irritation. What could this young girl be thinking? Yet, recalling the purpose of summoning her, she suppressed her annoyance and donned a gentle smile once more. She adjusted her posture, making her figure less conspicuous, and turned her gaze back to Conthi. "Deceit is not commendable, you know. Though I do not understand why you fear me, I can sense it. Would you care to share?" Conthi bit her lip, remaining silent and staring at the ground, gently shaking her head. Tiffany, observing her demeanor, felt a headache coming on. She genuinely wished to cultivate a rapport with the young maid, yet Conthi's behavior proved quite perplexing. In a castle with so few inhabitants, Conthi was the only close maid to Lenny, making her the ideal candidate to understand him better. Initially, she had resigned herself to her fate, accepting her circumstances with a sense of apathy, ready to live out her life in a haze. What kind of person was Lenny? It hardly mattered. What of the family's future? It was of little consequence. Even the timing of the groom's attack on the castle seemed irrelevant. Could there be a husband with a worse reputation than Lenny? A father more indifferent to his daughter than the Earl? The conditions of her marriage had dictated that her husband and father-in-law engage in perilous endeavors first. While she had long recognized her lack of affection from Earl Eno, she still harbored a flicker of hope for some semblance of familial connection. Yet, upon being wed into the Wells family, she began to understand that perhaps her expectations were misguided. Henceforth, as Tiffany Wells, she relinquished any hope for her life. Could it possibly deteriorate further? Despite limited interactions, her recent observations revealed that Lenny bore no resemblance to the notorious figure she had anticipated. This realization piqued her curiosity about whether he too, like herself, was burdened by a tarnished reputation. It was a recent incident that had completely altered her perception. She had heard whispers of the initial page rights. While it was indeed a stipulation of the kingdom's law, it was typically an act reserved for lesser nobles, lacking the dignity of highborns. Wasn't he her husband a mere country noble? Coupled with his ill repute, it hardly surprised her. She had assumed he would acquiesce to Frank's arrangements, yet to her astonishment, he had outright refused, seemingly using the opportunity to garner favor with the commoners. Did the goodwill of the common folk hold any value? At times, it proved significant. At others, it was utterly inconsequential. If one aspired to be a noble merely coasting through life, the sentiments of the populace mattered little. Could they possibly rebel? However, if one wished to cultivate and manage a territory effectively, the goodwill of the commoners became paramount. Lenny's actions indicated a spirit unwilling to accept mediocrity. How could someone of such ambition possess such a wretched reputation? This sparked her intrigue. To delve deeper into understanding Lenny, she first needed to tame the young maid before her. Contemplating this, Tiffany's voice softened further. Conthi, do you find this flower beautiful? May I give it to you? Chapter 7. Moving back to the bedroom. Young master. A voice softly broke into Lenny's thoughts. Frank had entered at some point, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Lenny, weary, closed his eyes and slumped into the chair. He still held no clarity regarding the reasons for the experiment's failure. Observing him, Frank hesitated before speaking. Young master, will you still be sleeping in the study tonight? Hearing this, Lenny looked at him quizzically. 2 months prior, he had insisted on moving from the bedroom to the study while recovering from his injuries. He had claimed concern that Tiffany might inadvertently touch his wounds, and indeed, he had been in such a state that it was hardly convenient. The true reason, however, was his worry that this woman, his nominal wife, might uncover the truth. For she was the one with whom he shared the closest quarters. Yet soon enough, he realized he had overthought the situation. The woman, Tiffany, had only recently married the former Lenny, and on their wedding night, they had slept apart for reasons unknown. The following day, Lenny had accompanied his father to the Dragonfall Ridge, returning gravely injured, leading to his current occupation of this body. Thus, this woman was not even truly the former Lenny's wife. He suspected she looked down upon him, for during his convalescence, she had visited him twice, each time for less than 10 minutes, her demeanor cold and distant as she uttered perfunctory words of comfort before departing. Lenny was indifferent to him. This wife was merely a stranger, and the disdain she felt was not directed at him. Tiffany was the 7th daughter of Earl Eno. This marriage had been arranged by the Earl and his deceased father, the official narrative being that August had implored for the Earl's consent. However, Frank had privately informed him that the Earl had agreed at once, showing a hint of impatience. When discussing this matter, Frank's voice dripped with evident resentment and skepticism. At that time, the Earl had presented only one condition: for August to swiftly mobilize troops to eradicate a band of groom marauders plaguing the vicinity of Black Pine Ridge. Naturally, as a fervent knight, August had readily accepted without a second thought. These marauders were cunning, constantly lurking around Black Pine Ridge, seizing opportunities to strike and retreat without engaging in prolonged combat. The only one in the vicinity capable of countering them was Baron Wells, with his contingent of 25 knights, prompting the Earl to seek his assistance. At that time, Auguste was oblivious to the folly of his thoughts, single-mindedly intent on bringing Lenny along, claiming it was to allow him to witness the harsh realities of the battlefield. He likely believed that pitting 25 knights against a group of poorly armored gurumans would be a trivial endeavor. Who could have foreseen that misfortune would befall him and his son? After painstakingly tracking the movements of the gurumans, just as the fierce battle raged, an unexpected contingent emerged from behind, encircling them like dumplings. Ultimately, this led to the demise of Auguste and several knights, while Lenny suffered grievous injuries. Lenny's safe return was largely due to the valiant knights who risked their lives to rescue him, regardless of whether their intentions were purely protective or simply a means of ensuring their own escape. Yet, Lenny Wells could not endure, passing away on the very night of his return to the castle, at which point he had already traversed into this body. During this period, it was rumored that the band of Guru Mans had crossed the Haesong Ridge, wandering through the territories of several nearby nobles. Count Eno was preoccupied with orchestrating a pursuit and extinguishing the fires of chaos, while the vicinity closest to Haesong Ridge, Cast Ridge, remained eerily tranquil. Frank waited for a moment, observing Lenny's silence, and cautiously approached once more. "Recently, I have overheard some troubling rumors regarding your last injury, suggesting it was quite serious, which prompted me to arrange what?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lenny's expression darkened. Who was spreading such baseless rumors? It was utterly ridiculous. And no wonder the steward orchestrated such a farce. Perhaps the one most concerned about this rumor was Frank himself. Having grown up within the Wells family, he had come to regard it as his own. Interrupting him with a hint of exasperation, Lenny waved his hand dismissively, urging him to rest, and stating that he had no further matters for the evening. Once Frank exited the study, Lenny reclined in his chair, gazing at the mottled ceiling, contemplating whether he should return to his own bedroom that night. The emergence of such rumors felt like a compulsion to retreat to his room. Tiffany was indeed quite lovely. Had he not been so intent on assimilating into this world during this time, he would have long since desired to return to his chamber, as that woman bore no connection to his former self, leaving him entirely unburdened. However, being compelled to return differed greatly from choosing to do so. As he pondered Tiffany's appearance, he found himself hesitating. Her exquisite visage, alabaster skin, and grand demeanor, coupled with her flowing golden hair and cerulean eyes, rendered her a paragon of beauty, even in another realm. Perhaps tonight would be the night, Lenny murmured to himself, seemingly rallying his resolve. With his decision made, he rose promptly and made his way toward his true bedroom. At that moment, his only concern was Tiffany's reaction. Surely, the girls in this world would not be overly violent, would they? The castle was shrouded in silence and dimness, the empty corridor echoing only with the sound of his footsteps, which gradually calmed his racing thoughts. As he considered his unfamiliarity with the woman, his steps faltered, yet excitement coursed through him. Nervousness, anticipation, and hesitation intertwined within him, even causing his footsteps to falter. Thankfully, the corridor was not lengthy, and soon he arrived at the door to his bedroom. Pausing, he released a breath to soothe his anxious heart, raising his hand to push the door open, only to discover that the candlelight within still flickered, and the door was merely ajar. The faint creak of the door echoed loudly in the still night, and the figure on the bed seemed to stir. Swallowing hard, Lenny turned his gaze to survey the somewhat unfamiliar room. It was slightly smaller than the study. Directly opposite the door against the wall stood a wooden bed, while to the left by the window was an antique vanity, and on the other side, a tall wooden wardrobe. On the wall beside the door hung a fearsome trophy, a horned creature's skull, complemented by two long swords beneath it, imparting the room with a sense of ruggedness. Evidently, regardless of his predecessor's personality, his tastes were heavily influenced by Auguste. In the dim candlelight, he could discern Tiffany. Her eyes tightly closed, peacefully nestled beneath the covers, her delicate face adorned with fluttering eyelashes and a faint blush, exuding an air of tension. The flickering candlelight illuminated her already exquisite features, rendering her even more ethereal. It is said that beauty flourishes under candlelight, and indeed, the more one gazes upon her, the more enchanting she becomes. Ancient wisdom holds true. She had not fallen asleep. As Lenny approached, her beautiful eyes subtly shifted, betraying her own apprehension. Lenny stifled a chuckle, realizing that she too was nervous about his arrival. What he had anticipated as a fervent response from her was unexpectedly subdued, even as he settled onto the bed. She remained cocooned beneath the blankets, trembling yet offering no further indication. It appeared his earlier conjecture had merit. Although she feigned indifference toward him as her husband, she had not entirely relinquished this marriage. At least, not at this moment. Leaning down, he gently pressed a kiss upon Tiffany's face, watching as a visible flush spread across her cheeks and her eyes squeezed shut even tighter. Amusingly, she seemed even more anxious than he was. Lenny chuckled softly, shedding his sleeping attire, lifting the covers just enough to slip underneath. The warmth enveloped him, infused with a delightful fragrance that was indistinguishable as either perfume or her natural scent. Coupled with the sight of her fair, exposed skin and the softness of her body next to his, he felt an undeniable warmth rising within him, intensifying with each passing moment. Faced with such a stunning beauty, though she was ostensibly his wife, she felt as unfamiliar as a stranger. Nervousness, anticipation, excitement, all intertwined. Swallowing hard, he hesitantly reached out toward her gently trembling form. Chapter 8. Breakfast in the early morning. Within the castle hall, Lenny arrived early, a relaxed and contented smile gracing his face. "Young master, good morning," exclaimed Conthi, the maid, her expression one of astonishment at his rare appearance in the hall. "What is the matter? Is it such a surprise for me to come for breakfast?" Lenny quipped playfully, his mood buoyant, as he winked at the little maid. This marked his first meal in the hall in 2 months. Previously, due to his injuries, he had been confined to receiving meals in the study via Frank. Today, he felt ready to gradually reclaim a semblance of normalcy, for he had nearly rusted away in that small study. Taking his seat at the main table, he waved at the wide-eyed maid. "Beautiful Miss Conthi, might you enlighten me about today's breakfast?" Noticing the young master's cheerful demeanor, Conthi opened her mouth to respond just as Frank wheeled in the breakfast cart. Upon seeing Lenny seated at the head of the table, he paused momentarily, but as a seasoned steward, he swiftly masked his surprise, methodically arranging the tableware, as if he had anticipated Lenny's presence at the dining table all along. "Young master, here is your breakfast. Please enjoy," Frank announced. Once he had set everything in place, standing gracefully with a hand over his heart, embodying the quintessential noble steward. "Frank, there is no need for you to handle these matters personally. Conthi is more than capable," Lenny remarked. Upon witnessing Frank personally pushing the dining cart, Lenny felt a twinge of perplexity. It was one thing for him to deliver meals himself, but to take charge in the grand dining hall was indeed rather peculiar. Beside him, Candy nodded vigorously, clearly irked by Frank's encroachment upon her duties. "Young master, I have grown accustomed to this. I have been serving your grandfather and your father since my youth. These tasks have always been my responsibility." As he tidied up the items on the cart, Frank spoke nonchalantly. However, when he mentioned Augustus, a shadow of melancholy flickered across his otherwise tranquil gaze. Lenny was taken aback upon realizing that this was a habit Frank had maintained for decades, causing an involuntary awkwardness to cross his face. "Ah, how careless I have been. It seems one must never let their guard down." Reminding himself of this inwardly, Lenny feigned calmness and lowered his head. Before him lay a bowl of glutinous green porridge, a soft-boiled egg, and a dish of pickled vegetables. Was this truly what the nobility should consume? The murky porridge and the pungent pickles sapped his appetite. Hadn't he been eating this for over a month now, without any change? Green porridge was a staple crop in this region, akin to another world-esque barley. Low-yielding and unpalatable. Nonetheless, it had its advantages. It was frost-resistant, required little soil fertility, and could grow with minimal farmer intervention. In essence, it was easy to cultivate, though there were no alternatives to choose from. He had heard whispers of crops similar to wheat in this world, which could produce bread, yet they were exorbitantly priced. The local economy, being that of a small noble family like the Wells, was certainly incapable of affording such luxuries. He had never encountered such items on the castle's menu since his arrival, remaining blissfully ignorant until now. As for the slightly larger than quail eggs, speckled and resembling eggs themselves, they were a local specialty, eggs from the pine hen. Lenny recalled Frank mentioning that some residents of the territory raised these birds, though they were notoriously difficult to keep due to their tendency to escape, resulting in few successful breeders. To him, it seemed likely that their domestication rate was still insufficient. Pine hen eggs were quite delightful in taste, creamy in texture, and exuded a subtle fragrance, albeit small in size. Given Lenny's appetite, he could easily consume several in one bite. If he had to draw a comparison, these could easily be likened to quail eggs from another world, not differing significantly. Oh, he remembered the quail eggs he had savored at a hot pot restaurant in another world. They had been exquisite. He wondered if these eggs could be transformed into preserved eggs, and whether they might fetch a decent price. Considering the castle's current financial state, he felt somewhat uneasy. Now that he was capable of normal activities, he ought to devise a way to earn some money. He couldn't be the first time traveler to starve to death, lest he become the subject of ridicule among his fellow travelers for an entire year. Gazing blankly at the solitary pine hen egg on his plate, his mind was awash with thoughts. Perhaps he should save it for Tiffany. He had no need for it himself, especially since she had worked so hard the previous night. Let this be for the lady. He nudged the pine hen egg forward, casually instructing without waiting for the young maid's response, and began his breakfast. By the time Tiffany arrived in the hall, Lenny had already departed. She only ventured downstairs after hearing his footsteps as he entered the study. The events of the previous night left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, making it difficult for her to face Lenny in the short term. She was uncertain how to approach her husband, a man perceived by outsiders as an inuit and inept dandy. She was not adept at socializing with strangers. In truth, she had always known that since she neither resisted her father nor wished to, this marriage would inevitably come to pass, and she would eventually become the genuine Lady Wells. Through her observations in recent times, she began to suspect that perhaps he was not as dreadful as she had initially thought. At the very least, during his recovery, Lenny had exhibited a gentle demeanor without any overtly negative behavior. Moreover, the events of the previous night had subtly shifted her perspective. At this moment, she felt that perhaps the external judgment of Lenny was not entirely accurate. It was at least not a complete picture. Yet, regarding the events of the previous night, she had already prepared herself mentally. Still, encountering Lenny would undoubtedly evoke feelings of awkwardness and shyness. "Madam, is something amiss?" Candy approached, gently sliding a plate containing a pine hen egg in front of her while softly inquiring, "Is it possible that the madam has grown weary of these dishes? Much like the young master? It seems we must have Aunt Susan consider altering the menu for tomorrow." "Oh, it's nothing." Tiffany waved her hand, only to realize that 2 pine hen eggs were placed before her. "Did you purchase more pine hen eggs?" she questioned, puzzled. "Even if you bought extras, would it necessitate using 2 plates?" Noticing her bewildered expression, Candy smiled awkwardly. "Oh no, this is a special consideration from the young master, who feared you might not be satisfied." "Really?" Tiffany murmured, her gaze turning somewhat dazed, her cheeks flushing. Could someone so purportedly dreadful possess such attentiveness? In an instant, she found herself in a state of confusion. Chapter 9. A courageous father. In the study on the 2nd floor, Lenny sat in a high-backed chair, while the butler Frank stood rigidly beside him, calmly awaiting his young master's instructions. After a modest breakfast, Lenny had summoned him to gain a clearer understanding of the castle's circumstances, its production levels, population, income, and so forth. In essence, he sought to ascertain how much wealth remained in the castle. These matters had been under Frank's management. Previously, he had only heard bits and pieces from him. Frank had indicated that he should not disturb the young master during his recovery, hence the lack of detailed information, which Lenny had not pursued further. However, with breakfast consisting solely of thin porridge paired with a single pine hen egg, he realized that the situation could no longer be postponed. He had no knowledge of the standards maintained by other nobles, but at this rate, it seemed even the workers of another world might fare better. For even during his most destitute times, he had access to ample supplies of fried dough sticks, buns, and pickled vegetables. "Frank, my injuries are nearly healed. It is time to discuss the situation in detail. Are we, the Wells family, so impoverished that we cannot afford even pine hen eggs?" Observing the butler's weathered face and calloused hands, Lenny struggled to refrain from uttering anything too harsh. The notion of a family seemed laughable when he considered that the true owners of this so-called Wells family were merely he and Tiffany. A family of 2. 1 word for each of them. Was that truly a family? It was indeed amusing. "My sincerest apologies, young master. Frank is not particularly skilled in the art of wealth accumulation," the butler replied, somewhat flustered by Lenny's near-accusatory tone. After bowing in apology, he began to elucidate the castle's financial predicament. His opening words bore grim tidings. The family's situation was indeed dire. According to his account, the total amount of gold coins the family possessed barely reached 10, and when expenses for horse maintenance, staff salaries, and castle upkeep were factored in, it would last approximately 2 months. Naturally, this meant that provisions for all were likely to become even less plentiful, affecting even the castle's owners. Although Lenny considered their current fare to be quite meager, Frank asserted that matters would likely worsen. Is it truly that severe? Although Lenny had already formed a rough estimation in his mind, the gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. Had they truly begun to economize to such an extent? The mere thought of the unpalatable green slop they would have to endure in the future caused him to grimace. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Frank had not yet finished. The circumstances were far more dire than he had anticipated. After addressing the matter of breakfast, Frank paused momentarily before proceeding to discuss the next debt. "Moreover, we have yet to provide the compensation for the knights who sacrificed their lives in the Battle of Jouet-Longling. 17 knights perished during the campaign alongside Augustus. According to the customs of the nobility in the kingdom, each fallen knight's family is entitled to approximately 10 gold coins, amounting to around 170 gold coins in total." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lenny was taken aback, as he had previously been unaware of such an external debt. If converted to the currency of another world, how much would that equate to? His understanding of the currency in this realm was still quite shallow, and he needed to make calculations to gain a clearer perspective. He recalled that the steward's monthly salary was about 50 silver coins, which, if compared to a white-collar salary of 5,000 in another world, would translate to 170,000. Frank, after all, could be considered a white-collar worker, right? While the silver coins were not an enormous amount, it was a net profit since they provided food and lodging. Considering the exorbitant food prices in this world, he was effectively earning a salary exceeding 10,000 per month. Lenny's mind began to whirl with frantic calculations. Frank did not allow him much time to process this information. After a brief pause, he delivered even more unexpected news. Before the campaign, the family also owed the knights half a year's worth of salaries. At that time, the Lord had promised to settle the payment upon their return. But since you had been recuperating, we did not wish to disturb you. It seems that this sum will soon be necessary. What? They are even behind on salaries? How much is it? Lenny nearly jumped up in shock. Previously, he had only known that Augustus had raised a considerable number of knights, but had no idea they were also owed their monthly wages. Frank's expression grew serious as he slowly uttered the words, 25 knights, approximately 150 gold coins. The veins on Lenny's forehead throbbed as he felt his blood pressure rising. Noticing the steward's cautious demeanor, he sensed that the matter might not be over yet, and he dreaded what further bad news awaited him. He contemplated ignoring it, but then reconsidered. Given the gravity of the situation, it was better to be informed than to be caught off guard later. Resolving this, he lifted his gaze to Frank and wearily waved his hand, asking if there was more. The old steward did not disappoint him, delivering another devastating blow. Perhaps sensing that what he was about to say might seem exaggerated, Frank carefully observed Lenny's expression, stammering as he spoke. Furthermore, the Lord had borrowed some money from Count Eno, your father-in-law, to equip the knights. You know that equipping knights is quite costly. A decent suit of armor starts at several dozen gold coins. Thus, as Frank rambled on, Lenny's sense of dread intensified, and his blood pressure continued to rise. Just tell me how much was borrowed. 500 gold coins. Hiss. Although he had braced himself, hearing such a substantial debt made him feel momentarily faint. If Frank served as the unit of measurement, the current known debts amounted to 880 gold coins, which was nearing 10 million in the other world. 10 million. He had come here and done nothing, yet found himself laden with a mountain of debt. In the other world, he had never even dreamt of such a sum, let alone owed it. He wondered if it was still possible to prepare for a quick escape. Of course, running away was a jest. After all, he was merely a country noble, yet a time traveler, if he could wisely capitalize on the knowledge in his mind. Earning a modest income in this backward era should not be too difficult. Sighing, he thought of his unseen father and found himself somewhat admiring him for his resourcefulness. Nobility represented power, and knighthood represented martial prowess. Yet here he was, in debt to both. What a marvel it was for a baron, with lands and vassals, to find himself in such financial straits. The knights were still owed their salaries, yet he had the audacity to lead them into battle, fearing no retribution from those he had wronged. With no money at home, he still dared to borrow to support a cadre of knights. Should one call him bold or simply foolish? Chapter 10. A burden of debt in the study. Lenny wore a dark expression, rendered speechless for a moment. Observing Lenny, Frank felt a pang of sympathy and attempted to console the young master, asserting that it wasn't he as dire as it seemed. Lenny turned his head in confusion. Wasn't he abundantly clear that it was indeed this much? Could he have miscalculated after traveling to this world? Frank hesitated before slowly articulating his rationale. The castle had not been tranquil lately. Of the 8 knights who returned, apart from Sir Tim, most had left of their own accord, which should save a significant amount of expenses. This is simply, Lenny nearly fainted upon hearing such a ludicrous notion. After several deep breaths to suppress his rising anger, he shot Frank a glare. How much could they possibly save? Would they not still owe the previous salaries? Did the Wells family's reputation mean nothing? As Frank's words grew increasingly dire, he retracted his neck, refraining from further comment. He was not ignorant of the folly of such actions. Rather, he simply lacked a full understanding of the consequences and felt compelled by necessity. With various expenses piling up, the castle's income had already begun to dwindle. After all, the Lord had taken over 100 vassals to war, adversely impacting the already fragile economy of the territory, exacerbating its woes. When the Lord was present, he did not concern himself with finances, as it was not his forte, now that Augustus was gone. And Lenny had been bedridden for nearly 2 months. No one else was available to manage these affairs. Should he rely on Sir Tim, or perhaps the maid Candy, or even Aunt Susan, who wielded a bean pod in the kitchen? It would be feasible to have Tim collect taxes, given his imposing physique and scarred face, which could easily intimidate the common folk. Indeed, he did accompany Tim during tax collection. However, To place the entire responsibility on Tim alone was ill-advised. He might dismantle the doors of those commoners. As for Candy and Aunt Susan, they were merely maids. And Frank worried that Candy might struggle to find her way home after venturing out. He felt as though he were herding ducks. "All right, you may return to your duties." Waving his hand dismissively, Lenny turned his attention to a piece of parchment he had retrieved from the drawer and picked up a quill. "Young master," seeing his furrowed brow, Frank opened his mouth, feeling somewhat guilty. However, as he was unable to alleviate Lenny's burdens, he could only shake his head in remorse and exit the study. Lenny paid no heed to the stewardess' sentiments, instead contemplating his next course of action while stroking the parchment in his hands. This was the northern region of the kingdom, perilously close to the Grumans, who raided every year. It was far from secure. As soon as he had the means, he would recruit knights to safeguard the territory. He had no desire to traverse into this world, only to find himself undone by an unseen blade, sending him back to where he came from. If the compensation for the knights is long overdue, who would still wish to recruit them in the future? More importantly, there lies a significant issue of credibility. If the Wells family is perceived as a group of debtors, who would dare to engage with them? It may seem like a few coins have been saved, but the repercussions could take decades, even centuries, to mend the damage to their reputation. This is undoubtedly a case of penny wise, pound foolish. It is inconceivable. Frank's proposal is nothing short of a disastrous idea, and he would never entertain such a notion. Therefore, among the known debt of over 800 gold coins, the knight's compensation must take precedence, while the 500 coins owed to Count Enabor can be deliberated upon. Perhaps Tiffany could intervene and plead for leniency. After all, as a subordinate noble to Count Enabor, she is his own daughter and may possess some leverage. However, he remains unaware that this would ultimately be futile. If Angus were concerned about familial ties, would he truly consider marrying his daughter to a wastrel like Lenny? Hence, the next course of action must involve small investments with swift returns. Even if he were to invest all his assets, it would amount to merely a handful of gold coins, insufficient to procure a suit of armor or accomplish anything substantial. Contemplating this, he once again lowered his gaze to examine the parchment on the table. These notes were hastily recorded during his recovery, outlining the general methods for crafting various items. Drawing upon the experiences of prior travelers, albeit in a disorganized and incoherent manner, he has never engaged in industrial work, thus finds himself rather overwhelmed in this regard. For instance, the current sheet he holds details the method for producing white sugar, simply listing sugar, slurry, and filtration among a few basic elements. But he cannot recall the specifics of the process and can only hope to experiment with others in the future. In contrast, the page regarding the refinement of salt contains a wealth of information. Distillation, filtration, and other processes are not particularly complex, requiring only simple tools, leading to a more complete account. Nonetheless, he recalls having read analyses suggesting that in ancient times, salt was not scarce. The difficulties in accessing it were merely due to human control. He is uncertain whether this world operates under similar conditions. If so, this avenue would also be devoid of hope, as it would be folly for a mere baron to usurp the livelihoods of the great nobles. Consequently, he harbors little confidence in this endeavor. Regarding glass and ceramics, while the technical barriers appear low, the raw materials seem to demand high standards. One requires specific sand compositions, while the other necessitates special clay. He lacks confidence in sourcing these materials, let alone manufacturing them. Presently, based on what he knows, soap exhibits the highest feasibility. However, it too is not without drawbacks. It is low-priced and yields slow returns, which does not align with current demands, making it better suited for long-term business. Yet, it presents another challenge. In an era where many struggle to feed themselves, animal fats are undoubtedly precious commodities, and it is unlikely that enough would be available to produce soap. He is uncertain if suitable materials can be found within the territory. Glancing at the notes in his hands, Lenny sank into contemplation. It seems he must take time to explore the territory, searching for overlooked treasures that might inspire forgotten ideas. In the study, Lenny spread the parchment before him. He meticulously noted and crossed out lines, leaving the parchment marred with stains. Alas, the headache. Reclining in the high-backed chair, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 11. He-She Village. Lenny rose from the chair, stretching his limbs to relieve the stiffness of a body that had felt confined. Although still burdened by worries, he swept the items off the desk, no longer wishing to remain in the study. The weather outside appeared pleasant. Perhaps a stroll would be a refreshing idea. Stepping out of the castle, he was greeted by a bright day, the sun gentle, the air unpolluted. And with the castle perched atop a hill, the view was splendid. Not far from the castle, a village came into sight, with scattered houses nestled among the greenery. while the river flowed like a ribbon around them, wildflowers blooming along its banks. In the distance, mountains loomed, adorned with vibrant wildflowers that transformed the once dull peaks into a tapestry of colors. Beyond those mountains lay an unknown landscape. Indeed, this was the most picturesque season of the year, with flowers vying for attention and the air filled with fragrance. He recalled that the village in front of the castle was called Hishi Village, home to the blacksmith couple. This village was modest, housing around 50 families, and featured a few small shops selling daily necessities, functioning as a small market town. Further downstream lay Hidong Village, larger in scale, with approximately 100 households. The territory of Castle Castine encompassed 6 villages, totaling between 1,200 and 2,500 residents. As for the exact number, he was unsure. Even Frank, the castle steward, did not know. In this era, there was no census, and statistics were based on households, with the specific number of individuals within each household remaining unknown. Regardless, the vassals paid taxes to the lord based on landholdings. The total population was of little concern to the lords. In essence, he, Baron Lenny, governed around 2,000 subjects, bearing the responsibility of their security and wielding near absolute authority. To his understanding, these rights included, but were not limited to, tax collection, law enforcement, and conscription. In simple terms, the nobility could extract from their subjects within their domain at will. Of course, nobility are not foolish and would not act recklessly. They maintain a baseline of rules and ethics. If the territory were to fall into disrepair, leaving most homes vacant and the populace unable to survive, even the noble lords would be disinclined to allow such a situation, lest they face a rebellion from the common folk. This is not an impossibility. Despite the differences in worlds, human nature remains largely consistent. While these nobles adhere to certain agreements, their rights exceed what he had previously imagined. When he held the kingdom's regulations and records on this matter, he was left astounded by the stipulations outlined within. Lost in thought, he leisurely strolled along the path before the castle, the crops swaying in the gentle breeze, the air carrying a hint of floral fragrance. This brought a sense of calm to his previously agitated spirit. At that moment, he finally felt the weight of his noble identity. Ahem, he too is a significant figure. Good morning, Lord Lenny. Just as he indulged in musings about the demeanor of prominent figures he had once observed, a voice startled him. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man kneeling by the roadside, his face adorned with humility and eagerness. Ah, I remember you. You are Parker, the village chief of Hishi. Raising a hand to signal him to rise, Lenny greeted him with a warm smile. It is truly my honor that the Lord remembers me, Parker responded, his face beaming with a flattering smile, nodding and bowing, seemingly delighted that Lenny had recalled his name. However, having often interacted with Frank from the castle, he displayed a curiosity mixed with eagerness rather than the fear that typically characterized the villager's demeanor towards Lenny. My lord, what brings you here? Lenny turned his head to glance at the nearby village, smiling. I wandered aimlessly. You may attend to your matters without concern for me. My lord, at this hour, everyone is toiling in the fields. There are hardly any villagers present. Parker waved his hands repeatedly, signaling that it was not an opportune moment for Lenny's visit. He thought to himself that Lenny must have suffered a head injury recently, as he had become quite peculiar. Wasn't it said that the injury was to something else? It had certainly frightened Karina and Tai Chue, the young couple. During the time of Lord August, Lenny, the young master, rarely visited the village. Any matters were communicated through the steward. Today, however, he had audaciously chosen to come to the village at a time when most were away. What could he possibly desire? Was he merely inspecting the dilapidated houses of the village? How very strange. Lenny smiled, dismissing Parker's words. It's nothing. I'm just having a casual look around. With that, he waved his hand, not waiting for a response, and ambled off towards the village. Indeed, how peculiar. Noticing that Lenny disregarded him, Parker murmured in confusion before picking up his hoe. The weather was pleasant today, and he needed to complete his farm work. There was little time to ponder Lenny's intentions in the village. The village's architecture was rather chaotic, to Lenny, who was accustomed to modern urbanity. These houses bore little distinction from the shanties of slums. The more refined structures were built of wood, appearing somewhat respectable from a distance. However, those in poorer condition were quite dismal, constructed almost entirely of stones, with roofs haphazardly assembled, resembling a heap of rubble. This was a far cry from the castle's stone walls, which were meticulously polished and significantly larger, allowing the castle to rise majestically. The villagers lacked the means to do so, relying on local materials, using stones as they were found, and patching them with mud, akin to building with blocks, resulting in a rather unique yet stark appearance. Amongst these ramshackle homes, he even spotted some constructed from branches and mud mixed with wild grass, the roofs covered similarly, albeit crudely fashioned to provide some rudimentary protection from the rain. It could be said that there was no lowest standard, only a deeper descent into despair. Regardless of the materials used, these houses were predominantly low, the tallest not exceeding 3 meters. Perhaps they were avoiding the height of the castle. Lenny recalled that certain eras imposed strict regulations on building heights. He wondered if this was the case here. Upon his arrival, Lenny had been quite vocal about the castle's living conditions, decrying them as dark, cramped, and damp. The only conceivable advantage was that it likely wouldn't be excessively hot in summer. However, upon witnessing the villagers' abodes, he suddenly felt that perhaps the castle was not as intolerable as he had once believed. At this early hour, just as Parker had indicated, the village was indeed sparsely populated, with most houses closed tight. Even those adorned with wooden slats and burlap could scarcely be considered doors. A few were open, revealing items for sale, presumably from the village's modest shops, though the foot traffic was minimal. He arrived at Hishi village, a small market town within Ka Si Te Ling, as it was rather distant from Erfan City. Typically, villagers would procure daily necessities here. However, this market was not bustling every day. It operated roughly every 3 days, meaning that every third day, people would gather to exchange goods. Don't run away. I'm a knight, kneel before me. A cacophony of children's laughter broke through as they emerged from behind the houses, wielding sticks as makeshift steeds, their faces flushed with joy and excitement. Indeed, they were children, blissfully unaware of decorum. Upon seeing Lenny, they exhibited no particular reverence, merely casting a curious glance before dashing off with their companions, disappearing behind a house. Lenny found their indifference amusing, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. In contrast, several adults seemed taken aback and stiffened upon his arrival, particularly the young women, whose eyes darted away, their bodies rigid, appearing as though they wished to be unseen. When they noticed him looking their way, they trembled and offered a hasty greeting before fleeing like startled rabbits. Why are they so frightened of me? Lenny pondered, bemused, as he rubbed his face. Although he did not consider himself particularly handsome, he certainly did not think he appeared frightening. Perhaps this was yet another consequence of the original persona's reputation. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he resumed his leisurely stroll, observing the village. The villagers led a harsh existence. Their clothing was predominantly made from coarse burlap, poorly sewn, with many threads visibly exposed. The style was quite distinctive. The garments were merely 2 pieces of fabric stitched together, giving the appearance of moving sacks. However, unlike sacks, these outfits typically featured hoods, for reasons unknown. The women fared somewhat better, their attire appearing more intact, whereas the men were often bare-chested, some even lacking shirts entirely. He wondered how they managed in winter. Before he realized it, he had traversed the uneven dirt path that ran through the center of the village, arriving at its far end. Just then, a series of clanging sounds reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, he had found himself in front of a blacksmith shop. Chapter 12. Tai Chue, could this be the fellow from the wedding? Was it Tai Chue? He struggled to recall. Following the sound, he glimpsed a muscular man, glistening with sweat, hammering away at an anvil. Who else could it be but Tai Chue? Clearly engrossed in his work, the forge beside him blazed, causing him to perspire profusely, his bare torso glistening as if coated in oil. Yet, what was that object in his hands? Was it a tool? Lenny rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Tai Chue wielded an enormous hammer, roughly the size of a small melon. Was this intended for blacksmithing? Was this not a golden melon hammer or, rather, a larger version of one? Estimating its size, it must weigh close to 10 pounds. Indeed, this world was peculiar. A blacksmith wielding something akin to a golden melon hammer to forge metal gave him an uncanny sensation. Not wishing to intrude upon his labor, Lenny intended to turn away after a brief glance. However, Tai Chue had already spotted him from afar and called out, my lord, what brings you here?" With a resigned smile, Lenny halted his steps. Tai Chue appeared genuinely delighted at his presence, discarding his hammer to greet him with a broad grin. "Ah, Tai Chue, I recall you were to be wed today. Why are you still working?" Lenny questioned, perplexed by the customs of this world, unsure if taking a day off was customary for a wedding. With a hearty laugh, Tai Chue wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding enthusiastically. "This morning, Karina moved into my home. The villagers have no particular customs. It suffices to simply move in." Clearly, he was quite pleased with this arrangement, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Haha, congratulations again on your marriage. Now that you have a wife, you must work diligently." Lenny found himself inadvertently echoing phrases from another world, and only afterward did he realize the absurdity of his words, leaving him both amused and bemused. Yes, yes, my lord. Rest assured, Tai Chue replied, chuckling heartily. Fortunately, Tai Chue evidently had not indulged excessively in such comforting words, displaying no discomfort. Instead, he broke into a broad grin, nodding cheerfully. By the way, what was amiss with the villagers today? Why did they regard me with such expressions? Suddenly at a loss for words, Lenny recalled the villagers' reactions upon his arrival. Goodness, the young ladies looked at him as if the enemy had entered the village. Was this a typical response? Upon hearing this, Tai Chue appeared momentarily taken aback, then curled his lip, a hint of disdain crossing his face. They are merely envious. Speaking such things in front of Lenny made him feel somewhat embarrassed, and after casting a furtive glance, he continued, You needn't concern yourself with them. I cannot fathom who has been spreading such gossip, claiming that the young ladies must have relations with you before marriage. Although Lenny ultimately did nothing yesterday and somewhat carelessly left the crowd in the hall, he had nonetheless relieved Tai Chue of his taxes. Even so, he could not comprehend how such peculiar rumors had emerged, leaving the innocent young ladies of the village in a state of panic. Speaking of this, Lenny felt a twinge of embarrassment, awkwardly rubbing his nose. However, once everyone had arrived at the castle, what could he have done? It was also inappropriate to publicly undermine the steward, and thus he had reluctantly devised such a plan. Reflecting on the awkward scene at that moment, Lenny felt a pang of embarrassment, unable to simply turn and leave. He could only smile and nod while glancing around. Suddenly, a uniquely shaped object displayed in the blacksmith shop caught his attention. Tai Chue was the sole blacksmith among several villages. What was referred to as a blacksmith shop was merely a makeshift forge and workbench set up at his doorstep. The other items seemed familiar. Yet the object next to the forge resembling an organ was utterly unfamiliar to him. From its placement, it appeared to be a device connected to the forge, and he speculated it might be a bellows of sorts, though its organ-like shape was rather peculiar. Without regard for Tai Chue's ongoing monologue, Lenny sidestepped and approached for a closer inspection, pointing at the object and turning his head. What is this used for? Does it supply air? Glancing at the direction of Lenny's finger, Tai Chue smacked his lips, finally nodding in affirmation. Indeed, my lord, we call it a fengqin. It enables the wood and coal to burn more vigorously. With that, he worried that Lenny, as a noble, might not understand such contraptions. So he stepped aside to demonstrate personally. The dark wood and coal in the forge were indeed coal, though referring to them as wood and stone was quite apt, as they burned like wood yet were as hard and brittle as stone. As for the fengqin, it indeed served a purpose akin to that of a bellows. However, the method of operation was not a back-and-forth motion, but rather an up-and-down pressing action. Aesthetically speaking, the object could be considered quite intriguing. Yet in terms of airflow, after Tai Chue toiled for a considerable time, the flames only grew slightly larger than before. It cannot be said to be ineffective, but the results were somewhat disappointing. Tai Chue was aware of his lack of eloquence and could not articulate words that would please Lenny. He sensed Lenny's impatience earlier. Now that the noble expressed interest in his blacksmithing, he decided to demonstrate the subsequent processes, allowing Lenny to gain a clear understanding. Grasping the handle of the fengqin, he bent his back and began to press incessantly, resembling someone using a pump to inflate a bicycle tire, which caused Lenny to stifle a laugh. Tai Chue, however, showed no unusual reaction, seriously operating for a while before reaching out to gauge the temperature of the forge. Seemingly satisfied with the warmth, he nodded and retrieved a firewood knife, placing it upon the anvil, and picked up a hammer, striking rhythmically. Observing Tai Chue's demonstration, Lenny, who had initially been intrigued, frowned. It was not that he found the clanging of metal bothersome, although it was indeed quite loud. His frown stemmed from noticing some peculiarities. Take that uniquely shaped fengqin. Its effectiveness was surprisingly subpar. Despite Tai Chue's vigorous pressing, the changes in the flames indicated that each press only caused the flames to flicker slightly. He estimated the outcome was not much different from blowing air through a tube. The only apparent advantage was that it was less labor-intensive. Clearly, the fengqin only expelled air when pressed downward, failing to do so when lifted, which meant its effective power was halved. If memory served him correctly, those round or square bellows could expel air through both pushing and pulling motions, and the airflow would undoubtedly exceed that of the fengqin by a significant margin. Additionally, when Tai Chue retrieved the firewood knife, Lenny distinctly noted that the knife was only faintly red, not glowing as he had anticipated. Ordinarily, the iron should be heated until it was red-hot and softened to facilitate thorough forging, making the iron easier to shape. Through multiple rounds of forging, the resultant product would also exhibit greater hardness. However, Tai Chue evidently had not heated the firewood knife sufficiently. The initial color was incorrect, and the temperature clearly inadequate, resulting in an improper forging sound. To Lanny's eyes, Tai Chue's was more akin to striking than forging. Casting another glance at Tai Chue's muscular upper body, he began to comprehend how those muscles had developed. Tai Chue, why do you not wait for the iron to turn red? Unable to restrain himself, Lenny hesitantly posed the question. To his surprise, this inquiry left Tai Chue momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. However, he quickly composed himself, reasoning that it was not unusual for a noble to be ignorant of the humble craft of blacksmithing. Halting his actions, he wiped his brow with a handkerchief, then chuckled as he resumed speaking. If it does not turn red, my lord, this is the best it can achieve. What? Lenny questioned whether Tai Chue truly grasped his meaning. Couldn't you simply heat it longer? Tai Chue shook his head, insisting, no matter how long you heat it, it will not turn red. This is the optimal moment for forging. Why not try it yourself? Perhaps you are mistaken. Observing Tai Chue's earnest demeanor, Lenny began to doubt whether Tai Chue's master had deceived him, even if he held a high regard for Lenny. The notion that his expertise was being questioned irked Tai Chue. His eyes widened in disbelief, resembling a fierce beast ready to pounce, and he opened his mouth as if to admonish. Yet, recalling Lenny's noble status, he hesitated to offend and ultimately only stubbornly shook his head in silence. I have not erred. Blacksmiths have always forged iron this way. After uttering this, he turned away in frustration, returning to his work as if he wished to disregard Lenny entirely. However, Lenny appeared oblivious to Tai Chue's anger, remaining undeterred in sharing his thoughts. Why not give it a try? Here, I will give you 10 copper coins. Assist me in testing this. At that moment, his curiosity had transformed into a determination aligned with his purpose. If Tai Chue's master had indeed deceived him, it would be acceptable. However, if not, then failing to heat the iron to red would seem inadequate for even heating glass. With such feeble flames, it was more suited for barbecuing. Tai Chue appeared both troubled and resigned, turning back to grumble. Then I shall give it another try. No need for payment, as it requires little effort. After a brief pause, he could not help but murmur, but my lord, it truly cannot turn red, I swear. No matter, I merely wish to observe. Seeing Lenny's resolute expression, Tai Chue had no choice but to toss the firewood knife back into the forge and resume his labor. This time, he toiled for nearly an hour, while Lenny observed attentively. Ultimately, the evidence revealed that Tai Chue was correct. His master had not deceived him. The machete was repeatedly forged in the furnace, maintaining a peculiar blackish-red hue until the hammer finally ceased its rhythmic strikes, still resembling a half-red, half-black form. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lenny furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss in this world. Chapter 13. The strange world. Gazing at the half-black, half-red machete in the furnace, Lenny lowered his head in silence, yet he comprehended that something was indeed wrong. But what could have caused such an oddity? It should not be so. Temperature is one of the most fundamental rules of the world. The combustion temperature of coal can easily exceed 800 degrees Celsius, and given sufficient time, it should soften iron. Having observed the coal himself, it appeared to be ordinary coal, devoid of any peculiarities. Could it be that the efficiency of the bellows was too low? However, as he leaned closer to inspect the so-called woodstone, which was actually coal, he sensed something unusual. Despite being close to the furnace, he did not feel the intense heat as expected. It was as if the flames did not possess the heat he had imagined. This phenomenon reminded him of the candles illuminating the castle at night, where one could distinctly feel a lower temperature even when fingers approached the flame. Something was definitely amiss. This was not the appearance of a blacksmith's forge that he recalled. Yet, he could not pinpoint the exact issue at that moment, leaving this unsettling sensation nestled in his mind. He felt certain that there was something he had overlooked, yet he could not immediately recall it. Ah, the iron smelting. Slapping his thigh, Lenny finally discerned the source of his earlier unease. If the coal in this world could not heat iron blocks to red, then from where did these iron materials originate, and how were they smelted? Casting a glance at the hammer, which seemed to say, "See, I told you," Lenny pondered that perhaps he should inquire further from this individual. After all, as a blacksmith, he would certainly have some insights on this matter. Hammer, do you only accept repair work? Is there any business for creating entirely new tools? He pointed towards the machete on the blacksmith's table, looking curiously at the hammer. Of course. The hammer nodded proudly, pleased at the prospect of selling new ironware. Occasionally, people request new machetes, sickles, and other agricultural tools, and I do sell them. And where do you source the iron for your new tools? How is the iron smelted, do you know? Ignoring the hammer's smug expression, Lenny continued his probing inquiries. He felt he was inching closer to the truth. Casting a wary glance at Lenny, the hammer, perhaps reassured that this noble gentleman would not attempt to usurp his business. Hesitantly replied, "The iron is all purchased from Bullman City. As for smelting, I don't quite understand it either. Only the Duke's people know the techniques. I heard that they possess some magical smelting furnace capable of turning iron ore directly into iron materials. Yet, as a blacksmith himself, he had heard some rumors." Though he frowned, uncertain about what he had heard, Lenny understood. This was nothing less than a technological blockade. It served as a means to control wealth and the common folk, and the purported magical smelting furnace was likely a deliberately spread falsehood to confuse the masses. However, the phenomenon he had witnessed today left him perplexed even upon returning to the castle. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to the inefficacy of the bellows. For now, he set aside the search for the root cause and decided to experiment with the bellows, wondering if increasing the airflow could elevate the furnace temperature. To create the items he envisioned, it was imperative to raise the furnace temperature. This was an unavoidable first step. Only by resolving this issue could he lay the groundwork for attempts at glassmaking or ceramics. Otherwise, all was mere talk. As he neared the castle, his mind remained preoccupied with this dilemma, contemplating that if he couldn't find low-investment, high-yield items, he might as well try this, as he had nothing else to do. Just as Lenny departed, the door behind the hammer creaked open, and Karina emerged, wearing a puzzled expression. "Who just left? Where did they go?" She held a woven basket made of wooden strips, containing some garments. During times of lesser agricultural demands, she would assist the villagers with mending tasks, usually without charge, as they were neighbors and the boundaries blurred. Naturally, those she helped would reciprocate with food or other necessities as a form of gratitude. Such mutual aid was vital for the impoverished, significantly enhancing their capacity to withstand risks, embodying a sense of humanity, whether in the West or the East. This quality of human connection was crucial and commendable in times when the commodity economy was underdeveloped. Only in highly advanced economic societies would this sentiment gradually be discarded. Though life appeared more convenient, it simultaneously severed the bonds and interactions between individuals, leaving one to ponder whether this constituted progress or regression. Oh, it was Lenny. The hammer beamed at Karina, feeling quite proud that he could marry the beloved Karina, who had captured the attention of many young men in the village. Yet he had ultimately won her heart. Now, he wished to gather his friends to let them envy him, paying no heed to the hammer's foolish grin. Karina set down her work and glanced around, puzzled, yet she did not see Lenny. Where is he? Has he left? What was his purpose here? Her feelings towards Lenny were quite complex. On one hand, he had indeed frightened her previously, although nothing had come of it. She had tried to appear strong, but it was impossible to say she felt no fear or resentment. Yet, on the other hand, Lenny had given her a wedding so unique and special, which stirred a strange feeling within her. Simultaneously, she worried that encountering Lenny at this moment might be awkward and feared the hammer would misunderstand. These mixed emotions left her uncertain about how to face this noble gentleman. Oh, he has already left. It seems he just stepped out for a casual stroll. Upon hearing that he had departed, Karina felt relieved. She moved to sit nearby, picking up her sewing and leisurely working on it. The hammer, having enjoyed a moment of quiet amusement, recalled that he still had unfinished tasks. He promptly dismissed his scattered thoughts and busied himself at the blacksmith's table. Soon, the small blacksmith shop echoed again with the monotonous clanging of hammer against anvil. As Lenny approached the castle, he spotted Tiffany, clad in maid attire, with a headscarf, wielding a large pair of scissors, diligently trimming the plants and flowers at the castle entrance. Tiffany moved with practiced ease, the scissors flying up and down as the green leaves of the trimmed shrubs fell around her, quickly shaping them into a neatly manicured form. Clearly, this was not her first time undertaking such a task. Though the castle was small, its entrance was adorned with a row of low shrubs, the specific varieties unknown to him, along with a small flower bed boasting large, vibrant blooms, now competing in a display of beauty. Initially, Lenny assumed these were rose bushes, as they resembled the familiar red flowers associated with Valentine's Day, but as he curiously approached, he began to doubt his assumption. Yes, many would recognize these as roses, those large red flowers with thorny stems that many carried on Valentine's Day. However, what stands before Lenny is actually a variety of rosa, commonly known as UEG, which is undeniably more visually appealing than the true rose, leaving merchants reluctant to disclose that the roses one purchases are, in fact, UEG. The plant before him, from its stem to its leaves, and the shape and color of its blossoms, bears striking similarity to the UEG, making it no surprise that he misidentified it. Yet, his skepticism arises from the sheer size of the blossoms, which boast a diameter at least the size of an adult's outstretched hand. He simply cannot recall seeing Yueji with such imposing flowers. What is it? Observing Lanny approach from a distance, Tiffany initially felt bashful, lowering her gaze with no intention to converse. However, curiosity piqued when she noticed him lost in contemplation before the flower bed. As she approached to peer closer, she found nothing amiss. What is this? Lanny inquired ambiguously, pointing at the vibrant red blossoms. Confirming her earlier suspicion, Tiffany turned to him with a puzzled expression. It's Yueji, what's wrong? Yueji? Lanny processed the term and realized Tiffany indeed referred to the Yueji, the very type of flower he had previously mistaken for the more traditional roses associated with Valentine's Day. Symbolizing love? Tiffany responded, naturally. There is no universal truth that roses symbolize love, yet this flower is unequivocally a Yueji. How curious. How could they be so large? Have they consumed some magical fertilizer? He observed no peculiar substances being applied by Frank and the others, so how could such enormous flowers bloom? Stroking his chin, he pondered the peculiarities of the candles and the odd ironware in the fireplace earlier that day. Staring at the oversized Yueji, he fell into deep thought. Evidently, the strangeness of this world far exceeded his expectations. Truly, it is a bizarre and enigmatic realm. Chapter 14. Carpenter Jimmy Ha, you've taken such good care of them. I never expected such large blooms. Madam, you are truly remarkable. Noticing the peculiar expression on Tiffany's face, he awkwardly chuckled, offering a double entendre compliment. Aren't Yueji typically this size? What is so strange about that? With such a straightforward compliment, Tiffany shyly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, appearing somewhat distracted. Previously, Frank had been the one tending to them. Today, she was merely bored, so, her cheeks flushed under the sun's rays, Tiffany appeared exceptionally radiant. At that moment, they stood in close proximity, allowing Lanny to observe the delicate fuzz on her face, her fair neck, and her graceful collarbone. For a moment, he found himself entranced. Feeling the weight of his intense gaze, Tiffany grew even more bashful. She turned to retreat to the castle, but was suddenly pulled back by Lanny, who grasped her hand gently. Surprised, she looked at Lanny, who was now so close that she could feel his masculine presence. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and a crimson hue returned to her cheeks as her heart raced. Lanny, however, remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, suddenly recalling something important and gazing at Tiffany with a hint of shyness. Are you returning to Ino Castle soon? Could you possibly speak with the Count about our debt? We would like to delay repayment. Upon hearing this, Tiffany, who had initially been shy and looking down, lifted her gaze. The flush on her cheeks visibly vanished as she stared at Lanny for a long moment before nodding silently, forcefully withdrawing her hand and turning to enter the castle. What just happened? Lanny was bewildered by her reaction. Such a simple request. Why did it seem as though she was upset? If the Count disagreed, it wouldn't warrant such a reaction, would it? Even after returning to his study, he remained perplexed by the situation. Naturally, he could not fathom that Tiffany, upon being pulled back, was overwhelmed with bashful thoughts, even contemplating closing her eyes and tilting her head back. His abrupt request had doused her feelings with cold water, understandably resulting in her less than amiable demeanor. After some time, he shook his head and abandoned the pursuit of understanding this century's riddle. The heart of a woman is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Forget it, forget it. Setting aside his doubts, he quickly recalled today's events. Since he had decided to address the furnace temperature issue, he would need to construct a bellows. However, to create a bellows, he could not undertake the task himself and would require a carpenter's assistance. He had not noticed whether there was a carpenter's shop in Hushy Village. Naturally, he would need Frank's help. Having lived in Castelling for many years, finding a carpenter should be no problem, right? The butler arrived promptly. Shortly after he rang the bell, Frank stood before him. Is there a carpenter in our territory? Without hesitation, Frank turned to leave. Young master, are you looking to make furniture? What style are you considering? If it's something intricate, we may need to go to Urfin City to find a qualified carpenter. I'll go right away. Hey. I haven't even stated my intentions yet. Why the urgency? I'm not making furniture. Rather, I want to create something. When he clarified that he only had a few ideas and needed a carpenter to help realize them, it didn't have to be someone highly skilled. An apprentice would suffice. The only requirement was speed. An apprentice would suffice? Frank confirmed. Seeing Lanny nod, he pondered and remarked that such a person indeed existed in Castelling. This apprentice carpenter is named Jimmy, residing at the edge of Hudong Village. A few years ago, he apprenticed in the city for a year, but was sent back due to an inability to pay tuition. Having been an apprentice for just a year, he learned little and is unable to undertake carpenter work independently. He now barely scrapes by fixing furniture for those in nearby villages, reportedly living quite a difficult life. Young master, Jimmy lacks the capability to make furniture on his own. Will this not be a waste of your time? Frank sought confirmation of his understanding, concerned that Lenny might be disappointed after bringing him in. He had some understanding of this Jimmy. To put it plainly, fixing furniture is manageable, but relying on him for carpentry work might be. He was unsure of what scheme Lenny was pursuing this time. Just that morning, he had been inquiring about the castle as circumstances, seemingly formulating some plan. Who would have thought he would return from a stroll and request a carpenter who need not even possess the skills to create things? What is the young master up to now? Surely he isn't planning to play with something whimsical again? Young master, things are not as they were in the days of your father. One cannot afford to be frivolous. Frank felt exhausted. Lenny, however, was unfazed, promptly making the decision. It shall be him. Bring him here swiftly. As long as the blueprints are sufficiently clear, Jimmy will surely follow them. After all, a year of apprenticeship should not have left him entirely unlearned, right? Although Frank was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced to Lenny and went out to find him. Knock, knock, knock. Though the old butler was not particularly eager, his search was efficient. By the time he returned, Lenny had just finished sketching the envisioned bellows on parchment. Young master, Jimmy has arrived. Frank opened the door, revealing the young man behind him. Jimmy appeared to be in his early 20s, of short stature, with disheveled hair and an unwell demeanor. His sunken eyes and puffy eyelids indicated fatigue. Upon entering, he leaned against the door, catching his breath before taking a step forward to greet Lenny. Good afternoon, Lord Lenny. Jimmy sends his regards. Observing the ailing youth, Lenny's brows furrowed in concern as he glanced at Frank. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Frank met his gaze and nodded slightly. Yes, young master. It's him for sure. With Frank's affirmation, Lenny wasted no time, directly handing over the parchment in his hand. Jimmy first wiped his hands on his not-so-clean clothes before bending down and extending his hands to receive the blueprints, carefully examining them with a lowered head. Estimating that the other party had already discerned the contents, Lenny finally spoke. Can you understand? I can understand some of the diagram, but those words beside it, I cannot make sense of them, Jimmy stammered, blushing as he explained his illiteracy. Fearing Lenny might be dissatisfied, he quickly added, as long as the diagram is clear, I will definitely manage. Being illiterate, Jimmy was unaware that those so-called words were actually numerical scales. It could be said that even the literate nobles might not recognize such markings. Nodding with a smile at Jimmy, Lenny was concerned that if his demeanor faltered even slightly, this fellow might struggle to articulate his thoughts. Do not worry, as long as you can comprehend the diagram, I will explain the meaning of those words to you. Noticing the noble's unexpectedly gentle demeanor, Jimmy relaxed somewhat, hesitantly pointing at the blueprint to voice his query. What kind of tool is this? It looks rather complex. I wonder what this small square piece is for, considering that the processing technology in this world might not be advanced. Lenny opted for a square barrel design for the bellows rather than a round one. The main body comprised 4 elongated wooden planks, along with 2 hinged flaps sealed at both ends, a push-pull rod, and a ventilation passage beside it. The piece Jimmy inquired about was the hinged flap, with a pair located in the main cylinder and another pair in the ventilation passage. Although termed hinged, Lenny intended to construct it using leather. As he lacked the materials and techniques for actual hinges, leather would suffice for the intended function. Conversely, achieving a proper seal for the main cylinder's piston proved more challenging. In an era devoid of rubber and with little hope for precision machining, Lenny planned to employ the most rudimentary method, chicken feathers. Do not laugh, it is indeed chicken feathers. Many may not realize that in the absence of rubber, the airtightness of bellows could be achieved with chicken feathers. Yes, a specialty of castelling. Though the pine chickens are few and difficult to raise, acquiring some feathers is not an issue. By securing a ring of stiff feathers around the outer edge of the piston, if thick and dense enough, the sealing effect may not be excellent but would suffice. However, the cylinder pressure would be quite low, prompting Lenny to design a larger cylinder, intending to exchange volume for quality. This is the hinged flap. When the time comes, you will cut a piece of leather to this size and fix it in these positions. Just be careful not to reverse the orientation, otherwise, you will have to dismantle it and redo it. Pointing to the diagram on the table, Lenny explained patiently and meticulously, knowing that if Jimmy misunderstood his design intentions, it would significantly increase the difficulty and duration of the manufacturing process. He did not wish to invest too much time in this endeavor. It was merely a small experiment, and he had not fully contemplated its ultimate purpose. As Lenny elucidated, Jimmy's mind began to wander. Such a complex contraption, and the noble had such a clear understanding of its structure. Truly, he was deserving of his noble status and possessed great knowledge. After extensive discussion, The conversation inevitably turned to the matter of compensation. Jimmy hurriedly expressed that as long as his daily meals were covered, he did not require any additional pay. Although Lenny, as the Lord, had the right to summon Jimmy for unpaid labor, he could not bear to look at the pitiful Jimmy. Ultimately, he resolved to pay Jimmy a wage. The economic principles he had been educated in another world were one aspect. Another was Jimmy's dire circumstances, which made it impossible to conscript him for free. If he were to provide no remuneration, Jimmy would likely starve after leaving the castle, and finding another carpenter would be no easy task in this world. Jimmy, you will work for me for a while, and I will pay you 20 copper coins each day. How does that sound? So, I won't have to worry about food every day. I can buy 4 bags of green grain, and if I save, it can last me 5 or 6 days. Although it seemed little, for Jimmy, who constantly worried about his meals, it was a remarkably generous offer. Jimmy's face flushed with excitement, and he dropped to his knees. Thank you, my lord, thank you. You are truly too kind. He then pounded his chest loudly. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I promise to construct this device. Chapter 15. Tim's pain, is this your tool? Lenny grimaced, his teeth aching as he gazed at the pile of scrap on the ground. It was already the following morning. Jimmy was quite eager, arriving early at the castle while Lenny was still having breakfast. Initially pleased with Jimmy's proactive attitude, having grown accustomed to lethargic workers, Lenny felt a refreshing change. However, upon seeing Jimmy's tools, he began to contemplate whether it was too late to reconsider his choice. The tools were simplistic, and the axe was covered in rust, raising concerns about its reliability during use. He finally understood why Frank had worn that expression when he learned Lenny intended to employ Jimmy. Yes, my lord, Jimmy replied, sensing the disdain in Lenny's gaze, feeling helpless. What could he do? Ever since leaving Airfin City, he had not received any commissions, surviving by repairing furniture occasionally, often going hungry. Upon departing Airfin, he had owned some tools, but as times grew desperate, he sold them as scrap metal to villagers, who repurposed them into farming tools. Although he had volunteered each time, he resented the fact that his beloved tools had been transformed into farming implements. If Lenny had not found him now, he feared even the axe would soon be lost. With the household again facing food shortages, he contemplated selling the axe for a little grain. Thus, he was in desperate need of this job. If he could work for even 3 or 4 days, he could at least buy a large bag of green grain, which would last him until late summer. Seeing Lenny's expression scan the surroundings, experience told him that this job was slipping away. Panic set in as he rushed forward and grasped Lenny's sleeve. My lord, there is no problem. I assure you, I can construct what you require. After saying this, he seemed eager to demonstrate his skills, raising the axe to search for suitable materials to chop. Before Lenny could respond, a booming voice erupted from behind. Jimmy, what do you think you are doing? Put down that axe. Frank charged in from seemingly nowhere, slamming Jimmy to the ground and kicking the axe from his hands. The force was so great that the axe made a loud thud upon hitting the ground. What are you doing? Lenny looked on, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Young master, this peasant intends to do you harm. Please step back. Be careful not to get hurt. Frank pressed Jimmy's head forcefully to the ground, glaring furiously. Lenny, caught between laughter and tears, could only smirk. Are you perhaps overreacting a bit? The individual merely wished to showcase his skills. Yet you so ruthlessly pressed him to the ground. All right, you seem to have misunderstood. Let him go. After sizing him up, he mused to himself that he had not anticipated this. To his surprise, the usually unassuming elder displayed such agility, truly beyond his expectations. Observing the young master's calm demeanor and the bewildered expression of Jimmy, Frank hesitantly released him from the ground, albeit not without offering a warning first. Do not wield weapons in the presence of the Lord, do you understand? As Jimmy rubbed his wrist and grimaced, he bowed apologetically to Lenny and Frank. Yes, I shall remember this. He had acted in haste and forgotten the decorum. Typically, he did not dare to breathe freely in the presence of the noble, let alone engage in other antics. With Frank's interruption, Lenny decided not to dwell on the matter of tools any longer, if necessary. He could have a set of carpentry tools forged by hammer. He was uncertain, however, about the quantity of tools required. If it were excessive, he would need to procure iron materials, necessitating a rather lengthy trip to Airfin, which could be quite bothersome. After inquiring about the carpentry tools Jimmy required, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to be met with a tinge of disappointment. It was not for lack of simplicity in the tools he requested, but rather because they were exceedingly simple. He recalled chisels, planers, and other common carpenter's tools, yet he possessed none, nor had he even heard of them. The tools he sought were merely 2 axes, 2 iron drills, and something akin to a handsaw. Beyond that, there was nothing more. The categorization was starkly simplistic. Large axe, large drill, small drill. Can you believe it? Perhaps this world does not lack timber, which has fostered an entirely different style. One that emphasizes the handling of coarse timber, with the approach primarily centered on chopping, leaving fine craftsmanship severely lacking. Thus, it became imperative to have Hammer forge the tools. Otherwise, would he truly create a bellows using an axe? Upon reflection, enlisting Jimmy or perhaps his master seemed to make little difference. Sighing, Lenny unfurled the blueprints on the table. In the ensuing days, he summoned Hammer to the castle, arranging for the two of them to set up a blacksmith station in the small courtyard at the back, preparing to conduct various experiments there in the future. Speaking of which, the Wells family is quite intriguing. The castle is modest, with limited space and only 2 stories, giving it a rather unassuming appearance. It seems the family does not have a large population, resulting in minimal housing needs. Conversely, due to August's penchant for martial arts, a sizable training yard was established behind the castle. This yard, situated at the castle's rear, features several training dummies surrounded by a low incline and a tall wall, ensuring that intruders cannot easily breach this area. This had previously been the training ground of Lenny's father, August, where he would practice swordsmanship and horsemanship with the knights, illustrating the extent of the space. After August's demise in the fall at Long Dragon Ridge, the remaining knights scattered, leaving only Tim, who continued to train there daily. When Lenny arrived at the courtyard with Jimmy and Hammer, he found Tim clad in knightly attire, sweating profusely as he swung his sword at a wooden post. Tim, tall with a rugged visage, sported a thick beard, a square jaw, and short hair, marred by an unsightly scar. His piercing gaze lent him the appearance of a merciless assassin rather than an elegant knight on horseback. Despite his rough exterior, Tim possessed a gentle and kind heart. Otherwise, he would not have left his homeland to travel the continent with August, aiding the oppressed and supporting the downtrodden. During Lenny's recuperation, Tim would visit him daily in the study, sitting beside the narrow bed and speaking softly with Lenny, a stark contrast to his formidable appearance. Occasionally, he would reminisce about his youthful adventures with Carol, following August across the continent to assist the weak and provide relief to the suffering. Lenny summarized these tales in his mind as the adventures of August and his loyal retainers. Although he seldom spoke much to Tim and maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, Tim did not seem to mind. In truth, each time he saw Lenny, Tim felt a deep sorrow, regretting that he had not saved their mutual friend August and failed to protect Lenny from his grievous injuries. Thoughts of these failures pierced his heart, causing him to awaken from nightmares each night, struggling to find rest. To him, Lenny's silence was a reproach for not saving his father. The perilous situation had been dire, with enemies swarming from all directions, the panicking servants scattering the knightly ranks. Some knights had already been surrounded by the enemy, and many had lost their will to resist, eager to flee. No, it was not merely a retreat, it was an escape. He and August, along with a few nearby knights, fought valiantly to carve a bloody path through the onslaught, yet the pursuing foes relentlessly pursued them. The war horses were injured, on foot, clad in cumbersome armor. They stood no chance of evading their relentless pursuers. Even in the face of impending doom, Tim refused to abandon hope, steadfastly standing beside August. If they could not escape, at least they could perish together in battle. However, August insisted that he must flee, taking Lenny back to the castle. Lenny was still young and must not die there. Ultimately, August even resorted to threatening the severance of their nearly 20-year friendship. In the end, Tim relented, even as his heart bled. He slowly and resolutely nodded in agreement under August's coercion. He vividly recalled August's smile, despite being battered and bloodied, upon seeing him acquiesce. August entrusted Lenny to him, declaring that from that moment on, Lenny would be like his own child, and he must care for him as he would for his own. After uttering those words, August gallantly turned his horse and charged into the fray, buying time for Tim's escape. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Tim unhesitatingly took Lenny and gathered a few knights, fighting their way back through the chaos to safety. The scar on his face was a testament to that harrowing day, a jagged line that traversed from his brow, across his cheek, and down to his lip. Fortunately, it had not damaged his eye, it merely grazed the eyelid. Otherwise, he would have become one-eyed Tim. He bore no ill will toward this scar, indifferent to its presence, for he had never relied on his looks. Rather, he secretly wished for the scar to be more grotesque, as if it could lessen the anguish within his heart. With these thoughts, he struck the wooden post fiercely with his sword, as if attempting to release the boundless sorrow that consumed him. The pitiful target collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the castle. "Good morning, Uncle Tim," a voice interrupted his reverie, pulling him from his despair. Tim, now alert, realized that he had been drenched in sweat without even noticing. Regaining his composure, he focused on completing the final 2 movements before finally setting down his sword. He grabbed a towel from nearby to wipe the sweat from his brow, nodding at Lenny and glancing at Hammer and Jimmy standing beside him. Uncle Tim, I require their assistance for a matter. In the upcoming days, some experiments will be conducted here, and there may be new constructions. You do not mind, do you? Although it is not the first time seeing Tim's face, Lenny still felt a bit hesitant to meet his gaze, his eyes drifting to a nearby wooden post. Why such animosity towards the post, which was nearly split apart? Experiments? Tim was unfamiliar with the concept, but assumed it was merely Lenny reminiscing about some peculiar novelty. Furrowing his brow, he chose not to elaborate further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. He had long grown accustomed to the young master's mischievousness, though he was curious about what chaotic ideas Lenny might be concocting this time. Chapter 16. Tim's instruction regarding the so-called experiments mentioned by Lenny. Tim did not intervene, but instead broached another topic. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he casually spoke. Now that your injuries have healed significantly, we must discuss the defense of our territory. You have now officially become the true Baron of Wells, and these responsibilities must rest upon your shoulders. Setting down what he held, he looked gravely at Lenny. Recently, I have been monitoring the movements of the Grumman people. Although they have not penetrated deeply into Castile Ridge, they also have not returned to the Grumman Mountains, remaining active in the nearby ridges. This is quite concerning. To speak of the Grumman, their behavior is indeed peculiar. Previously, those descending from the mountains would swiftly attack and plunder the surrounding villages. If given the opportunity, they would not hesitate to assault the castles of the nobility, retreating to the mountains with their spoils before the noble armies could respond. In situations like that of the Wells family, where the knights suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Juelong Ridge, they would certainly pursue and directly attack the castle. The wealth of the territory is primarily concentrated in the castle. Capturing a noble castle is far more lucrative than pillaging several villages. However, this group of Grumman is entirely different. Following the Battle of Juelong Ridge, they did not exploit their victory, but instead moved along the area of Haesong Ridge, plundering passing villages while advancing deeper into noble territories, seemingly unconcerned about being encircled by the noble armies. Discussing these matters, Tim felt a blend of concern for the territory's safety and a simmering anger. Had it not been for the significant losses suffered in the previous battle, scattering the returning knights, he would have long sought vengeance against these ruffians. Now, with only himself remaining as a knight in the castle, he could not afford to act impulsively. He must consider the safety of the territory and Lenny. At the very least, safeguarding Lenny's well-being was a promise he made to Auguste. You all go ahead and work according to our agreement. Upon hearing Tim's words, Lenny first waved his hand to send the 2 individuals beside him to attend to their tasks, then turned back with a hint of uncertainty, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Uncle Tim, as you know, I am not well versed in knightly combat. What do you think I should do? Concerned that Tim might not grasp his meaning, he added, What exactly do you need me to do? Tim nodded and, without hesitation, raised a finger before him. First, I need you to select approximately 100 young and robust servants from the populace. I will provide them with some basic training, ensuring they can comprehend essential commands, so they do not find themselves lost on the battlefield. Additionally, I believe we need to recruit 10 knights, perhaps considering the castle's financial situation. He paused for a moment before quickly amending. No, at least 8. 8 knights at a minimum, fully equipped with armor, weapons, and mounts. After all, knights are the main force against the Grumman. As Tim continued to outline his requirements, Lenny's expression grew increasingly pained, until he nearly crumpled in despair. Summoning the populace might not be too challenging, but since it was for their safety, it seemed feasible. However, 8 knights, along with complete armor, weapons, and horses? He calculated the necessary gold in his mind, muttering a silent curse, unsure whether to voice it aloud. Might as well sell me off. Where would I find such a sum? Wait a moment, Uncle Tim. According to the laws of the kingdom, a baron and his territory can recruit a maximum of 5 knightly attendants, right? Isn't 8 exceeding that limit? Observing Lenny's bewildered expression, Tim chuckled. Do you know why some refer to us border barons as viscounts, or even half-counts? Is it because of this? Indeed, it is. Nodding, Tim continued. The frequent warfare along the kingdom's borders has led to the issuance of special decrees allowing nobles to recruit additional attendants at their discretion. And Castile Ridge is situated in the northern frontier of the kingdom. Do you understand? Oh, Lenny nodded in realization, understanding that this was a supplementary regulation, which explained the discrepancy from what he had read. Previously, he had wondered how Auguste could privately expand his ranks to 25 knights. But soon, another question arose in his mind. I have one more thing I do not quite understand. Why must knights serve as the main force? In a moment, he forgot that the person before him was a knight and directly posed this somewhat impertinent inquiry. Excluding gaming scenarios, he had indeed never experienced war and did not fully comprehend this matter. However, he reasoned that with over 100 subjects, could not they simply exhaust 7 or 8 knights? Why was it necessary to recruit knights? Would it not be better to gather more commoners? They require no wages and do not need to purchase expensive long swords, horses, and the like. It seems advantageous. While cavalry generally surpass infantry in most situations, this is mountainous terrain. Cavalry may not necessarily triumph over infantry, as there isn't ample space for them to accelerate. Of course, he was not averse to spending money. The issue was that he currently had none to offer. He was at a loss as to how to repay the castle's debt of over 800 gold, let alone procure such a sum for Tim. Upon hearing Lenny's words, Tim was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening and closing without sound for several moments. This question left him uncertain of where to begin. Observing Tim's speechless expression, Lenny realized he may have spoken foolishly, his face slightly flushed. Just as he began to formulate words to salvage his dignity, Tim finally commenced his explanation. A force composed of commoners is called a militia and cannot even be considered an army. Should battle commence, they would likely collapse immediately. In the age of cold weapons, morale holds immense significance in warfare. It can decisively influence the outcome of a battle. Once one side's morale is shattered, the remaining forces often face one-sided slaughter. Knights, clad in full armor, are impervious to the attacks of ordinary individuals, who can only stand helplessly as the enemy's swords descend upon them. In such desperate circumstances, few commoners can maintain their composure. This is precisely why knights must serve as the main force while the militia is relegated to a supportive role. Tim explained this matter in detail, finding no annoyance in imparting such foundational knowledge about knights. In fact, he felt a sense of satisfaction, smiling at Lenny. In his view, this was not a negative development. At least the young master was beginning to take an interest in these issues. Previously, whenever such topics arose, Lenny would display impatience. Unlike today, when he listened with such focus. Of course, Tim did not use the term cold weapons, but he conveyed the essence of the meaning. Lenny indeed listened intently. As this was a matter of great significance concerning his safety, and indifference was not an option. Furthermore, the recent question had made him realize that even though he hailed from an era of information overload, he himself was not the explosion. He was merely an ordinary person caught in the chaos of that explosion, and there remained many things he did not understand. Although Tim's words appeared quite reasonable, he did not entirely concur with Tim's perspective of valuing knights, while completely disregarding the significance of the servant army. In other words, as long as the issue of the servants' collapse could be resolved and their discipline improved, they could still exhibit a certain level of combat effectiveness, couldn't they? He firmly believed in the adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant, as long as one does not succumb to despair. If one individual cannot contend with a knight, what about 2? Or perhaps 4? Even 10 servants would incur far lower costs than maintaining a single knight. How could that be? Upon uttering these words, Tim raised his voice in protest. Even if they did not flee, they would still be powerless against the knight. Collapse was inevitable. It was irretrievable. In his view, Lenny's argument was exceedingly naive. Were it not for the fact that he was dealing with this young man, he would have deemed it beneath him to engage in such an explanation. TCH, what is there to fear about a tin can? Lenny scoffed, thinking that even if 1 or 2 individuals were ineffective, what about 10? Surely, they could surround and bludgeon it to death with stones. Tim was simply obstinate, placing too much emphasis on the honor and ideals of knights. This was a form of blind worship, bordering on superstition. Such a mindset was unacceptable. In response to Lenny's disdain, Tim's eyes widened in indignation. Were it not for the fact that the other party was Lenny, he might have drawn his sword for a sacred duel. He would not permit anyone to tarnish the honor of knighthood. However, a thought crossed his mind. This could be an excellent opportunity to educate Lenny. Since words had proven ineffective in persuading him, he resolved to allow Lenny to personally experience the despair of facing a knight, lest he continue to underestimate them. As the knightly adage states, action always speaks louder than words. He beckoned 2 servants from the castle to assist him in donning his armor. Then, drawing his trusty sword, he presented the knight's sword to Lenny, who looked on in astonishment. Lenny glanced at the long sword in his hand, and then at Tim, clad in full armor. Was he truly preparing to engage him in combat? Gripping the long sword, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What would Tim do to him? Surely, it could not lead to an actual duel. The long sword measured approximately 1.5 meters and weighed about 10 kilograms. The blade was slightly broader than the 2 long swords hanging in his room, and wielding it with one hand was exceedingly difficult. He had to grasp it with both hands to lift it steadily. Clearly, this sword was designed not only for thrusting but also for slashing. The blade gleamed brightly, reflecting Lenny's somewhat pale face, while several noticeable nicks indicated that it was no mere decorative piece but a battle-hardened veteran. "Come, stab me." Tim's voice resonated from within the armor, deep and somewhat muffled. Yet, coupled with his stance, it made Lenny instantly comprehend his intent. He had initially thought Tim would seek to chastise him on behalf of August, but it appeared he was instead offering a hands-on lesson. With both hands gripping the heavy longsword, feeling the chill of the blade, Lenny swallowed hard. He understood that since Tim had donned the cumbersome armor, it was impossible for him to back down now. It must be said that the innate violent tendencies of men were indeed formidable. As he raised the longsword to aim at Tim, Lenny, who had initially been anxious, found himself growing increasingly exhilarated. How intriguing. Chapter 17. The Fragile Knight's Sword. How intriguing. Lenny raised the knight's sword high, his gaze fixed intently upon the steel behemoth before him. Instead of fear, he felt a thrill of excitement. No boy could remain indifferent when wielding a longsword. He recalled his childhood, when he would sweep aside the wild grasses with a stick while walking, let alone now, holding an actual longsword in his hands. Tim's armor was of brilliant silver, entirely encased in fitted iron plates, including a helmet that enveloped his head, leaving only a narrow slit for vision, providing exceptional protection. However, did such a minuscule opening truly suffice for visibility? The armor also shielded the knight's knees and elbows with curved iron plates, ensuring a basic level of mobility. Yet, it could only be described as basic mobility. One could hardly say it allowed for agile movement, as every step produced a clanking sound. Thus, knights typically operated mounted and rarely engaged in foot combat. Of course, at this moment, Tim was not on horseback, as he merely aimed to demonstrate to Lenny the helplessness of an ordinary person facing a knight. Observing Tim before him, Lenny felt as though he were gazing upon the iron-clad figures he had seen in Western films, those statuesque figures that stood motionless in the corners of castles. Previously, while watching television or viewing images, he felt little impact, but now, as he stood face-to-face with this suit of armor, he realized just how immense the psychological pressure it exerted on a person was. Coupled with Tim being a full head taller than him, it appeared even more daunting. Swallowing hard, Lenny tightened his grip on the longsword and attempted to thrust at Tim's abdomen. Bang! The longsword collided with the armor, producing a dull thud of metal on metal, yet Tim remained rooted in place, the helmet emitting a muffled voice of mockery. "Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten?" Seeing that his longsword failed to inflict any damage upon Tim, Lenny began to relax, increasing his strength and thrusting once more. Bang! 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 As he continued to jab and slash at Tim's chest, abdomen, arms, and head, his strikes grew more forceful, creating a louder clamor. Their ruckus quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Servants gathered around, pointing and whispering, as if witnessing an impromptu midday performance. Even Tiffany, the lady of the castle, leaned out of a second-floor window, curiously observing their antics. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, Lenny, despite his arms and legs growing weak, had no choice but to muster his strength and continue his relentless assault. Yet, no matter how he attacked, Tim remained unmoving, allowing Lenny to jump about in front of him, even subtly adjusting his stance to facilitate Lenny's efforts. Before long, Lenny was drenched in sweat, the frequency of his attacks gradually diminishing. Although the longsword weighed only about 10 kilograms, his physical condition was not particularly robust, and having recently recovered from illness, he found it increasingly difficult to persist. After such a prolonged effort, Lenny had to concede that if he were truly on a battlefield facing such a steel-clad monstrosity, where no amount of attack could breach its defenses, it would undoubtedly lead to despair. Casting a sidelong glance at the surrounding servants and overhearing their murmurs and laughter, he felt a surge of embarrassment wash over him. Had he been merely entertaining them all this time? However, he had not emerged entirely empty-handed. After a period of assault, he realized that slashing had minimal effect on the armor, while thrusting left some faint marks. With this revelation, he decided to exert himself fully in one last attempt to gauge its effectiveness. He slowly retreated 2 steps, pausing his futile attacks, raising the sword with both hands, pointing its blade toward Tim, and steadying his breath, focusing intently. Noticing Lenny's actions, Tim also prepared himself, making slight adjustments to his stance. Even though he was confident that Lenny's strength could never penetrate the armor, the mere act of being knocked to the ground or forced to retreat a few steps would be a disgrace for a knight. "Huh!" Lenny shouted, channeling all his might as he lunged forward, using the brief distance to accelerate and leverage his weight, aiming a thrust at Tim's abdomen. Unbeknownst to everyone, as he executed the thrust, a strange red glimmer flickered in his eyes. A sudden crash reverberated through the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding onlookers. Tim too sensed the anomaly, his heart racing with trepidation. Frank rushed over, worry etched on his face. Young master, with a tremendous blow from Lenny. The long sword, already marred with several dents, shattered into numerous fragments, scattering across the ground. Lenny stumbled, nearly collapsing, and after regaining his balance, he fell into a daze, staring blankly at the remaining hilt in his hand. Tim removed his helmet, gazing sorrowfully at the remnants of the long sword, his heart aching. This sword had been his companion for nearly 2 decades, almost as integral to him as his own body. Just as he intended to scold, he noticed Lenny, lost in thought, gazing at the hilt with a look of sheer shock. Was the blow too devastating for the lad? Forgetting his sorrow over the long sword, Tim approached Lenny, lifting his helmet. No worries. The sword had already been chipped. It's a good opportunity for me to procure a new one. Your strength has certainly seen a remarkable increase lately. Lenny looked up at Tim, his eyes unfocused and bewildered. Contrary to Tim's assumptions, he was not frightened nor concerned about damaging the sword. Instead, he pondered why the sword had shattered. It shouldn't have. Moreover, it had broken into several pieces, akin to bent pasta. Shouldn't it have merely bent under pressure? How could it have fractured so completely? This was indeed perplexing. Uncle Tim, Frank, I'm fine. It's just he opened his mouth to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. Upon seeing Tim's worried gaze and Frank's anxious expression, he realized he might have become too engrossed in his contemplation, causing misunderstanding. Well, it's not strange. The previous battle left several dents, and naturally, it broke under increased force. Otherwise, you might have truly hurt me. But when did your strength grow so formidable? As Tim summoned 2 individuals to assist him in removing his armor, he regarded the pale and frail Lenny with puzzled eyes. Lenny was not a knight, nor had he ever undergone formal knightly training, which explained his earlier naive inquiries. Yet, he distinctly felt the power behind that last strike. Had the sword not shattered under pressure, it could have pierced the armor. Such strength was not typical of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lenny forced a smile, realizing Tim had misunderstood his intent. What he meant was that the sword should have bent rather than broken. Although they were discussing the same event, their perspectives diverged significantly. However, he was at a loss to explain this distinction, so he opted for silence. Since Tim had already expressed a desire for a new sword, he decided to broach the subject. How much does your sword cost? I'll have the steward procure another. The castle relies on your protection, and we cannot afford to be without a sword. Oh dear, it seems I'm about to incur another expense. In any era, weapons were the most costly items, and he hoped the price would not be exorbitant, leaving him with some funds to spare. Tim waved his hand nonchalantly. Not too expensive, merely around 10 gold. I widened the blade, which is why it costs a bit more than an ordinary knight's sword. What? Upon hearing the price, Lenny nearly leaped in shock. The castle's cash reserves were limited. If he bought the sword for Tim, he would be unable to pay the servants' wages next month. He knew it wouldn't be cheap, but he anticipated it would be so costly. Swallowing hard, the previously confident Lenny stammered. Well, the castle's finances are a bit tight right now. Perhaps we should hold off on the purchase? I think, maybe, we could reforge this sword. It might still be usable. Finally free from the constraining armor, Tim approached, casting a disdainful glance at the nearby blacksmith's setup, shaking his head in disbelief. You think you can repair a sword with your little workshop? You don't even have molding powder. He realized Lenny likely intended to establish a blacksmithing operation in the backyard. It was curious when this lad had developed an interest in metallurgy. While blacksmithing wasn't an inherently frivolous pursuit, it was uncommon for a noble to engage in such labor daily. Tim felt a twinge of concern. Molding powder? What is that? Lenny, however, did not take offense at Tim's attitude, recognizing that it was indeed a makeshift setup, lacking even the most basic tools. Yet he was curious about the molding powder Tim mentioned. According to him, only with molding powder could a sword be repaired? Shouldn't that be the blacksmith's job? Why was it linked to some magical substance? Molding powder as Tim glanced around, giving Frank a discreet signal to leave. Once they were alone, he approached Lenny and spoke softly. It's a type of magical powder infused with arcane energy. Just keep this information to yourself. It's knowledge reserved for the nobility. As the name suggests, molding powder allows metal to become pliable and easily shaped, essentially a magical powder harnessing the power of sorcery. Lenny's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he stared at Tim, momentarily at a loss for words. Magic powder? Sorcery? Had he truly stumbled upon such secrets? Chapter 18. The secrets of magic in the study on the second floor, the two retreated to discuss matters not suitable for common ears. Does magic truly exist? Can it allow one to soar through the skies or breathe fire and ice? Before even settling into their seats, Lenny eagerly inquired, having long been curious about this realm. And now he could scarcely contain his excitement. Yes, magic indeed exists in this world, precisely as you described, Tim affirmed with a nod, indicating Lenny had not misheard. He was not surprised that Lenny was unaware of such matters. During Augustus' lifetime, he had likely not shared this knowledge with him. After all, Lenny had been quite the mischievous child, showing little semblance of a future heir. Whether August intended to unveil these truths as Lenny matured was now unknowable. But with August gone, Tim felt a responsibility to impart this wisdom. After all, the future Baron of the Wells family stood before him in youthful form. Lenny rose, pacing the study in excitement. Would he finally delve into the world of magic? He had always found magic intriguing while reading. Developing industry and conquering the world was fascinating. Of course, but nothing compared to the thrill of exploring the unknown realm of magic. He had never imagined that amidst his inquiries within the castle, he had overlooked Tim. Yet, who could blame him? Who would suspect the burly Tim possessed knowledge of magic? In his mind, wizards were typically frail, bookish figures. Uncle Tim, please tell me in detail about magic. Is it truly as wondrous and omnipotent as they say? Can you wield magic? Once seated again, Lenny could hardly contain his eagerness. Repeating his queries, it was then that Tim, after a moment of contemplation, began to speak slowly. The so-called magic first emerged several centuries ago. It is said that a millennium ago, the continent of Aodyssey, located across the ocean, engaged in exchanges with the continent of Shinto. The inhabitants of Aodyssey were markedly different from those of Shinto, characterized by their black hair and eyes, and a generally slender physique. However, every Aodyssey person who journeyed to Shinto possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of conjuring tempests and wreaking destruction with a mere wave of their hand. Those who encountered them referred to them as messengers of the divine. Thus, Aodyssey can also be interpreted as a realm of the gods or a divine abode. Yet, on a fateful day, a terrifying and unknown calamity erupted in Aodyssey, causing tremors that reverberated even to Shinto, accompanied by a crimson glow that painted the sky. Consequently, the ocean between the two continents became rife with ferocious hurricanes and violent thunderstorms, rendering it unfit for navigation. Few vessels were able to brave the tempests and thunder. From that moment onward, no one laid eyes upon the Aodyssey people again, nor did any news of their presence in Shinto surface. Even those Aodyssey who had occasionally traversed Shinto vanished without a trace. Following these events, a rumor spread across Shinto that the Aodyssey had incurred the wrath of the true deities by stealing divine power, and the entire continent had perished due to a dreadful natural disaster. The true circumstances surrounding that continent remained shrouded in mystery. The vanished Odyssey left behind some remarkable artifacts they referred to as which, when explored and studied by others, gradually led to the development of various forms of magic. These rare have come to be known by magicians as holy relics. The kings of Shinto, wary of repeating the fate of Aodyssey and inciting divine retribution through the theft of divine power, strictly prohibited commoners from discussing magic. However, the practice of learning magic persisted among the nobility, a matter the kingdom chose to overlook, as they were considered manageable and their numbers few, posing no threat to the overall stability of the continent. Yet, the path to mastering magic is fraught with challenges. Firstly, one must have a mentor to guide them through meditation, allowing them to perceive the ubiquitous magical elements present in the world. Following this, one must learn to control these forces using specific methods, directing them to flow and operate in unique frequencies and directions, ultimately forming a core of magical energy within their being. Subsequently, one must employ particular techniques to achieve desired effects, completing the casting of spells. Indeed, the process of condensing the magical core and casting spells is immensely challenging. Any deviation in angle, frequency, or direction of magical energy can lead to failure. Furthermore, these vortices of magical energy are often numerous. Even moderately complex spells may require the management of dozens of these magical vortices. This high degree of difficulty confines the majority to the realm of low-tier magicians. Hence, exceptionally gifted magicians devised meditation techniques, incantations, gestures, and formations to standardize the actions of magicians, thereby reducing the difficulty. Only those who can grasp magic through meditation are deemed worthy of progressing to the next stage of learning, known as magic apprentices. Those who can successfully cast first-level spells, such as Fireball or Ice Arrow, earn the title of magician. Levels 1 to 3 are classified as low-tier magicians, 4 to 6 as mid-tier magicians, and 7 to 9 as high-tier magicians. However, upon surpassing the 9th level, a qualitative distinction arises, and they are referred to as magicians of a higher order, no longer categorized by numbers. Those newly entering this higher echelon are called grand magicians, capable of invoking the magical elements of the heavens and earth through their internal magical energy, a hallmark of their status. This signifies that they can wield minimal magical energy to achieve more powerful spellcasting. As they ascend to the realm of grand magicians and deepen their understanding of magical elements, they can almost instantaneously unleash the majority of spells. As for supreme magicians, they do not differ significantly from grand magicians, except they have mastered one or more forbidden techniques. These forbidden techniques may encompass wide-area attacks or singular powerful spells, each possessing tremendous potency. Thus, mastering a single forbidden technique grants one the title of supreme magician. Although those who reach the higher tiers become akin to strategic assets for the kingdom, few grand magicians ally themselves with the royal family. Most prefer to remain reclusive, delving into the mysteries of the magical realm, showing little interest in the power struggles of the mortal realm. Whispers circulate that beyond supreme magicians, there exists a realm known as holy magicians, where one can achieve a qualitative leap in the utilization of magical elements and even enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. Consequently, many grand magicians strive toward this goal, indifferent to the affairs of the kingdoms. Of course, there are various pathways to learning magic. Aside from acquiring spellbooks from other magicians, one may also interact with holy relics to sense the extraordinary powers within, thereby awakening their own magical abilities. However, given the extreme scarcity of holy relics and the fact that not everyone can derive insights from them, this route is often wisely abandoned by those aspiring to learn magic. The molding powder previously mentioned is a creation of magicians. According to what he knows, within the ironworking workshops controlled by dukes and the nobility of the royal capital, there are magicians skilled in the production of magical powder. Only by relying on them can the temperature of flames be elevated to forge iron implements. Black-haired, black-eyed, and slender, yet capable of conjuring tempests, wreaking devastation, and annihilating cities with a thought. Could it be that the so-called continent of Aodicei is led by an eastern ethos? Lenny gazed out toward the eastern horizon. Aside from the azure sky, there was nothing to behold. Yet, his thoughts had already traversed the ocean, envisioning the ethereal landscapes that Aodicei should possess. After a moment of reverie, Lenny gathered his focus, redirecting his thoughts back to the study within the castle. Regardless of how splendid Aodicei may be, it is now beyond his reach. The pressing issues he faces must be addressed. Speaking of which, he had previously noticed the unusually low temperature of the forge in the blacksmith's shop, and the candles burned dimly. Was all of this related to magic? Lenny had long pondered this question, sensing that something was influencing the combustion process. Now that magic had been mentioned, he began to suspect that it had some peculiar effects on the world. Tim, sitting in a chair, pondered over the wooden cup in his hand for a considerable time before uncertainly beginning to explain. Not normal. Shouldn't it be that way? Perhaps. I recall my mentor mentioning that magical elements are everywhere. I don't know why you perceive this as abnormal, nor can I confirm whether it relates to magical elements. However, a magical product known as forging powder can indeed cause flames to erupt at extremely high temperatures for a brief period, which is the secret behind the nobility's ability to forge iron. With that, Tim retrieved a parchment-wrapped package from his inner pocket and handed it to Lenny. This is molding powder. It's all I have, insufficient to repair my longsword, but you can at least experience it. Unfortunately, he lamented, he could not obtain the forging powder, which would momentarily raise the temperature of the forge to extreme levels, but he could show Lenny. As he opened his hand to reveal the molding powder, Lenny observed that it resembled laundry detergent, appearing granular rather than true powder. It felt gritty in his palm, with a slightly yellow hue. According to Tim, this molding powder merely needed to be applied to iron implements and left for half an hour, after which the iron would become pliable and malleable. At this point, one could simply pinch the broken ends together, rinse off the molding powder with clean water, and once the moisture dried, the iron would regain its hardness. It may sound frivolous, akin to molding clay, yet it is an undeniable truth that Tim has employed this substance on multiple occasions. If one were to mention its drawbacks, they do exist. For instance, the iron treated with shaping powder possesses a hardness inferior to that of iron treated with forging magic powder, rendering it somewhat more brittle. This is precisely why shaping powder cannot wholly supplant forging magic powder. After all, shaping powder is significantly more economical than its forged counterpart, which naturally has its reasons. Chapter 19. Shaping powder so early. Is it time for meditation already? A languid female voice echoed in the castle lord's bedroom, followed by the rustling sounds of dressing and washing. Lenny had risen early from his slumber, disregarding Tiffany's inquiry, and after donning his attire, he stepped outside. Over the past few days, Lenny had distinctly sensed a slight shift in Tiffany's demeanor towards him. She now joined him in the dining hall during breakfast, engaging him in conversation occasionally. However, he had been rather preoccupied lately, leaving little time to nurture his relationship with Tiffany. Since their last discussion regarding magic with Tim, he had developed a keen interest in the arcane arts, dedicating his time to this pursuit. Most unexpectedly, he learned that the burly Tim was, in fact, of noble lineage. Having ventured away from his homeland alongside Augustus due to not being the eldest son, in his youth, he had also studied magic, but ultimately, he could not perceive the magical elements and was scorned by his mentor, which prompted him to abandon magic for martial pursuits. Could he be considered a forsaken apprentice of magic? Reflecting upon his own territory, it was rather amusing. Jimmy was a carpenter's apprentice, Tim a forsaken magic apprentice. And as for Hammers, he had never mentioned his past, but he hardly appeared to embody the demeanor of a professional blacksmith, suggesting he too might not adhere to a conventional path. Was this a gathering of forsaken apprentices, or had he stumbled upon a den of them? Over these few days, he had persistently implored Tim to instruct him in the study of magic. Tim, unable to refuse, had imparted the knowledge his mentor had once bestowed upon him, only for Lenny to discover that Tim had hastily departed the castle, claiming he was headed to Heizongling to gather news of the Grumman people, leaving Lenny in a state of incredulity. With no other recourse, he resorted to practicing haphazardly, combining Tim's teachings with fragmented legends from his memory. Today marked the 4th day of Lenny's meditation endeavor, and thus far, his progress amounted to naught. He entered the study, where a felt mat had already been laid out in the center of the room, a space he utilized for his magical meditation. This mat was not a luxurious carpet, which their family could scarcely afford. Rather, it was woven from coarse animal hair, and those seated upon it could even feel a slight prickling sensation through their garments. He settled cross-legged upon the mat, adjusted his breathing, gently closed his eyes, and cleared his mind, preparing to once again attempt to comprehend the so-called magical elements. According to Tim, magical meditation necessitated an emptying of one's thoughts, achieving a state that was neither entirely vacuous nor wholly filled, allowing one to perceive the magical elements in the air, guiding and feeling them. Reaching this stage would signify an initiation into the realm of magical apprenticeship, followed by the continual accumulation of magical elements within oneself. However, at this moment, Lenny possessed no specific technique, leaving him to practice aimlessly. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he endeavored to clear his thoughts once more, synchronizing his breathing, and envisioned himself enveloped in the embrace of magical elements. Breathing in, breathing out. It seemed there was some commotion in the kitchen. Was Susan beginning to prepare breakfast? No, relax. Oh, those footsteps, could it be Conthi? Where could she be headed? Alas, why was he allowing his mind to wander again? Clear your thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, having sensed nothing of the magical elements, he found himself beset by drowsiness. Had he risen too early, resulting in insufficient rest? He opened his eyes with a sigh and rose from the mat. It must be said that attaining the elusive state of semi-vacuum, where one forgets oneself and the world, was indeed a formidable challenge. Today's meditation concluded once more in a tangle of daydreams and errant thoughts, yielding no progress. He could not ascertain whether Tim had omitted some crucial information during their discussions or if he genuinely lacked an affinity for magic. These 4 days had yielded no hint of the arcane. Yet life must go on. Even if he could perceive magic, the debts owed by the castle still required repayment. Did they not? Casting a glance out the window, he discerned that Hammers and Jimmy had already arrived in the backyard. He opened the drawer and retrieved the packet of shaping powder that Tim had previously provided. He intended to experiment with this substance today. After joining Tiffany for breakfast in the hall, Lenny pushed open the back door and ventured into the courtyard. Indeed, Hammers and Jimmy were already present. Hammers was now working for Lenny, earning the same wage as Jimmy, a daily sum of 20 copper coins. Despite sharing the same income as the carpenter's apprentice, Hammers made no complaints, cheerfully commencing the construction of a blacksmithing station in the backyard, even abandoning his own forge, relocating his work to the castle. After all, there was but a single anvil. My lord, come quickly. The tool you requested is complete." Upon entering the backyard, Hammers exclaimed excitedly, brandishing a dark object approximately 2 inches long and 3 fingers wide. In contrast to Hammer's exuberance, Lenny felt a profound sense of exasperation. He mused that it was merely a simple chisel for woodworking, yet hammers had labored for 3 or 4 days to produce it. He could not fathom what warranted such excitement. This chisel was wider than a standard chisel head, with a cutting edge approximately 1 finger's width. In Lenny's design, this tool could serve multiple purposes, including boring holes, planing boards, and sanding, perhaps warranting the name push chisel. Unfortunately, iron was prohibitively expensive, and this single tool was crafted only because Lenny had asked the steward to retrieve a surplus short-handled cleaver from the castle, allowing Hammers to forge it. Ah, very good. You have worked hard. Lenny nodded at Hammers and then examined the chisel he had received. The chisel appeared to have been sharpened, the cutting edge gleaming white, while the striking end was bound with an unknown tree bark to reduce wear. However, the middle section was somewhat distressing to behold. It was evident that Hammers had exerted tremendous force, resulting in a tool marred by signs of impact, rendering it uncomfortable to hold despite not being sharp enough to cut. Yet, this was characteristic of him. Having been exposed to tools produced under industrial conditions, he looked down upon this creation. Meanwhile, Jimmy appeared increasingly impatient, and had it not been for the steward's firm hand, he likely would have extended his hand eagerly. Here, take it. Do you know how to use it? If so, please produce the marking tool I requested earlier. Jimmy gingerly accepted the tool, his gaze fixated on the chisel in his hand, and nodded repeatedly. He traced the gray-black tool with his fingers and scraped the bright cutting edge with his fingertip to assess its sharpness, a satisfied nod following. After observing it for a considerable time, he seemed to quell his curiosity, setting the chisel aside and retrieving the wooden prototype he had meticulously prepared, beginning to carve with great care. It must be said that despite Jimmy being a carpenter's apprentice, he exhibited commendable craftsmanship. Over the past few days, he had successfully shaped several large wooden planks required for Lenny's bellows, and astonishingly, he had done so by cleaving them with an axe. Aside from the surface being marked with numerous cleaving scars, they appeared relatively flat, nearly dropping Lenny's jaw in disbelief. It was clear that he had indeed honed his foundational skills to a certain degree, explaining why he had confidently assured Lenny that he could fulfill his design requirements with the tools at hand. According to his account, he initially spent a considerable 6 months splitting wood under the tutelage of his master in the carpenter's workshop, which has led to the remarkable skills he possesses today. Of course, he also demonstrated immense diligence, arriving at the castle before dawn and laboring tirelessly until midnight. This caused some guilt for Lenny, who specifically instructed Aunt Susan in the kitchen to always prepare a meal for him, ensuring that his remuneration included 3 full meals a day. Amusingly, he pondered whether this individual rose so early each day simply to take advantage of the castle's 3 meals, as most of the common folk now only had 2, with nobles being the only exception. Nevertheless, the man certainly worked hard. Adhering to his method, he tended to waste materials, transforming several substantial logs into planks, while the remnants were repurposed as fuel for the kitchen. Fortunately, in this mountainous region, wood held little value. After instructing Jimmy to ensure he retrieved the chalk line he had designated, Lenny reiterated his prohibition against surreptitiously processing the hard-won planks, then set aside that matter and took out the molding powder he had brought with him, preparing to experiment with it. Tim had mentioned that this powder was quite expensive, with a small package costing a gold coin, which thwarted his intentions to purchase more for the repair of his longsword. It seemed he would have to adhere to his original plan, increasing the oxygen supply and temperature of the forge to see if he could reforge it. He certainly lacked the funds to buy a new sword. Lenny first observed the wind direction, then found a sheltered spot before carefully applying the molding powder evenly to the broken edge of the longsword, patiently awaiting its activation. Initially, the powder showed no reaction on the sword's surface, but after approximately 20 minutes, it began to change slowly, as if melting, gradually being absorbed by the blade. Under his watchful gaze, the powder completely dissolved and was absorbed by the longsword, leaving no trace behind, which was quite remarkable. Gently pinching the blade between his fingers, he discovered that the formerly rigid sword had indeed softened, becoming malleable to the touch, resembling the consistency of modeling clay. In contrast, the areas untouched by the powder retained their high hardness, remaining impervious to pressure, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary longsword. Just as Lenny was engrossed in this playful manipulation of the sword, Jimmy approached with exuberance. My lord, the item is complete." Chapter 20. Carpenter's tools. Regardless of the playful nature of his task, Lenny brushed off the dust from his hands and stood up. He felt that he had observed the effects of the molding powder sufficiently, as its efficacy seemed to be waning, and he could clearly sense an increase in hardness. The only thing left was to await its final return to the hardness of iron, which lacked any further intrigue. "Jimmy, did I not instruct you on the usage? Do I need to provide a live demonstration once more?" Although the experiment was essentially complete, Lenny still harbored some impatience due to the interruption. "My lord, this item is your invention. It requires your inspection." Startled by this attitude, Jimmy's complexion paled, and after hastily apologizing, he eagerly extended his hands to present the chalk line. His face a mix of excitement and apprehension. This was his first accomplishment since arriving at the castle, and he naturally hoped for Lenny's approval. Lenny took the chalk line, scrutinizing it carefully from various angles for a considerable time before nodding in satisfaction. It must be said that although the available tools were limited and his experience with fine polishing was lacking, Jimmy's work ethic was commendable. The chalk line was square rather than circular, a design choice made because the current tools made it challenging to create a circular groove, while a square shape posed no such issues, aligning perfectly with the newly crafted chisel's cut. Thus, Lenny altered the design accordingly, drawing it as a square, which would not hinder its functionality. The exterior of the chalk line had been meticulously polished by Jimmy, rendering it exceptionally smooth and rounded. Feeling as comfortable in hand as a well-loved antique, it was far more pleasant than that chisel. The front featured a square ink reservoir containing pieces of cloth soaked in ink, while a small wooden piece served as the line wheel at the back, with a strand of twine running from the wheel through the ink reservoir and extending out through a small hole at the front. Aside from its square appearance, the rotating handle at the back was crafted from wood, resembling those chalk lines used by seasoned carpenters in another world. As he gently turned the line wheel handle, it exhibited a slight resistance, emitting a faint creaking sound from its supports, a consequence of being entirely wooden and somewhat lacking in lubrication. However, it did not impede its use. Now, all that was needed was a nail to secure the line's end. Nodding, Lenny approached the prepared planks, gesturing to the eager hammer nearby to pull out the line's end from the chalk line, preparing to test its effectiveness personally. Wait. Be careful not to break anything. Let me handle it." Hammer, supporting the plank, immediately objected, jumping up to intercept Hammer and personally pulling the twine from Lenny's hands. As Jimmy walked toward the opposite end, tugging at the line, the wheel turned with a creaky sound until he secured the line's end. Lenny then pressed down on the chalk line, tightening it, and lightly flicked the twine. With a soft pop, the twine left a clear ink line on the beige wood. "Oh," Hammer exclaimed, finding this tool fascinating. With just a gentle flick, a long straight line could be drawn on the wood. He climbed down to scrutinize the plank from various angles, confirming that the line was indeed remarkably straight, then looked up at Lenny with a face full of astonishment. Under Hammer's admiring gaze, Lenny slowly turned the line wheel in his hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him, dispelling the earlier frustration from his failed meditation. Perhaps Jimmy was also quite pleased. He intended to observe Jimmy's expression, seeking another wave of admiration to satisfy his small vanity, only to find that Jimmy's eyes had turned red, and he suddenly burst into tears. "Wow." Lenny and Hammer exchanged bewildered glances. "What was happening?" "My lord, I apologize. I was reminded of my mother. It turned out that in this world, apprentice carpenters were initially assigned to split wood for 6 months, only progressing to the next stage once they could produce planks that were long, straight, and devoid of any protrusions. If they accidentally damaged or misaligned the wood, they would be left to face the consequences, waiting to repay the cost of the material, while wood may not hold much value. The journey from novice to skilled laborer required time, and which apprentice did not ruin dozens of logs in the beginning. Jimmy had initially incurred considerable debts due to these mistakes, which ultimately prevented him from continuing his carpentry training. His family simply could not afford to repay the losses. If only you had invented this sooner, my lord, I could have reduced my wood splitting by at least 4 months. And my mother would not have been unable to afford her medical treatment. She would not have had to." Overwhelmed by thoughts of his mother, Jimmy could not help but break down, covering his face as tears streamed down his tattered sleeves, leaving Lenny and Hammer at a loss for how to comfort the young carpenter. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, he clearly struggled to maintain control, his speech punctuated by sobs. "I'm sorry, my lord. I just remembered the past, and I couldn't hold back." As he spoke, the sorrowful memories resurfaced, and tears flowed once more, which he futilely tried to wipe away with his sleeve. Regarding Jimmy's sorrowful past, Lenny found himself at a loss for words to comfort him. He believed that the fundamental training in wood splitting should pose no significant issue, as it indeed made sense. After all, the world often involved handling such logs. However, if the wood were damaged, compensation would be required, which he suspected might be a cunning ploy by his mentor to extract money. As an apprentice, why not practice with discarded wood first? Why must one start with raw logs? Even with a chalk line, could it not be claimed that the line was crooked? Could it not be argued that the tension of the line contaminated the wood? There are numerous ways to impose financial liability, merely requiring a pretext. Of course, speaking of these matters now would only deepen Jimmy's sorrow and disdain for his mentor, rendering it futile. Good sir, what is this contraption called? Your invention resembles a box containing ink. Perhaps we shall call it the Lenny ink box? As a blacksmith, the hammer could not empathize with Jimmy's plight, and it grew impatient listening to a grown man weep, furrowing its brow to change the subject. The hammer even took pride in its clever naming. Lenny, wearing a frown, felt utterly exasperated. The Lenny ink box? Might as well call it the Lenny brand printer. He was simply unaccustomed to having a tool bear his name. Each time it was referenced, he felt as though he were summoned. The thought alone was awkward. Nevertheless, the hammer's assertion was not entirely incorrect. Since this tool had not been seen before, it could indeed be deemed an invention of his own. However, calling it the Lenny ink box was utterly unacceptable. Far too awkward. After a moment's contemplation, Lenny resolved to simply call it the ink line, eschewing any whimsical naming, for he was not adept at such creativity. All right, let us commence our labor. With the tool in hand, Jimmy naturally began crafting the bellows according to Lenny's design, methodically assembling it. The lumber and various components had been prepared beforehand. The remaining tasks were not extensive, though somewhat tedious. He needed to polish and drill holes in the previously prepared boards, then assemble them according to the design. Jimmy estimated that it would take about a day or two to complete. Meanwhile, the hammer was not idle, as its task over the next few days involved digging soil and mixing mud to refurbish the blacksmith's bench. Lenny intended to test the new bellows alongside the upgraded blacksmith's bench to repair Tim's broken longsword. Given that shaping powder was prohibitively expensive and he had limited funds, he would first try this new method. If successful, it would save him several gold coins. The upgrade to the blacksmith's bench was not overly complex. It merely involved constructing a mud shell resembling a fireplace outside the forge to stabilize and concentrate the furnace's heat, aiming to elevate the temperature to 1,000 degrees. If memory served, iron blocks at 1,000 degrees were nearly on the verge of melting and could be easily shaped with external force. Though it might not match the ease of shaping powder, it should not be forgotten that once the temperature reached this threshold, not only could the iron be shaped through hammering, but its toughness and rigidity would also be enhanced during the process. Lenny had surmised the cause of Tim's sword breaking. It was likely due to the inadequacies of the forging techniques in this world. While the iron sword possessed decent hardness, it was too brittle, fracturing into pieces once subjected to critical force. A longsword forged through repeated hammering, according to reason, should not exhibit such brittleness and would significantly improve in toughness, perhaps even attain greater hardness, making it less prone to breakage. Naturally, the high furnace operated at an even higher temperature, and Lenny understood its principles and structure. However, he did not intend to smelt steel at this moment, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters. He had a strong sense that if this method proved effective, it would be the low-investment, high-return venture he had been pondering. After all, what business could rival the swift profitability of weapon crafting? Yet, he remained uncertain, awaiting the experimental results. The reason for his uncertainty stemmed from his apprehension about whether the magical elements of this world would play a role in the process, potentially leading to unexpected outcomes. After all, if the magical elements truly influenced the combustion of the flame, lowering its temperature, other peculiar effects would not be surprising. Lenny, isn't it best to find a child for such trivial tasks involving mud? Surely, I need not be involved. The hammer expressed reluctance regarding the task assigned to him, feeling embarrassed as an adult to engage in such childish work. Do you think playing with mud is so simple? Lenny teased, a peculiar smile gracing his face. I need to coat the outer circle of this furnace, ensuring it can withstand the intense heat without cracking or breaking, and it must not be too thick, as that would hinder subsequent operations. The soil that meets these requirements cannot be sourced just anywhere. He pointed towards the riverbank. The soil by the river won't do. It's too sandy and prone to cracking. As for where to find suitable soil, that is for you to discover, and you must locate it before Jimmy completes the bellows. The hammer was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a simple task involving mud could entail so many requirements. Chapter 21. Frank's day. In the early morning hours at Castling, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. A veil of mist cloaked the dark-hued castle, imparting an aura of mystery and antiquity. As dawn broke, Frank awoke promptly from his slumber. He swiftly rose from his bed, drew water from a wooden barrel to complete his morning ablutions, meticulously styled his hair back, donned his black butler's attire, and stepped out of his chamber. His day's duties commenced from this very moment. The first order of business upon exiting was to oversee the kitchen, ensuring that the cook, Susan, prepared the meals to the master's specifications. Each master had different preferences and tastes, which necessitated distinct preparations without any hint of negligence. The lady preferred sweeter dishes, requiring frequent incorporation of sugary ingredients. Yet meat could not be omitted, though not in excess. It must be present and carefully prepared, or else she would find it unpalatable. Young Master Lenny had once favored hearty meats with bold flavors and held high expectations regarding the precision of his meals. However, for reasons unknown, he had recently altered his palate, favoring lighter fare. Most perplexing was his inexplicable aversion to sugar. Several times, Frank noted the young master frowning at the sight of sweets. As for the reason, he could not say. Of course, the reason was inconsequential. A butler did not need to understand why, merely how to adapt accordingly. A competent butler must keenly observe the evolving preferences of their masters and adjust as necessary, a skill Frank had honed since accompanying Lord Claudia to the royal capital, taught to him by the palace's seasoned steward. Therefore, he meticulously relayed each detail. Susan, the young cook, possessed decent culinary skills but lacked patience, often careless, which left Frank feeling uneasy without his vigilant oversight. Fortunately, there were only 2 individuals in the castle who could be considered masters, making the tasks cumbersome yet manageable. As for Sir Tim, although he was a close friend of August and a knight within the castle, he was not a master in his own right, thus not requiring excessive attention. After breakfast, Frank would prompt Candy and the other maids to conduct a thorough cleaning of the castle. Once a week, he was also responsible for tending to the plants within the castle. Although Wells Castle was not vast, it housed very few servants. Counting himself, there were only 6 individuals, 3 maids, 1 cook, and 1 stable hand. The workforce was limited, not due to a lack of willingness to hire more help, but rather because the Wells family had not produced a financially astute member since Lord Claudia's time. He had not broached the subject of hiring a gardener with his master, as he personally took on the responsibility of gardening, finding it manageable since the task only needed to be performed weekly. As the afternoon drew to a close, the routine maintenance of the castle finally reached a temporary halt. During this fleeting interval, just before dinner when the sun dipped low in the west, he found solace in the gentle embrace of the window, indulging in a book, provided that the young master did not summon him with the bell. Naturally, the selection of literature he possessed paled in comparison to the vast collection housed in the study of the master. He owned only a handful of books, primarily travelogues and accounts of the supernatural. Through years of perusal, they had become worn and tattered, with their tales and experiences etched into his memory. The reason he still took them out to peruse was uncertain. Perhaps he was merely reminiscing about his youth rather than genuinely reading. Upon reflection, he realized he had resided in this castle for over 60 years. The name he once bore had faded from memory, for he had been adopted by Baron Claudia, the father of Augustus, at a tender age, likely leaving him without a surname, as there were no noble families nearby, only destitute wanderers. He recalled his childhood, accompanying the esteemed Baron Claudia on numerous excursions, witnessing a myriad of events. After the arrival of young Master Augustus, he was assigned to remain in the castle, devotedly caring for Augustus and venturing outside rarely. The master had gone on a journey from which he never returned. It was only after a long while that news arrived of his assassination in the southern territories of the kingdom, with the local duke failing to apprehend the culprit. The duke even dispatched a steward to extend his apologies, for the murder of a noble within his domain necessitated accountability. Subsequently, young Augustus inherited the title and became Lord Augustus, while he continued to serve as the castle steward. In his youth, Augustus was far from idle. He was either championing the oppressed or dispensing justice wherever he went. Fortunately, with his knightly prowess and the noble bloodline of the Wells family, Frank felt reassured about his safety. However, he harbored a lingering concern as he watched Augustus, like a son to him, nearing 25 years of age, still unwed. He was acutely aware that the Wells family faced challenges in procreation due to their bloodline, and the later Augustus delayed marriage, the slimmer the prospect of offspring became. One fateful day, Augustus returned with 2 companions, Sir Tim Miller and a girl named Carol. It was said that the 3 had forged their friendship during their travels, bonding over shared temperaments. Carol was strikingly beautiful, with golden locks and a charming disposition that resonated well with Augustus. Before long, she assumed the role of mistress of the castle and conceived Augustus's child, alleviating Frank's anxieties. Although Carol was amiable and respectful towards him, Frank found it difficult to warm to her. He had inadvertently learned that under Carol's influence, Augustus had prematurely renounced the proud bloodline of the Wells family and abandoned its traditions, solely out of fear that their child might struggle to bear descendants. The Wells family harbored a secret bloodline legacy. Upon reaching adulthood, one could undergo a special ritual to awaken their blood, granting them prolonged life and robust health. Despite the drawbacks of requiring fresh blood during every full moon and difficulties in procreation, this was not a valid reason to forsake the heritage. This bloodline was both the pride and the responsibility of the Wells family. It was a secret imparted to him by Lord Claudia, a moment he would never forget. As he recalled the venerable figure illuminated by the dim candlelight, speaking with reverence about the family's bloodline, as if it were a sacred mission. Though Claudia had opened his mouth to expound upon the nature of this mission, he had refrained from elaborating, instead urging Frank to safeguard this secret. Should any issues arise with the family's legacy, he would need to assist the heir in performing the awakening ritual, the details of which would become clear thereafter. At that time, the master had entrusted him with a small box, claiming it to be the family's legacy box. He was unaware of its contents, as he had not been present during Augustus's awakening ritual. Later, when Augustus chose to abandon the bloodline legacy, he entrusted the box to Frank for safekeeping, indicating that it could serve as a contingency plan in times of familial crisis. He had never pondered the box's contents, nor felt compelled to open it. Such knowledge was not meant for him. He simply needed to fulfill his duties as a steward, whether it was fortune or misfortune. Carol tragically perished during the birth of their child, Lenny. Though he recognized he ought not to feel this way, he could not suppress a flicker of relief. Subsequently, he urged Augustus to reactivate the bloodline, only to be met with refusal, as Augustus cited a promise made to Carol. Now, with Augustus fallen in battle and young Lenny inheriting the title to become the head of the Wells family, Frank hesitated to adjust his address, continuing to refer to Lenny as young master. Perhaps this was a small act of defiance, a silent hope to keep Augustus's memory alive for a few more years. He worried that once he changed his address, the memories of Augustus might fade away altogether. Although he held great respect for all three barons of the Wells family, none were more special to him than Claudia, who was both master and father. As for Lenny, the young lad had always been a source of both affection and exasperation. Recently, however, Lenny's antics had escalated. One day, he unexpectedly demanded half a pound of capercaillie feathers, specifically from the tail with hard quills. Did the young master not realize that capercaillie were scarce, and their feathers light? Even if he were to deplete the entire village's supply, he doubted he could gather such an amount. Nevertheless, since it was the young master's request, he endeavored to fulfill it. He dispatched all the castle's servants to procure capercaillie from the villages, and to his delight, they returned with dozens, which should suffice. However, the castle was left permeated with the stench of poultry droppings, causing even Lady Tiffany to retreat to her chambers, unable to bear the odor. Strangely, the young master appeared unfazed, which surprised him greatly. He mused that the young master had indeed changed, finally embodying the composure of a noble. Yet, just 2 days later, Lenny was back to his mischief, playing with a hammer in the backyard, turning the area into a muddy playground. The sight of Lenny, now splattered in muck, bore no trace of noble demeanor. What? The young master insisted this was not mere play, but rather a study or experiment. In all his years, he had never encountered such concepts. But it was evident that the mud was being mixed with water and needed, hardly an experiment in the traditional sense. He sighed, unable to comprehend the whims of the youth. Just recently, Augustus had appeared so earnest that he nearly divulged the family secret and handed over the items he had safeguarded, fulfilling the task entrusted to him by Augustus. Yet, unexpectedly, the young master had reverted to his playful ways. Perhaps it was best to wait a few more years. He recalled how Augustus had cautioned him when entrusting these matters, insisting they should only be revealed once young Lenny matured, as the awakening ritual was not a simple affair, and he feared Lenny's temperament might lead to complications. Today, for reasons unknown, Tai Chue and Ji Mi were once again making a ruckus in the backyard. One moment, they were congratulating the young master on the completion of the furnace modification, and the next they were praising his invention of a bellows or something of the sort. What a chaotic scene. What was so remarkable about modifying a furnace? Was it really necessary for Lon and I to take on the role of a baron while forging iron? As for the bellows, he found it utterly incomprehensible. Previously, they had created a commotion over Wei Air CMO dough. Yes, it seemed to be called Wei Air CMO dough. He had even gone to see it because of its family name, only to be left utterly disappointed. Was it not merely a wooden box with a string? What was there to make such a fuss about? The carpenter's apprentice had even cried tears of joy at the sight, which was simply baffling. After a long day of work, Frank lay on his small bed, pondering over these nonsensical matters. He turned over, covering his head with the blanket, and fell into a deep slumber. Outside, the commotion created by Lon and I, Tai Chue, and Ji Mi continued unabated. Chapter 22. The bellows, my lord. Shall we begin soon? Ji Mi eagerly inquired of Lon and I in the backyard, his face, now plump from ample nutrition, flushed with excitement under the torchlight. Before him lay the bellows he had crafted over the past few days. If the mo dough was the first small item he had made in the castle, then this bellows was undoubtedly his most satisfying creation thus far. Although the design was conceived by the master, he was still the one who fashioned it, was he not? He could hardly contain his curiosity to see how this contraption would perform, especially after the mental exertion he had invested in its creation. The bellows measured over 1 meter in length, with a wooden handle on the front and a pipe extending from its side, matching the size of the modified furnace's air intake. All that was needed was to connect the pipe to the intake, making assembly remarkably convenient. The furnace on the nearby anvil had also been modified by Lon and I. It was surrounded by a thick layer of yellow clay, with only a front opening left for inserting the iron pieces to be processed, while a space was reserved for installing the bellows. While Jimmy worked on the bellows, Tai Chue reluctantly began his own messy task. However, this upgrade was too complex to be sketched out, so Lon and I had to take matters into his own hands, resulting in both of them getting covered in dirt. Tiffany had even chided Lon and I about maintaining noble decorum. Fortunately, after some minor cracks appeared in the final layer of mud yesterday, the outer clay shell had finally withstood a day of the furnace's heat without any new cracks, marking the completion of the modification. Jimmy was already bursting with anticipation to attach the bellows he had crafted and see the results. However, for the initial test, he was reluctant to overshadow Lon and I, and patiently waited for the master's command. He had a feeling that this device, referred to by Lon and I as the bellows, would likely replace the organ and become a staple in the blacksmith shop. Thus, he had taken great care to safeguard the master's blueprints, showing them to no one, not even Tai Chue. This was the master's creation. How could he let it slip away? The master had been so good to him, providing not only a salary but also meals. It would be unthinkable to betray him. Ahem. Lon and I had initially intended to make a statement, but upon glancing at the two filthy figures beside him, he lost interest. He decided to forego any words and simply waved his hand, instructing Tai Chue to start the fire. Once Tai Chue ignited the furnace and all the coal was ablaze, Lon and I began to operate the bellows. With each push and pull, the furnace emitted a series of hissing sounds, and the flames leapt about 1/2 foot high, their color significantly brighter than before. Oh! Tai Chue, having never witnessed such a sight, gasped in astonishment. He had never imagined that the furnace could burn so vigorously. No matter how hard he pressed the organ in the past, the flames had always been a dull yellow, which he had thought was normal. Only now, as the dazzling flames nearly blinded him, did he grasp what the young master meant by the term crimson flame. Would you like to give it a try? Lon and I asked. Having gauged the situation, he nodded and released the handle, calling over the eagerly waiting Jimmy. Overall, the bellows were quite satisfactory. Although the piston and cylinder seals were made of chicken feathers rather than rubber, he had anticipated this issue and designed the dimensions to be more than double the required size. The interior of the cylinder had been polished to a smooth finish and coated with animal grease, making it easy to operate. However, due to the inadequate sealing, there was a somewhat loose feeling during operation. In simple terms, it lacked the necessary power. Yet, with a sufficiently large cylinder, the airflow for this small furnace was more than adequate. Even without exerting full effort, the flames leapt 1/2 foot high, suggesting promising results. Certainly superior to the bellows he had seen in his youth. Nonetheless, there was room for improvement. The loose sensation stemmed from insufficient internal sealing, leading to inadequate cylinder pressure, allowing air to escape from the sides of the piston, thus diminishing the feeling of resistance when pushing and pulling. The next step would be to see if he could find a substitute for rubber. He wondered how leather would perform. Perhaps he could experiment with it tomorrow. His thoughts were soon interrupted by the commotion from the bellows. The furnace, previously hissing steadily, transformed into a cacophony of sounds. He looked up to find that Jimmy had been pushed aside by Tai Chue, who had taken over the task of operating the bellows. The lad was using all his might, his arms swinging like the wind, causing the massive bellows to sway violently, while the flames and red ash shot up into the air. Jimmy, frantic, could only jump up and down, hollering in vain. Tai Chue, you fool, slow down. If you break it, I won't let this go. However, Tai Chue paid no heed, grinning with exertion as he continued to push and pull the bellows until he was drenched in sweat. Finally, he stopped, panting with delight. This feels great. What power! The flames must be over 1 foot high. In Tai Chue's eyes, this was the proper bellows for a blacksmith. Powerful, with flames soaring high. What had he been using before? Not only was the airflow weak, but he had also felt impotent, only able to fret. Jimmy, dripping with sweat, carefully examined the bellows as if he were admiring a rare beauty, his slender frame giving off an oddly lecherous vibe. Lon and I shuddered at the thought, and quickly dismissed his wandering mind. All right, enough noise at this hour. We don't want to disturb anyone's rest. It's late. Let's call it a night. Glancing at the darkening sky, Lon and I scolded the two before turning to head back inside. If he didn't hurry, Tiffany would be asleep. And he did not wish to wake her. My lord, you haven't named this thing yet, Jimmy exclaimed, distressed at the thought of leaving without a name for his proudest creation. Tomorrow, Lon and I waved his hand without turning back as he made his way toward the castle. Jimmy felt helpless, while Tai Chue, observing Jimmy's anxious demeanor, laughed heartily. What is so funny, you idiot? Hurry up and clean up. Don't you want to go home? Be careful, or your wife will put a green hat on you. Seeing Tai Chue's foolish grin, Jimmy was filled with ire. How has this fool managed to live to such an age and even marry a wife? It truly evokes a sense of envy and jealousy. I, too, consider myself a youthful lad, quite clever, and at least more handsome than Tai Chue. So why is it that I cannot find a wife? However, just the other day, I could scarcely afford a meal. It is unlikely that any woman would wish to marry me, as I cannot even support her. Alas! Yet, thinking of the generous nature of Lion Yi, my spirits are lifted, and my hands move faster as I tidy up my belongings. I warn you, Mu Tu, if you continue to jest about my wife, beware of my wrath. Tai Chue is exceedingly displeased with Ji Mi's jokes about his wife, raising his fist threateningly before Ji Mi with a fierce expression. Noticing Ji Mi's lack of reaction, he feels his threat has had an effect, and he begins to laugh foolishly with a sense of pride. The following morning, the three of them return to the backyard. Tai Chue has already kindled the furnace and arranged the tools, tossing the previously broken longsword, along with its hilt, into the flames. Ji Mi momentarily halts his crafting endeavors to assist by pumping the bellows. Lion Yi, on the other hand, stands leisurely with his arms crossed, awaiting the final outcome. With a series of puffs, the flames grow increasingly vibrant, and through the furnace's feed opening, one can observe the broken sword gradually changing color from silver white to a deep black, and then slowly to a dark red. Tai Chue, wait a moment, do not rush. Lion Yi instructs, raising a hand to halt Tai Chue, then turning to Ji Mi, speed up your efforts. He believes the temperature could be elevated further. Upon hearing Lion Yi's urging, Ji Mi grits his teeth, enduring the fatigue in his arms, and accelerates his actions. Little did he anticipate that, while yesterday's tests had felt effortless, today, after a bit more exertion, his arms felt as if they might break. As the color of the broken sword becomes increasingly red and radiant, Tai Chue's eyes widen in astonishment. Good heavens, what is this? Such a resplendent shade of red. Never before witnessed in his blacksmithing career, he feels an irresistible urge to seize it from the fire and strike it upon the anvil, wondering what pleasure awaits when he hammers such a piece of iron. Tai Chue, bear with it a little longer. Let me see how far it can go. Lion Yi muses, harboring somewhat unrealistic aspirations. Having upgraded the bellows and crafted a clay temperature control casing, he wonders if it might be possible to melt this iron sword in the furnace. If the temperature can reach the melting point of iron, many subsequent tasks would become far more convenient. Mold casting, lost wax casting, and perhaps even crafting some iron gears. How about leveraging a foot-powered blower? Or perhaps a human-powered saw lathe? The flames of industrialization could ignite. However, reality proves otherwise. Once the long sword turns an orange-red hue, it ceases to change, showing no signs of melting. Sighing, he waves a hand at Tai Chue. Having received Lion Yi's consent, Tai Chue can no longer contain his excitement and eagerly retrieves the glowing longsword from the furnace. Striking it against the anvil, the sound resonates like a chorus, akin to rain upon banana leaves. Ji Mi, abandoning the handle of the bellows, approaches Lion Yi, rubbing his arms. My lord, you seem somewhat discontent. Did we not create this? Glancing at Ji Mi, Lion Yi shakes his head in silence. He doubts Ji Mi could comprehend his disappointment. Understanding the situation, Ji Mi refrains from further inquiries and expresses his hopes. My lord, what shall we name this creation? Pointing at the bellows beside the furnace, he tentatively asks. Regarding the name, Lion Yi does not wish to overthink it and promptly decides. Let us simply call it the bellows. Chapter 23. Apologies, I do not wish to marry. Tim, the last remaining knight of the Wells family, has voluntarily departed from the castle for its safety, seeking information about a group of bandits. However, with only tracks to follow and inquiries to make, it has consumed a considerable amount of his time. By the time he returns to the castle, it is already an afternoon several days later. The castle's inhabitants have long since finished their lunch, and having not informed anyone of his return, there is no meal set aside for him. Passing through the hall, he takes a detour to the kitchen, requesting Susan to prepare something to eat. Upon returning to his room on the first floor, he sets down his belongings, fetches a few buckets of water from the castle's reservoir, and enjoys a refreshing cold shower, feeling much more at ease. There is truly no place like home. Since the day he imparted all of his magical knowledge to Lion Yi, he has somewhat awkwardly fled the castle. It was unavoidable. He had not realized how swiftly this young man learns. His meager knowledge of magic was quickly depleted. Later, when Lion Yi pursued him with questions he could not answer, he found himself in a quandary. Why must one maintain a state of seeming emptiness to perceive magical elements? Is it not possible to sense them in a normal state? What is the underlying principle? His instructor had simply related to him, and he could do nothing but repeat it to Lion Yi, as he himself had no understanding of the principles involved. How does one empty their mind, and what constitutes a state of seeming emptiness? What is the core distinction between seeming emptiness and utter blankness? How could he possibly know? He was not even certain if his initial understanding of seeming emptiness was correct, let alone how to convey any fundamental differences to another. What shape do magical elements take? What properties do they possess? How can one control them? He had no idea. How could he articulate such concepts? If he could perceive these elements, he would surely be a magical apprentice himself, rather than someone looked down upon by a magical mentor. Confronted with questions he could not answer and unable to fabricate responses without losing face, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Is he to remain here, waiting for humiliation? Of course, he does not perceive himself as fleeing. Rather, he is burdened by concerns for the safety of those around him and the responsibility for the castle's security. Yes, that must be it. It must be that way. As he exits the castle, adorned with the standard knight's sword he borrowed from Lion Yi's chamber, he resolves to first visit the area of He Song Ling, seeking information on the whereabouts and latest movements of the groom people. Following that, he continues to Lu Yi Town, In Song Ling, and several other locations, tracking the movements of this group and the conditions of the villages they have attacked. After several days of investigation, he realizes the situation is more dire than anticipated. Almost every place nearby has already been attacked and pillaged by this group. Along the way, he often witnesses burning villages and scattered corpses. Based on their patterns of movement, it seems likely they will turn back at NDC Town, making a wide detour before passing through Ka Si Te Ling, and ultimately returning to the Gruman Mountains. According to previous years' experiences, it is already early summer. They should have returned to the mountains by now. After all, the Gruman people do not solely rely on hunting for sustenance. They also engage in farming and labor. If they do not return soon, they will miss the planting season. However, this time, the Gruman people appear somewhat different. Perhaps it is due to Count Nua's summons of numerous lower nobles, which has led to their continued evasion in the surrounding ridges. Mr. Tim, your lunch has been brought to you. Aunt Susan knocks on the door with a plate of food, her large, watery eyes peering at him, yet she does not enter. It is evident that Aunt Susan is somewhat different today. Her face is adorned with a touch of powder, and her lips are painted red, clearly indicating she has made an effort to present herself well. Thank you so much, Susan. I am absolutely famished. Tim, however, remained oblivious to these matters. He merely rose and extended his hand, ready to accept the food from the other party, his hunger overwhelming his senses. Fixated solely on the sumptuous platter of meat before him. Haha, I knew you must be famished. Hee, haven't had lunch yet, have you? Susan giggled, covering her mouth, before presenting the tray of food. Yet, instead of departing after serving the meal, Susan leaned against the doorframe. Sir, how does it taste? I've added quite a bit of fat. As a knight, you require ample nourishment, and your diet should not be taken lightly. You need someone to care for your daily needs. Mr. Tim, what do you think? Gazing at Susan, who leaned against the door with her glistening eyes, Tim smiled and nodded, engaging in light conversation. Yes, I truly appreciate it, Susan. If you don't mind, I would like to begin my meal now. He understood Susan's feelings quite well, but felt unable to respond. It wasn't that he looked down upon the plump Susan. Rather, he had never contemplated marriage. This mindset had persisted even during his days wandering with August, and remained unchanged when August had children. Even now, he had not altered this conviction. I heard that you traveled quite a bit recently. It must have been exhausting. Do you need me to prepare a bath for you this evening, sir? Susan seemed oblivious to Tim's disinterest in her suggestion, remaining at the door, her sparkling eyes blinking incessantly. Tim felt a touch of helplessness at Susan's feigned ignorance. He shrugged and chose to ignore her, not minding the conversation while he ate. No need for a bath. I just washed up. But Susan, could you tell me what the young master has been up to lately? This tastes delightful. Tim mused as he savored the food. Despite Susan's slightly plump appearance, her culinary skills were commendable. If only she were not so intent on marriage, she would indeed be an ideal candidate for a lover. What about Lord Lenny? Susan chuckled. What else could he be doing? He.s. busy mingling with the blacksmith and carpenter in the backyard, tinkering with something. One moment he talks about inventing a chalk line, and the next, he mentions upgrading the blacksmith's bench. He.s. always spouting strange and incomprehensible ideas. Does he wish to become a blacksmith in the future? Just the other day, he was playing in the mud with the blacksmith, both of them looking like mud monkeys, much to the old steward's chagrin. How I wish he would stop chattering so much, Tim added silently while eating. After a lengthy discourse of castle gossip from Susan at the door, she realized Tim was merely focused on his meal, not even glancing in her direction, which prompted her to shut her mouth in disappointment. She thought to herself how she had seen him return, busying himself, even changing into fresh attire to look presentable, only to ignore her completely, leaving her utterly frustrated. With a sudden flash of inspiration, she lowered her voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a grand secret. I heard that today, he, along with the blacksmith and the carpenter, is in the backyard repairing your longsword. Humph, I refuse to believe you aren't interested in this news. Indeed, upon hearing this, Tim immediately lifted his head. Oh, really? Is it fixed? Although Lenny had brought him a standard knight's sword from the bedroom, which was narrower than his own, he was unaccustomed to it. If possible, he certainly wished to have his own sword restored. Susan, feeling inwardly triumphant, maintained a teasing demeanor. Well, who knows? With their little forge, they might manage to cook a meal, but forging a longsword? I doubt it. And now that you've returned, they hurried to prepare your meal without even checking on it. Hey, Tim, where are you going? She called out, exasperated, as he dashed out without finishing his meal. You jerk. The floor shook slightly as she stamped her foot, sending dust swirling. As Tim approached the backyard, he heard the clashing sounds of weapons. Drawing on his years of experience as a knight, he discerned that two long swords were engaged in combat. Straining his ears, he recognized one as a standard knight's sword. Its sound crisp and thin, indicative of its narrower blade. However, the other sword produced a low, whistling sound, suggesting a broader blade akin to his custom-made longsword. Yet, the resonance of their collision was exceptionally clear, followed by a subtle, buzzing vibration, indistinguishable from a sword. Could it be that enemies had come to the castle? Alarmed by this thought, he instinctively drew his own long sword and hastened into the backyard with purposeful strides. In the backyard, the blacksmith wielded a large, gleaming longsword while Jimmy brandished a standard knight's sword, both standing opposite each other, wildly swinging their weapons. Nearby, Lenny observed with crossed arms, occasionally cheering them on. Upon Tim's entrance, this was the scene that greeted him. Uncle Tim, you're back, Lenny exclaimed, turning to see him and promptly calling out. Then, noticing the long sword in Tim's hand, she furrowed her brow in confusion. What's this? Tim surveyed the situation, realizing his misunderstanding, and managed an awkward smile. Haha, it's nothing. He glanced at the two engaged in their swordplay, casting a questioning look. What are they doing? Discreetly sheathing his sword, he inquired further. Oh, you arrived just in time. We've repaired your longsword. You can take a look now. Lenny clapped her hands excitedly, signaling the two sword wielders to cease their actions and beckoning the blacksmith. Blacksmith, bring it over. In the past couple of days, after completing the repair of the longsword, the results of the testing had thrilled him. He discovered that after extensive forging, the sword's hardness and resilience had significantly improved, even revealing some intricate patterns along the blade. The blacksmith noticed Tim and approached, first bowing slightly before handing him the longsword. Tim nodded dismissively. He regarded the blacksmith merely as a craftsman, unworthy of his formal acknowledgement. However, when his gaze fell upon the longsword, he was immediately captivated. The design of the hilt and the dimensions of the blade unmistakably resembled that of his longsword, which he had carried for many years. Strikingly, this sword bore a multitude of intricate lines and textures, appearing almost like a network of fissures or a mysterious pattern. Is this really mine? Tim queried in bewilderment, his mind racing with questions. Had they truly enlisted a master blacksmith to undertake the repairs? Or had Lenny ventured to the city to procure some molding powder? No, molding powder is not inexpensive. To restore a longsword that had fractured into several pieces would likely cost more in gold than purchasing a new one. Yet, to say they had bought a new sword seemed implausible. Tim recalled that this sword's design had been crafted by a renowned blacksmith in the capital during his travels with August, and no local artisan could replicate such a piece. Forging this longsword required magical powder, known as forging magic powder, a magical product. The price of a bag of forging powder was approximately 5 gold coins, and when added to the forge, it could cause the coal to burn out rapidly, producing an immense amount of heat. This will transform the sword blank in the forge into a resplendent orange-red hue, while the longsword blank will become as soft as noodles with the change in color. It is an impressionable, overwhelming orange-red that Tim has only witnessed once. Yet it remains etched in his memory, vivid as ever. He feels certain that he will remember that moment for a lifetime. Subsequently, the blacksmith must complete the forging and shaping of the entire longsword before the blank cools. Any delay, even the slightest, would waste a pouch of forging magic powder, necessitating a complete restart. In the realm of forging, only those who can complete the shaping in one go with a pouch of forging magic powder are deemed master blacksmiths. Once designated as a master, they transcend the status of mere blacksmiths and commoners, ascending to a position akin to knights, revered as esteemed guests by nobles. Every 2 years, the king conducts assessments for master blacksmiths. Those who pass may choose to join the Royal Forging Bureau or depart freely, but they will receive an identity plaque, which formally recognizes them as master blacksmiths in the kingdom. The exorbitant cost of forging magic powder compared to shaping powder primarily stems from the fact that swords forged with shaping powder suffer a loss of hardness and toughness, rendering them exceedingly brittle and easily breakable on the battlefield, a fatal flaw for a knight. In contrast, forging magic powder poses no such issues, with negligible loss of hardness and toughness. The last time he spoke with Lenny, he mentioned needing 10 gold coins, merely to placate the lad. In reality, crafting that knight's sword would cost no less than 20 gold coins. Was this truly what you agreed upon? Tim gazed incredulously at Lenny, who shrugged, stating, "It's right here before you, isn't it? Why not give it a try?" Lenny extended his thumb and forefinger, gesturing to indicate that it might be just a tad thinner than before. There was no alternative. Repeated forging inevitably results in a loss of some quality. For the sake of this sword, I even sacrificed a hoe. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that this situation was unavoidable, a matter of physical law that could not be evaded. Unconcerned with Lenny's notion of quality or the slight reduction in thickness, he noted that the appearance was not markedly different from before. However, he frowned at the mention of a hoe being incorporated into his knight's sword. The thought of having a farmer's hoe embedded within his weapon left him feeling somewhat unsettled. What had initially sparked a sense of excitement was now tinged with discomfort. For a moment, he hesitated on whether to accept the long sword from the blacksmith. Just as he contemplated offering a polite dismissal, the blacksmith interrupted his thoughts with decisive action, thrusting the long sword into his hands. Tim examined the sword, and muscle memory prompted him to swing it a few times effortlessly. "Oh, this feels There is something unusual about this sword." The perfunctory words he had nearly voiced were swallowed back. As an experienced knight, he immediately sensed the sword's peculiarities upon grasping it. After executing a few more movements, the distinctiveness became even more pronounced. How shall I put it? As he swung the long sword through the air, he felt a subtle vibration, as if the sword were expressing its excitement and trembling in response to him. Every action, thrusts, upward slashes, reversals, and diagonal strikes, flowed seamlessly, as if the sword responded to his very intentions, making his motions far more effortless than before. In that moment, the sword seemed to possess a life of its own. Once he began, Tim found it hard to cease. His usual training maneuvers flowed like water, creating a dazzling display of blade light and shadow in the courtyard. Were Lenny to witness Tim's current thoughts, he would likely be doubled over with laughter. How could it be so miraculous? The sword's slight quivering was merely a result of the blacksmith's rigorous process of folding and hammering it over 100 times, employing techniques from another world-renowned cold weapon, incorporating a piece of iron at the center to enhance both its toughness and rigidity. The notion that it could sense its master's intentions was a fanciful delusion. Rather, during the shaping process, they had continuously adjusted the center of gravity based on tactile feedback to ensure the sword conformed better to ergonomic principles, thereby optimizing its efficacy. This exemplifies the power of modern science. While those lacking understanding might rely on experience to incrementally enhance and optimize methods, without grasping the core logic, such advancements are often minimal, laden with coincidences and uncertainties, and cannot guarantee consistent results. Although Lenny possessed only a rudimentary understanding of ergonomic and mechanical principles, limited to the 9 years of compulsory education, his exposure was substantial, especially following the emergence of a certain viral video that opened his eyes to a world of knowledge. All these insights had merely occurred to him during the manufacturing process. For professionals, they might seem trivial, and the resulting product would likely go unnoticed by the average person. Yet for Tim, a seasoned knight accustomed to dealing with swords, the impact was akin to a hurricane's passage. Tim completed his nightly training exercises, but did not halt. Instead, he pivoted, delivering a fierce thrust toward the armor's chest plate standing beside the training post. The snow-white long sword pierced the armor as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, embedding itself deep to the hilt and even penetrating the wall behind it. Gasping at the sight of the hilt in his hand and the blade that had vanished into the armor, Tim inhaled sharply. Though he had been confident that the sword would pierce the armor, he had never anticipated such ease, as if he were plunging into a mound of soft clay. Under normal circumstances, a full-force strike would indeed penetrate armor, but it would require utmost effort and precise technique. Otherwise, the sword would risk breaking. Most often, on the battlefield against fully armored knights, a more effective strategy is to wield a heavy hammer. Although the armor remains intact, the individual within suffers broken bones and shattered limbs. Yet, if a weapon could pierce armor with such ease, who would need a massive hammer? A simple thrust would suffice, and carrying a heavy hammer would only be burdensome. Gently withdrawing the long sword to eye level, he gazed at the gleaming blade and the intricate patterns that adorned its surface, his mind swirling with thoughts. What despair and terror would one feel if targeted by such a sword? Tim, Uncle Tim? Lanny's voice snapped him back to reality. Turning, he approached Lenny urgently, grasping the young man's shoulders and anxiously inquiring about the sword's creator. Was it a friend of yours or your father's? Before Lenny could respond, Tim shook his head, dismissing his own conjecture. No, a blacksmith of this caliber would never be your friend. Did you pay for this? This was undoubtedly the work of an exceptionally formidable blacksmith. I have never encountered such a sharp sword. Tell me, where is he? Quickly, Lenny, tell me where he is. Lenny, taken aback by Tim's fervent shaking, felt his shoulders ache painfully, as though his bones were creaking under the pressure, on the verge of breaking. Uncle, please calm down. You are swaying so much that I cannot articulate my words. Upon witnessing the pained expression on Lenny's face, Tim realized that he had been overly exuberant and hastily released his grip, yet his fervent chatter continued unabated. Lenny, hasten to introduce me to him. With such an extraordinary blacksmith at our disposal, our concerns regarding the castle's safety, the recruitment of knights, and the family's debts will all be resolved. Upon hearing Tim's words, Lenny, who had been rubbing his shoulder, felt a spark of hope. Are you implying that he can assist us in settling our debts? Tim cast a bemused glance at Lenny, as if he were addressing a simpleton. Of course, it is not an issue. What do debts matter? If we could procure swords of this caliber, the knights would be clamoring for them like madmen. You, not being a knight, fail to grasp this. Should he assist us in forging even just one or two of such swords, wouldn't he that solve everything? After explaining, Tim waved his hand dismissively, urging Lenny to ensure proper etiquette when addressing such a master. Enough questions, just take me to meet this esteemed craftsman. We cannot afford to show any disrespect. Bah, I thought you had some ingenious plan. Turns out you merely wish to forge weapons. Lenny thought to himself, but he was left bewildered by Tim's insistence on referring to the master. Wait, what master? Are you speaking of the one right here? He gestured towards the grinning figure of Hammer. Upon seeing the foolish grin on Hammer's face, Tim waved his hand in disdain. Do not jest. Take me to see the master at once. We cannot risk being impolite. He reached out to pull Lenny along. Tim could not possibly believe that the knight's sword had been crafted by Hammer. Given the current circumstances, only the kingdom's foremost blacksmith could create such a long sword. And even that was merely a possibility. Lenny evaded Tim's grasp, urgently reiterating, I am not jesting. There is no master blacksmith here. The sword was forged right here by Hammer. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him. Really? Tim asked, skepticism evident in his gaze as he glanced back at Hammer. Yet, it was clear that Hammer did not resemble a master craftsman in any way. In truth, not only did Tim doubt Hammer's prowess, but Lenny himself was unconvinced. After all, he had guided every step of the process. He was well aware of Hammer's actual skill level. As for the exceptional sharpness of the long sword, he had drawn some conclusions. Firstly, the ironworking techniques in this world were indeed quite primitive. The quality of the iron produced was directly contingent on the ore's quality, leading to a vulnerability in the forged swords. This explained why Tim's original sword had shattered rather than bent under pressure. Additionally, the remarkable hardness of the new long sword was attributed to the quenching process. Do not underestimate this action. It merely involves submerging red-hot iron into cold water. With careful timing and technique, the hardness of the iron can be significantly enhanced. Lenny had thoroughly inquired with Hammer and confirmed that quenching techniques had yet to be developed in this world. He speculated that this was likely due to the influence of magical elements. The flames here were generally peculiar, characterized by lower temperatures, while the physical properties of steel remained fundamentally unchanged. As such, low-temperature quenching yielded minimal results. The forging masters mentioned by Tim could unleash extremely high temperatures using forging magic powder, But the problem lay in the exorbitant cost of this magic powder. Forging masters prioritized completing the sword-making process in the shortest time possible, and none would willingly waste their hard-earned high-temperature sword blanks by submerging them in cold water. Such an act would be deemed a gross waste of magical resources. A series of coincidences had thus led to the absence of quenching techniques. Conversely, Lenny was different. He not only understood the quenching process, but also actively sought to experiment with it. Although his high temperatures could not rival those achieved by legendary forging magic powder, they were much easier to attain, simply by vigorously operating the bellows. This provided him with the necessary conditions to repeatedly experiment with quenching techniques. Initially, when Lenny encouraged Hammer to try quenching, Hammer was perplexed. However, after several attempts, he discovered the remarkable properties of the quenching process and found himself eager to quench every item he pulled from the forge, almost addicted to the hissing sound it produced. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lenny approached the forge, pointing out various devices surrounding it, and elaborated on the forging and quenching processes, attempting to convey to Tim that creating such a long sword was not as arduous as he imagined. After Lenny had spoken extensively, his throat dry from explaining, Tim still wore a skeptical expression. 2 simple contraptions, followed by immersing the long sword in water, will yield such significant results? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? His demeanor suggested that he was on the verge of accusing Lenny of thinking him a fool. Simple? These 2 items are far from trivial. They encompass principles of physics and material science. Forget it. You would not comprehend. Seeing Tim's bewildered expression, Lenny felt a surge of frustration, unsure how to clarify further. With a sigh, he resolved to explain in terms Tim would understand. How about this? Tomorrow, I will have the steward procure some iron materials from the city, and we shall conduct a live demonstration. Then you will understand. Upon hearing of a live demonstration, Tim perked up. He merely remarked that it was unnecessary and hurriedly dashed back to his room. In no time, he returned to the courtyard, this time clutching a tattered sack that jingled with every movement. Standing before Lenny, he upended the sack, spilling its contents onto the ground. Lenny's eyes twitched as he gazed at the heap, his voice strained. What is this? To his astonishment, the pile consisted of numerous remnants of shattered knightly swords. Oh, this is what I obtained after defeating challengers during my travels with your father, Tim stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Ah, I see. Lenny exhaled in relief upon hearing Tim's explanation. Remembering the tradition among knights of leaving behind their weapons upon defeat, he felt reassured. He had initially feared that Tim had amassed such a collection through unspeakable means. The thought of how many knights must have perished to accumulate such a mound was alarming. Are you saying you can forge another longsword identical to the previous one? Well then, you have the materials. Show me. Addressing Hammer, Tim grew more assertive, kicking the broken sword on the ground and directing Hammer's tasks with authority. Hammer cast a sidelong glance at Lenny. Without instructions from his master, he dared not act. My lord, I am merely following Lord Lenny's instructions. The credit belongs to him. Tim waved his hand dismissively. I care not for that. You must forge another right away. Hammer displayed hesitation, glancing at Lenny, awaiting his command. Begin preparations, Lenny instructed casually, gesturing for Hammer to proceed. He then squatted beside the pile of broken swords, sifting through the debris. As he examined the assortment, Lenny was struck by the valor of his father, Augustus, and Tim. The heap of remnants contained at least 20 broken sword hilts, suggesting they had vanquished at least 20 challengers. However, he soon stumbled upon something remarkable, a longsword with a distinctive feature. The grip was adorned with a gemstone, a ruby. The kingdom imposed strict regulations regarding the embellishments on knightly swords. Mere wealth would not permit one to adorn them haphazardly. For instance, earls could embed blue gemstones in their swords, dukes red ones, while members of the royal family were permitted to use purple gems. This implies that the original owner of this sword was, at the very least, a duke. Oh, you mean that guy? He is merely the son of a duke. Did you not notice how pitifully small that gemstone is? Otherwise, he would have taken it out long ago to help your father repay his debts. As for the hilt of the sword brought by Lenny, Tim displayed no particular reaction. He casually explained a few things before resuming his keen interest in watching Jimmy and the blacksmith at work, finding it far from tedious. Just the son of a duke? How impressive you are. Lenny gave a thumbs up at Tim's back. After carefully placing the ornate hilt aside, Lenny took another look, confirming that there were hardly any treasures inside. With that, he dusted off his hands and stood up. Since there were no treasures to be found, these broken swords could only be treated as scrap metal. In fact, given the current market price for scrap iron, this pile was indeed valuable. 1 pound of scrap iron could fetch 5 silver coins, and considering the recent unrest in the north, where the Grumman people frequently descended to pillage. The price might even rise further. Of course, at 5 silver coins, the price is already quite steep. By calculating the monthly salary of the castle steward, Frank, who earns 50 silver coins a month, he could buy about 10 pounds of scrap iron. Let me ask you, isn't that quite expensive? This pile must weigh at least 100 pounds, and selling it as scrap could yield around 7 or 8 gold coins. If this scrap were to be forged into standard long swords weighing 10 pounds each, the profits would be even more astounding. Selling them at 8 gold coins each could generate over 100 gold coins. Wow, I'm going to get rich. If I reinvest this money into acquiring more scrap iron, my debts will be nothing. By repeating this process a couple of times, I could directly use the money to assemble an army composed entirely of knights. However, Tim merely sneered, indicating that Lenny was overreaching in his aspirations. You must understand that mass-producing weapons is a privilege reserved for dukes. Producing weapons in bulk without authorization is tantamount to rebellion, especially when it comes to armor. You must not wish to keep your head. Furthermore, you seem to be misunderstanding the value of this sword. You think you can sell it for 8 gold coins? That is an insult to its worth. Do you realize that? At this point, Tim was flushed with anger at Lenny's ignorance. However, Lenny merely rolled his eyes. Unfazed. Sell it for a low price? Of course, he hoped for the highest possible value. This was merely an estimation. Seeing Lenny's indifference, Tim casually picked up the standard knight's sword that Jimmy had used during practice. Here, catch. As Lenny clumsily caught the flying knight's sword, he noticed a glimmer in Tim's eyes, who then unleashed the knight's signature maneuver, the reverse strike. Before Lenny could react, he saw a flash before his eyes, and the sword in his hand was suddenly shortened, the upper half clattering to the ground with an unexpectedly smooth break. Lenny stood there, staring at the half-sword in his hand, dumbfounded. Once he regained his senses, a torrent of expletives surged within him. If he had moved forward just a little more, his head would have been gone. I truly admire your prowess, you crafty old fox. Ignoring Lenny's stunned expression, Tim nodded approvingly at the broken sword, evidently pleased with his strike. He had suspected that the outcome of this long sword clashing against an ordinary one would result in precisely this. As expected. Now, do you realize how foolish you were? Such a fine item, and you only wish to sell it for 8 gold coins? Observing the self-satisfied knight, Lenny could only harbor endless resentment. However, Tim was oblivious to the retaliation that awaited him from Lenny in the days to come. Whenever Tim grew curious about Lenny's instructions to the blacksmith and sought clarification, he would be met with Lenny's merciless reprimands, telling him he wouldn't understand, merely to observe. Initially, Tim thought Lenny might have some peculiar quirks when working, perhaps becoming irritable or the like. He had encountered such people before, so it was not particularly strange. However, as time passed, he began to notice something amiss. It seemed that he was the only one targeted. Even the frail Jimmy and the dim-witted blacksmith received detailed guidance from Lenny. Not only did Lenny explain the steps in detail, but he also shared a plethora of seemingly profound knowledge whenever there was a point of confusion. Topics like ergonomics and basic chemistry were discussed at length. As for Tim, whenever he had a question, he would only receive a curt "be quiet. You wouldn't understand." Faced with Lenny's serious demeanor, Tim felt increasingly frustrated. Was it truly necessary for him to be singled out after he had demonstrated the prowess of the long sword he had crafted? To his surprise, this fellow turned out to be rather petty. Chapter 26. The warrior and the princess. Blacksmithing has always been a laborious task. If someone is constantly urging you on from the side, it becomes not just tiring but also quite exasperating. Even the straightforward blacksmith, despite his honest nature, could not help but vent his frustration at Tim for his incessant prodding. Being reprimanded by a commoner, Tim's expression was quite something. He looked at the blacksmith in disbelief, his face turning a deep shade of red as if he had been insulted, followed by a furious pallor. It was as if his expressions were shifting in a theatrical display, prompting Lenny to wonder if he hailed from the province of Chuan. Despite this, Tim still could not bring himself to leave the backyard. For a knight, the long sword Lenny had produced was akin to a divine artifact. Possessing it would render him nearly invincible on the battlefield. According to Tim's estimates, under equivalent conditions, he could defeat 2 knights of the same caliber. Yet, with this sword in hand, that number would double to 4 knights, ensuring his safe retreat. Even if the numbers were to increase, he believed he could still fight, although it would be exceedingly difficult, considering the limits of both horse and human endurance. Although he remained cautiously skeptical of Lenny's claims, based on what he had observed thus far, it was highly probable that this sword was indeed crafted by Lenny. His curiosity about the crafting process was insatiable. It is worth noting that the opportunity to personally witness a master blacksmith forge a long sword is exceedingly rare. No matter how he looked at it, The dim-witted blacksmith did not appear to be a master craftsman. The renowned blacksmiths of the kingdom were all exceptionally skilled, never permitting outsiders to observe their crafting processes. Not even for money. They proudly claimed that their core techniques were strictly confidential. Thus, even when the blacksmith complained or Lenny scolded him, Tim remained with a grim expression, tightly pursing his lips and showing no inclination to leave. Blacksmith, strike evenly. Do you understand the importance of uniformity? How many times must I repeat myself before you remember? Jimmy, speed up a bit. The heat is insufficient. All right, that's enough. We can quench it now, but you must be swift. A plume of white smoke erupted from the water, startling Tim, who jumped back in surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, and he was utterly unprepared. The trio of busy workers merely exchanged curious glances at him before returning to their tasks. As there were numerous critical moments in the forging process that required their attention, leaving no room to concern themselves with an idle observer. Although Lenny did not take up the hammer himself, he was the most vocal on site, directing the blacksmith on how to strike and instructing Jimmy on how to control the temperature. He seemed busier than the two who were actually working. Finally, once the last quenching step was completed, a dark long sword was presented before Tim once more. Although it had yet to be sharpened or polished, it would suffice to demonstrate that the previous long sword had indeed been crafted here. Giving a nod to Tim, Lenny then collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. Neglecting the fact that the long sword was still somewhat hot to the touch, Tim grasped it firmly, inspecting it from top to bottom and swinging it side to side to keenly appreciate the newly forged blade. He nodded in approval. Although the forging process was not yet complete, his familiarity with knights' swords gave him an eye for quality. This sword was undoubtedly crafted using the same method as the one previously restored by Lenny. However, it was peculiar that this long sword bore the same patterns he had noticed before, albeit with a much sparser density. Initially, he had thought the designs on the earlier blade were an anomaly, but it turned out to be a characteristic of this forging technique. Yet, this was not a matter of great importance. The sword indeed corroborated that the previous blade had been produced by the trio. He had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish fellow possessed commendable craftsmanship. As he continued to examine the hammer, Tim felt a twinge of surprise. But what astonished him most was Lenny. Throughout the forging process, Lenny had been intently focused, with no one adding any magical powders or other peculiar substances. However, he discovered that the oddly shaped furnace had emitted flames as vibrant as those produced by the addition of forging magic powder. So, is there still any doubt? Lenny stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Tim nodded silently, reluctant to admit it, yet the facts lay plainly before him, compelling him to acknowledge the truth. After dinner, in the study, Uncle Tim, what are your thoughts? Leaning back in his chair and observing Tim sitting upright across from him, Lenny felt a sense of pride. I estimated this afternoon that forging such a long sword would take approximately an hour. As Tim reminisced about the forging process of the afternoon, he began to voice his thoughts, but was promptly interrupted by Lenny. Wait. I believe you may have misunderstood. Lenny waved his hands repeatedly. The forging process this afternoon was merely to confirm that the sword was indeed crafted by us. In reality, the standard procedure takes significantly longer. Indeed, while the afternoon's activity appeared lively, Lenny clearly could not allow the hammer to strike slowly. The number of blows had been drastically reduced. While the appearance and feel were somewhat similar, it was essentially a facade. If it were to compete against the first sword, it would surely be exposed. Oh, although I misjudged the time, I am not concerned. Even if it took a week, it would still be quite worthwhile. Oh, not at all. It would take about a day or two to forge one. The blade itself would require a day, sharpening, polishing, and finishing would take another day, while the scabbard and accessories would demand yet another day. Of course, this refers to the standard procedure. Should one desire to create a more exquisite scabbard, additional time would be necessary. However, Lenny had no intention of revealing that if they adopted an assembly line approach, producing 7 or 8 swords in a single day would pose no challenge whatsoever. Tim nodded, finding this time frame acceptable, and casually inquired about the pricing. So, how do you intend to sell it? You wouldn't truly sell it for just 8 gold coins, would you? How could that be possible? This is Lenny's most reliable avenue for earning his first pot of gold. There is no way it would be sold at such a low price. Naturally, it cannot be so cheap. I was merely estimating. The actual selling price will certainly not be at such a rate. Shifting uncomfortably in his chair, Lenny felt the hardness of the wooden seat and resolved to procure a sofa from Jimmy in the coming days. However, we are currently in urgent need of gold coins. Time waits for no one, so let us set it at 20 gold. Nodding once more, Tim compared this price with that of his own sword and found it reasonable. Yet, Lanny's mention of a bargain sounded somewhat jarring to him, as he thought to himself that this young man was becoming rather arrogant. 20 gold is not cheap. It can be priced even higher? Of course, it can be higher. Lanny dismissively waved his hand. For instance, if I were to pair it with a beautiful scabbard, selling it for 30 gold should present no problem. Upon hearing this, Tim's interest was piqued. What if we were to make it even more expensive? Pondering for a moment, Lanny waved his hand again. Then we could embellish the hilt with some adornments, perhaps gemstones. We cannot use purple or red, but green should be permissible. If we were to sell it in a larger city, 50 gold would likely be achievable. Imagining such a luxurious appearance, Tim had to concede that it indeed had the potential to sell, though the actual marketability remained uncertain. Observing Lanny's relaxed demeanor, Tim felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and intentionally provoked him. This is as far as it goes. It cannot be priced any higher, can it? Once the words escaped his lips, he felt a flush of embarrassment, wondering why he was suddenly quarreling with a child. He contemplated retracting his statement, but found it difficult to do so. Lanny straightened his posture, gazing at him in surprise. Uncle Tim, are you serious? Witnessing this reaction, Tim felt his face grow warmer. Fortunately, the dim candlelight concealed it somewhat. He waved his hand dismissively. If that's the case, then so be it. I was just speaking casually. Who says it cannot be done? With a grand gesture, Lanny grew enthusiastic, eagerly expressing his ideas. According to his vision, to achieve a higher selling price, they could not remain within the Earl's territory, nor could they stay in the Duke's domain. They must venture to the royal capital. Only in the royal capital could high-priced products find their buyers. Naturally, quantity also mattered. Producing too many would diminish their value. Limited editions were essential. They must be exclusive, with jeweled hilts, leather scabbards, tassels, and steel-patterned embellishments all included. Most importantly, the sword must possess a poignant tale. Legend has it that in a distant land, there existed a kingdom called Shuglan. The king's youngest daughter, Princess Sophia, was renowned for her beauty and exceptional intelligence. From a young age, she aided her father in governing the kingdom, swiftly elevating its power and influence. However, Princess Sophia's brilliance soon sparked concern among neighboring kingdoms. They conspired and secretly contacted the giant race residing atop a mountain, abducting Princess Sophia on a moonlit night. When the king discovered her absence, he found only her cherished sword in her chamber. The heartbroken king summoned warriors from across the land, promising the hand of his daughter to anyone who could rescue her. Soon, the kingdom's most renowned knight, the embodiment of bravery and strength, Sir Arthur, stepped forward to undertake the quest to save the princess. After traversing mountains and enduring countless trials, Arthur, guided by the sword that belonged to the princess, finally arrived at the mountain city of the giants where Princess Sophia was held captive. However, Arthur's arrival incited the giants' wrath, and they surged forth, pursuing the two relentlessly. After a fierce battle lasting 49 days, during which Arthur vanquished countless giants, he bravely faced a giant's sword that was aimed at the princess, sustaining grave injuries. Ultimately, he succumbed to the overwhelming odds and fell unconscious. During their harrowing escape, Princess Sophia had already fallen deeply in love with the valiant Arthur. To spare him from the giant's humiliation, she clasped the unconscious knight and resolutely leapt from the precipice of the mountain city, vanishing without a trace. When people discovered the site of their fall, they found only their swords, both of which bore beautiful, shattered patterns along the blade. Some say that the long swords absorbed the force of the fall, shattering to protect their masters, while others believe that the sword souls followed their owners into the afterlife, the patterns serving as evidence of their souls' fragmentation. From that day forth, the people of Shuglan referred to Princess Sophia's sword as the Sword of Wisdom, a symbol of intellect and love. The sword wielded by the knight Arthur is revered as the Sword of the Brave, a symbol of courage and strength. Its most renowned feature is the intricate, mysterious patterns adorning the blade, in an effort to concoct a somewhat unremarkable love story. Even resorting to the age-old trope of a hero rescuing a princess, he initially expected Tim to scoff at it. To his surprise, however, the response exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the impact was remarkable. When he glanced at Tim, he discovered that Tim was utterly captivated, even on the verge of tears. To think, was he so easily moved? The tale was rather cliché. Yet, in this world where entertainment is scarce, it is no wonder that emotions run deep. Uncle Tim, how much do you suppose the Sword of the Brave and the Sword of Wisdom are worth? 10,000 gold or 20,000? It's merely a matter of negotiation. After a brief pause, Tim seemed to regain his composure and asked hesitantly if Princess Sophia was truly unharmed. By the way, the long sword you forged previously also bore intricate patterns. Could it be that it was indeed the sword of the brave? You actually believe that? Lanny rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated, and tapped the table. Uncle Tim, that is merely a story. At Lanny's exclamation, Tim jolted, fully awakening and feeling slightly embarrassed about his earlier reaction, adjusting his posture. It must be said, if one were to follow the proposed strategy, a casual price could indeed be set. Even someone as seasoned as him, who had traveled far and wide, found the story engrossing. With the right narrative, the nobles of the capital would undoubtedly be willing to part with their gold. Observing Lanny's relaxed demeanor, Tim pondered the pricing strategy. Intrigued by where this young man had acquired such knowledge, it sounded somewhat plausible. Could it truly be feasible? Regardless of its feasibility, Tim was swayed by Lanny's words. They agreed to set the price of each dark pattern sword at 30 gold coins, rather than the previously discussed 20. Tim felt that the cost of his earlier long sword had nearly reached 20 gold, yet it paled in comparison to the quality of Lanny's newly forged sword, which naturally warranted a higher price. Lanny, on the other hand, was indifferent. He believed that Elfin could support this price, given the new sword's exceptional performance. If not for his lack of foundation, which might attract unwanted attention with exorbitant pricing, he would have aimed for 100 gold coins to alleviate his debts. Alas, reality had its constraints. In the days that followed, Lanny and his companions were exceedingly busy. They continued crafting long swords, though employing the techniques from the second sword. In truth, the production process for the second sword was somewhat condensed. The number of forging cycles was reduced from over 100 to 49, embodying the significance of 7 and 7. The decision to create this scaled-back version stemmed from Lanny's careful consideration. Firstly, it would expedite production. He had tested this approach and found that the scaled-down version retained significant advantages over traditionally forged knight swords, still capable of cutting through, albeit leaving some visible marks. Nevertheless, it remained an excellent long sword. Moreover, he was reluctant to squander the story he had painstakingly crafted. It was curious how quickly the tale he shared with Tim that evening spread throughout the castle, leading many servants to become aware of it. Presumably, Tim had recounted it to someone within the castle, and thus it had circulated. He suspected that the first person to hear Tim recount the story was Aunt Susan, as he had always sensed something unusual in the way Susan looked at Tim. In recent days, the young maid had approached him with a hesitant demeanor, appearing as if she wished to speak but held back, and when he inquired, she stammered and refused to divulge, likely hoping for him to retell the story. Even Tiffany was not immune. One evening after their passionate encounter, while resting on his chest, she brought up the tale. "Darling, could you tell me again the story of Princess Sophia and Arthur?" Candy, too, was vague, stating it was something he had narrated. This was the first time Tiffany had called him darling, which astonished Lanny. As their interactions increased, Tiffany gradually accepted her status as Mrs. Wells. Furthermore, she discovered that her husband was not at all as she had been led to believe. In fact, Lanny possessed a certain charm, with a handsome appearance, an intense focus in his endeavors, and eyes filled with wisdom. He also exhibited kindness, treating those beneath him with great warmth. "All right, but you must promise me something in return. You understand. You tease." Tiffany laughed, playfully hitting Lanny, her cheeks flushed as she hesitated, retreating beneath the covers. Telling a story to his soft, fragrant wife was undoubtedly more pleasant than recounting it to Tim's scarred visage, and Lanny felt no objection. This time, his narrative would be more intricate and dramatic than the one shared with Tim, as he had taken the opportunity to refine and embellish the story. Hearing that Lanny told his wife a more captivating version only fueled Candy's irritation in the days that followed. She pouted whenever she saw him, resembling a goldfish about to blow bubbles. He paid no heed to the young maid's discontent, intending to document the story for future dissemination, thus sparing himself the need to recount it again. Given the story's remarkable reception, he could not afford to waste it. One day, when the conditions were ripe, he aspired to profit from the sword of wisdom and the sword of the brave. Thus, he spent his days in the study penning the tale of the sword of the brave. However, the process proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Having never attempted to write in another world, he found himself grappling with numerous issues, realizing it was not as simple as he had envisioned. During the creative process, he recalled his prior grievances regarding parchment and inquired about its manufacturing technique. Initially, he intended to hire a craftsman to assist him in developing a more affordable and convenient paper. To his astonishment, he discovered that the reality was quite different from his assumptions. He had always believed parchment was made from lambskin. However, Frank, the steward, informed him that while this might be true in the central part of the kingdom, in the north, due to the lack of grazing land for sheep, parchment was not genuinely made from lambskin. In fact, Parchment from the north would be more accurately termed beast skin parchment, and in the village of Black Mountain. Located near the mountainous area, most villagers engaged in hunting, making beast skin parchment a local specialty. No wonder Lenny had previously thought that the price Frank quoted was the castle's procurement cost. He had not realized that the castle had been using parchment for quite some time without running out, as Black Mountain Village had been supplying beast skin parchment as part of the territory tax deductions. Oh, which craftsman in Black Mountain Village is the best at making beast skin parchment? Stroking his chin, Lenny contemplated whether it would be wise to seek a craftsman to assist him in producing bark paper or grass paper. In truth, the hunters of Black Mountain Village were knowledgeable about making beast skin parchment, but if one were to speak of the finest craftsmanship, it was undoubtedly Granny May. Frank was evidently well acquainted with Granny May, having dealt with tax matters for the territory on numerous occasions. Why such a peculiar name? Lenny wondered, as many commoners lacked surnames, yet still had given names. However, Granny May sounded more like a title than a name. Frank, however, appeared reluctant, slowly beginning to explain. Maypopo was not originally from Haishan Village. She had only arrived there a few years prior. According to her own account, her husband and daughter perished during the raids by the groom people in the preceding years. By a stroke of fortune, she managed to escape with her life, evading capture in the mountains for 1 or 2 months before losing consciousness near Haishan Village, where she was subsequently discovered by the villagers. After being brought back for medical care, she settled in Haishan Village, assisting the locals by crafting animal hide paper to make a living. As for her original dwelling, being merely a woman, she lacked precise knowledge of its location, only recalling that it was called Huaga Village. What? Huaga Village? Are you certain it's not Hogwarts? Upon hearing the butler's words, Lenny sprang to his feet in astonishment. Observing Lenny's peculiar reaction, the butler furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment before affirmatively nodding. It indeed was Huaga Village, not Hogwarts. Young master, do you recognize the place? Realizing it was not Hogwarts, Lenny felt he had overreacted. It was hardly conceivable that it could be Hogwarts, as that was a mere figment of Aunt Luo's imagination. Regaining his composure, Lenny seated himself once more at his desk and instructed Frank, please make a trip to Haishan Village and invite Maypopo to the castle. I have tasks I wish to entrust her with. Frank nodded in agreement and proceeded to mention another matter. By the way, Madam expressed a desire to return to AI Air Fun. Do you think we should arrange for Mr. Tim to provide her protection? I will discuss it with her. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Lenny was well aware of Tiffany's reasons for returning to AI Air Fun, initially hoping to enlist her assistance in appealing to the Count. Tiffany's response had been peculiar at the time. Although she consented, she had not taken any action since, and now she suddenly brought it up. However, it was evidently not the right moment. He contemplated that when Tim traveled to AI Air Fun to sell the new knight's swords, he could conveniently escort Tiffany back to the Count's castle, thus avoiding the need for Tim to make an additional trip. With these plans in mind, Lenny returned to his study, diligently writing his first book while patiently awaiting Frank's return with Maypopo. However, he was surprised when Tim arrived first. That afternoon, Tim entered the study and, without uttering a word, tossed a broken long sword onto Lenny's desk, startling him. Observing Tim's furious demeanor, Lenny examined the broken sword with care. From its appearance, it was evidently a knight's sword freshly forged but yet to be adorned. The natural patterns on it indicated that it was likely the knight's sword being crafted by Tai Chue. Upon closer inspection, however, he noticed an issue. The patterns on the long sword were irregular and sparse, and he could not ascertain the cause. It was not until he brought Tim to the backyard and inquired with Tai Chue that the problem was revealed. Tai Chue and his companion had no concept of the forging process and standards, resulting in the arbitrary alterations of the forging procedures that Lenny had previously advised. They had even unilaterally reduced the forging process from 49 strikes to merely a handful. Fortunately, Tim was an experienced knight and recognized the issue. Testing it with his own blade, he found that the newly crafted longsword was nearly indistinguishable from a standard knight's sword, easily severed with a light stroke. Faced with Tai Chue's innocent expression, Lenny was at a loss as to whether he should feel angry. After all, the fault was not entirely Tai Chue's, as it was well known that he lacked formal education, and Lenny had been negligent in his oversight. Reluctantly, he returned to his study and meticulously documented the forging process in a fixed manner, creating nearly 30 detailed guidelines that filled a sheet of parchment. As for Tai Chue's illiteracy, it was not a significant concern. He handed the process to Tim, instructing him to read it aloud to Tai Chue until he could recite it from memory. They were not permitted to resume work until they could fully recite the process. And even Jimmy, who assisted in operating the bellows, was required to memorize it. bearing the responsibility of supervising Tai Chue's adherence to the guidelines. Originally, this was a minor issue, merely a hiccup in the forging process, but much later, Lenny would learn that Tai Chue and Jimmy had privately dubbed this document the Forging Bible and treasured it dearly. After memorizing it, Tai Chue took the document home and hid it away, claiming he intended to pass it down to his son. Several times thereafter, Jimmy would stammer and hesitate when he saw Lenny, yet he never revealed the specific reason. However, Jimmy was simply envious of Tai Chue. He desired such a valuable resource for himself. Chapter 28. The peculiar Maypopo. Lenny was unaware of Jimmy's expectations. His daily agenda was already quite full. After resolving the standardization of the crafting process, he returned to his study to compose his first book, The Sword of the Brave. Just as he immersed himself in the creative flow of the narrative, he failed to notice Tim stealthily entering the study. "Lenny, there's something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Lenny, startled, hurriedly wiped the ink that had spilled onto his desk, casting an annoyed glance at Tim. Could it be that the forging had encountered another issue? "I have pondered for quite a while about how to sell the first batch of longswords, and I find myself lacking confidence. Do you have any suggestions?" Tim hesitated for a long moment before finally voicing his intent, his face already flushed with embarrassment. The thought of the forthcoming task left him feeling uncertain, and he had no clear idea of how to proceed. Having been awed by Lenny's pricing strategy for luxury items, he developed an inexplicable confidence in Lenny's business acumen, prompting him to seek assistance. "You seem to lack any concrete ideas," Lenny mused inwardly, though he could understand the sentiment. Sending Tim into battle was undoubtedly feasible, as evidenced by the previous sack of broken swords. However, having him engage in business was likely a tall order for this night. "Uncle Tim, what do you think of naming our new longsword the Dragon Pattern Sword?" He believed that to successfully sell these items, an impactful name was essential. This was a commendable start. Dragon Pattern Sword was a name he found quite appealing. It sounded grand and distinguished, easily differentiating it from ordinary knight swords. In fact, he had contemplated various names, including Steel Sword, Holy Sword, 100-Forged Sword, and Sword of the Brave, but most were swiftly dismissed. The name Steel Sword felt too mundane, lacking in prestige and detrimental to promotion. Holy Sword had a nice ring to it, yet it bore some taboo in relation to the southern kingdom of Nicola, leading him to eliminate it for fear of attracting trouble. The name 100-Forged Sword suggested a sword made through repeated forging, which would too easily expose the secrets of the crafting process. Absolutely unacceptable. As for not using the name Sword of the Brave, that was primarily because the Sword of the Brave was not yet widely recognized, lacking any foundational fame. It would be better to call it the Super Knight Sword. After much deliberation, he ultimately concluded that Dragon Pattern Sword sounded the most harmonious. "Dragon Pattern Sword? Don't you find that name rather peculiar?" Tim repeated the name in confusion, struggling to grasp why Lenny would choose such a title. Upon hearing Tim echo the name, Lenny realized that he had unwittingly used a term from his native tongue, failing to notice the apparent oddity it possessed in this world. In his original language, the name indeed sounded majestic and appealing. However, the issue lay in the fact that Andrew's language was closer to ancient Western dialects, making it sound akin to a sword made from dragon scales, which was rather bizarre. Sighing, Lenny felt regretful that such a melodious name could not be utilized. He pondered deeply, preparing to try again. What about Dark Pattern Sword? Following the train of thought behind Dragon Pattern Sword, he swiftly conceived this new name and promptly voiced it aloud. After reading it aloud and reflecting on it, he realized it was rather impressive, embodying both the essence of a sword in darkness and the meaning of a long sword adorned with mysterious patterns. The term in an Andalou language inherently conveys a sense of mystery and obscurity. Tim, after a moment of contemplation, nodded slightly and offered a commendation of approval. Ultimately, both men unanimously decided to name it Anwenjian, distinguishing it from traditional longswords while possessing a melodious quality. With the name established, Lenny then broached the subject of marketing the Anwenjian. Although he claimed that sales would be challenging, it was, in fact, quite simple, especially in an era where goods were scarce and people's perspectives were limited. Since the Anwenjian's greatest advantages were its sharpness and durability, Tim merely needed to emphasize these qualities in his promotion. At that moment, Lenny adjusted his chair and leaned closer to Tim, lowering his voice. Initially, the knight displayed a look of resistance, attempting several times to interrupt Lenny, yet the latter swiftly articulated his thoughts without granting him the opportunity. After absorbing Lenny's ideas, Tim's demeanor shifted. He appeared enlightened, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. He felt that this approach suited him perfectly, requiring minimal effort while eliminating the need for boisterous promotion in the market. As for the outcome, He believed he could trust Lenny. After all, it couldn't be worse than his own ideas, could it? Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. How long will it take you to prepare the items? We cannot afford any delays. The nightly order must be established swiftly, for I fear the Grummins may arrive soon. Upon mentioning the Grummins, a frown of concern etched itself upon Tim's face. Currently, Count Ano was becoming the subject of ridicule in the north. As a count rallying numerous nobles could not subdue a band of 50 to 60 Grumman marauders. It was no wonder he was the target of mockery. Observing the knight's troubled expression, Lenny calculated the time required and proposed a 3-day time frame. Very well, I await your news. Watching Tim depart with satisfaction, Lenny felt a twinge of headache. His headache did not stem from the forging process, as the blacksmith had become quite adept at the procedures. Nearing completion of the forging phase, the real issue lay with the crafting of the sword sheath and accompanying accessories. The sheath itself was simple, requiring only the processing of wood, and he had already instructed Jimmy to begin. However, the progress remained less than ideal, as the assistant had not yet mastered the refined tools Lenny had designed for him, such as the planer. He consistently struggled to grasp the delicate finesse required, often resorting to the blunt knife. Lenny had instructed him several times, but little progress had been made. He began to wonder if this was a matter of inherent talent. After all, he himself had learned without difficulty. So why was Jimmy encountering such challenges? However, what truly troubled him was the external decoration of the sheath. He had intended to utilize deer hide for the outer covering and tassel embellishments, as well as for the non-slip grip on the hilt. Given the proximity to the mountains where deer were plentiful, it would be quite affordable. Yet, the sewing work posed a problem, as he lacked the necessary skills and could not conceive of an effective solution, leaving him in a state of agitation. The sewing tasks within the castle were primarily managed by the maid Melinda, who, in addition to her sewing duties, was responsible for cleaning and upkeep, and was not a professional seamstress. Lacking expertise and being slow in her movements, her progress was exceedingly disappointing. To date, not a single decorative element for the Anwen Jian had been completed, causing Lenny considerable frustration. Just as he contemplated seeking a professional leatherworker in Irfan, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Master, Granny May has arrived. Entering the study was the ever-efficient butler Frank, accompanied by Granny May from Black Mountain Village. As Frank's words echoed, an elderly woman entered behind him, her hunched back and calm demeanor catching Lenny's attention. This woman appeared to be in her 60s, her face lined with wrinkles and her slightly disheveled white hair lending her an air of age. Upon seeing her, Lenny experienced a peculiar sense of dissonance, struggling to pinpoint its source. After scrutinizing the old woman once more, he soon identified the origin of his unease. Since entering with the butler, she had not uttered a word, and unlike other commoners who displayed trepidation in the presence of their lord, she exuded an unusual calmness. What struck Lenny most was her bright, vivid eyes. Typically, the eyes of the elderly possess a certain dullness, but Granny May's were remarkably clear and vibrant, darting around curiously as if surveying his study with far greater interest than in him, her lord. Could this appearance be the result of makeup? Surely not. This was not a world of sorcery, but rather one where the majority of commoners struggled to find enough food in the kingdom of Andalou. A closer inspection revealed her skin to be naturally hued, her hands and feet dry, and even her teeth were yellowed and blackened, leaving no evidence of cosmetic enhancement. Ultimately, he could not discern whether or not she had indeed applied makeup. Feeling a heightened sense of caution, he finally spoke. "You are Granny May?" Suppressing his unease, he did not dismiss the butler, but instead initiated a conversation with her. Upon hearing his inquiry, Granny May withdrew her gaze from the surroundings and focused on Lenny. "Yes, my lord." To his surprise, she referred to him as my lord rather than the more common titles of noble or lord. Lenny raised an eyebrow at her response. "Could you share your name with me? I feel that Granny May does not quite reflect your true identity." As he gestured for her to take a seat across from him, he voiced his curiosity regarding her name. In response to Lenny's inquiry, Granny May exhibited no particular reaction, calmly taking her seat opposite him, adjusting her flowing hair, her voice low and raspy. "If it is inconvenient, you may call me Aunt May. My name has become a painful memory I prefer not to revisit since the passing of my husband and son. I trust my lord would not wish to burden this old woman." While her words conveyed a tale of sorrow, her tone betrayed no hint of grief, as if she spoke of someone else's plight. Yet, Lenny sensed she was subtly reinforcing her narrative, ensuring that anyone who thought of her would associate her with her tragic past. This reminded him of certain marketing strategies he had encountered in another world, which often employed similar tactics. Gazing at her, he felt an uncanny sensation. Whereas his initial discomfort stemmed from her manner of speaking, as she drew closer. He observed even more peculiarities. In the brief time since her entrance, she had adjusted her hair 4 times, indicating her evident concern for its appearance. Reflecting on her earlier disheveled locks, he began to suspect they were intentionally tousled. As she unconsciously tended to her hair, Lenny made a startling discovery. The roots of her hair were black, not the gray one would expect from an elderly individual. Had she employed some method to deliberately dye her hair white? What of the wrinkles on her face? What of her hunched form? Which of these was genuine? Confronted with the myriad enigmas presented by Granny May, Lenny found himself beset by countless questions. Fortunately, throughout their ensuing dialogue, she employed numerous strategies to reinforce her image. Yet she displayed no hostility towards him or, by extension, the Wells family. This caused Lenny to chuckle internally, pondering whether he had overthought the situation, questioning if there were indeed malicious individuals intent on harming him. "Frank, you may proceed with your duties," he said. Once the steward departed, Lenny took a moment to scrutinize Granny May, falling into contemplation. Granny May had arrived in Haishan village several years prior. Despite her enigmatic background, it was unlikely that she bore any ill will towards him. The specific reasons for her presence remained a mystery, but it seemed her affairs were not closely intertwined with his. Furthermore, he was primarily interested in exploring the feasibility of producing paper from straw or tree bark. Her matters were of no concern to him, as long as they did not impede his pursuits. This line of thought caught Granny May by surprise, prompting her to lift her gaze. Cough, cough, cough. May, regardless of whether your name is truly Granny May or something else entirely, I am quite indifferent to it, Lenny remarked, gesturing dismissively to convey his disinterest in her past. As she regarded him with an expression of astonishment, he proceeded to articulate his request. Could you enlighten me on the process of crafting parchment? If you are able, I shall have a task for you. And you may also secure a position within the castle. What do you say? Chapter 29. Hidden Identity Granny May. Might you provide a detailed account of how you manufacture parchment? Upon hearing Lenny's request, Granny May, who had maintained a calm demeanor since entering the study, was momentarily taken aback, revealing a markedly different expression. It would be more appropriate to refer to her as May Lisha. The surname Lee was nearly non-existent in the kingdom of Andrew, indicating she was not merely a widow of a deceased husband. Her true identity was that of a noble from the kingdom of Zijingwa, a rare female archmage, and a prodigious sorceress known as May Lisha. However, those were matters of the past. Although she possessed immense magical talent, becoming a formal magician in her early teens and ascending to the rank of archmage by 19, the magical community's response to her was fraught with complexity, likely due to gender discrimination and prejudice. Several years ago, on a stormy night, she was betrayed and fell victim to the insidious seed of black vines, which rendered her magical abilities chaotic and unmanageable. Subsequently, a group of cloaked figures stormed her castle, slaughtering her family. She barely escaped by leaping into a well, only to be pursued relentlessly by a mysterious archmage, driving her to the brink of despair. Had she not inadvertently learned techniques to alter her appearance, she would have perished at the hands of that enigmatic figure. She initially fled to the kingdom of Andrew and then journeyed northward to a small mountain village, where she concealed her identity and began to establish a new life. Nevertheless, the first 2 years were marked by trepidation, fearing the return of the mysterious archmage. When Frank approached her with an invitation to the castle, she initially suspected her identity had been revealed and nearly fled. However, her inability to wield magic left her uncertain of her chances against Frank, leading her to accompany him to the castle. Regarding Frank's assertion that the Lord wished to inquire about the production of parchment, she was skeptical and remained on high alert after entering the castle, only to be surprised that this young lord indeed inquired about parchment. "My lord, as a distinguished noble, what piques your interest in such humble professions?" May Lisha queried, slightly taken aback, her raspy voice betraying her astonishment. After a moment's reflection, Lenny deemed it harmless to share his thoughts, as he had intended to delegate the research to this so-called Granny May, given his inability to devote daily attention to such matters. With a smile, he elucidated, "The quality of parchment is commendable, yet its cost is prohibitively high, hindering the dissemination of knowledge. I wonder if it is possible to utilize tree bark or plants to produce a more affordable paper, thereby facilitating the spread of knowledge." Lenny continued, "Of course, should this endeavor prove successful, I would also receive a modest reward." May Lisha internally rolled her eyes, finding the young man's aspirations rather frivolous. Knowledge had always been invaluable. Even if the price of paper were reduced, would it be wise to disseminate precious information to the laborers in the fields? Was this not a trivial pursuit? Despite her internal musings, She recognized that residing in the territory of this young noble necessitated compliance with his peculiar request, provided she wished to keep her identity concealed and avoid a life on the run. To produce fine parchment, lambskin is preferable. However, in our northern region, sheep are scarce. So the parchment we create can only be deemed animal hide paper. The process is quite intricate, encompassing approximately 10 steps. As she explained, Lanny began to grasp the complexity involved in crafting parchment. The steps included preparation, washing, hair removal, defatting, drying, sanding, and softening, among others. Each artisan also infused unique steps into the process to achieve specific effects. Often, it was these distinctive techniques that determined the quality and appearance of the parchment. For instance, Granny May would introduce an additional step after the pickling process, treating the materials with a substance she collected, which she referred to as stone frost. According to her, this would render the final animal hide paper more resilient and closely resemble genuine lambskin parchment. Nitrat, do you mean the stone frost collected from the stones of old houses? A white or grayish powder. Upon hearing this, Lanny finally seized upon a topic he was familiar with and interjected. Ah, my lord, you are familiar with stone frost? Granny May's eyes widened in surprise, astonished that Lanny recognized the name she had coined based on its appearance. Yes, I refer to it as saltpeter. It can be added during the treatment of all furs, rendering the leather softer. Moreover, saltpeter possesses numerous other remarkable properties, Lanny replied with a mysterious smile. He then adopted a serious tone. However, that is a matter for another time. Let us return to the topic of animal hide paper. After absorbing the details of parchment production, Lanny felt he had gained some insight into the potential for creating paper from tree bark or plants. You see, if, and I emphasize if, we could identify plants that yield fibers easily, such as hemp or certain tree barks, might we be able to manufacture plant-based paper? It would simply involve utilizing the fibrous properties of the plants. Fibers. What are those? Granny May, not dismissing Lanny's imaginative notions, instead expressed curiosity about the recurring concept of fibers, though she was unfamiliar with some of his terminology. The previous mention of saltpeter and now fibers had similarly perplexed her. Fibers, how shall I put it? Lanny pondered briefly before attempting to clarify. They are the components found in plants, animal hair, and leather that provide structural support. After a moment's thought, he sought to simplify his explanation with a relatable analogy. To illustrate, if one were to break a living wooden stick, the resilient strands within that break are fibers. However, these are wood fibers, while those in hair and leather are significantly finer. As their dialogue continued, Lanny discovered that Granny May possessed a rare curiosity uncommon in this era, probing into concepts she had never encountered. Rather than feeling irritated, he found himself invigorated by the opportunity to engage in such a dialogue with another soul in this age. If we were to incorporate saltpeter, their exchange persisted well into the evening. Ultimately, after establishing a plan, Granny May resolved to remain in the castle, assisting Lanny in the search for suitable plants for paper production. If Lanny truly develops the paper that she desires, she will also take responsibility for its production. The castle will provide for her meals and accommodation, along with a monthly salary. As Granny May is taken away by Candy to arrange for lodging, Lanny reflects on the agreement they made, feeling as though she has signed a research contract, which leaves her with an odd sensation. Having settled this matter, her thoughts drift to the issue of crafting the sword sheath, which troubles her. The castle is still severely understaffed. Even such a minor task becomes a source of frustration. Noticing Lanny's distress, Tiffany inquires about it upon returning to their chamber. My dear, is there an issue with the security of the territory? I saw Tim enter your study this afternoon. Sitting beside Lanny, Tiffany gently rubs his forehead, her voice soft and soothing. Observing the frown on her husband's brow, she realizes he must be troubled by something and, acknowledging her inability to assist significantly, resolves to do what she can. Not at all. Lanny chuckles shyly at the concern he has caused Tiffany, rubbing his face to ease his expression. Currently, there are no issues with the territory's security. It's merely a minor problem with production. Upon learning that her husband is merely struggling with the crafting of the sword sheath, Tiffany lets out a playful laugh, batting her large eyes at him. Why don't you ask me for help? You? A seamstress? Lanny glances at Tiffany, his expression one of disbelief. He cannot imagine this delicate young lady engaging in such laborious tasks. Leave this to me. I promise to complete it on time. Tiffany confidently pats her quivering bosom, fully embracing the task. Over the past few months, she has not merely lingered in the castle's chambers, but has also interacted with the outside world. She has grown quite familiar with the castle's maids, even gaining insight into the affairs of the nearby villages through them. As far as she knows, Lady Karina, the blacksmith's wife, possesses remarkable craftsmanship and is well regarded in the village. Additionally, The ever-bouncy Candy is also quite skilled, though she refrains from showcasing her talents out of respect for Aunt Melinda. Karina? Is she suitable? Lenny furrows his brow, harboring some reservations about inviting Karina to work at the castle, especially since the suggestion comes from his own wife. Haha, dear Lord Lenny. Are you still worried about that matter? Tiffany giggles at his expression, finding her husband rather endearing. I know it was the steward's idea. I don't mind it at all. What are you concerned about? Then it's up to you. Observing Tiffany's radiant smile, Lenny helplessly shrugs his shoulders, reasoning that if she is unbothered, he should not be either. Early the next morning, Tiffany sends out a young maid. When Karina arrives at the castle, Iron Hammer is both astonished and surprised. What brings you to the castle? Chapter 30, Tiffany's Method. What brings you to the castle? Iron Hammer, awaiting Jimmy at the castle entrance, stares in disbelief at his wife, who has followed closely behind. As Karina attempts to respond, Candy, trailing behind, indignantly shakes her fist at Iron Hammer. Is it only permissible for you to come while Karina cannot? How unreasonable. Iron Hammer, already not the most articulate, finds himself blushing in the presence of the spirited Candy and stutters, unable to form words. Observing her husband's crimson face, Karina feels a mix of sympathy and embarrassment and gently pats Candy's small head. Don't pick on the honest man. Your brother Iron Hammer is not one for words. What? I'm merely standing up for you. Candy glares at Karina with her big eyes, sulking, ignoring Candy's protest. Karina turns to explain her reason for coming to the castle to Iron Hammer, concerned that her earnest husband might misunderstand. The lady sent Candy to fetch me. She arrived just as you left. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Return home early once you're done. A bit shy, she casts a glance at Candy. Still feeling hesitant about expressing concern in public, the three find themselves at the castle entrance, making it inconvenient for further conversation. After offering a few shy admonitions to Iron Hammer, Karina firmly leads Candy into the castle, with only Candy's murmurs echoing behind them. What? Did I make you worry about him? If he is so repugnant, why did you marry him? If he can come, why can't you? Candy pouts, unwilling to leave. How could someone as domineering as Iron Hammer, who is also quite unattractive, be worth liking? Hearing Candy's grumblings, Karina can only shake her head with a wry smile. Silly sister, you should recall the misunderstandings created by Lord Lenny previously. If I frequently visited the castle, the village would surely concoct stories about me. By the time they reach the second floor of the castle and enter the room, the maids Melinda and Nina have already arrived and are quietly gossiping, while Tiffany waits for them. This is Karina's first encounter with Tiffany, whose golden hair and blue eyes, coupled with her snow-white skin and flowing white gown, render her almost ethereal, causing Karina to feel a pang of inferiority. Fortunately, Tiffany's demeanor is warm. Upon noticing their arrival, she greets them with a beaming smile, inviting them to occupy the two available seats before her. All right, everyone is here, let us begin. With everyone present, Tiffany claps her hands, rising to stand before them. It is her first time independently presiding over a matter, and she feels quite anxious, her hands tightly entwined within her sleeves. Previously, she had been a mere shadow within the Enoch family, often the target of disdain, and never expected to lead any endeavors. Yet, she has witnessed the Countess's authoritative stance, which now unconsciously influences her own demeanor. Ahem, I believe everyone, except Karina, is familiar with each other, so allow me to make a brief introduction. She gestures towards Melinda on her left and proceeds to introduce each person on her right in turn. The lady seated farthest left is Melinda, followed by Nina, Candy. They are all maids of the castle. Lastly, this is Iron Hammer's wife, Karina. The other maids express curiosity about Karina, having not seen her since the previous commotion, and they turn to observe her intently, causing Karina to feel increasingly nervous. Ahem. Sensing Karina's anxiety, Tiffany clears her throat, redirecting the maid's attention back to her before continuing. In the coming 3 days, we need to complete several sets of long sword accessories, and time is of the essence. After delivering this message, she realizes it may not be as daunting as she imagined. Though the gaze of the others bears down upon her, she feels much more at ease. Wiping the thin sweat from her brow before speaking again. Considering the workload, Melinda alone cannot possibly complete it. Therefore, I hope you all will collaborate with her on this task. After a moment's reflection, she adds, of course, I will be working alongside you. Karina, you are here to assist, and we will provide you with some compensation. My lady, there's no need. Karina quickly rises to refuse, waving her hands in protest. Only Candy, the little girl, murmurs, why don't we receive any? She does not genuinely desire any payment, as she has no place to spend it in the castle. She merely feels a sense of injustice. While the young mistress remains oblivious to the girl's complaints, the other maids overhear her and choose to ignore her. Knowing that Candy is simply venting her frustrations, Tiffany did not notice the minor incident occurring below. Instead, she indicated that she would allow Melinda to introduce each tool and its usage, along with every step and process, urging everyone to pay close attention. After speaking, she nodded at Melinda and stepped aside to clear the front position. Upon hearing the lady's call for attentive listening, everyone felt invigorated and prepared to observe the forthcoming demonstration with earnestness. Melinda bent down to retrieve a pre-prepared wicker basket from the ground and approached, placing the basket on the table. She first tilted the basket to allow everyone to see its contents clearly before commencing her introduction. For our current crafting project, we will be utilizing Mei-Lu leather, hence requiring specialized cutting tools. This is a pair of scissors. This is a cutting knife, she announced, as she methodically displayed each item from the basket, elucidating the purpose of each tool and the crafting process. Many of the tools were unfamiliar to Karina, broadening her horizons. Tiffany had indeed put great thought into the selection of participants. Although, aside from Melinda, none had substantial experience in accessory making, the others were either dexterous or, like Karina, possessed rich sewing experience. Unexpectedly, it was Tiffany herself who immersed herself earnestly in the task at hand. To Karina and the others, it seemed that as the mistress of the castle, Tiffany would merely be pretending to work alongside them, primarily responsible for coordination and communication. However, they were taken aback to find her genuinely committed to the endeavor. Although she struggled with the various tools at first, injuring her fingers multiple times in the process, she did not waver and persevered from start to finish. That evening during dinner, Lenny noticed that she consistently avoided using her right hand, awkwardly wielding the soup spoon with her left. What is wrong? Tiffany recoiled slightly, forcing a smile. What? When Lenny saw that she did not respond, he seized her right hand, discovering several punctured wounds on her delicate, fair skin, which was slightly swollen. Alarmed, he turned to Candy, furrowing his brow. What happened? Candy cast a troubled glance at the lady, hesitating to speak. It's nothing. It's just an accident. Tiffany smiled gently, placing her hand atop Lenny's. The warmth of her husband's concern filled her heart with joy. Seeing the lady still attempting to downplay her situation, Candy finally scrunched her nose and began to sniffle. She wouldn't let me tell you. Although Candy's words were unclear, Lenny quickly understood. It seemed she had not engaged in such activities while with the Eno family, leading to her injuries. Observing her delicate and beautiful face, Lenny felt a wave of compassion wash over him as he gently caressed her hands. Does it hurt? They're all swollen. Tiffany, noticing the look of concern from her husband, felt a surge of sweetness within her, smiling as she shook her head. Frank, is there any liquor in the castle? Bring me some. The stronger, the better. When the butler brought the so-called strong liquor, Lenny frowned upon seeing it. What is this? The beverage was contained in a copper flask, and upon removing the stopper, he discovered a slightly green liquid, with a faint aroma that resembled beer more than strong liquor. This was a local specialty, Qing Fu wine, crafted from Qing Fu wheat through the fermentation process, akin to beer from another world, albeit with a higher alcohol content. Qing Fu wine boasted a higher proof than the kingdom's barley wine, qualifying it as a form of strong liquor suitable for drinking. However, for disinfection purposes, it was less effective than using nothing at all. After inspecting his swollen fingers, Lenny directly placed them in his mouth. Don't. Tiffany gasped, instinctively trying to retract her fingers. But Lenny held on tightly, not allowing her to pull away. Stay still. Lenny's words were muffled, and his eyes bore an intense gaze upon her. The warmth of his breath on her hand sent a tingling sensation through her. In that moment, Tiffany felt as if she were hearing celestial music, her heart nearly melting. Even though her father had numerous lovers, she had never witnessed him go to such lengths for anyone. For the next few days, try to keep that hand dry. Summer is approaching. Be cautious of infection. You know, at your age, you should be more careful. Observing Lenny's anxious demeanor, Tiffany felt no irritation but instead smiled tenderly. Her big, sparkling eyes filled with mirth as she gazed at him. As for the concept of infection, she was not entirely aware, nor did she pay heed to the notion of avoiding water. After tending to her mouth and setting her cup down, Lenny began contemplating the need for disinfection. It seemed imperative to find a way to produce glass. Whether for injuries or illnesses, the disinfecting properties of strong liquor would be crucial. Previously, when he had sustained an injury, he had relied solely on his physical resilience to endure. Fortunately, it was spring, and the heat had not led to widespread infection. The first course of action taken by the doctor summoned from Elfin City had been to suggest bloodletting, a truly reckless idea. Thankfully, he had already crossed over and remained cognizant. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to that quack. If they were to produce high-proof liquor, distillation would be essential. With current production techniques, the easiest sealed distillation apparatus to acquire would indeed be glass, as iron was more challenging to manipulate. Of course, this was a matter to be addressed after resolving the castle's immediate financial concerns. First, they must secure their initial capital. Without that, any subsequent plans would hold no significance. Chapter 31. Lanny and her eyes 4 days later, in the morning. At the castle gate, Tim donned a knight's attire, his waist adorned with a patterned sword, sitting astride his horse with an imposing presence. On either side of the horse hung 2 long cloth bags containing the patterned swords that had been hastily crafted at the castle over the past few days. To facilitate transport, Tiffany had even made a special bag from cloth. The early morning ride was intended for a trip to the nearby elfin city to sell these long swords. He had grown impatient, eager to set off with the goods at once. Resolving the castle's financial predicament would also enable him to swiftly assemble the noble army of Castle Cast. Beside the knight stood a horse-drawn carriage, a standard baronial vehicle of the kingdom, drawn by a single horse belonging to Baron Wells. This was nearly the only thing of significance that the Wells family possessed, yet it still appeared rather shabby. With minimal adornment and some iron parts already showing signs of rust. The carriage was driven by the castle's coachman, Joseph, while inside sat the castle's mistress, Tiffany, who would accompany Tim back to Elfin under the pretext of visiting family. "My dear, be careful on the road." Lanny gently kissed Tiffany's cheek and offered a quiet admonition. He understood that the outside world was not particularly safe, had it not been for the pressing weight of the 500 gold coins. He would not have allowed her to venture to plead with Count Eno. "Rest assured, this route is relatively safe, especially with Lord Tim accompanying us." Tiffany's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with being overly intimate with Lanny in public, and she gently pushed him away. "If father disagrees, then it's best to let it go. We can think of another plan upon your return. There is still time, and your husband is no ordinary man. He will surely devise a way. And remember, do not quarrel with your siblings, my reputation." Got it. After a lengthy exchange, until Tiffany could no longer tolerate it, Lanny finally turned to Tim. He failed to notice, however, that after turning, Tiffany was nervously tugging at her clothing, her lips turned white from biting them. "Uncle Tim, do you remember what I told you?" Lon and I observed Tim, who sat astride his horse, the prominent scar on his face causing him some concern regarding Tim's memory and whether he might engage in a business negotiation that could escalate to drawn swords. It seemed that Frank would have been a far better choice for such matters, yet this situation deviated from conventional transactions, being rather exceptional in nature. To this end, Lon and I had meticulously prepared some talking points and a script for Tim, hoping that this night could perform aptly. The trade of longswords was typically monopolized by the grand nobility. Although there were blacksmiths outside selling knightly swords, the quality was dubious. Catering primarily to down-and-out knights with a focus on affordability, Lon and I intended for Tim to take a different approach, aspiring to sell these few longswords at a premium price to alleviate the castle's economic plight. "Rest assured, I have memorized everything. My lady, you need not fret. I shall be here," Tim said, a slight smirk on his lips. Remembering the methods imparted to him by Lon and I, he awkwardly touched his nose, waved farewell to the crowd, and spurred his horse onward. "Tim, return swiftly. I shall prepare your favorite meal for your homecoming," Susan exclaimed, unable to restrain her emotions as she watched Tim depart, causing the onlookers to glance over in surprise. Upon hearing Susan's voice, Tim's body tensed, yet he quickened his pace. Watching Tim and the carriage disappear from sight, Lon and I cast a glance at Aunt Susan's ample figure, contemplating whether he should play matchmaker for the two. After all, Tim was not young anymore and still childless. He wondered what his thoughts on such matters might be. "Uncle Tim, are you feeling hot? Would you like to switch places with me on the horse while you take a moment to rest inside?" At that moment, it was midday, the hottest time of the day, and a horse-drawn carriage was making its way along the northern highway to AI Air Fun. Despite being called a highway, it was merely a dirt path wide enough for a single carriage, uneven and rugged. This road had been constructed during the founding of the kingdom by Andrew, financed by the royal family to pacify the north. Over the past century, no repairs had been undertaken, resulting in its current poor condition. The baronial carriage occupied by Tiffany was, of course, hindered by such terrain, and as noon approached, they had barely completed half their journey. Dressed in his knight's attire, Tim felt stifled, and under the blazing sun, he was drenched in sweat, even droplets clinging to his beard. In contrast, Tiffany, sheltered by the carriage's roof and with the windows opened, found the heat manageable. Although Tim was not nobility, he was still an elder, deserving of Lonnie's respect. And naturally, Tiffany regarded him as such. Throughout their journey, they had not exchanged many words, Tiffany was uncertain how to converse with the seemingly gruff knight, while Tim simply preferred silence. "Not at all, my lady." Upon hearing Tiffany's greeting from the carriage, Tim turned his head, smiling as he declined her kind offer. Though he often referred to Lon and I as that lad and regarded him as a junior, in formal settings, he always addressed him as Lord Lon and I, and Tiffany, as Lon Nee's wife, warranted the title my lady. Moreover, the rumors he had heard about Tiffany and AI Airfun were not flattering, spoiled, overbearing, lacking in decorum, and so forth. Even though Tiffany had resided in the castle for quite some time, as a male elder, he found it inappropriate to engage with her extensively. During the initial 3 months, Tiffany spent her time in her chamber or in the garden at the castle's entrance, sipping hot drinks and admiring the flowers, rendering it difficult to discern her character. Additionally, his focus had been entirely on Lon and I, leaving him little energy to pay attention to this unfamiliar baroness. However, after such a prolonged period, he had not heard any particularly negative accounts of Tiffany's treatment of the servants, and thus held no ill will toward her. Yet it was equally impossible to claim she was particularly admirable. Initially, when Lon and I requested Tim to escort Tiffany back to AI Airfun, he had declined, finding it inconvenient to travel with such a delicate lady. Ultimately, Lon and I had persuaded him with a single sentence. Tiffany sought to return to AI Airfun primarily to plead with Earl Angus for leniency regarding a previous debt of 500 gold coins. Tim was well aware of the castle's current circumstances and did not believe that the Wells family would be able to repay such a sum within half a year. In light of this, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Tiffany's suggestion was met with a polite refusal, yet she did not appear particularly upset. Rather, it seemed to open the floodgates for conversation. She adjusted her position, leaning closer to the carriage door, and began chatting with Tim. "Uncle Tim, I've always been curious. Lon and I seems quite admirable. Why do people speak of him so disparagingly?" Tim refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question to Tiffany. "And what is your impression of him?" Tiffany paused, reflecting on her recent interactions, and softly murmured, "He is meticulous and gentle, with a commendable temperament. When he undertakes tasks, he is serious and focused, treating the servants with kindness." As she mentioned kindness, she appeared to recall something slightly embarrassing, her cheeks flushing. After speaking, she raised her gaze, her enchanting blue eyes fixed on Tim, and asked, "Is he not quite different from the rumors outside?" "He hardly resembles that person." As the horse trotted along, Tim, his body swaying with the rhythm, murmured thoughtfully, "Indeed, it is as if he has transformed into another individual." "What?" Tim smiled, lifting his head to retort. "Is that not a positive development? Why concern ourselves with who he was in the past? However, I wish to understand him better, considering we shall live together for many decades." As she continued, her voice trailed off, growing softer with shyness in the presence of an elder. "Could you share with me what Lon and I was like before? Did he truly venture to the royal capital and have numerous lovers?" Gazing at the inquisitive Tiffany, Tim found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Should he divulge that Lon and I had once pursued a woman all the way to the royal capital, under the pretext of attending some noble knight training course, yet had never attended even a single day's lesson, instead indulging in seeking out those licentious women? Or that he had cast aside the very woman he had once adored? Did he dare to reveal that during his time in AI Airfun, Lon and I had countless lovers, often mingling with young nobles, engaging in brawls, or seeking out Mizomian women? Was it necessary to share that he spent his days either drinking or drunkenly debauching? Did he really want to recount how Lon and I would fly into rages, scarcely heeding August's words, and was prone to striking or berating the servants? As for respect toward himself, that was non-existent. He vividly recalled how Lon and I would either call him Tim or that old coot. Even August received only superficial respect, as he was privately dismissed as that old fellow. When provided with money to indulge in drinking and chasing women, he would refer to Tim as father, yet when funds were withheld, he would grumble about that old man. In those days, Lon and I spent the majority of his time in AI Airfun, returning to the castle primarily to collect money before heading back to AI Airfun. Of course, young people invariably go through rebellious phases. Tim himself had once, in a fit of anger over his inability to inherit his noble title, traveled the continent with August, and he had not returned home for nearly 20 years. In Tim's eyes, Lon and I was merely a bit rebellious and somewhat immature, perhaps with a slight excess of affection for women, but nothing particularly egregious. Once he matured and gained understanding, these flaws would naturally dissipate. Especially if one were to look at the present, particularly after Lonnie's recovery and return to activity, he was performing remarkably well, appearing as if he had attained enlightenment. After much contemplation, he finally nodded thoughtfully at Tiffany. "Since you have married Lenny, you naturally have ample time to gradually understand him. His past is of little consequence. What truly matters is the future. What do you think? Indeed, does his past truly hold significance? Repeating Tim's words imbued with wisdom, Tiffany fell into deep reflection. Chapter 32. Lanny's script. Observing Tiffany lost in thought, Tim quietly exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. His words were indeed not without merit. However, if this young lady were to discover that Lanny had more than 10 lovers in Airfen, she would surely be incensed. He had merely exceeded expectations. If he spoke further, he would undoubtedly reveal too much. With this in mind, he promptly diverted the conversation. The individuals involved in the production of the sword sheath were quite remarkable. Should we keep them for future endeavors? Given Lanny's demeanor, this dark-patterned sword would surely see more production. Of course, Lanny has informed me that she will summon them again. The moment Tiffany mentioned this source of pride, her thoughts swiftly shifted. By the time Tim and his companions arrived at Airfen, night had fully descended, and entering the city took some time. The streets were now sparsely populated, with most shops shuttered, as merchants and citizens had concluded their day's labor and returned home. In contrast, a few taverns flickered with light, bustling with activity. "Madam, I shall take my leave now. I will return to find you before my journey home." Approaching the carriage, Tim bid farewell to Tiffany from across it. They were now at the entrance of Inno Castle in Airfen, and Tim would not accompany Tiffany inside. He had a task assigned by Lanny to fulfill. "All right, Uncle Tim," Tiffany replied succinctly, falling silent, as if she grew anxious with proximity to the Inno family castle. Not perceiving the rudeness in her demeanor, Tim assumed it was simply the reluctance of newlyweds to part, and naturally, their spirits would not be high during this brief separation. Was it not the same when August and Carol first got together? It was not surprising at all. After parting ways with Tiffany, he turned the horse around, heading towards the familiar White Inn. Tim was no stranger to Airfen in his youth. Every adventure with August began with a stop in the city to replenish supplies and gear. The White Inn was their usual lodging. Years ago, the White Inn appeared much the same, with its modest entrance, slightly dilapidated exterior, and a fabric sign fluttering in the wind. After all these years, it remained unchanged, except for the number of people standing at the entrance, which had dwindled from 3 to just Tim. With a sense of nostalgia and sentimentality, he was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. "Lord Tim, you're here. Shall we follow the usual customs?" Looking down, he realized it was an old acquaintance. "Oh man, you are still working here?" Dismounting, Tim unfastened the pack from his back and exchanged pleasantries with Man. Man was a servant at the inn, though his age suggested he was somewhat beyond the typical service age. Seeing Tim dismount, Man took the reins with a wry smile. "My lord, what else could I possibly do at my age? Only White has the decency to keep me fed." Tim nodded in agreement, appreciating the innkeeper's kindness. He had stayed here often during his visits to Airfen and had become quite familiar with the proprietor. "How is White doing? He seems to be getting on in years." "Still working hard?" Walking towards the inn, they reminisced about old acquaintances. Indeed, his son, after settling into his room, taking a bath, and having a bite to eat, Tim realized it was already late. If he were at the castle, he would likely be resting by now. However, in Airfen, the nightlife at the taverns was just beginning. After instructing Man not to allow anyone into his room, he placed his sword down and donned a standard knight's dark-patterned sword. With Lanny's instructions fresh in his mind, he stepped out of the inn, filled with trepidation. The Iron Sword Tavern, the largest tavern in Airfen, was at its peak of liveliness. The atmosphere was electric, with boisterous voices and the occasional scuffle among drunken patrons, resulting in shouts and screams. Nevertheless, the crowd remained composed, merely parting slightly to observe the commotion with keen interest. As Tim pushed open the door to the bustling tavern, he attracted little attention. Many patrons were clad in knightly attire like his own. However, the majority were mercenaries, thieves, ruffians, and tavern singers. Navigating through the crowd to the bar, he waved to the bartender and produced 15 copper coins. "A mug of ale, please." The bartender, however, did not immediately serve the ale, his expression impassive yet conveying the message that funds were insufficient. It has been too long since I visited a tavern. Have prices gone up?" Just as he reached for more coins from his pocket, a hearty laugh erupted nearby. "Ha, brother, how long has it been since you last graced a tavern? Ale now costs 20 copper coins." A burly man with a thick beard laughed heartily, tossing 5 copper coins to the bartender. "Here, pour some for this brother." The bartender deftly caught the airborne coins while swiftly serving a drink, a motion that spoke of familiarity with such transactions. Tim glanced at the man, lifted his mug in acknowledgement, and then took a gentle sip. It has been ages since I tasted tavern ale. I find myself missing it." The bearded man seized the opportunity to approach, interrupting Tim's musing. "Brother, you seem unfamiliar. Did you just arrive from the south? Looking down at his attire, Tim shook his head, puzzled by the man's logic. Do I resemble someone from the south? Haha, not exactly, but ale from the south only costs 15 copper coins. The jovial giant seemed unfazed by any awkwardness, exuding a friendly demeanor. Having frequented taverns in his youth, Tim scrutinized the man once more and quickly deduced that he likely earned his living through information. Assuming Tim hailed from the central part of the kingdom and seeking to gather news. Contemplating whether to engage the man in conversation, he was interrupted by a voice nearby. Matthew, don't embarrass yourself. The man before you is none other than the renowned Northern Knight, Tim Miller, not some insignificant fellow from the south. Patrick? Tim squinted, turning to face three approaching figures, with the foremost being a familiar face, his former rival, Patrick Hall. Look, who do we have here? The illustrious Knight of the North, Lord Tim. Patrick grinned, his square face adorned with mockery, clad in similar knightly attire and sporting a knight's sword at his side. What's this, Pat? Do you wish to engage in another holy duel? I wonder if you are prepared with a spare sword this time. Tim merely glanced at Patrick before calmly returning to his drink, exuding an air of indifference. Patrick's expression faltered, becoming dark. However, he quickly recovered, a smirk returning to his face as he boisterously declared, I hear your master August has met his demise at Dragonfall Ridge? Why aren't you at home watching over his useless son? Aren't you afraid he will squander the family fortune? After speaking, he turned to glance at the two companions accompanying him, feigning ignorance as he exclaimed, what was that lad's name again? Pat, your memory fails you. He is renowned as the pride of our northern realm, the Flower Knight. Ha ha. The trio erupted into uproarious laughter, drawing the attention of everyone in the tavern. Oh, the Flower Knight. That wastrel Lenny? I heard he has now inherited the family estate and become a baron. A baron, you say? I heard he is so impoverished he can barely afford a meal, let alone his nightly stipend. A cacophony of chatter arose from the crowd, allowing many who were unfamiliar with the Flower Knight to grasp the mocking undertones of their words. Clearly, more than one patron had heard of Lenny's disreputable reputation. Tim observed the three, their faces contorted with malicious glee, and his lips twitched with irritation, the scar on his face pulsing with rage. Originally, Lenny had crafted a narrative that played upon Tim's reticent nature, envisioning him as a down-and-out knight resorting to selling swords in a tavern. In Lenny's design, since Tim was not eloquent, he would not be expected to engage in elaborate salesmanship. Instead, a character of a fallen knight was constructed for him, one who was awkward in social graces, driven to desperation, and forced to sell his sword to make ends meet. Upon arriving at the tavern, he would need to say little, merely feigning an inability to pay after his second drink. He would slam his long sword on the counter and demand the owner accept it as payment. If he made enough commotion, combined with the hefty sum of 30 gold pieces for the sword, it would be hard not to attract attention. Naturally, the tavern keeper would refuse, regardless of the sword's true worth. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as curiosity and a crowd were stirred, Lenny's objective would be fulfilled. Indeed, as a knight so destitute that he required his sword to settle his tavern bill, it seemed only reasonable that he might boast a bit after a drink. With enough mockery, there was bound to be a knight who could not resist the urge to challenge him, leading to a demonstration of the sword's sharpness and resilience. The only question was how many knights' swords would be severed in the process, since he was willing to sell swords in a tavern. Even if he did not make a sale, there would surely be some shrewd individual who would come seeking to purchase one privately. When Lenny first suggested this to Tim, he hesitated, but Lenny quickly discerned his trepidation and reassured him that given his long absence from taverns, he was unlikely to run into acquaintances and need not worry. After much deliberation and with no better alternatives in mind, Tim reluctantly agreed to try this approach. He had not anticipated running into someone familiar upon entering. Fact. What bad luck. Tim cursed inwardly, pushing aside his drink and slowly drawing his sword. Come, Patrick Hall, for the honor of knighthood. In the minds of Tim and Lenny, he had not frequented taverns for many years. He should not be recognized. Moreover, his face bore additional marks. However, with Patrick's ruckus, he realized that even if he fled to another tavern, he would likely be recognized swiftly. Thus, Lenny's script was thoroughly derailed. For a moment, he was at a loss regarding how to sell the swords. Should he truly resort to hawking like a common vendor in the marketplace? Fact, what misfortune. Frustrated by the disruption of his plans, he steeled himself. The subsequent events could be addressed later, since Patrick had confronted him. He would first teach this lad a lesson and relieve his anger. With a decisive motion, Tim pushed away his drink and unsheathed his longsword, pointing it towards Patrick. Come, Patrick Hall, for the honor of knighthood. Upon seeing Tim draw his sword, the surrounding patrons quickly dispersed, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The clinking of fallen tankards, the murmurs of shock, and the shrieks of women filled the air. Yet, rather than fleeing, the crowd merely stepped back slightly, finding seats from which to eagerly anticipate the impending duel. Clearly, they were accustomed to such spectacles, every face alight with excitement as they raised their tankards to watch the show unfold. Patrick and his companions, who had been laughing heartily at Tim's expense, suddenly found their mirth choked in their throats at the sight of Tim's challenge. They had not expected him to initiate a knightly duel so abruptly. Was this fellow mad? The sequence of events was all wrong. Why had he drawn his sword straight away? As Patrick glanced around at the onlookers, he hesitated, feeling as though he were caught between a rock and a hard place. He was acutely aware of Tim's formidable reputation, having faced him once before, resulting in his immediate need to replace his sword the following day. Though he was confident of his growth over the years, the cold visage of Tim, especially the long scar etched across his face, made him uneasy, just as he pondered whether to accept the challenge. Something peculiar about the longsword aimed at him caught his eye. The blade before him was not the broadsword he remembered, but rather a standard knight's sword, albeit one that seemed to bear many cracks. An idea sparked in his mind. Tim, has the Wells family fallen so low? You wield a sword riddled with fissures. Do they not feel shame? Ha! Tim, what has become of your honor? To be so humiliated by your own master. And yet you endure it? I truly admire your courage. As Patrick exaggeratedly gestured, laughter erupted throughout the tavern. He then turned to face Tim. Tim the knight, I cannot accept your challenge. I fear that should your wretched blade shatter, you will seek recompense from me. This is an affront to the sacredness of dueling. As he shouted, he waved his hands animatedly, casting furtive glances at several knights among the spectators. This tactic proved effective. Dueling held great sanctity among knights, tied to their honor and creed. Should anyone engage in deceit during a duel, it would incite the wrath of many, and the expressions of the surrounding knights began to darken. Tim, nearly amused to the point of laughter at the slander, found himself at a loss for words due to his poor eloquence. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, recalling something Lenny had once muttered. Patrick, ignorance is not your fault. However, he paused, mimicking Lenny's demeanor, scanning the crowd's expectant faces, and when all were hushed in anticipation, he continued. To make a spectacle of oneself is indeed your folly. As Tim delivered this line with a calm demeanor, the atmosphere in the tavern seemed to freeze momentarily before erupting into raucous laughter. It's your folly, haha? Who is this? Truly amusing. The crowd, hearing this unprecedented retort, burst into laughter, with several women collapsing over their tables in mirth. Patrick, initially smug, turned a shade of deep anger as he listened to the raucous laughter surrounding him. Yet, Tim was relentless, continuing to speak. In the name of knightly honor, Patrick, I must remind you that I wield a dark-patterned sword, capable of slicing through hair and severing iron. It is not to be compared with the pitiful scrap you possess. He raised his sword high, pointing it at Patrick. A sneer of contempt etched upon his face. Let us hope you do not claim that I am the one bullying you. Alas, your words seem laden with seriousness. What, pray tell, is the origin of this mysterious Anwin sword? Indeed, we too are quite curious. Do share. At this moment, many patrons of the tavern had already taken note of the peculiarities surrounding the Anwin sword. Listening to his earnest discourse, it was only natural for the onlookers to chime in with enthusiasm. Tim glanced around the crowd and observed numerous faces brimming with curiosity, stirring a thought within him. This presented a splendid opportunity. Although his plans had been interrupted, promoting the Anwin sword could be considered a partial fulfillment of his intentions, as Lenny would say. It would enhance its renown. With a flicker of inspiration, he retracted his outstretched hand, raising the sword vertically before his chest and gesturing towards its intricate patterns. This blade, known as the Anwin sword, is most distinguished by the enigmatic designs adorning its surface. As for its origins, it is said that this forging technique hails from the distant kingdom of Shug, capable of crafting the most formidable long swords in existence. Its hallmark feature is the dark patterns etched upon the blade. This sword is extraordinarily sharp, capable of severing hair with a single blow and cutting through iron as if it were mere clay. Furthermore, after prolonged possession, it attunes to the wielder's spirit, facilitating seamless wielding and significantly enhancing a knight's abilities. However, the forging process is laborious and intricate, resulting in its scarcity and limited fame, with few aware of its existence. In his youth, he had journeyed across the Holy Continent with Augustus and had the fortune to acquire a batch of Anwin swords. Tim elaborated extensively, igniting the interest of the tavern's patrons. Patrick, however, was flushed with indignation, harboring disbelief in his heart. The more wondrous Tim's tales became, the more humiliated Patrick felt, perceiving it as an affront to his own honor. Enough. Patrick's face was crimson, his gaze fixated on Tim as he bellowed. With a clang, Patrick unsheathed his long sword, swiftly pointing it at Tim. No matter how grand your tales, knight, it is strength that ultimately speaks. Let me witness whether this fanciful object is as miraculous as you claim, or if you are simply a consummate charlatan. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury, striving to maintain composure. With feet firmly planted, he raised his sword before his brow, performing a knightly salute. Tim Miller, I accept your challenge in the name of knightly honor. Ah, this lad has surprisingly composed himself. Observing Patrick's demeanor, Tim raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Since his opponent had taken a stance, he too was undeterred, returning the knightly salute before hoisting the Anwin sword once more. As the two prepared for their duel, the previously boisterous tavern fell into a profound silence. With each movement, everyone held their breath. Patrick's eyes locked onto Tim's, his feet subtly shifting as he sought an opening in his opponent's defense. In contrast, Tim appeared remarkably relaxed, his grip on the sword steady and unwavering. After a moment's standoff, Patrick's body surged with energy, propelling him forward with force. A flash of cold light erupted as the gleaming white sword lunged towards Tim's left chest. This strike embodied the culmination of Patrick's years of training and battlefield experience. Swift and fierce, targeting Tim's vulnerabilities. Several observing knights nodded in acknowledgement of the strike's caliber. Yet, Tim remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes as he subtly shifted his body. A glimmer of cold light flashing before Patrick's eyes. With a clang, as Tim executed a counterswing, Patrick's sword was cleaved in half. The lower portion sent flying with a resounding thud to the ground. Holding the severed sword, Patrick, in a comic display, struck forward but was rendered speechless with shock. The knights who had earlier nodded in approval now gaped in disbelief at the half-blade. Tim, feeling a rush of exhilaration, could hardly contain himself, frustrated by Patrick's earlier arrogance. With a flick of his wrist, the Anwin sword danced in the air, the sound of breaking blades resonating throughout the tavern. In no time, the remnants of Patrick's sword were reduced to a scattering of shards. You. Patrick struggled to swallow, lowering his arm in terror as he gazed at Tim. In that moment, as Tim wielded the sword, Patrick sensed the chilling specter of death looming over him. He had always believed himself courageous, yet when faced with genuine peril, he found his valor waning. The thought of confronting such a knightly weapon left him paralyzed with dread. Armor? What a jest! His own sword could pierce armor with ease. Before this blade, armor would be no sturdier than parchment. Seeing Patrick in despair, Tim shook his head, choosing silence as he gracefully performed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it and departing the tavern. Alas, this endeavor left him uncertain whether he had succeeded or failed. Tim sighed, feeling somewhat deflated. The previously eerie silence of the tavern erupted into a cacophony after Tim's departure. This brief duel, which had hardly commenced before it concluded, ignited the atmosphere within the tavern. Some patrons spoke of Tim's gallant maneuvers, while others debated his formidable prowess that left Patrick utterly defenseless. Even some courtesans, momentarily forgetting their duties, chattered animatedly about the man with the scarred visage, exuding an aura of charisma and security, their eyes misty with admiration. The knights, however, were captivated by the Anwin sword and its remarkable performance during the duel. It was evident that soon, the name of the Anwin sword would echo throughout the knightly circles of the city. After all, a fine sword holds an irresistible allure for knights. Young master, look here. These are fragments of the broken sword, the edges smooth and even, the lengths consistent. Fuin Cade gestured to the shards in his hand, his eyes gleaming with envy. Whether Tim is indeed powerful remains uncertain, but that Anwin sword is undeniably formidable. Oh, Kino observed the shards with keen interest, confirming that it was no mere trick of illusion, before turning to his retinue. Who among you has heard of Shug? While his companions were fixated on the sword itself, Kino was more intrigued by the place of its origin. He reasoned that, as the son of a duke, he could procure an Anwin sword from this land, thus enhancing the safety of his kingdom's travels. The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Young master, are you seeking Shug for the Anwin sword? One of the older retainers ventured cautiously. Perhaps, we need not search for this so-called Shug. Oh, Kino's interest piqued at the remark from Randall. I believe that Tim may possess more than one Anwin sword. Randall glanced at the shards in Fuin Cade's hand, confidently articulating his conjecture. Kino's eyes brightened at this revelation. Are you certain? Is there something I overlooked? Young master, do you recall that Tim mentioned acquiring a batch of Anwin swords? Randall stated his deduction with composure. Thus, might we negotiate for one? Ha ha. Randall, You are indeed a worthy aid to my father. Kino clapped Randall on the shoulder, proclaiming his wisdom. This journey together was undoubtedly my most astute decision. Haha. After praising Randall, he turned his attention to the other two, his expression cooling as he did so. You too, who will inquire about the whereabouts of this individual named Tim. I hope to meet this Sir Tim by tomorrow. That should not be an issue, correct? Observing Gino's nonchalant expression, the two knights, although internally skeptical, could only nod in agreement. No problem, young master. Chapter 34. Between father and daughter. After parting ways with Tim at the castle entrance, Tiffany proceeded directly to the Eno family castle. As the seventh daughter of the Eno lineage, the guards naturally recognized her, especially since she disembarked from her carriage some distance away from the castle gates. However, instead of acknowledging her, the guards unexpectedly blocked Joseph's path. One guard, bearing a cocky demeanor, scrutinized Joseph with disdain. Halt! This is the Earl's castle. What business do you have here? Upon hearing the guard's words, Joseph appeared bewildered, glancing at the lady beside him and thinking, Isn't this her family home? The lady is right here. What do these guards mean? Sensing Joseph's astonished gaze, Tiffany's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Enough, Paco. This is my attendant. Is my father in the castle? Paco continued to eye Joseph with suspicion for a while before seemingly just noticing Tiffany, turning to her with a forced smile. Ah, miss. My sincerest apologies. We have been on high alert due to recent unrest in Elfin. Your father is indeed in the castle. You may enter. Impatiently waving her through, he then shot a menacing glare at Joseph. This is the Earl's castle, not your humble abode. Be mindful. Being treated in such a manner at her own family home, especially in front of her servant, infuriated Tiffany to the point of trembling. Were it not for Lonnie's request, she would have turned around and left Cosseting without a second thought, never to return to this place filled with sorrowful memories. Yet, she could not afford such selfishness. She was no longer alone, as she now had a husband and family. Tiffany was aware of the Wells family's predicament and had heard some details from Lonnie. If she did not assist her husband in overcoming his challenges, who else would? Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger and humiliation, she cast a lingering glance at Paco, gestured for Joseph to follow, and stepped toward the castle. Along the way, the servants they encountered either hurriedly averted their gazes or hesitated to speak. She had grown accustomed to this treatment, as her nominal mother, Countess Louise, harbored a deep dislike for her, causing the servants to keep their distance. Some, with kinder hearts, merely maintained a safe distance, while others would actively insult her. Nevertheless, as the Earl's daughter, the servants did not dare to be overtly cruel, merely exchanging harsh words and exhibiting poor attitudes. Her siblings, however, showed no such restraint. They treated her poorly, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Thus, during her time in the castle, she preferred to remain in her room unless absolutely necessary, often retreating to the seldom visited study for an entire day. This time returning to the castle, her greatest concern was encountering her siblings and how they might humiliate her. Thankfully, on her way, she saw none of them, nor did she spot Louise. Madame Bonnie, where's my father? Tiffany grasped the arm of a passing servant to inquire about the Earl's whereabouts. This servant, a middle-aged woman, had previously garnered Tiffany's sympathy during her time in the castle. Although she had not provided much help, she had maintained a relatively gentle demeanor. Miss, you have returned, Madame Bonnie exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. But she quickly fell silent, glancing around as though wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining, merely pointing toward the study. Thank you, Tiffany replied, oblivious to Madame Bonnie's unusual behavior, and turned to head toward the study. Typically, Angus seldom visited the study, as he was not fond of reading. However, when he did, he was rarely interrupted. Now presented with a rare opportunity for privacy, Tiffany felt compelled to seize the moment. Should those bothersome individuals discover her return, she would undoubtedly face further complications. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the study door, she cautiously rapped on it. And only upon hearing an invitation to enter did she slowly push it open. Indeed, Angus was alone in the study. His head lowered as he focused intently on something at his desk, unaware of her presence. Tiffany approached quietly, positioning herself opposite the desk, and cautiously called out, Father. In her recollections, it was only during the years when her biological mother still resided in the castle that she had felt slightly more at ease with her father. Since her mother had departed, she had become exceedingly cautious around him, fearing that a single word or gesture could provoke his ire. Stealing a glance at the object on the desk, she discerned that it appeared to be a map, likely depicting the family estate, as she recognized the name Cosseting inscribed upon it. It seemed Angus had not anticipated Tiffany's voice. Upon hearing her call, he paused in his actions, rolled up the map, and lifted his gaze to regard her with an icy stare. Under such scrutiny, Tiffany instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, nearly rendering her breathless and causing her heart to skip several beats. What brings you back? Why are you not properly residing in Cosseting? What purpose do you have in Elfin? The heavy atmosphere was shattered, yet Angus's tone bore no hint of joy. Rather, it resembled an accusation. Biting her lip, Tiffany hesitated. Initially, she had intended to engage her father in conversation to foster a connection before broaching her request. However, Angus's demeanor took her by surprise, leaving her at a loss for words. Gazing at her father's handsome, mature visage, she sensed no warmth or affection. Only an unrelenting coldness and authority emanated from him. Noticing Tiffany's lips parting in silence, Angus grew impatient, lowering his gaze to resume organizing the contents on his desk. Observing his irritation, Tiffany felt a surge of panic. Disregarding her previous plan to ease into the conversation, she quickly spoke up. Father, I have returned to inquire whether the Wells family could postpone repaying the debt owed to you. We are currently facing some difficulties. To her dismay, Angus abruptly interrupted her, coldly stating no. The abruptness of his rejection, coupled with the realization that her hopes for a warmer reception from him upon returning home had been dashed, brought tears to Tiffany's eyes. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Father, I am your biological daughter. Do you not care about me at all? Wiping away the tears welling in her eyes, she recalled how, during her mother's time in the castle, he had shown some semblance of affection. However, upon mentioning her mother, Angus's countenance shifted dramatically, his anger erupting. Be quiet. Do not mention her to me. Remember, your mother is Louise. Do you understand? Faced with Angus's furious reaction, Tiffany's tears finally spilled over, cascading down her cheeks. Why, my mother is. The moment she dared to retort, Angus's fury escalated, and he abruptly stormed out of the study, refusing to hear her further. Upon hearing the heavy thud of the study door closing, Tiffany finally collapsed onto the floor, stifling her sobs. She found it perplexing. In her earliest memories, her father and mother shared a loving relationship, and she could not fathom how it had devolved into such discord. She recalled no significant arguments between them, so how had her mother been so suddenly ostracized from the castle? After weeping for a considerable time, she wiped away her tears and suppressed her sorrow, her disdain for this home intensifying. With some effort, she leaned against the table to stand up, determined to find Joseph and return home that very night. The true home that held her husband and a promising future, rather than this cold abode. Her absence was brief, and upon finding Joseph, she discovered Aunt Bonnie kindly bringing him some food while he squatted on the ground, relishing his meal. Joseph, take the food. We must leave. Joseph was taken aback by her sudden appearance, and upon hearing her words, he was even more puzzled. My lady, traveling at night can be perilous. Aunt Bonnie, ever observant, noticed the tear stains on Tiffany's face and began to speculate. She gently silenced Joseph, drawing Tiffany aside. Miss, I am unsure if I should speak. But you must be cautious. I have heard. She glanced around cautiously before continuing in a hushed tone. Your mother's brother arrived at the castle shortly after your marriage. I believe she intends to bestow him a fiefdom, and it seems he has his sights set on. At this point, she faltered, unable to continue. However, Tiffany understood her implication. The unspoken location must be her current residence. Ling sniffling. She endeavored to steady her voice and quietly thanked Aunt Bonnie. Thank you, Aunt. I am aware now. She held a degree of skepticism regarding this news, recognizing that the servants might not fully grasp the complexities involved in changing a noble's fiefdom. Having perused numerous kingdom texts and legal documents, she was acutely aware of the challenges. Nevertheless, Aunt Bonnie exhibited genuine concern for her, markedly more so than most inhabitants of the castle, and her gratitude was heartfelt. Ultimately, she resolutely took Joseph with her, disregarding the dangers of traveling at night, and departed the castle. Chapter 35. A Visit to the White Inn. Tim returned to the inn with a sense of disappointment, lacking the spirit to respond to Man's greeting, merely gesturing dismissively. My lord, is there something you require of me? Nothing of consequence. Continue with your duties. He had no intention of elaborating, for Man was merely an innkeeper, and sharing further details would only add to his vexation. The tavern outing had utterly unraveled, and he had not anticipated Pat's unexpected presence at the Iron Sword Tavern. With Pat's disruption, seeking solace in another tavern seemed futile. He hesitated, contemplating whether to explore other taverns or to focus on delivering the tasks assigned by Lenny. Returning directly to the castle, Lenny had entrusted him with 2 assignments: to sell 4 shadow-patterned swords and to thoroughly inquire about the prices of various goods in Elfin City, primarily food, weapons, and jewelry. Elfin City was the largest urban center within the territory of Count Ener, making its pricing exceptionally representative. A realization that dawned on him as Lenny elucidated the task. However, undertaking this investigation alone would prove challenging. With this thought in mind, he called out to Man, who was preparing to leave. Man, wait a moment, I need a favor from you. What can I assist you with, my lord? Though Man was puzzled, he was thrilled that a knight of Tim's stature sought his help, eagerly awaiting the request. If I recall correctly, your home lies within Elfin City? He gestured for Man to sit and poured a glass of water, taking his time to inquire. Your memory serves you well, my lord. My residence is indeed in the southern part of the city. Man initially assumed this was merely a request to relay a message, but seeing the seriousness of Tim's demeanor indicated a lengthier discussion was at hand. Though curious, he refrained from pressing further as he settled into his seat across from Tim. I would like you to help me ascertain the prices of certain items in the city. Tim believed that since Man was a local, it would be far more convenient for him to gather such information. Attempting to do so alone would be arduous. But with Man's local connections, efficiency would surely increase. Naturally, Tim intended to offer Man a reward, estimating that 5 silver coins would suffice. How many people Man enlisted was of no concern to him. He only needed to communicate with Man. The reward he proposed was generous enough, leading him to believe Man would not decline. However, to Tim's surprise, Man did not immediately accept the task with enthusiasm. Instead, he looked at Tim with a conflicted expression, hesitating to speak. Man, we are old friends. If something troubles you, please share it directly. Is the reward insufficient? Observing Man's demeanor, Tim pondered whether his prolonged absence from Elfin City had led to a rift in their camaraderie or if Man expected a higher compensation. My lord, you may not be aware, but Elfin City is currently facing a unique situation. Seeing that Man misunderstood his intent, Tim quickly reassured him that it was not a matter of remuneration, but rather that Count Ener was currently rallying the nobility to contain a band of marauding grumans. Consequently, the city was under a form of wartime regulation, making it more stringent with unfamiliar faces and suspicious behaviors. If a stranger had requested him to investigate the local prices, Man feared he would be more likely to report the individual to the city guard as a spy, given that reporting spies also yielded a reward. Thankfully, he and Tim had known each other for decades, and Man had no doubts about Tim's intentions. However, he hesitated to assist Tim due to the inherent risks involved. Considering that Tim's master, August, was a northern noble, it seemed unlikely that he would harbor intentions detrimental to Elfin City. Ultimately, he steeled himself and decided to accept the task. My lord, leave this matter to me. I shall seek out assistance at once. Though the arrangements were made, Tim soon realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation, even with the help of the city's residents. The various price points he sought trickled in over the course of 2 to 3 days. This sporadic collection was largely influenced by the scale of trade at that time. For instance, regarding the price of horses, the local market could not sustain daily transactions, so horse markets were only held on Mondays and Fridays. This meant that he could only gather information on those days. If he missed either, he would have to wait until the following Monday. Although the pace of collection was slow and fraught with challenges, the accumulation of information steadily progressed, and the records of prices in his possession grew increasingly comprehensive. One day, as he organized the data in his room, transcribing the significant entries on a parchment, given that most of Man's contacts were illiterate, their oral accounts were often muddled and unclear, he needed to rewrite them for clarity. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? He rose and opened the door, only to find not Man, but an unfamiliar servant standing respectfully at the threshold. Tim mused, perplexed, as he had neither summoned food nor invited anyone. Lord Tim, your friend is at the front desk looking for you. I have brought him here, the servant said with a sycophantic smile, bowing slightly before stepping aside to allow entry. My friend? Tim was quite curious, since arriving in Airfen. He had not contacted any of his former acquaintances. Who could possibly have sought him out at the inn? He suspected it was yet another petty scheme, likely orchestrated by someone who had paid the servant to bring them here. Dismissing the servant's presence for the moment, he turned to the doorway, eager to discover who had come to visit. Ha, Mr. Tim, we meet again. A youthful male voice called from the entrance. As the words fell, 3 men stepped inside. The foremost young man exuded an air of distinction, clad in splendid knightly attire and bearing an exquisitely crafted sword, its hilt adorned with a crimson gemstone. Tim's gaze sharpened upon the sight of the sword embellished with the red gem. Though he had previously mentioned the matter lightly to Lenny, the reality of facing a member of a ducal family, even one as seemingly unassuming as Baron Auguste, was indeed a considerable pressure. After all, he was not a noble himself, but merely a guardian knight to a baron. Will you not invite us in for a seat, Mr. Tim? The young man asked, noticing Tim's silence. With a self-assured smile revealing a set of pearly white teeth, he continued, "Please come in." Tim, recognizing the impropriety of leaving them standing at the door, stepped aside and allowed them entry, all the while pondering who these individuals were and how they knew his name. Once the group settled into the room, Tim gazed at the young man with a hint of confusion and posed the first inquiry. "Might I ask who you are?" Before the young man could respond, an elder behind him raised a hand and pointed to the young man, introducing him. "This is Gino Williams, the third son of Duke Williams. We are his retinue. You may call me Randall." He proceeded to explain how they were acquainted with Tim, thus preempting any further questions from him. "We previously met at the Iron Sword Tavern, but at that time, you were preoccupied with urgent matters and did not have the opportunity to introduce yourselves." "Duke Williams?" Tim nodded in understanding. He was well aware of Duke Williams's reputation. A prominent noble in the central region of the kingdom, renowned more for his family business than for martial prowess. But what relevance did this hold for him? Oh, perhaps there was a connection. Could it be that they sought to procure the dark-patterned sword? It turned out that this was indeed the group from the Iron Sword Tavern, who had begun inquiring about Tim's whereabouts immediately after leaving the tavern. Although Tim was somewhat well known in Airfen, he had been secluded in the inn since his arrival, diligently organizing the price lists compiled by man, until today when they finally discovered his location. Ironically, during their search for Tim, they had learned quite a bit about him and the Wells family. Based on their findings, it was clear that Tim had traveled extensively across the continent in his youth with his friend and master, Baron Wells. Thus, his claims regarding the dark-patterned sword held significant credibility. Upon receiving this information, Gino became increasingly intrigued, urging his companions to swiftly ascertain Tim's location. Should they fail to do so, he intended to journey directly to Wells Castle the following day. However, fortuitously, he learned that Tim was still in Airfen, currently residing at the White Inn. With this knowledge, Gino eagerly arrived with his retinue. After hearing Randall's introduction, Tim regarded Gino with a puzzled expression, feigning ignorance. "Mr. Gino, is there something you wish to discuss with me? It seems Mr. Tim has not been venturing out much these past few days, perhaps unaware?" Gino continued. "Your dark-patterned sword has caused quite a stir among the knights of Airfen." Gino hardly resembled the offspring of a commercial noble, even before discussing any potential transaction. He enthusiastically broached the subject of the dark-patterned sword, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, a sight that elicited a shake of the head from Randall. However, Gino's assertion held merit. It turned out they were not the only ones who had noticed the peculiarities of the shattered sword. After their departure, two knights had also conducted a thorough examination of the shattered blade and analyzed the force and angle of the strikes that had caused the breakage. They concluded that the dark-patterned sword was indeed a rare treasure. A standard knight's sword would stand no chance against it. In other words, based on the current known standards of knightly sword hardness, no standard knight's sword could withstand the attacks of the dark-patterned sword. Furthermore, they speculated that under the assault of this dark-patterned sword, knightly armor would offer no more protection than leather armor. The knights had spoken loudly, and given their renown among their peers, their analysis spread quickly that very night. Consequently, nearly every knight still in Airfen became aware of the news, and the details of Tim's duel with Patrick circulated widely. In the ensuing days, at various taverns and nightly gatherings, those present would vividly recount the prowess of the dark-patterned sword and the humiliation of Patrick, which had become a staple of their gatherings. As knights, none understood better than they what it meant to wield such a magnificent sword. Most knights could do little more than envy Tim's fortune in acquiring such a weapon. Yet, this world is never devoid of those with ambition. Gino and his companions were not the sole individuals seeking to learn of Tim's exploits. Several capable knights, too, were fervently inquiring about Tim's whereabouts, having received word of him before Gino's party and arriving ahead of them. Chapter 36. The Duke's Son. "Oh, Mr. Gino, what brings you here?" Tim inquired, gripping his cup and gazing steadily at Gino's youthful countenance, somewhat astonished by the turn of events. During the duel, his words had certainly hinted at fishing for a hook, yet he had little confidence in his commercial acumen and had assumed all hope was lost. To his surprise, the outcome seemed more favorable than Lenny's design. Gino, unaccustomed to dealings of a commercial nature, faltered as he opened his mouth, realizing he had stumbled. In his moment of distress, he glanced at Randall for assistance. Noticing the young master's predicament, Randall remained calm and collected, clearing his throat to draw the attention of those present before articulating his thoughts. Mr. Tim, it is thus. Having witnessed your duel, we are exceedingly curious about the dark-patterned sword and would like to see it again. Might you indulge our modest curiosity?" At this, Randall noticed Gino fidgeting beside him, signaling his desire to purchase, and subtly gestured for him to remain patient before continuing. Furthermore, if possible, might we procure a batch of dark-patterned swords from you? Of course. Gold will not pose a problem. He deliberately framed the request for a batch rather than the single sword Gino had initially contemplated, as he had formulated additional thoughts. Given the dismal state of the Wells family, with the previous Baron having perished in battle and the current heir, Lenny Wells, being a notorious dandy devoid of talent, Tim's presence in Airfin surely held greater significance. Based on the acquired information and his experience, Lander boldly speculated that Tim was in dire need of liquidating his assets. If this were indeed the case, selling a single Anwin sword would hardly suffice to rescue the Wells family. Could it be assumed that Tim was parting with more than one? Such a rare sword, even if Kino showed no interest, would surely compel him to persuade his young master to acquire the entire lot, as even gifting them to the family knights later would be a commendable reward. Kino, oblivious to the underlying implications of Lander's words, was nonetheless noted by Tim, who seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that Kino had a considerable appetite for this venture. Moreover, Lander evidently possessed the authority to make decisions among this group, rather than the youthful Kino. Although Tim lacked business acumen, his travels across the continent were genuine, and he was not devoid of experience in dealing with others. He quickly began to piece together the circumstances. He turned to Lander, his gaze questioning. "Mr. Lander, are you aware of the value of the Anwin sword?" Lander, exuding confidence, waved his hand dismissively. "I have already stated, gold is not an issue. I merely wonder how many swords you intend to sell this time." At this juncture, Lander fixed his gaze intently upon Tim, articulating each word deliberately. "Or rather, how many do you possess?" Upon hearing Lander's inquiry, Tim felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that Lander had discerned that the Anwin swords were forged within the castle? Fortunately, his habitual stoic demeanor, coupled with his rugged beard and scarred visage, effectively concealed any telltale signs of his surprise. The two maintained a prolonged gaze, each attempting to gauge the other's limits. As the atmosphere in the room grew tense and silent, ultimately, it was Tim who relented, averting his gaze first. "Very well, I have brought 4 Anwin swords, priced at 30 gold each. Will you take them?" Now that he understood the other party's intentions, Tim chose to dispense with any pretense. As he was not a man of intricate schemes, preferring to resolve matters with his sword rather than through negotiation, a skill in which he was not adept. Yet, he was unaware that this simple statement had revealed much. Lander regarded Tim with a challenging glint in his eyes, clearly contemplating something. "I will take them all, 120 gold. "Yes? No problem." Before Lander could respond, Kino eagerly interjected his agreement, causing Lander to roll his eyes. However, since the young master had already expressed his consent, he could not oppose it, and, noticing Tim's gaze upon him, nodded begrudgingly. Tim was not concerned about any ill intentions from the trio, as they were in Airfin City. Although the Duke held considerable power, it was not their domain. Rising, he retrieved the 4 Anwin swords he had brought with him, laying them out on the table. The previous dim lighting in the tavern and the distance had prevented a thorough examination, but now, with the swords displayed before them, Kino could no longer contain his excitement and immediately picked one up to examine closely. Lander also seized one, scrutinizing it carefully. However, upon noticing the crude embellishments and the fresh marks on the sheath, his eyes flickered, reaffirming a particular suspicion he harbored. Kino meticulously inspected the swords laid before him, nodding in satisfaction, gesturing to Lander for payment, and preparing to depart. Yet, Lander halted Kino with a hand, leisurely extracting his pouch of gold, counting out 120 coins and placing them on the table, before, with a puzzled look from Kino, inquiring, "Mr. Tim, may I be so bold as to ask what brings you to Airfin City?" Startled by the question, Tim's expression shifted to one of caution. "Nothing of great importance. Merely procuring a few items." "What of it, Mr. Lander?" Lander chuckled, realizing Tim had misunderstood, yet he chose not to clarify. "Not at all. I simply wish to ask if, once your business is concluded, we might accompany you. We are quite eager to experience the sights of castling." Tim regarded the middle-aged man with surprise, momentarily perplexed by the motives of this group. He failed to notice that even Kino displayed a look of astonishment. However, having witnessed Lander's adeptness in handling affairs since childhood, he held confidence in him and refrained from questioning further, taking a seat once more. Tim tilted his head to observe the smiling Lander, finding the man's intentions somewhat elusive, uncertain of his true aims. Nevertheless, it was not his place to impede. Mutual visits among nobles were a commonplace occurrence, albeit it was rare for a duke to visit a baron, even if Kino was merely the duke's son. "I shall return to castling early tomorrow," we may travel together. I am certain the Wells family will warmly welcome your arrival. Tim managed to smile, extending an invitation to the group, though uncertainty lingered in his heart, since they would not be departing Airfin City until the following day. Kino and his companions naturally could not stay at Tim's inn. They bid him farewell and returned to their residence, awaiting the next morning's rendezvous at the city gate. In Kino's chamber, he meticulously caressed the peculiar patterns of the Anwen sword, not lifting his gaze as he inquired of Lander, "What exactly are they up to?" Lander, having acquired the Anwen swords, queried why they would venture to that desolate place of castling. "Are we to observe how they cultivate their greenwa?" He grimaced at the thought, expressing his disdain for the local greenwa, unable to fathom how the inhabitants consumed it. "Ah, this Anwen sword is indeed sharp. The patterns are exquisite." As he reveled in the sword's edge, Kino found himself increasingly enamored with it. Despite its simplicity, he had lost all interest in his ornate knight's sword, his mind consumed by the allure of this unadorned Anwen sword. Observing Kino's infatuation, Lander shook his head in disbelief. He could not comprehend how a man as astute as their master could produce a son whose thoughts were solely occupied with the pursuit of knighthood. Had it not been for Kino insisting on bringing him along during his travels, he would have preferred to remain behind. "Young master, do take a closer look at the sword sheath. Does it not appear brand new?" Pondering for a moment, Lander recognized the need to clarify matters to prevent any missteps by Kino in castling, pointing at the sword's sheath. "Yes, indeed, what of it? How does this relate to our journey to castling?" Kino casually glanced at the sheath, indifferent. "If my memory serves me correctly, Tim and his master, Augustus, have been traveling for many years. According to Tim's account, the Anwen swords were acquired during their journeys. Yet, why is the sheath in such pristine condition? The Wells family has faced numerous crises over the years. Yet why have these Anwen swords never been brought forth?" Lander posed two questions before confidently providing his own answer. "I surmise that these Anwen swords were likely crafted only recently. This suggests that the Wells family may have recently acquired the manufacturing technique for Anwen swords. What? When it comes to matters concerning the Anwen swords, Kino finally expressed interest, abruptly turning to face Lander, his eyes alight with skepticism and excitement. "If this is indeed the case, young master, should you secure the sales rights for these Anwen swords or obtain the manufacturing technique, I believe father would be exceedingly pleased." The prospect of pleasing his father illuminated Kino's expression, nodding for Lander to continue. "A sword as sharp and resilient as this, in the hands of knights in the Central Kingdom, could fetch 60 gold, wouldn't you agree? How much would 100 swords be? And 200? Isn't this a grand business worth thousands of gold?" Randall did not disclose the exact price of 1,000 swords, for he understood that, given the capabilities of Duke Williams, the annual sales of 200 longswords had nearly reached its limit. After all, these swords are not inexpensive, and not every knight can afford them. Listening to Randall's analysis, Gino's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, and he placed the long sword he was holding down, his face flushed with excitement as he began to pace around the room. He was not foolish, nor did he genuinely wish to be merely a knight. He aspired to inherit the dukedom, but regrettably, he had an exceptionally clever elder brother. No matter how hard he worked, he could never surpass him, so why should he tire himself by concerning himself with the family business? Only to incur the elder brother's displeasure? Becoming a knight was merely his last resort. However, if this matter could allow him to shine before his father, then he would not be troubled any longer. "Randall, what do you think I should do?" After a brief moment, having vented his excitement, Gino realized that over the years he had had too little exposure to business matters, and, after pondering for a long time, he found himself devoid of any solid ideas, prompting him to seek Randall's counsel. Fortunately, Randall, as always, did not disappoint him and began to quietly outline his plans. "First and foremost, our primary objective in Castor is to secure the agency rights for the Anwen swords. Although the price of 30 gold is rather steep, given the demonstrated prowess of the Anwen swords, even at 60 or 100 gold, sales would pose no concern whatsoever. Secondly, if the opportunity arises, we should endeavor to acquire this technology. Of course, this is quite challenging, and we must remain adaptable." As the two conferred in hushed tones about the details of their journey, Gino's previously troubled expression gradually transformed into a smile, revealing newfound confidence about their expedition to Castor. Chapter 37. Workshop Number 1, Castor Ridge, Castle Study. At this moment, Lonnie sat cross-legged in the study, his eyes gently closed, engaged in his daily magical meditation. The castle was exceptionally tranquil in the early morning, with the air filled with a damp mist and the distant sound of birdsong wafting through the window. After a considerable time, he slowly rose from the ground, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. His expression indicated that today, too, would yield no progress. Since Tim had taught him the method of magical meditation, he dedicated an hour each morning to this practice. Following Tim's guidance, he endeavored to enter a state of clarity, attempting to sense the subtle traces of magical elements within him. Yet, after more than half a month of diligent effort, he had perceived nothing. Was it true that I lacked the aptitude for magic? He had once hoped to experience the wonders of magic in this lifetime. But if he could not become a mage, he would have to focus on earning money, living as a carefree nobleman in this world. No, a leisurely aristocrat. Surely, as long as he had wealth, he could recruit 2 mages as attendants and experience the allure of magic, right? Indeed. It seems that striving to accumulate wealth is the undeniable truth. With this thought, Lenny nodded to himself, invigorated, and strode out of the study. My dear, you have arrived. Upon seeing Lenny's figure appear at the entrance of the hall, Tiffany hurriedly rose to greet him, gently laying out a napkin and arranging the cutlery. After planting a kiss on his cheek, she signaled to Conthi and Frank to present breakfast. During this time, the two were inseparable, and Tiffany displayed an unusually tender demeanor. A couple of days prior, she had gone to Elfin with Tim but did not wait for him to return to Castor. Instead, she instructed Joseph to drive her back to the castle that very evening. Lenny was taken aback when he saw Tiffany return alone at night, but noticing her not-so-pleasant expression, he refrained from asking too many questions, suspecting that the visit to the Eno family had not gone smoothly. Indeed, later that evening, Tiffany recounted her experience in Elfin, confirming his suspicions about its lack of success. According to her, the Count of Eno had been preoccupied with hunting down the elusive Grummans and did not engage in much conversation with her, merely rejecting her requests for an extension. This implied that the Wells family must repay the debt in full within 9 months, as the original agreement with Augustus had stipulated 1 year. Naturally, Tiffany did not conceal the information she had heard regarding the Count's brother-in-law arriving in the north. Upon hearing this news, Lenny furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of anxiety about the urgency of making money. After all, it was no small sum. He even harbored a vague suspicion that the Count of Eno had not lent money to Augustus with good intentions. Tiffany, however, made no connections regarding the Count's brother-in-law's arrival in the north, while Lenny had many thoughts on the matter. Nevertheless, he kept these reflections to himself, saying nothing further, as Angus was her father, and any grievances he held would only burden her. My dear, what shall we do? Observing Tiffany's worried demeanor, Lenny smiled lightly. The knight's sword sheath you helped with, how much can we sell it for? How much? Tiffany genuinely did not understand, having never been involved in such matters. With a proud expression, Lenny extended 3 fingers. 30 gold. Oh, Tiffany covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. Then, if we make a few more, wouldn't that mean? Certainly. Lenny nodded with a smile, brimming with pride. Although he had not managed to procure other essential items for his endeavors, with the Anwin sword in hand, securing some initial capital to address the castle's pressing needs should be feasible. However, Tiffany, who had been initially elated, suddenly furrowed her brow. My dear, you do realize that in the north, only our Duke Burton can engage in the weapon and armor trade, correct? Stunned by her words, Lenny's smile faded, and he reluctantly nodded. Such a fine sword priced at 30 gold was undoubtedly a concern about obstructing the Duke's income, inciting envy. If he were capable of protecting it, even a scaled-down version of the Anwin sword could command a much higher price. Just as he had told Tim, the exact amount of gold would depend on how one presented the offer. Yet, the disheartening reality was that he currently lacked the strength to safeguard such an asset. He could only discreetly profit in the shadows. In a bid to prevent Tiffany from worrying, he forced a smile. You need not concern yourself with this. I have considered it. Upon hearing this, Tiffany indeed felt reassured and contentedly embraced her role as a newlywed. Although they had been married for a few months, their interactions had been akin to those of strangers. Lenny had been recuperating and had not entered her chamber during that time. As they spent more time together, Lenny's demeanor gradually shifted Tiffany's perception of him. Given that they had recently consummated their marriage, her tenderness was only natural. As a woman in love with her husband, she was attentive, and although Lenny appeared composed, she noted the troubled look between his brows. Rising from her seat, she approached Lenny's back, gently resting against him, her hands softly caressing his brow as she whispered in his ear. Was today's meditation still unsuccessful? Lenny had been rising early each day for magical meditation, and she had observed this, recognizing how much it meant to him. While she had some understanding of magic, it was limited to knowing that magic and mages existed in the world. The prospect of learning magic was foreign to her, as hiring a magic tutor would cost hundreds of gold coins, and her father would never part with such funds for her. Although she felt a sense of urgency for her husband, she found herself unable to assist in this matter. A wave of guilt and concern washed over her, prompting her to attempt to soothe her husband's troubled heart with her gentleness. Relishing the softness behind her and inhaling the fragrant aroma that enveloped Tefini, Lenny comfortably closed his eyes, casting aside the spoon in his hand. He tenderly caressed Tefini's delicate, fair hand, momentarily wishing to linger in this blissful state. He dismissed thoughts of debts, of the mysterious dark-patterned swords, and yearned only to ascend the stairs with this gentle beauty to engage in profound conversations about life. Yet, he was no longer a youthful man, and it was impossible to completely ignore his responsibilities while indulging in this reverie. Tefini's demeanor made him feel like a pitiful failure in need of comfort. "All right, let us have breakfast. I must leave shortly," he said, forcing himself to open his eyes and gently urged Tefini back to her seat. He hastily consumed his breakfast and departed the hall. Unbeknownst to him, once he left, the radiant smile on Tefini's face vanished, her expression turning pale as she tightly gripped her soup spoon, her hands visibly trembling. Does Lenny dislike me now? Perhaps he finds me bothersome, thinks me foolish, and resents my inability to assist. In that moment, Tefini's delicate face drooped, nearly brought to tears, leaving Candy, who was attending to her, utterly bewildered. "What is wrong, madam? You seem to be enjoying yourself with the young master just moments ago." It must be said that a woman in love is prone to overthinking. Lenny, of course, remained oblivious to this turmoil. He exited the hall and made his way directly to the backyard, where matters were less pressing, allowing him to focus on the developments there. The backyard had undergone a significant transformation, almost unrecognizable from its former state. The area previously occupied by the blacksmith's forge had been restructured under his direction, and now, a small building had emerged from the construction, complete with walls and a roof. In Lenny's vision, he would likely still create a few dark-patterned swords, albeit in limited quantities. Although the production of long swords was monopolized by the nobility, this world had not yet reached a stage of highly developed commodity economy, allowing for the existence of a few high-end weapons that would not be eradicated by the powerful elite. Even if he did not craft dark-patterned swords, he still required a space for experiments. He could not possibly set up a laboratory in the castle's basement, resembling a villainous sorcerer from a film. Although the castle did indeed have a basement, he had yet to explore it, having heard it housed some relics of Aegizit, which was enough to deter him. Thus, he needed a solution for shelter, secrecy, and safety. The training ground, currently underutilized, seemed a perfect fit for his modest workshop, and he occupied only a small section. Assuming Tim would not mind. The hammer had not participated in the renovation efforts, but had instead utilized a damaged long sword previously provided by Tim to assist Jimmy in crafting various carpentry tools. In recent days, following Lenny's design, they had successfully created a set of planes, chisels, saws, and hand saws. The crafting process employed repeated forging and high-temperature quenching techniques. Although the number of forge cycles was limited, the tool's hardness and craftsmanship had significantly improved compared to the previous subpar chisels, exuding an aesthetic appeal. When the hammer presented this batch of tools to Jimmy, the latter's joy was palpable as he clutched the polished, gleaming instruments to his chest, on the verge of tears. Both the hammer and Lenny watched in alarm, fearing he might inadvertently injure himself. Despite Jimmy not being an exceptional carpenter, the renovation's requirements were modest, merely erecting 4 pillars and adding wooden planks within. With the newly crafted tools at hand, the pace of work accelerated, and astonishingly, the project was completed that very day, leaving only minor adjustments to be made inside. Young master, what should be written on this sign?" When Lenny arrived, only the hammer was busy in the courtyard. Just as he was about to inquire, Jimmy burst out of the building, clutching a long, narrow wooden plank. The surface of the plank was impeccably smooth, and the edges were neatly cut, resembling a small blackboard that schoolchildren would bring to class, though it remained in its natural wood color. Observing the plank, Lenny's lips twitched, caught between laughter and tears. This was partly his fault. When he had instructed Jimmy on constructing the workshop, he had impulsively struck a pose, hands on his hips, and dramatically pointed to where the door would eventually be, declaring that this place would continuously produce wondrous inventions, soon becoming the kingdom's premier research center. At that point, I shall hang a sign here, proclaiming it as Laboratory No. 1, and researchers from across the kingdom will pilgrimage here, considering it a sacred site. You shall become the most renowned masters of forging and construction in the kingdom. Unbeknownst to him, while he spoke carelessly, Jimmy had taken his words to heart and indeed made a sign, looking at Lenny with eager anticipation. This left Lenny somewhat at a loss. His grasp of the written word in this world was rudimentary. He could write, but whether it was aesthetically pleasing was another matter entirely. During this period, he had primarily relied on blueprints to solve problems, dedicating little time to writing. Aside from his own manuscript, although his handwriting improved steadily, it still required time to refine. Hanging his name on the sign would likely transform it from a revered laboratory into a source of ridicule. Noticing Lenny's slight grimace, Jimmy's heart sank. Oh no, have I inadvertently flattered him too much? Ultimately, Lenny dipped his finger into the ink and inscribed Workshop Number 1 on the plank. The board was too small, and lacking a brush, his fingers were too thick to write more. Is this truly Laboratory Number 1? It seems the number is off. The hammer circled the sign, quietly inquiring of Jimmy. Naturally, Jimmy could not read, leaving Lenny to explain with a hint of irritation. This is Workshop Number 1. Shouldn't you both learn to read a bit, lest you fail to comprehend blueprints and require constant explanation? The hammer chuckled, disregarding Lenny's admonition, while still pondering the name. Young master, why is it Workshop Number 1? Wasn't it referred to as a laboratory? Counting on his fingers, the hammer murmured in confusion. Will there be Workshop Number 2? Number 3? Had this been earlier, Jimmy would have likely jumped up, chastising the hammer for his unnecessary chatter. Young master says it is so, then it is so. What do you know? However, recalling Lenny's recent reprimand about their illiteracy, he refrained from speaking. He was not as foolish as the hammer, who dared to dismiss Lenny's words. Instead, he resolved to return to the village and ask Keela to teach him to read and write. Keela was the only person in their village who knew some characters, though she was a woman and a widow, with whom he had a good relationship. Yes, indeed. Jimmy, in a few days, when you have the time, let us construct a larger Workshop Number 2 beside this one. Glancing around at the drafty walls, Lenny felt somewhat embarrassed to call it a laboratory. It resembled more of a craftsman's workshop. Let us simply name it Workshop Number 1. In the end, the sign was not affixed to the newly built laboratory's door, but was instead taken back to Lenny's study. Master, the house has been constructed. What do you suggest I do next? Unable to endure the incessant chatter of Tai Tu, Jimmy reluctantly diverted the conversation. Oh, are you worried about having no tasks to undertake? Just as the awkwardness reached its peak, Lenny eagerly seized the opportunity to interject. Fear not, for you are now the chief architect of our castle. How could you possibly lack work? There are numerous tasks awaiting your attention. Has Granny May sought you out in recent days? Suddenly, Lenny recalled the Granny May he had brought in after their last conversation. She had mentioned going out to gather materials and had vanished for several days, only reappearing recently. I have seen her, and I assisted her with a few tasks. I believe I even had Tai Chue forge some items, didn't I, Tai Chue? Tai Chue, with a silly grin, nodded in silence. Master, we have not permitted her entry here. Every time she comes, she speaks to us from outside the door, rest assured. Jimmy wore a flattering smile, eager to take credit. Well done. From now on, aside from us few, no outsiders are allowed in. Initially, Lenny had not considered this aspect, but Jimmy had anticipated it, which pleased him greatly. Very well, we shall remember this, Jimmy nodded sagely. However, he soon became hesitant, appearing as if he wished to speak but lacked the courage to do so. Observing his discomfort, Lenny assumed Jimmy was worried about being dismissed once his tasks were completed and quickly reassured him that there were still many duties requiring his attention, thus alleviating his concerns. Yet, much to his surprise, Jimmy did not appear elated by this news. Instead, he seemed even more fidgety and tongue-tied. After a prolonged silence, Lenny felt his patience waning, prompting Jimmy to stammer. Yes, it's like this. If there are too many tasks ahead, may I bring someone to assist me? He mentioned that there is a lad in Hedong village, merely 16 or 17 years old, clever and diligent, whom he wishes to take under his wing. Naturally, Lenny was inclined to agree, but Tai Chue suddenly burst into laughter. Master, do not be deceived by this dullard. He has been involved with that widow and is too embarrassed to admit it, hence seeking work for his young brother-in-law. What? Lenny was momentarily stunned, casting an incredulous glance at Jimmy. Was he not single upon his arrival? How could such connections surface before anything had even begun? In his previous life, he had been a mere subordinate, utterly unacquainted with such matters. Should he agree or decline? While he was inclined to agree, he had always detested nepotism in his past life. Yet, if he refused, the castle required manpower, and employing someone familiar seemed a reasonable approach. Fortunately, Tai Chue's interjection had come early, and he had only uttered 2 words. Of course, anything else could be arranged later. Upon hearing Tai Chue's words, Jimmy's face flushed crimson, glaring daggers at Tai Chue. However, Tai Chue remained unfazed, playfully winking and grinning, clearly relishing the disruption of Jimmy's little scheme. After a moment of contemplation, Lenny ultimately decided to grant Jimmy's request. Firstly, There was indeed a need for more hands, and secondly, considering Jimmy's entanglement with the widow, he would likely be motivated to mentor his apprentice diligently. Furthermore, with only these two fledgling workers under his command, it was a minor issue that he could manage. All right, Jimmy, do not be shy. You are no longer a child. If you truly find someone suitable, marry her soon. Lenny patted Jimmy, whose face was as red as a boiled lobster, dismissively waving his hand. Young man, bring him to me tomorrow. I plan to produce a batch of items, and you can involve him in the task. Then, Lenny's demeanor shifted, and he fixed an intense gaze upon Jimmy. I must clarify. This lad is being recruited based on your merit. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable. His voice grew stern as he spoke the final words. Jimmy trembled involuntarily, thumping his chest and swearing an oath. Rest assured, Master, should any problems arise, I will bear the brunt of your wrath without a word of complaint. Internally, he vowed to train this young brother-in-law diligently, lest he betray the trust he had earned from the master. Very well, let us discuss the tasks at hand. Noting Jimmy's fervent promise, Lenny proceeded with the matter at hand. Lenny envisioned crafting a staff approximately 2.5 meters long, with a thickness akin to that of a sword hilt, uniform in width at both ends, and polished to a smooth finish. Of course, this was merely a portion of his intended creation. The remaining components would be forged by Tai Chui. After sending Jimmy off to procure a suitable piece for experimentation, he turned to Tai Chui, presenting him with a pre-prepared blueprint. Here, take a look at this. Tai Chui examined the drawing for quite some time, yet could not discern what the object in question was. To call it a blade seemed erroneous, as the front was sharp, but to classify it as a sword was misleading due to its length, particularly since the back curled into a barrel shape. Without seeing the actual object, it is indeed perplexing. However, once you and Jimmy are ready, assembling it will clarify everything. Lenny chuckled heartily at Tai Chui's futile guesses. In truth, Lenny intended to create a Hong Ing Chong. This weapon is one of the simplest and most accessible among cold arms, and with an iron spearhead, it can thrust or slash effectively. Unlike the long spear prevalent in this world, which emphasizes length and range yet lacks formidable power, the Hong Ing Chong, while slightly shorter, bears greater strength, making it easier to wield as a club, and with Tai Chui's spearhead, it could pose a significant threat to a knight's armor. Naturally, this would require testing, as the true efficacy would only be known once Tai Chui completed the spearhead. For a long time, both Tim and Lenny had been concerned about the roaming Grumman people. The lack of a conclusive discussion with Tim was primarily due to financial constraints. Once Tim successfully sold the few dark pattern swords, they would have some funds to establish a defensive force. However, Lenny still did not intend to follow Tim's suggestion to form a knight-centric force, as that would incur exorbitant expenses. While the initial batch of dark pattern swords could improve the castle's economic situation, the deficit remained considerable. Conversely, if the team were composed entirely of commoners, the scenario would differ vastly. Firstly, this force would be dedicated to safeguarding their own safety, naturally more committed and diligent. Secondly, the cost would be significantly lower, as he would only need to provide basic weapons and accommodation. Even if he were to pay wages, they would not be substantial. Just as he had discussed with Tim previously, the only challenge he needed to address was the potential for these commoners to falter. He did not believe that the knights were the sole reason for their collapse, but certainly, they were the largest contributing factor. He had contemplated this matter extensively and devised a dual approach. One was to provide them with weapons capable of threatening knights. The Hong Ing Chong he was preparing was intended for this purpose, and he would later equip them with shields, bows, and other armaments. The second was to conduct sufficient training, transforming obedience to commands into their instinctive behavior. The current lack of combat effectiveness among the commoner servant army stemmed largely from their lack of training. They were hastily assembled from various fiefs farmers during wartime, and it was absurd to expect them to be effective fighters. He intends to first summon around 30 individuals from the territory to form a standing security force, providing them with ample training within a fully dedicated training environment. He is determined that they will not lack in combat effectiveness, unlike mere farmers. As for the training methodology, he plans to draw upon the experiences of predecessors who have traversed into this realm, simultaneously focusing on training intensity and ideological education. This, however, represents merely the initial phase. Once finances permit, he will expand this force, appointing these 30 individuals as captains. It should not prove challenging, as long as a solid example is set at the outset. Scaling up will merely be a matter of straightforward replication, a process with which he is well acquainted. Furthermore, he does not intend to adopt a compulsory conscription model, but rather to implement a recruitment system akin to that of knights. Returning to his study, He retrieved a document he had drafted over the past few days, titled Castling Security Force Recruitment Manual, and meticulously reviewed it once more before summoning his steward, Frank. Young Master Frank was likely engaged in his weekly plant maintenance duties, entering the study with a large pair of pruning shears, his attire speckled with bits of foliage. "Why are you the one doing this again? Wasn't Madam handling it before?" Lenny inquired, puzzled at the change in personnel. Frank, sensing Lanny's curiosity, hurriedly clarified. "How could I let Madam do a servant's work every day? Previously, she took it upon herself while I was away, but now that I am available, it is naturally my responsibility." Noticing Frank's anxious demeanor, Lenny waved his hand dismissively. "I merely found it curious. If she has an interest, a little activity is quite beneficial. I summoned you for another matter." Handing over the document, he continued, "Here, take a look at this. If all is well, instruct Joseph to memorize it. Upon Tim's return, I will arrange for both of you to spread the word across the various villages in the territory. I expect you both to be able to recite its contents. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unable to answer the concerns of the citizens." Glancing over the document, Frank's brow furrowed. "Young master, are you really planning to pay these citizens? Isn't it their obligation to respond to your summons?" Although Lenny had not intended to delve into explanations, he recognized that if he did not clarify Frank's misconceptions, the promotional efforts might falter. Indeed, it is their duty. However, consider this, Frank, they are not the same as before. Returning home to till the soil when there's no fighting. They will remain soldiers at the castle. Without remuneration, how will they sustain themselves? Might it not be more advantageous to offer a monetary incentive alongside their obligations? Taking a sip of water to clear his throat, Lenny elaborated, "Moreover, I do not intend to recruit more knights, which necessitates that they possess the ability to contend with knights. Thus, I will implement rigorous training for them. If we rely solely on duty as a constraint, it may prove insufficient." Observing Frank's lingering confusion, Lenny sighed. It was understandable that the steward would struggle to grasp the nuances of such a distinction in a short time. Yet, articulating his reasoning remained a perplexing challenge. Recalling Frank's previous expressions of concern regarding the castle's economy, Lenny opted to reframe his argument, hoping to alleviate Frank's resistance. "Consider this. If I recruit 10 knights, their salaries alone would amount to at least 10 gold coins per month, totaling 120 coins annually. This does not even account for the expenses of weapons, horses, and armor. If we include those, we would likely require at least 500 gold coins. Can we afford that? Conversely, if we conscript the citizens for battle, I would only need to allocate half of that sum to cover their sustenance, clothing, and weaponry. Is that not a more prudent approach?" Upon hearing Lenny's reasoning, Frank gradually nodded, but still voiced his doubts. Can these citizens genuinely pose a threat to the knights? Having not been involved in the matters concerning the dark-patterned sword, Frank was unaware that, given its sharpness, knightly armor would be as fragile as parchment. Lenny chose not to address the question directly, instead offering a mysterious smile. "In any case, there is no urgency for you to depart immediately. There is still time. In a couple of days, I will present you with certain items that will provide clarity." He understood that mere words would not suffice to persuade. It would be far more effective to let the results speak for themselves once the hanging spear was forged. Observing the enigmatic expression on his young master's face, Frank was left bewildered. Yet, since Lenny had made such a statement, he felt it inappropriate to counter. He could only hope that Lenny would not conjure a significant blunder in the process, though the recent changes in Lenny had left him somewhat incredulous. Yet, the entrenched impressions formed over nearly 2 decades are not easily altered. Chapter 39. The Mystery of Identity Despite Lingering Questions. Frank departed the study with the recruitment manual in hand. In the study, Lenny watched Frank's silhouette fade from view before retrieving a fresh sheet of paper from the drawer, preparing to draft the Castling Security Force Training Manual. This document was intended for Tim and was to be composed concurrently with the recruitment manual. As he had already contemplated the training aspect while drafting the latter, he planned to oversee the training for a period, but ultimately, it would fall to Tim to train the recruits. Such matters are difficult to conceptualize fully in one's mind. They must be recorded in writing. Speaking of which, given his current paper usage habits and frequency, the expense of parchment was becoming considerable. He had just noticed that the once thick stack of parchment in the drawer was nearly depleted. Although he was aware that the parchment he utilized was a tax payment from Haishan village and thus incurred no cost, the continuous consumption still felt like a significant waste, leaving him somewhat pained. Resolving to check on Granny May's situation later, he decided to refocus on the task at hand, acknowledging that matters must be addressed one by one. Thanks to the guidance of various predecessors who had traversed into this realm, he found the training methods for the security force quite manageable, as he had already developed a general plan. First and foremost is the provision of adequate nutrition, ensuring that each team member is well fed, supplemented with meat and sufficient salt, which will lead to a substantial enhancement in their physical condition. This may seem trivial, but in a society with ample resources, its significance may go unnoticed. However, based on his observations over the past period, he realized that even among his citizens, few could manage to have 2 hearty meals a day, let alone access to meat and sufficient salt. Next comes rigorous training, which is essential for instilling muscle memory in all individuals, ensuring they do not falter in the heat of battle. As long as the team leader or squad leader issues a command, everyone should be able to execute the action from memory, thereby exhibiting a degree of combat effectiveness. Lastly, and most importantly, is the necessity of comprehensive ideological work. It is imperative that everyone understands that they are not merely defending Lenny as a noble, but also safeguarding their families, their possessions, and their land. In this way, Lenny is confident that such a force will not easily crumble. He had contemplated whether to offer the grand incentive of land ownership as a reward, yet after careful consideration, he deemed it inappropriate and abandoned the idea. Firstly, his status was not suitable. A baron holds too low a position within the kingdom. While he is responsible for all matters within the territory, altering land ownership would fundamentally challenge the kingdom, which would not stand idly by. As a mere baron, how could he resist such authority? He merely wishes to be a joyful nobleman, not one who loses his head. Secondly, the practical situation does not permit it. Castling is situated in a hilly region, lacking in fertile land, and even if he were to distribute land to the members of the security force, it would amount to negligible rewards, offering little incentive. It would be more beneficial to provide monetary compensation, which is far more tangible. After glancing once more at the parchment in his hand and mentally reviewing its contents, he found no significant oversights. Only then did he place it in the drawer, discard the feather quill, stretch lazily, and close his eyes to relax. However, it was not long before he reopened his eyes, stood up, and descended the stairs towards the room of Grandma May. The aspiration to become a joyful little noble was a long journey, fraught with challenges. Although the papermaking technique would not yield him substantial profits, it suited his current status perfectly. Grandma may have been assigned a room on the first floor, separate from the other maids, maintaining a certain distance from them. Some peculiarities about her instilled a slight unease in him, prompting him to keep her away from the maids. Her room was the closest to Tim's, ensuring that anyone wishing to ascend the stairs must pass by Tim's chamber. As for the workspace, he had not arranged one yet. Currently, a large area was unnecessary. He planned to carve out a section of the backyard later to accommodate Grandma May's workspace, facilitating security and management. While contemplating these matters, he gradually approached Grandma May's room and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A female voice responded, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the door. The voice hardly resembled that of an elderly woman. It seemed she had not perfected her disguise. How had she managed to achieve that white hair? Was there hair dye available here? While these chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, the partially opened door revealed Grandma May. "Sir, do you require my assistance?" she inquired. Ronnie smiled faintly and stepped into the room. "I thought I'd check on the progress of the items you were working on after your long absence the other day." He was guided to the only chair in the room, where Grandma May shrugged apologetically. "I apologize for not having any hot drinks available." She then gestured towards the items on the table, beginning to discuss recent matters. "After our conversation, I sought out some plants similar to your description, such as this reed, this foxtail, and this bulrush. I am currently experimenting with them." As she presented the plants laid out on the table, Ronnie noticed they were all herbaceous varieties. He sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that he had merely suggested using grass as an example, yet she had taken him literally. Could she not experiment with some shrubs or tree bark instead? To his surprise, he had misjudged her intentions, as she proceeded to introduce more items. "Here we have some tree barks, cedar bark, silver fir bark, and birch bark." It appeared that Grandma May had categorized her collected items by plants and barks, and she had merely placed the plants on the table for the time being, while the barks were set aside. Despite his unvoiced doubts, Ronnie felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly touched his nose, nodding in agreement. Grandma May, perceptive as ever, cast a curious glance at Ronnie, unsure why this young lord seemed so flustered. Perhaps she had spoken too quickly for him to comprehend? Consequently, she gradually slowed her pace and expressed her confusion. "Sir, I didn't quite understand your explanation about soaking. Could you elaborate?" Listening to the elderly woman with white hair speaking in an unusual accent about another world's native language felt quite surreal for Ronnie. His prior communication with Grandma May about the manufacturing process had combined local animal hide papermaking techniques with some steps he recalled, but he struggled to articulate the soaking process. as the language he was using lacked a corresponding term. After pondering for a while, he resorted to using the mother tongue from another world, resulting in Grandma May's peculiar intonation, yet it somehow felt familiar. Shaking his head to clear his mind of distractions, Ronnie organized his thoughts and slowly began to describe the soaking process. The primary method involved laying the plants in a container and placing it in a cool, shaded area, alternating layers of plants and water to keep them moist. The main purpose was to allow the non-fibrous parts of the plants to decay, leaving only the fibrous portions. Although Ronnie's explanation was somewhat rudimentary, Grandma May listened intently, frequently interjecting with her inquiries or expressions of understanding. What kind of water should be used? Are there any specific requirements? Is there a size requirement for the container? As Ronnie finished recounting his memories, he found himself overwhelmed by her barrage of questions, feeling fatigued from the exchange. After all, he had never engaged in such work in another world, and his understanding was quite superficial. Sir, why is the soaking time set at 15 days, rather than 10 or 20? Is there an essential connection? Grandma May regarded Ronnie with a face full of curiosity. Upon hearing this question, sweat nearly broke out on Ronnie's brow. How was he to know why it was 15 days? It was merely something he had gleaned from a short video, not something he had articulated himself. I suppose it mainly depends on the temperature. If the temperature is sufficient, the time could indeed be shortened. You see, higher temperatures promote microbial activity, which can accelerate the decomposition of organic matter, naturally leaving behind only the fibrous portions. Microbes? What are those? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Grandma May's eyes lit up, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to soften. Microbes. Well, you see, today's weather is quite pleasant, and I believe I should go check the backyard. Realizing he had inadvertently let slip too much information, and seeing Grandma May's keen gaze upon him, he rose to make his escape, only to be halted by her outstretched hand. Sir, you have yet to explain what microbes are. It sounds like they have a significant impact on soaking. If you wish for me to assist you in making this grass paper, I hope you can clarify. Though Grandma May's expression was calm, her words carried an unmistakable edge, leaving Ronnie at a loss. He could certainly have chosen to disregard her and leave, knowing she could not physically restrain him. But the thought of relinquishing the opportunity to learn from someone so dedicated to research was disheartening. Thus, he sat down again, contemplating how to respond to her inquiries. After a moment of thought, an idea struck him. Leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice conspiratorially, he said, "Can you keep a secret? What I am about to share with you is knowledge not meant for widespread dissemination. Should anyone discover that you are privy to this information, you could face the penalties of royal law. Are you certain you wish to know?" He had anticipated that such a statement would dissuade Grandma May, but to his astonishment, her interest only intensified, and she nodded resolutely. "I am unafraid. Sir, please proceed. I assure you, I will not share it with anyone." He realized he had no choice but to deceive her. Apologizing silently in his heart, he lowered his voice once more in secrecy. "Did you know that this world possesses magic, along with wizards, great sorcerers, and various magical beings? Microbes are a kind of magical creature. They consume the fibrous parts, leaving behind the plant fibers. However, they are highly sensitive to temperature. The higher the temperature, the more active they become. Thus, you need only know this. Knowledge related to magic is not meant for commoners." Originally, Grandma May's eyes had sparkled with excitement, her face tense with anticipation. However, as Ronnie spoke, her expression shifted from curiosity to disbelief, then to skepticism, ultimately settling into one of derision. You don't believe me?" The expression on the face of the other party was one that Ronnie could easily comprehend. She realized that her deception had been unveiled, and her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing fervently to find a hole to burrow into. Could it be that she had known about the matters of magic all along? As this thought crossed her mind, she began to reflect once more on the peculiarities of Granny May, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. However, now that she was in a precarious position, she found it difficult to admit the truth outright, and could only swallow hard, forcing herself to maintain her dignity. How could she not believe it? The Lord had declared such a secret, and it was impossible for her to dismiss it. Although Granny May's words suggested one thing, her expression was almost accusatory, as if she were pointing a finger at Ronnie and proclaiming her to be a liar. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not expose Ronnie. Instead, she merely offered a few disinterested remarks before lowering her eyelids, conveying a clear message of disinterest. "Did you not say earlier that there were matters left unresolved? Then I shall excuse myself, my lord. Please, take care." Hearing such a near dismissive remark, Ronnie found herself at a loss for words and awkwardly fled the room. Once back in the study, Ronnie felt utterly mortified, still flushed with embarrassment. Yet, as she gradually regained her composure, She found herself mulling over Granny May's enigmatic nature once again, convinced that she was not merely an ordinary village woman, but rather someone of considerable depth. While her unusual appearance might suggest she was merely attempting to navigate this tumultuous world for safety, her reaction to the mention of magical knowledge was decidedly unsettling. Was it possible that she possessed such knowledge? Judging by her earlier demeanor, the likelihood seemed quite high. This was not information that a mere villager could possibly possess. Runny stroked his chin, a hint of curiosity about Granny May's true identity stirring within him. Chapter 40. The arrival of the Duke's son. Young Master, young master. Lord Tim has returned. The crisp voice of Conthi echoed throughout the first floor, reverberating in the spacious hall and shattering the castle's tranquility. Even from the study on the second floor, Runny could hear her clearly, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Before he could react, the exuberant girl, much like a lively little sprite, dashed to the door of the study. Runny had previously tasked her with notifying him the moment Tim returned, but he had not anticipated such an exuberant announcement. Surely the entire castle had heard. Yes, I know. My ears are nearly deafened. You are not a little girl anymore. You must be composed and reserved, understand? Runny shot her an exasperated glance, silencing her just as she was about to shout again. Conthi, embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and tossed her long ponytail before bouncing out of the room. Tim's return was later than Runny had expected. He initially thought the task would take 3 to 4 days, yet a week had passed since Tim left the castle. However, he was not alone, for figures, also mounted on tall steeds, accompanied him, making it difficult to discern their identities from a distance. Standing by the window of the study, Runny speculated that perhaps these were the individuals who had come to purchase the enchanted swords. If all went well, for enchanted swords would hardly suffice for all of Earl Elfin's knights, so it was not surprising that others had come along. This realization deterred him from the idea of rushing to greet them at the castle entrance. It was not a matter of status or social standing. Rather, he deemed it inappropriate to hastily welcome them if they were indeed here for the swords, as it would undermine the negotiations that lay ahead. As the saying goes, one should not be overly eager in trade. Conthi. Runny stood up, preparing to descend the stairs to greet Tim and his entourage, only to realize that his attire was rather casual, a long robe cinched with a belt and tight trousers. Such garb was hardly suitable for receiving guests. Tiffany had intended to have him wear knee-high socks, but the mere sight of them reminded him of stockings, sending shivers down his spine, prompting him to hastily discard them, leaving Tiffany utterly perplexed. Young master, everyone dresses this way. Glancing at the bewildered Tiffany, Runny scratched his head, uncertain how to explain. He could not simply state that such garments would eventually evolve into thin, elastic stockings meant solely for women, regardless of how well he could articulate it. The question remained how he could procure a pair, for he had no knowledge of their creation. While they might be visually appealing, few men would delve into the intricacies of their manufacture. Ultimately, he opted against wearing the knee-high socks Tiffany had brought him, instead retrieving a pair of scissors to transform them into ankle-length socks, which he found far more agreeable. Now, the pressing issue was that while his attire was acceptable for the confines of the castle, it was wholly inappropriate for receiving guests. The aristocracy adhered to certain standards: casual robes for home, riding attire for equestrian pursuits, and knights donned their armor, though the distinctions were often subtle. However, for formal receptions, one must wear noble garments. A misstep in this regard could lead to either trivial ridicule or, worse yet, a charge of disrespect to the kingdom's ceremonial officers, potentially resulting in the loss of one's noble title and lands. Clearly, the significance of etiquette could not be understated. He called for Conthi to assist him in donning his formal attire, which was cumbersome and challenging to wear and remove. Compounding the issue was the fact that the castle possessed only one set in his size. After a brief period of recovery from an injury, he had worn it, but upon learning that it could be omitted on regular days, he promptly locked it away in the wardrobe. Young master, what is it? Conthi peeked her head through the door of the study, a bright smile illuminating her face. She had clearly anticipated this moment, deliberately withholding her thoughts while waiting outside. You little rascal, why are you still here? Come help the master change into his formal attire. What are you waiting for? Runny recognized her playful demeanor immediately. Oh, that simply won't do. I am neither composed nor reserved, so I fear I cannot assist the young master in dressing properly. Perhaps I should fetch the lady to help instead? Though she spoke of seeking the lady, her small head remained perfectly still at the door. All right. Conthi is a polite and composed young lady, my favorite. Is that satisfactory? Now hurry up and come here. With an exaggerated glare directed at the mischievous girl, Runny begrudgingly apologized, feeling there was no other option. Guests were already approaching the castle, and here he was in his night clothes. Upon hearing Runny's words, Kanthi giggled. Entering and revealing the formal attire she had prepared in advance, her cheeks subtly flushed. After a flurry of activity, the two managed to change into the formal garments. And after sending Kanthi to prepare some hot drinks, Runny hastily made his way to the first-floor hall. Ultimately, he found himself in the hall, where he greeted Tim and his entourage of 5. "My lord, I have returned," Tim proclaimed with utmost seriousness, addressing Runny as my lord as he stepped forward. Executing a half-kneel, a gesture characteristic of a knightly retainer, his expression calm and devoid of any overt emotion. This marked the first time the two had exchanged such formalities, and Runny raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how Tim had grasped the nuances of decorum. Typically, he would call him by name or refer to him as young master, which was perfectly acceptable. However, in this formal setting, the title of young master felt inappropriate. Runny nodded, a smile gracing his features as he extended a hand to assist Tim to his feet. "Uncle Tim, your journey must have been arduous." He then redirected his attention to the individuals following behind. And who might these esteemed individuals be? The figures trailing Tim, judging by their attire, appeared to be knights. Leading the group was a young man, perhaps in his 20s, with fair skin, standing tall and exuding confidence. The 3 accompanying him seemed more like attendants, one of whom appeared notably older, his face lined with wrinkles and his back slightly hunched. How could someone so aged still serve as a knight's attendant? Lon and I cast a peculiar glance at the elderly gentleman, pondering the possibility that he might possess some extraordinary skill. Otherwise, given his age, it would be difficult to ascertain who would protect whom. Tim, standing straight with the slight support of the young master, subtly shifted to the side, revealing several companions behind him, and began introductions. "Young master, allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is Lord Keno Williams, the son of Duke Williams." The 3 gentlemen behind him are his knightly attendants, Randall and Ferncat. After turning once more, he introduced Lon and I. "This is Baron Lenny Wells, a noble of our castling territory." Upon learning that he was the son of a duke, Lon and I stepped forward slightly, placing a hand on his chest, and bowed, heartily welcoming Mr. Keno and his companions to castling. "On behalf of the Wells family, I extend my sincere greetings and warm welcome for your visit." Nodding at the attendants behind him, he gestured grandly. "Shall we proceed to the study upstairs for our discussion? This is hardly a suitable place for matters of consequence, Mr. Keno, please." Previously, Lon and I had been indifferent to the identities of these individuals, but now, aware that they hailed from a ducal family, he understood that, in light of the disparity in status and the etiquette among nobles, he could no longer wait for them to pay their respects. Instead, he must take the initiative to do so. Keno, however, showed no hesitation, merely smiling at Lon and I before leading the way towards the staircase. Observing Keno's retreating figure, Lon and I felt no anger. Rather, it seemed as though shimmering gold coins were beckoning to him, and his smile became genuinely warmer. He waved for his attendants to proceed ahead and then approached Tim, quickly inquiring about the situation. Tim leaned in, lowering his voice as they walked. They purchased all the dark-patterned swords at a price of 120 gold without haggling. However, they requested to visit the castle, the reason unknown. I suspect they might have guessed at our forging capabilities. Take note of that elderly attendant. True to his experience with Augustus, Tim swiftly clarified the matter during the brief ascent, even pointing out the attendant he mentioned. "Understood," Lon and I nodded, his mind racing with conjectures about the intentions of this group, suspecting that the moving purse might not be as glimmering as it appeared. Upon leading everyone to the study, Lon and I found himself in an awkward situation, realizing there were insufficient chairs for everyone to sit. Faced with this scene, he mentally reminded himself to ensure Jimmy crafted a few more chairs for the study in the future. Just as Lon and I was at a loss for words, Frank entered, balancing hot drinks in one hand while bringing in a few chairs with the help of 3 maidens. With an appreciative glance at Frank, Lon and I chuckled heartily, inviting everyone to take their seats. "Please, do sit down. Castling is a small place with humble accommodations. I ask for your understanding." Keno maintained an air of aloofness, remaining silent as he sat down, while it was the elderly attendant who spoke up. "Ah, Baron Wells, you are too kind. Our journey here has shown us that the people of Castling are simple and industrious, which speaks highly of your management of the territory." Lon and I, well aware of the implications behind such words, understood that simple folk implied poverty, and industriousness suggested not only poverty, but also hardships. Indeed, it pales in comparison to Mr. Keno, whose noble demeanor is evident. "You, sir, are a testament to the vitality that comes with age, truly befitting of the Williams lineage." Through this brief interaction, both parties formed initial impressions of one another. Randall found himself increasingly curious about Lon and I, recalling the tales of him being a playboy, impulsive and hot-tempered. Yet his demeanor displayed a composed and steady nature, reminiscent of a seasoned noble. It seemed that rumors were not always true. For Lon and I, Kino embodied the archetypal young master, exuding pride and disdain for engaging in conversation with him. The one truly in charge appeared to be the attendant. After exchanging the customary pleasantries of nobility, Lon and I finally inquired about their purpose. "Mr. Kino, are you on a journey to explore the entire kingdom? That is indeed enviable. I have long wished to travel on my own, but my father insists that I am too young to venture out." Alas, noticing Kino's lack of response, yet perceiving a flicker of satisfaction on his face, he pressed on, "Might I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our castling?" Just as Kino was about to speak, the attendant interjected, "Our primary purpose in accompanying the young master is to explore the kingdom and fulfill his nightly quest. We've heard that the conditions in the northern regions are complex, and we wish to see for ourselves." "Who are you?" Lon Ni's expression darkened as he regarded the elderly man who had interrupted, feigning irritation at being disrupted by an unnamed servant. Though he was keenly aware that the man was Randall, Tim had long warned him to be cautious of this elder, and having just been introduced, it was impossible for him to overlook. This was merely an opportunity to assert dominance and gain leverage in their forthcoming discussions. Lon Ni's unexpected outburst caught Randall off guard. Realizing he had grown accustomed to the informal atmosphere of his territory and had momentarily forgotten that this young baron was, after all, a noble. "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Wells. I am Randall, the deputy steward of the Williams family." Despite his reluctance, Randall stood and bowed out of respect for nobility before gracefully resuming his seat. Although he served a duke, who was 2 ranks above a baron, he was still a servant and had to adhere to the decorum expected in noble circles. Frank, standing nearby, felt a pang of envy upon hearing that Randall was a steward, albeit a deputy, admiring his demeanor and eloquence, instinctively straightening his posture. Lon and I nodded, indicating his forgiveness for Randall's intrusion. "Randall, consider this my magnanimity. If a more petty noble were to report your behavior to the etiquette officer, I doubt even the Duke could shield you from the consequences. I simply wish to remind you for your own good. You wouldn't take offense, would you?" Watching Lon Ni's seemingly benevolent expression, Randall felt quite nauseated, mentally cursing him for his incessant prattling. Regardless of his internal disdain, he had to express gratitude for Lon Ni's forgiveness. In the noble world, status was paramount, and he dared not overstep. Lon and I was not particularly fixated on such trivial matters. He simply could not recall whether to assert dominance or to pressure the opponent for the upper hand in negotiations. He merely remembered that seizing the initiative was vital, so he decided to apply pressure and provoke a bit of irritation as a double assurance. After their exchange, he turned to Kino with an expression of genuine concern. "Indeed, the situation in the northern regions is quite complex. Recently, a band of Grumman marauders has been roaming, so Mr. Kino should exercise caution during his travels. My attendants are all exceptional individuals. Safety will not be an issue," Kino replied dismissively, nodding nonchalantly, though he reluctantly added a few more words, recalling his steward's prior admonitions. Having overheard the exchange between Lon and I and Randall, Kino understood that Lon and I was not mistaken. While Randall was a steward to a duke, he was still a servant and should not show disrespect to a noble. Lon and I was merely a minor baron, someone he could afford to look down upon or even ignore, but Randall must adhere to a higher standard. Originally, Lenny intended to inquire about the situation in the central part of the kingdom, seeking a comprehensive understanding of it. However, upon witnessing the spoiled demeanor of Genoa, his interest dissipated, and he shook his head, choosing silence instead. At that moment, Candy entered from outside, whispering to Lenny that dinner was prepared, her curiosity evident as she discreetly observed Genoa, the son of a duke, with childlike fascination. Dinner was ready, albeit modest in the countryside. She hoped that the young master Genoa would not find it lacking. "Let us proceed downstairs for the meal," Lenny said, extending his hand toward the staircase. Hearing that dinner was served, Genoa showed no inclination to even glance at Lenny, rising first and striding out. Observing the young master's rudeness, Randall awkwardly smiled at Lenny before following suit. Lenny pursed his lips, feeling irked. After all, Genoa was merely a child, yet he paraded around with such arrogance. A situation that was both vexing and stifling. Were it not for Genoa's striking resemblance to a wallet, Lenny would have entirely disregarded him. Little did he expect that the haughty Genoa, who had maintained his pride in the study, would light up upon encountering Tiffany downstairs. Without regard for whether his retinue followed, he eagerly approached her, bending slightly and extending his right hand, beaming at the beautiful lady before him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Genoa Williams, son of the Duke. Might I have the honor of knowing your name? Tiffany's attire today truly warranted the title of a beautiful lady. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, adorned with jewelry and a golden pendant that swayed gracefully with her movements. Her already fair complexion was enhanced by powder, making her skin appear even more delicate and rosy. The white gown she wore exuded grandeur, its fitted design accentuating her magnificent figure, while the cinched waist flared out like a blooming white flower. Greetings, Mr. Genoa Williams. I am Tiffany Wells. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Presumably, she had not encountered such bold flattery during her time in the Earl's castle, and the sudden appearance of the young man left her somewhat flustered. Her gloved hand barely brushed against his before she withdrew, her fair cheeks flushed, her voice betraying her evident nervousness. Upon hearing her surname, Genoa was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was the wife of that little nobleman, which inexplicably ignited a flicker of anger within him. Damn it! That fellow is truly fortunate to have married such a stunning woman. Who would have thought that such beauty could emerge from this rural locale? Tiffany's beauty was renowned even in the Central Kingdom, and yet she was wed to a family in the impoverished Castling. Truly a waste of such allure. Naturally, he had no intention of claiming this beauty for himself. Rather, the fact that she was the mistress of this castle thrilled him even more. His eyes nearly ablaze with excitement. Ah, Tiffany, your beauty is astonishing. I feel as though I am gazing upon a goddess from the heavens. It is a pity that I met you so late. Had I encountered you sooner, I would have gladly engaged in a fair duel with Wells, the Baron. At that moment, Genoa behaved more like a seasoned flirt than Lenny, the so-called dandy, delivering his compliments with remarkable sincerity, his large eyes wide with genuine admiration for Tiffany. He deliberately emphasized the title of Baron, the intent behind his words all too clear. Although Tiffany had often been praised before her marriage, she had never encountered such unabashed flattery. Overwhelmed by the directness of his praise, her cheeks flushed deeper, and she felt a rising annoyance and distaste, especially after he had mentioned the Baroness' name. Mr. Genoa, you flatter me excessively. Please, let us take our seats for dinner. I fear you must be quite hungry. With that, she did not wait for his response and gracefully moved to sit beside Lenny, arranging her skirt as she settled onto the wooden stool. At that moment, Lenny noticed, to his surprise, that Tiffany's seat was merely a stool rather than a chair. However, he quickly understood, given her gown, a chair would indeed be quite impractical. It was his first time seeing Tiffany in such a formal gown. Although she looked stunning, he thought she resembled a hedgehog, making it nearly impossible to approach her. He pondered with a sense of mischief how she would manage to use the restroom in such attire. Little did he know, if Tiffany were aware of his thoughts, she would likely laugh at his naivety. One of the conveniences of such gowns was the ability to squat down for relief at any time and place. Otherwise, how would the visible stains around Elfin Town come to be? However, caste remoteness meant she had little need to wear such finery. Today marked her first formal appearance since the wedding, much like Lenny's own attire. Seeing Tiffany nod at him, Lenny snapped back to reality, realizing that the meal was about to commence. However, uncertainty gripped him. In the past few months, he had yet to attend any noble gatherings or events, leaving him clueless about the proper etiquette. What should I do? I am rather anxious. Of course, remaining idle would be more impolite. So he disregarded his doubts and attempted to recall some Western films he had watched in another world, planning to mimic their actions. Once he devised a strategy. He tapped his spoon against the cup before him, causing a cacophony of discordant clinks to echo through the hall, drawing the attention of all present. As everyone turned to look, Lenny raised the unremarkable copper goblet before him, gesturing towards Genoa. I sincerely welcome Mr. Genoa to Castling. My wife and I toast to you, wishing you a bountiful journey and smooth sailing. Initially pleased with his own cleverness, he soon noticed the bewildered expressions on the faces around him, causing a sinking feeling in his stomach. Had he inadvertently committed a faux pas by clinking cups? Just as he prepared to say something to ease the tension, Genoa smirked, raising his own goblet. Lenny, have you been to the royal capital? To know that such a custom is currently in vogue at court. However, one typically only taps 3 times. You've struck too many. Upon hearing Genoa's remark, the castle's inhabitants appeared enlightened, while Lenny felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ever since Genoa laid eyes on Tiffany, he had been belittling Lenny, which only grew more irritating. Damn it, if he keeps provoking me, I might just decide to stop making money and abandon this place. Indeed, he had briefly stayed in the royal capital, but family matters had summoned him back. Haha, Mr. Genoa, you truly have a remarkable memory. But I cannot recall such trivial customs. Lenny chuckled, clinking his glass with Tiffany's and Genoa's, then downing the contents of his goblet in one gulp. though Lenny feigned humility. His words were laced with sarcasm, yet amusingly, Genoa failed to detect the irony, blissfully unaware as he downed his drink. The taste of the vile liquor contorted Genoa's features. Furthering his irritation, this backwater town was indeed frustrating, especially lacking even decent ale. As the group dined, they engaged in muted conversations. Genoa shifted from his earlier aloof demeanor, persistently seeking topics to engage Tiffany, who found herself overwhelmed yet obliged to respond. Were it not for her concern about angering the Duke, she would have already doused him with a glass of wine. Lenny also felt displeasure, attempting to steer the conversation back to him several times, only to be deftly sidestepped by Genoa, who continued to grin and chatter with Tiffany. Observing the flamboyant demeanor of Genoa, Lenny clenched his fists in anger, silently vowing, "You better not fall into my hands, or else." Just as Lenny simmered with indignation, across the table, Randall and Tim exchanged a few words before suddenly turning their gaze toward the nobleman. "Mr. Tim, you previously sold several dark patterned swords at Elfin. I presume you are aware of this matter?" "Indeed," replied Randall. "Do taste this dish. The pine chicken is a specialty of our castling." Lenny nodded, forcibly suppressing his fury, and pushed his plate forward. "You are too kind." Randall, having exchanged pleasantries, continued, "Indeed, those dark patterned swords were purchased by our young master, Genoa. However, may I boldly inquire if the Wells family is facing difficulties?" "Yes," Lenny responded candidly. "My father has been somewhat aggressive in his strategies. Thus the family is in need of external support, as many are likely aware." Lenny did not conceal the Wells family's predicament, shrugging and nodding readily. After all, it was futile to hide it. Why play the villain? Not merely aggressive, it was sheer folly. How could August dare to embark on a campaign with his creditors in tow? Tim now found it hard to believe he hadn't tried to dissuade August at the time. Hearing Lanny's straightforward acknowledgement, Randall felt a sense of relief, fearing that Lenny might stubbornly refuse to admit the truth out of noble pride, which would necessitate considerable effort on his part. "Oh, since the Wells family is in trouble, the Williams family, being fellow nobles, is willing to extend a helping hand to you and your family to weather this storm. I believe our young master would be eager to assist someone as promising as yourself." Randall glanced at his unreliable young master, only to awkwardly find him fawning over the Baroness like a lark vying for a mate. Clearing his throat, he redirected his focus. "Our Duke has always favored talented youth. I am certain he would be very willing to assist a promising young noble like yourself." Lenny, however, could not help but smirk internally at Randall's sincere demeanor. "Huh, me? A promising youth? If my reputation as a flamboyant knight qualifies me as such, then the North must be rife with promising youths. Assistance? More like taking advantage of a misfortune." His curiosity piqued. He was eager to hear how Randall intended to deceive this rural noble. "Oh, truly? I am immensely grateful. May I inquire when I might receive this assistance? The current situation at the castle is rather dire, and I hope for the Duke's aid as soon as possible." Lenny feigned excitement, widening his eyes and elongating his neck to portray an exaggeratedly greedy expression. Randall, seeing Lenny fall into the trap he had set, felt a sense of calm wash over him. He smiled slightly, leisurely placing a morsel into his mouth before continuing, "No need to rush. The Duke's assistance can be rendered at any time, provided we come to an agreement. I believe within a few days, the Duke's intentions will be conveyed. From my understanding of my lord, the assistance will not be less than 500 gold coins." He paused, extending a hand to emphasize his point, tantalizing Lenny further before continuing. "The Duke's assistance itself requires no contribution from you. You need not worry. However," he added, "as for the transport costs and other expenses along the way, I assume you would not want to impose further costs on the Duke, would you?" While Lenny outwardly appeared greedy, internally he was both astonished and amused. The familiarity of Randall's words struck him. It was reminiscent of the classic ruse of requiring payment for shipping costs. He could almost predict the ensuing events, merely needing to determine what exactly Randall had his sights set on. Having traversed through time, encountering such a quintessential scam left him questioning the authenticity of his journey. "And what must I provide?" "Gold coins. The castle hardly possesses any gold. What shall I do?" Despite the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind, he was eager to uncover what Randall truly coveted within the castle. Randall, perceiving Lenny's naivete, found amusement in the rural noble's inflated sense of self-importance and ignorance, thinking, "Who else to deceive but you?" The prospect of avenging himself against this pretty boy made Randall feel exhilarated, and his smile brightened considerably. "Haha, you need not part with gold coins. I have heard you possess the forging method for the dark patterned swords. You merely need to provide a copy of this method to the Duke, which would only cost you a bit of parchment. How advantageous is that?" Leaning in slightly, He continued earnestly. This method is merely a shared resource, and you can continue to forge them. You stand to lose nothing, correct? Gazing at Randall's earnest expression, Lenny could not help but scoff internally. So this was the target of his scheme, a classic ploy to swindle a country noble. Although it sounded innocuous. Once the Williams family grasped the forging method, they could devise countless strategies to undermine his dark pattern sword business. It became apparent that this was indeed the motive behind Randall's visit, to acquire the forging method under the guise of assistance. He believed that if he surrendered the method now, any promised help would be indefinitely postponed. Their intentions are far from benign. Determined, Lenny resolved that as long as Randall remained in cast, the workshop in the back would remain shuttered, refusing to produce anything. Haha, truly? The Williams family is exceedingly generous. Lenny feigned innocence, staring wide-eyed at Randall, who felt a surge of joy. It appeared this rural noble was genuinely convinced. Observing Lenny's expression, Randall felt assured that his plan was secure. Imagining Lenny's future regret was as refreshing as a cool treat in June, filling him with delight. Even Tim, separated by Tiffany, was momentarily deceived by Lenny's expression, his face awash with anxiety, fearing Lenny might impulsively acquiesce. However, the presence of the lady prevented him from making any gestures of warning. Yet, Lenny prolonged his words. The subsequent statement shifted the sentiments of the two observers entirely. We truly do not possess the forging technique for the dark pattern swords. What shall we do now? Will the Duke still assist us? Randall, who had been envisioning generous rewards, found himself momentarily choked. Meanwhile, Tim recognized Lenny's expression as eerily familiar. After a moment, he realized Lenny was merely toying with the steward, nearly laughing out loud. Huh, where did this lad learn such tricks? I genuinely thought he would agree. The once confident steward, Randall, felt a surge of panic upon hearing Lenny's words. He momentarily forgot the presence of a baron, questioning vehemently. Then where did your dark pattern swords come from? They are undeniably newly forged, not something from the past, as Tim suggested. Suppressing his discomfort, he quickly rose to his feet, placing a hand over his chest in a gesture of apology. I beg your pardon, my eagerness led me to inadvertently offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. His abrupt movement drew the attention of Gino, who had been solely focused on Tiffany. Noticing his steward's repeated apologies, a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind, feeling somewhat humiliated. Casting a glance at Tiffany, he fixed a stern expression upon Lonnie. Lonnie, are you addicted to bullying? Randall, startled by the remark, feared Gino's wrath and hastened to clarify. Young master, it was my fault. I accidentally bumped into the Baron. It is not the Baroness' fault. Deep down, he still harbored a flicker of hope, wishing that this little bumpkin was merely reluctant to part with his wealth. Gino, momentarily taken aback, found himself recalling the reason for his visit to the castle. He turned to Lonnie with an air of nonchalance. I've heard you can forge dark pattern swords. I have high hopes for this weapon. You possess the forging technique, do you not? Hand it over. It is not something a minor noble like you should wield. Ah, Mr. Gino, to be precise, we do not possess the manufacturing technique. To my knowledge, no one in the kingdom has mastered it. Being commanded so disdainfully by such a young man felt like an affront. Though Lonnie was seething with rage, he still strove to maintain the basic decorum expected of nobility. Simultaneously, he felt more certain that his decision to discreetly sell this item was justified. It was merely the beginning, and yet it had already attracted unwanted attention. However, Gino appeared unfazed by Lonnie's anger, scoffing dismissively. Then where did your dark pattern swords come from? Did they fall from the sky? I've told you, this is not something you should possess. Do not be so ungrateful. With every disdainful word and presumptuous attitude, as if he were entitled to demand knowledge without recompense, coupled with his behavior of circling around Tiffany since entering the castle, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within Lonnie. Blood rushed to his face, feeling a fiery heat, and even his eyes seemed to burn. He sensed the fury within him was about to erupt. Yet, considering the other's status, he could only sigh helplessly. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Yet some people spend their entire lives reveling in the heart of Rome, singing and drinking. How frustrating it was to have been bullied as a nobody, and now, even as a noble, to face the same indignities. What meaning did nobility hold? In that moment, he resolved to find a way to learn magic and become a great sorcerer. Even if he could not master magic, he must strive to empower himself, refusing to allow a mere child, relying solely on his title as the Duke's son, to speak so brazenly before him. Initially, when he traversed into this world, he had solely focused on concealing his identity. Even after successfully integrating into the castle, he merely sought to earn some money and enjoy the life of a carefree minor noble. Although he had become aware of the existence of magic, It was merely curiosity that drove him to experience it. He had never explicitly contemplated his situation, yet he had always regarded this world with a game-like mentality, maintaining a slight detachment, a mindset of playing around in the world. But at this moment, after his first true encounter with the nobility of this world, he realized that regardless of the realm, those at the lower echelons would always be subject to oppression and subjugation. At this juncture, he firmly resolved to abandon his game-like attitude toward this world, confronting it earnestly, recognizing it as the place where he would spend the latter half of his life. Contemplating these thoughts, his rage inexplicably dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled clarity and an invigorating sense of freedom. No one in the hall was aware of Lonnie's change in mindset. Only Tim, as a knight, naturally sensitive to the shifts in energy, cast a curious glance his way. Even he found Gino's attitude intolerable, given Lonnie's usual temper. Would he not explode in anger? Did he struggle to maintain his composure? Unperturbed by Tim's scrutiny, Lonnie gathered his thoughts and smiled brightly at Gino, as if the earlier flush of anger had never been his. It is not the case. My father simply had a stroke of luck. After his recent introspection, he found no desire to toy with Gino any longer, opting instead to reveal the excuse he had meticulously crafted. In Lonnie's explanation, his father, Augustus, had fortuitously acquired some magical powder years ago, inadvertently discovering its ability to create dark patterned swords. Unfortunately, the quantity of this powder was limited. Over the years, their family had continually attempted to replicate the powder, even journeying to the capital to consult many wizards, all of whom claimed that this was not a magical creation and could not be replicated. Currently, only a small amount of magical powder remained, sufficient for crafting around 10 dark patterned swords. Otherwise, we would not be selling such precious swords to survive. Wouldn't you agree, young Master Gino? Lonnie adopted a sincere demeanor, maintaining unwavering eye contact with Gino. It is not that we do not wish to trade with you. It is simply that we truly lack mastery over this forging technique. He displayed a facade of regret, as though he were deeply dissatisfied that he could not establish a rapport with Duke Williams through this avenue. Upon hearing this explanation, Gino's expression immediately darkened, disappointment flooding his heart. Initially, based on Randall's assessment, this transaction promised to yield tens of thousands of gold coins annually, and he had anticipated making a grand impression on his father. Although he had been slightly distracted by the Baroness, he had not forgotten his purpose for coming. However, he had not anticipated such a meager production of merely 10 swords, which rendered the endeavor inconsequential. A few hundred coins were nothing to him, let alone to his noble father. Lonnie's heartfelt words resonated so deeply that even the astute Randall was convinced, leading him to perceive the matter as having lost its significance. Were dark-patterned swords valuable? Undoubtedly, they were exceptional, unrivaled in quality. Yet for the Williams family, they were merely of moderate interest. Their expertise lay in commerce, not in nurturing knights. If they truly desired them, they could simply purchase them. Attempting to seize the manufacturing process for such limited output was hardly worthwhile. Naturally, the ease with which they believed Lonnie's words was not entirely their fault. His explanation was a masterstroke of ambiguity, appearing plausible yet elusive. Lonnie had pondered this reasoning for quite some time in his study. Augustus had traveled across the continent, correct? Upon his return, the family had been in financial straits, right? They had even taken on substantial debt in recent years, correct? Lonnie had visited the capital in previous years, which was also true. These matters were easily discernible and could be readily inquired about. Once these facts were interconnected, each one stood true, verifiable by those around him. Thus, every individual who confirmed these points could be seen as substantiating Lonnie's conclusion that dark-patterned swords were made from magical powder, and that the Wells family had incurred significant costs in their failed attempts to replicate it. Now, unable to persist, they could only resort to selling the dark-patterned swords to breathe easier, and even if the remaining production exceeded 10 swords, it was certainly not abundant. Consider how reasonable this explanation is, how fluid the chain of logic, how exhilarating the reasoning process. Perfect. Lonnie could not recall where he had encountered such a sentiment, yet he firmly believed in its validity. To convince a person of a particular notion, one need not assemble an airtight chain of evidence nor require elaborate scheming. One merely needs to lay before the other the seemingly plausible evidence that leads to this conclusion, allowing them to complete the entire reasoning process independently. Naturally, they will refine any unreasonable aspects, and the resultant conclusion will be unwaveringly believed. Observing the expressions of profound disappointment on Genoa and Lander's faces, he was reminded of this notion once more. However, Lander was evidently reluctant to concede so easily. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. "My lord, might I persuade you to part with the remaining magical powder? Perhaps we could successfully replicate it. Lonnie glanced at him, remaining silent, and resolutely shook his head. Lander contemplated pressing the issue further, but then reconsidered. Even if he obtained it, could they actually replicate it? The minuscule quantity was indeed somewhat insipid, and thus he chose to remain silent. The ensuing banquet proved to be rather lackluster, even verging on tedious and awkward, with only Genoa incessantly chattering in front of the hostess, showcasing his brilliance and status. Yet, Tiffany appeared perpetually indifferent, ultimately dismissing him altogether, which led Genoa to lose interest and cease his prattle. The food was unrefined, the ingredients hardly intriguing. The purpose of their visit had lost its allure, and even the lady of the castle across from him was indifferent. Genoa felt he had shown remarkable restraint by not storming out. The following morning, Genoa departed the castle with his entourage, continuing his journey across the kingdom without even bidding farewell to Lonnie, who did not press the matter, choosing to act as if he were unaware. Despite the unpleasantness of the previous evening, Lander seemed oblivious. After dinner, he sought out Lonnie and placed an order for 10 dark-patterned swords at the price of 30 gold coins, agreeing to send someone to collect the goods in 2 months and paying half the deposit. Initially, he intended to purchase all remaining stock, but Lonnie firmly declined, providing a reasonable explanation that the castle's security forces also required weaponry. Lander did not persist in his inquiries. In his view, a few fewer swords were inconsequential, and he felt no pressure regarding the deposit. Ironically, he was supposed to pay in full according to the customary practice among nobles, yet he only paid half. Lander was not at all concerned about Lonnie reneging on the deal or absconding with the deposit. Rather, he secretly anticipated that if Lonnie failed to deliver, he would relish seeing whether the Baroness would still maintain her frosty demeanor towards the young master. As he watched Genoa and his party depart from the window, Lonnie and Tim exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 43. An unusual tea. Are we no longer selling dark-patterned swords? Tim inquired impatiently as they settled into the study. Lonnie's explanation regarding the dark-patterned swords left him utterly baffled. When had Augustus acquired such miraculous magical powder? Wasn't he the castle's financial predicament attributed to Augustus's poor management? Were it not for his continuous residence in the castle, listening to the myriad of justifications, he might have genuinely believed it. However, at that moment, facing Genoa and his party, he had been unable to inquire further, and now that they had departed, he could no longer contain himself. Although he had successfully dispelled Genoa's covetous intentions, a serious question arose. How would they sell the dark-patterned swords moving forward? If they continued selling them, would they not offend the Williams family? Conversely, if they ceased selling, they would lose a rare source of income for the castle. It was only natural for him to feel anxious. "Ah, Uncle Tim, there is no need for alarm," Lonnie replied, appearing entirely unperturbed, still wearing a cheerful expression. The 300 gold coins they had received should sustain the castle for a while. There was no immediate concern. Lonnie poured a cup of tea for Tim, signaling him to remain calm, as he had already considered this matter. They would indeed continue to sell the swords, after a period of 10 to 15 days. Once the fame of the dark-patterned swords had spread further, they could privately sell a limited quantity. In his estimation, the Williams family, being situated in the central region of the kingdom, would not hear of it for quite some time. At worst, he could claim that progress had been made in replicating the magical powder, as long as he managed the scale carefully. It would be difficult for the other party to exert their influence from such a distance. "Well, as long as you have it under control," Tim nodded, finally relieved. Observing Lonnie's confident demeanor, he decided not to interfere further. Reflecting on Lonnie's transformation during this period, he couldn't help but marvel. The change was indeed remarkable. Lonnie had shed his former frivolity, recklessness, and impulsiveness, instead exhibiting a newfound steadiness and composure. In fact, compared to the knightly Augustus, Tim felt Lonnie embodied the qualities of a competent baron. Watching Lonnie's current performance, he grew increasingly satisfied, particularly noting the resolute expression that had recently emerged on his calm face, wondering what had transpired in his absence. Taking a sip from his cup, Tim was about to speak when he suddenly froze. What is this?" Looking down at the hot beverage, he noticed it appeared different from what he usually drank. The milky liquid was adorned with some unknown fragments floating atop. "Haha, Uncle Tim, how does it taste?" Lonnie, who had previously been discussing the sales of dark-patterned swords with a serious demeanor, could not help but laugh as he awaited Tim's reaction. He was curious whether the knight could adapt to this slightly bitter beverage. "Not enough goat's milk, lacks flavor." Tim smacked his lips, hesitating as he assessed the tea's taste. What had been added to make it so bitter? Spitting it out, he glanced at Lonnie with an expression that said he was being mischievous. Lonnie rolled his eyes, thinking, "I am not a child. Why would I engage in such juvenile pranks?" This is a hot drink I have been researching recently, called tea. If savored properly, it can be quite fragrant and beneficial for the body. You simply must take the time to appreciate it. Initially, it may seem rather bitter, but if you pay attention, you will discover its rich aromas and sweetness. Are you certain that such a bitter concoction qualifies as a hot drink? Tim regarded Lonnie's earnest expression with skepticism, hesitating before cautiously taking another small sip. I truly do not perceive any richness or sweetness. It is purely bitter. I doubt anyone would enjoy it. After a long while, he finally set down the cup, shaking his head in disapproval. The bitterness was overwhelming, and the milkiness was nearly non-existent. It bore no resemblance to the hot beverages favored by the nobility, and he feared no one would appreciate it. This was not milk mixed into tea. Rather, it was tea infused with a bit of milk, and Tim had entirely misconstrued the primary components. However, upon hearing his critique, Lonnie felt somewhat disheartened and did not bother to correct him. The popular hot beverages of this world had little to do with tea, resembling more closely to dairy products. Just a few days prior, he had complained about the overly sweet and rich hot drinks he had been served. Jimmy had inadvertently overheard him and mysteriously approached Lonnie the next day, producing a small package. What is this? Why the secrecy? As Lonnie unwrapped the outer cloth, he cast a curious glance at Jimmy, wondering what mischief he was up to. Upon unveiling the contents of the bag, he immediately exclaimed, "Tea leaves? Are these tea leaves? Where did you acquire them? My lord, you actually recognize this?" Jimmy was taken aback, having intended to explain but surprised to find that his lord seemed familiar with the item, making his previous efforts worthwhile. "I cannot say for certain if these are indeed called tea leaves. Everyone simply refers to them as bitter dwarf leaves. The villagers typically brew them for hot drinks. They are somewhat bitter at first, but once accustomed, they are quite delightful. I recalled you mentioning that you disliked the overly sweet hot drinks favored by the nobility, so I thought this would suit you better." As Lenny observed the sycophantic expression on Jimmy's face, he couldn't help but think that it was quite the feat for him to associate his aversion to sweetness with a request for something bitter. He was reminded that Haishan village is the settlement closest to the mountainous regions of Cast Ling, where the villagers typically relied on hunting for sustenance. It was by mere happenstance that a villager stumbled upon a fragrant leaf on the mountain and endeavored to bring it back for infusion in water. Despite its overwhelming bitterness, it surprisingly turned out to have a pleasant taste once one acclimated to it. Subsequently, Lanny discovered that the very individual who first recognized the potential of these leaves for tea was none other than the elderly May Papa, though he was unaware of this at the time. Gradually, this tea became quite popular in the vicinity of Haishan village. The noble class favored beverages that were not bitter. In fact, they typically added copious amounts of sugar. No one considered presenting this beverage to the aristocracy, hence it remained a commoner's delight, unbeknownst to the nobles. It was only Jimmy, in his eagerness to curry favor with Lanny, who dared to present this concoction to him, albeit discreetly delivering it to the study rather than openly showcasing it. Upon closer inspection, Lanny noted that the leaves were remarkably fresh, likely picked not long ago, leaving him curious about how Jimmy had managed to procure such a large bundle. Did he venture into the mountains in the middle of the night to gather tea leaves? After taking a careful whiff, Lanny discerned a faint tea aroma, though it was not particularly pronounced due to the lack of processing, mingled as it was with a strong scent of wood. He praised Jimmy for his efforts before sending him on his way, and then hurried to the kitchen. Recalling fragmented videos he had seen in the past, he attempted to roast the leaves, only to discover that it was not as simple as he had anticipated. The fire was either too fierce, resulting in burnt leaves, or too feeble, leading to overly dried ones. After several exhausting hours, drenched in sweat, he finally managed to produce a few satisfactory results. When Tiffany learned of his culinary endeavors, she curiously approached the kitchen and was astonished to find him experimenting with tea leaves. "Aren't you accustomed to Susan's hot beverage preparations?" she teased, leaning in closer and whispering with a playful tone. "Honestly, I find her concoctions rather unpalatable, hee hee." While Susan's cooking was tolerable, her hot drinks left much to be desired. Lanny, having been preoccupied and distracted during the initial months of his arrival, had only recently found the motivation to explore this aspect of culinary art. Feeling a tickling sensation from her breath, Lanny shifted slightly to avoid it, casting Tiffany a mysterious smile. "This is not merely a hot drink. This is tea. Would you care to try?" He took a small handful of the freshly roasted leaves and placed them into a cup. After some contemplation, he decided not to overwhelm her with an intense flavor for her first tasting. So he added some flowers and a sprinkling of kitchen spices before pouring in boiling water and a generous splash of sheep's milk. After all, girls tend to be drawn to aesthetically pleasing things, and the addition of flowers would enhance its visual appeal. He himself would never dream of adding flowers to his tea. As Tiffany gazed at the vibrant concoction, she observed it curiously for a while. When she finally took a gentle sip, she was met with an unexpected and peculiar bitterness that nearly caused her to spit it out. It remained uncertain whether the leaves she tasted were of a different variety than those Lenny was familiar with, or if the infusion had been altered by magical elements. But the roasted leaves bore an intense bitterness akin to that of Huanglian, which even Lenny found challenging to adapt to at first. Witnessing Tiffany's face contort into a comical grimace, Lenny erupted into laughter, prompting her to retaliate with playful punches. Recognizing that Tiffany could not tolerate excessive bitterness, Lenny continued to add more sheep's milk to dilute the flavor. However, as the quantity of milk increased, the tea took on a progressively lighter hue, resembling the milk tea of a later era. It is worth noting that regardless of the realm, milk tea has always been a favored delight among women. To Lenny's surprise, Tiffany eventually took a liking to it, requesting Jimmy to bring another substantial batch the following day and dragging Lenny into the kitchen to assist her in roasting the leaves. Naturally, the tea prepared for Tim did not contain as much sheep's milk, allowing for a flavor profile closer to that of a traditional tea, and thus it was inherently more bitter. Upon hearing Tim's assessment, Lenny felt a tinge of disappointment. Until today, he had not been in a rush to delve into this endeavor. Rather, he had envisioned taking his time to observe the tea leaf harvesting process in situ, ideally starting from the source to gradually refine the picking techniques, roasting methods, brewing recipes, and even the cultivation of the tea trees. Furthermore, such a uniquely different beverage would require time to cultivate market acceptance. It was not something that could be immediately favored by many. He was confident in his ability to succeed in this undertaking, believing that the popularity of tea had been proven, and he anticipated similar results in the Kingdom of Andrew and its neighboring territories. However, after encountering Gino and his companions, his perspective shifted. Now, he aspired to expedite the promotion of this tea, eager to establish it as a long-term and stable source of income for the Wells family. Yet, Tim's critique brought his fervent ambitions back to a more grounded reality. It seemed he had been too hasty. He needed to exercise patience, for haste often led to chaos and errors. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside thoughts of tea for the moment and turned to inquire about Tim's recent endeavors, as he had not felt comfortable asking in front of outsiders the day prior. By the way, how did you fare in gathering information on that other matter I asked you about? Upon hearing Lenny's question, Tim moved his teacup aside and produced several sheets of parchment from his belongings, laying them on the table and gesturing towards the contents. Here, this is the price list for Elfin City. The conflict with the groommen has not been going particularly well, and the atmosphere in Elfin City is rather tense. Inquiring about prices can easily be misconstrued as espionage, so I enlisted the help of the locals to gather this information, which is why I took so long to return. With a sigh, he offered a brief explanation for his delayed return, allowing Lenny to gain insight into the surrounding circumstances. The parchment contained a wealth of detailed information, including market opening hours and estimated sales figures. Lenny nodded in acknowledgement, but did not immediately scrutinize the document, setting it aside instead. In response to Tim's puzzled gaze, he handed him a stack of papers. "What is this?" Tim asked, glancing between the papers and Lenny, before reading aloud. Castling Security Squad Training Manual? Chapter 44. The Security Squad Training Manual. Tim looked at the document in his hands, then back at Lenny, who appeared quite earnest. A sense of skepticism crept into his mind, as Lenny had neither undergone knightly training nor served in the kingdom's military. His only foray into such matters had been a perilous trip to Zhuanglong Ridge with Augustus, where he had nearly lost his life. What could he possibly know about training? Despite the noticeable maturity Lenny had exhibited recently, having shed some of his previous frivolity, Tim still perceived him as a young man, likely still harboring some resentment over the previous defeat, leading him to create such a training manual. Was he hoping to train a group of individuals to serve as his combatants without stepping onto the battlefield himself, seeking to redeem his prior disgrace? How naive. War is no child's play. Lives are at stake. I shall observe what sort of nonsensical notions this young man has concocted. Daily training. Morning exercise section each morning. The squad members must don full armor, including weapons, shields, currently unissued, and armor, yet to be provided, and embark on a 1-hour journey from the castle, traversing through Hushi village and along the river to Hudong village before returning, covering a total distance of 5 kilometers. Members must not fall behind, trample crops, or leave the formation without permission. Any violations regarding trampling crops will incur penalties as per Regulation 3. Any unauthorized departures will. Upon reaching this point, Tim chuckled softly, finding the document increasingly absurd. He chuckled softly, realizing how naive it was to think that mere running could conquer knights. If that were the case, Knights would have long since vanished. Nonetheless, the method of training one's physical fitness was indeed worth a try. Contemplating whether he should adopt this approach, he continued to read on. Daily training. Physical fitness section. Every morning at 8 o'clock, the team convenes for a meal, followed by physical training commencing at 8:30. Each member is required to complete the following tasks: overcoming obstacles, unassisted climbing, and rope descent. The ability to surmount obstacles is essential for every team member, enabling them to adapt to various terrains during combat and exert maximum fighting power, thereby applying significant pressure and counterattacks against the adversary. Each member must cross barriers such as wooden bridges, earthen walls, wooden stakes, and water pits within 2 minutes, reaching the endpoint successfully. Those who complete it in under 1.5 minutes will receive a reward, while those exceeding 2.5 minutes will face the penalties stipulated in the regulations. Upon reviewing this segment, Tim cast aside his previous casual demeanor and adopted a more serious attitude. Regardless of the efficacy of these training methods, the stipulations were detailed and clear, with incentives and penalties, encapsulating the essence of military training. Imagining the possible forms of these obstacles in his mind, he had to admit that Lenny had indeed put considerable effort into this aspect. Daily training. Formation section. The battlefield is ever-changing, but it ultimately revolves around annihilating the enemy by leveraging one's own advantages, be it physical prowess, weaponry, or numbers. However, when the scale of forces is smaller, one can still achieve local superiority by encircling the enemy with formations. Given the limited number of members in the security detail, a large formation may not be feasible. Thus, a square formation is deemed optimal, with one person wielding a shield surrounded by 3 others delivering successive thrusts, forming a continuous assault that allows for both offense and defense in a confined space. As he visualized this square formation, Tim realized its potential. In the current state of warfare, due to the rift between knights and foot soldiers, formations were nearly non-existent. Forces either charged en masse or relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm, making it impossible to speak of any true formations. Yet, the opening statement of the formation section distilled the complexities of warfare into 4 words: annihilate the enemy through superiority. Reflecting on all the battles he had participated in, from kingdom-wide wars to knightly duels, he recognized this pattern. According to the text, possessing advantages in the grand scheme allows for the annihilation of the enemy, while local advantages yield the same result. Nodding in agreement, he found himself somewhat impressed by this young strategist. How had Lenny become so astute? When he turned to the subsequent section, rewards and penalties, knight ranking, he was utterly astonished. If the essence of military training lies in rewards and penalties, then the introduction of a ranking system for soldiers seemed to be an unparalleled secret to military training. In this section, Lenny established that the security detail comprises 4 ranks: first-class knight, second-class knight, third-class knight, and loyal knight. He stipulated that if a commanding officer were injured and unable to direct the fight, the highest-ranking knight present would assume command to continue the battle. Though Tim lacked the scholarly acumen to articulate the broader implications of providing a promotion pathway, unifying team ideology, and implementing vertical management, his lifelong experience with warfare made him acutely aware of the allure that such hierarchical distinctions could wield. Setting aside other considerations, the title of the First Knight of the North, once a mere abstraction over a decade ago, had entangled nearly every notable knight in the region. Had it not been for the intervention of the Duke of the North, the aftermath could have led to the inexplicable demise of countless knights. Raising his gaze in astonishment, he regarded Lenny's youthful visage, unable to fathom that this innovative ranking system had originated from him. He could not believe it was derived from examples set by other nobles or kingdoms, for as far as he knew, not just the kingdom of Andrew, but the entire continent lacked such a concept. Currently, the armed forces of various kingdoms and nobles were fundamentally similar, primarily composed of knights leading commoners, slaves, and other soldiers into battle, with hierarchical relationships managed according to noble rank. These commoners and slaves existed as entirely separate entities from the knights, rendering any possibility of promotion or mobility between the two utterly implausible. Of course, when ordinary soldiers lacked command capabilities, this might be a pragmatic solution, as the combat strength predominantly stemmed from the knights, with common soldiers serving more as support. However, this arrangement posed a grave issue. Should a knight sustain injuries or become separated from the soldiers, the entire unit would be left teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, if Lenny's system were implemented and the appropriate measures taken, the entire unit would be interwoven by this ranking system, forming a cohesive unit. Should the commander be injured, someone would immediately take over, resulting in a force that was simply formidable. His imagination faltered at the thought. How terrifying would such a unit truly be? How did you conceive of this? It is simply astonishing. Observing Tim's expression of surprise, Lenny felt an inner satisfaction. Finally, he had garnered Tim's attention towards his training manual, proving that the countless hours he had dedicated to its creation were not in vain. After their recent encounter at the Dragon's Fall, he had been pondering a question: why, despite our greater numbers and superior weaponry compared to the Grummins, did we crumble like paper? Upon discovering we were surrounded, our will to resist evaporated, leading to swift defeat. Feigning depth, Lenny expressed a facade of sorrow and frustration. Were the Grummins truly human, while our Castan people were not? They were merely taller and appeared fiercer. Why were we incapable of overcoming them? I have long pondered the true reason behind this phenomenon. Thus, the result was what you now see. He gestured toward the parchment in Tim's hand, indicating that this was indeed the case. The reality was far from this. He had yet to truly see what the Grummins looked like, having only heard occasional mentions from those in the castle. This notion was pieced together from his fragmented memories. Yet he believed it would yield effective results, especially given Tim's reaction. Observing Lenny's solemn demeanor, Tim felt a pang of empathy and patted Lenny on the shoulder, reassuring him not to be too disheartened. If your father could see you now, he would surely be proud. After comforting Lenny, Tim returned his focus to the subsequent sections. If the formation section had astonished him and the knight ranking section had exhilarated him, the following sections on diet and lifestyle left him somewhat bewildered. Why delve into what to eat, where, and how to sleep? Was this oversight too extensive? He understood the impact of proper nutrition on physical fitness. Eating well naturally enhances stamina, but could the castle truly supply such provisions? Ultimately, he dismissed it as Lenny's fanciful thinking, considering he was still in his 20s. With the earlier points, he deemed it quite commendable, unable to expect more from him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lenny placed great emphasis on these latter points. For in his view, training was merely one facet of a larger picture that encompassed unifying ideologies, embedded in the minutiae of daily life. When Tim exhibited skepticism upon reaching this section, Lenny chose not to elaborate, aware that he could not swiftly alter decades of ingrained perspectives. He would simply wait to observe the practical outcomes. After finishing the document in hand, Tim set the manual back on the table, stretched his neck, which had grown sore from prolonged bending, and then smiled appreciatively at Lenny. Well done, truly well done. If we could adhere strictly to the training manual, I am confident that the combat prowess of the guards would not be lacking. However, as he gazed into Lenny's eyes, a sudden realization struck him. There is one prerequisite. At this juncture, he extended a finger, pondering how to address the issue of the knights. In his view, unless the overwhelming advantage that knights hold over ordinary individuals is resolved, all efforts would be in vain, merely extending the struggle for a while longer. Are we merely evolving from ants to slightly more enduring ants? Although his eyes expressed curiosity, he harbored a sense of anticipation for the surprises this young lad might unveil. Lenny did not provide a direct answer to the question, but instead tidied up the training manual on the table, placing it into the drawer, and stood up. Uncle Tim, follow me. I have something to show you. Presumably, the items that Tai Chue and Jimmy had prepared were nearly ready. The crafting of those items was not particularly difficult. It was merely the sourcing of materials that posed a challenge. If everything went as envisioned, it would only require 3 to 4 individuals to pose a threat to a knight clad in full armor. After all, the iron in this world was exceedingly brittle. More so than he had anticipated. Could it be due to the nature of wrought iron? Tim's concerns, in his view, were not significant. Chapter 45. The Red Tassel Spear. Are we heading to the backyard? Observing Lenny's silent journey toward the backyard, Tim could not restrain his curiosity and inquired aloud. He found it perplexing. They had been discussing matters so clearly, yet suddenly they were heading to the backyard. You'll find out soon enough, Lenny replied without halting his steps, merely turning around with a mysterious smile. Upon reaching the backyard, Tim's eyes were immediately drawn to a small structure that had suddenly appeared in the corner. He was not particularly surprised. The construction was rather rudimentary, and considering he had been away for several days, it was not impossible for such a small house to materialize. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the obtrusive structure, fearing it would disrupt their training sessions in the future. Lenny, oblivious to his subtle melancholy, proceeded to the workshop entrance and pushed the door open. Tim followed him inside, curiously surveying the surroundings, only to find the interior even more austere than the exterior. A long wooden plank supported by 4 legs held various tools he could not comprehend. Additionally, there were several clay-like vessels on the ground, resembling cups but thicker and larger, with a handle at it. This was, in fact, part of Lenny's experimentation, he was contemplating the possibility of creating crucibles. If successful, the next step would involve figuring out how to increase the temperature, thus making casting a feasible endeavor. However, he had encountered numerous challenges. One being the uncertainty regarding the clay that Tai Chui had dug up, as the crucibles tended to crack after prolonged exposure to the furnace. He had attempted several times, yet the results were still unsatisfactory. Furthermore, the push-pull bellows still could not solve the sealing issue, and due to the constraints of its operational principle, its potential was rather limited. A turbine-style blower would be ideal. His next plan was to have Tai Chui attempt crafting a hand-powered blower, despite having never seen one before. The fundamental principles of a blower remained similar, with the main challenges lying in the blades and the variable speed gears. Of course, today was not the occasion for Tim to examine these matters, so he refrained from elaborating, waving his hand to allow the three individuals inside to continue their work. He then grasped the red tassel spear leaning against the wall and exited the room. 3 individuals? Upon leaving the room, Lenny suddenly recalled having seen 3 people earlier. Who was that additional young man? After a moment's thought, he realized that it must be the inexpensive little uncle that Jimmy had mentioned. Dismissing irrelevant concerns, he made his way to the center of the yard and handed the red tassel spear to the already curious Tim. As Tim took the spear into his hands and weighed it, he noted that it felt significantly lighter than his dark-patterned sword, yet its girth and grip were surprisingly satisfactory. The spear measured approximately 2.5 meters in length, considerably taller than his own height of nearly 1.90 meters. The spear shaft had been polished to a smooth finish by Jimmy, while the tip was fitted with an iron spearhead. Tim immediately recognized that the white spearhead, which shimmered with a hint of azure, was crafted using the same method as his dark-patterned sword. Unbeknownst to him, this was a special phenomenon resulting from quenching, unrelated to the number of times it had been forged. Lenny, standing beside him, began to describe this newly crafted weapon. This is the method I intend to use against the knights. It is called the red tassel spear, constructed from hardwood with an iron spearhead, suitable for both thrusting and slashing. Try using the strength of an ordinary person to pierce the armor in front of you, and see if you can penetrate it. He gestured towards the armor that had previously been pierced by Tim's sword, the hole still visible and somewhat forlorn. Today, it had tragically been selected by Lenny as the test subject once more. Tim would likely never wish to don that armor again, as its fate was now to serve solely as a testing apparatus for future weaponry. Tim first grasped the red tassel spear and swung it up and down to familiarize himself with its feel. With a focused expression, he then turned his gaze towards the armor. Seeing the hole marred into his armor brought him a twinge of sorrow, yet he hesitated not, channeling the strength of an adult man as he lunged towards the chest of the armor. A harsh screech of friction echoed as the spearhead successfully pierced the armor's chest plate, albeit becoming lodged within, its penetration depth falling short of 2 fingers. Extracting the red tassel spear, he examined the small puncture and the spear tip, nodding in approval. Indeed, it possesses armor-piercing capabilities, and the weapon remains intact. However, my strength is still insufficient. Please step aside. I shall apply more force for another attempt. The second attempt yielded remarkable results, as the entire tapered spearhead was nearly embedded within the armor. If this armor were worn by a knight, it would have effectively been penetrated, and the knight inside would likely experience quite an unpleasant sensation. Pulling the spear from the armor, Tim stared at the effortlessly created hole, momentarily unsure whether to feel exhilarated or despondent. Previously, while clad in this armor, he had felt invulnerable. Save for encounters with heavy weaponry such as giant hammers or spiked clubs, he needed only to wield his colossal sword to dominate the battlefield. However, it seemed that such days of glory would soon come to an end. Glancing at the red tassel spear in his hand, he pondered how this seemingly simple weapon, with its iron spearhead, could diminish the knight's pride. Knights could move, and the wooden shaft could be severed with a single sword strike. After much contemplation, he reluctantly voiced the flaws of this weapon, although he understood that these were not insurmountable deficiencies. Lenny smiled, unable to fully comprehend Tim's sentiments, but guessing they revolved around nostalgia and a sense of loss for past glories. However, he did not perceive this as a negative development. As long as the source of change rested in his hands, inducing transformation was not inherently detrimental. This is not a trivial matter. Do you recall the formations I showed you? The red tassel spear was designed to complement those formations. Tim had to concede that Lenny's idea was sound. As long as it could pierce armor, recklessness would no longer be viable, and numerical superiority would regain its significance. Is there anything else? Although the red tassel spear had proven effective in practice, Tim cast it aside with a hint of disdain, turning his gaze back to Lenny. For the time being, this is it. However, The guards will certainly not be equipped with only one red tassel spear. Shields and bows will also be arranged. The initial focus is on crafting the red tassel spear, merely to demonstrate to Tim and Frank that he truly possesses the capability to threaten the knights. The other items are not as urgent. He plans to create shields using wooden planks, designing square V-shaped shields that can be conveniently braced in the V-shaped opening while wielding the spear in one hand, without needing to be overly large, just sufficient to protect most of the body. In this world, arrows are generally ill-suited for iron tips, as they are ineffective against armor and only inflict harm upon the unprotected populace. Since the common folk lack substantial defense, a sharpened arrow suffices, rendering iron tips superfluous and costly. As for the guards, he has considered equipping them with bows, but the notion of composite bows is beyond his experience. Such items are typically the exclusive toys of the affluent, and as a mere commoner, he has no opportunity to acquire or create them. He does not intend to craft bows himself, as the technical demands are significant, and with insufficient manpower, he opts for purchasing them instead. However, arrows, being consumables, can be managed. After all, their usage is considerable. He contemplates creating a rudimentary machine to facilitate their production, allowing for a steady barrage of arrows. Coupled with iron tips forged by hammers, they might even penetrate armor, eliminating the need for close-quarters combat with the red tassel spear, instead unleashing a rain of arrows from a distance, which would be quite exhilarating. While he cannot aspire to artillery bombardments, a rain of arrows is certainly feasible. Upon hearing Lenny's plans, Tim nods in agreement, acknowledging the thoroughness of the considerations. He finds himself somewhat hopeful regarding the guard unit Lenny intends to establish. However, Lenny insists that patience is necessary, as they must first await Frank and the castle's steward, Joseph, to promote the initiative in each village. Ideally, with 6 villages. He would prefer to assign 4 individuals for simultaneous efforts. Regrettably, apart from Frank and Joseph, the castle's servants are predominantly female, and it would be perilous to send them traversing mountains and rivers in these times. Well then, please expedite this matter. The current situation is precarious, and the atmosphere in Airfen is tense. The sooner our guard is formed, the safer Castelling will be. As he observes Tim's somewhat despondent silhouette entering the castle, Lenny intends to return to his study, but he is halted by a voice calling from behind. My lord, it is Jimmy, who had been peeking around the workshop door. Upon seeing Tim leave, he approaches with a beaming smile. My lord, this is the apprentice I mentioned last time. I've brought him for you to see today. Noticing that Cody does not immediately step forward to pay his respects, Jimmy playfully slaps the back of his head. Call the lord, why are you dawdling? Cody, merely 16 or 17, possesses a common, slender visage and somewhat tattered clothing. However, he appears remarkably clean, his garments washed to a light hue, and his brown hair meticulously groomed. This starkly contrasts with the disheveled Jimmy upon his arrival. One might assume that a boy of his age would have a strong sense of pride, and such a playful gesture would irk him. Yet, Lenny observes no discomfort on his face. Baron, greetings to you. As he watches this tidy young man smile and bow, Lenny's first impression is exceedingly favorable. Rise. You are Cody? How old are you? I am 16, my lord. Polite, sensible, and clean, though of average appearance, he emanates an agreeable aura. Quite good indeed. Lenny grows curious about how Cody's parents or sister managed to raise such an admirable young man. Chapter 46. Constructing Dormitories 16. Quite commendable. Can you read? Observing this exceptional young man with keen interest, Lenny inexplicably assumes he should possess literacy and poses the question. Upon asking, he fears he may be overestimating. But to his surprise, Cody indeed demonstrates some reading ability. After writing a few simple words for Lenny to recognize, it is confirmed that he can read, albeit limited to basic life knowledge. This is already quite impressive, considering that in his territory, aside from castle inhabitants, the surrounding villages consist of commoners who scarcely have enough to eat. Who among them would indulge in literacy? After some dialogue, it is revealed that his sister, Keela, has been his teacher, aiming for her brother to find a means of livelihood in Airfen. This woman possesses great ambition. Lenny grows even more intrigued by Keela. Henceforth, you shall follow Jimmy and serve as his apprentice for a time. Once you are capable of independent work, we will discuss further matters. You will receive a salary of 2 silver coins per month. Is that agreeable? I have no objections. I am immensely grateful, my lord Lenny. Clearly taken aback by the prospect of not only being an apprentice without incurring costs, but also receiving a salary, a joyful smile finally graces his previously tranquil face. Having concluded matters regarding Cody, Lenny next calls upon the blacksmith, announcing that from this point forward, The wages for both the blacksmith and Jimmy will transition from daily to monthly, amounting to 5 silver coins each. Based on the current rate of 20 copper coins per day, over a month, that would amount to approximately 6 silver coins, seemingly a reduction upon conversion to monthly pay. Yet, they perceive this differently. Working for the Baron is much more stable, Jimmy remarks, recalling how the blacksmith previously labored tirelessly for a meager income of merely 2 silver coins, often struggling even to attain that. In a place as small as Castelling, where there are few artisans for crafting farming tools, most only seek repairs when their tools are beyond use, resulting in scant income. Jimmy, in the coming week, you and Cody must produce 40 red tassel spear shafts. Is there any issue? My lord, the materials are likely difficult to procure. Suitable logs are scarce, and they require drying and processing. Time is rather pressing. What do you think? Jimmy begins to complain, indicating the task's inherent difficulty. And the challenges he describes are indeed valid. After pondering for some time, Lenny finds himself at a loss for solutions. Just as he contemplates, he notices Cody standing nearby, hesitating to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. It seems he has been advised by his family to be observant and speak little while at the castle. Cody, do you have any thoughts? Upon receiving Lenny's permission, Cody suggests mobilizing the villagers to assist in finding suitable materials, allowing him and Jimmy to focus on the felling and subsequent processing. If all goes smoothly, they should manage within a week. Upon hearing this proposal, Jimmy's eyes light up, and he quickly agrees. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? My lord, this is no problem. I will return tonight to enlist the neighbors' help. If necessary, I can buy some bread for everyone. Seeing that they have devised a solution, Lenny decides to cease his contemplation of the matter, instead casting an intrigued glance at Cody. Feeling this young man possesses a sharp mind. With the issue of the spear shafts resolved, Lenny turns his attention to the blacksmith. And you, blacksmith? Can you produce 40 spearheads within a week? The blacksmith merely nods in response. Observing the straightforward demeanor of the blacksmith, Lenny feels it inappropriate to favor one over the other. After contemplating for a moment, he lowers his voice and quietly inquires, would you like to take on an apprentice as well? The blacksmith's eyes brighten, and being forthright, he refrains from embellishments, simply nodding vigorously. Seeing Jimmy's confidence with his apprentice stirs a sense of envy in him. Yet, without Lenny's prompting, he hesitates to voice his desire. Even if he wished to ask, he feels unable to articulate it. Nodding, Lenny considers further and adds, however, I have one requirement. Your apprentice must be dependable and trustworthy, without any unsavory habits. Watching the blacksmith's bewilderment, Lenny rubs his temples in frustration, dismissing the responsibility of education. Forget it. Discuss it with your wife. She should understand my meaning. The following day, the blacksmith arrives with a young man in tow, entering the workshop with a sense of pride as he casts a glance at Jimmy. Unbothered, Jimmy merely rolls his eyes and ignores him. Lenny arrived at the workshop at noon. In the morning, he had deliberately taken Frank and Joseph to the nearby Hushy village to observe how the two would promote their recruitment pamphlets. To his surprise, he quickly identified several issues. Frank, as the steward, was relatively familiar with Lenny's recent actions and habits, thus effectively conveying Lenny's intentions. However, Joseph struggled. His speech was halting, and when villagers posed questions, he stammered in his responses, often resorting to the pamphlet for answers. As a stable hand, his position was inherently lowly, and he lacked presence in the castle. Yet, to Lenny's dismay, even knowing Lenny was watching nearby, he inadvertently displayed a condescending demeanor in front of the villagers, prompting Lenny to shake his head in disapproval. Nonetheless, these were not significant issues and did not affect the overall situation. They continued to promote and rectify their approach until nearly noon, after which Lenny instructed the two to proceed to the next village while he hurried back to the castle alone. Feeling a sudden pang of realization that he had made a grave oversight that needed addressing, lest it become quite troublesome. According to his plan, he intended to commence the recruitment of the safety squad in a week, which was the reason he allotted a week for Tai Chue and Jimmy. He hoped that by then, the recruits would have weapons at their disposal. He had considered the weaponry, the recruitment criteria, and even the training methods. Yet he had completely overlooked the issue of accommodation. Where would the recruits stay? Would they all reside in the castle? His modest castle could barely accommodate a few guests, let alone 30 individuals. Moreover, it seemed that Jimmy was the only one in the village capable of constructing buildings. Well, more accurately, he might be the only one who could. Having sent Jimmy to procure the red tassels for the spears just yesterday, now asking him to construct dormitories was a complete shift in plans. Not to mention the embarrassment it might cause. What about the others? Throughout his journey, he pondered how to resolve this dilemma, to the extent that when Tai Chue introduced a young man named Zach, who was Karina's cousin. Lenny barely registered the details due to his preoccupation. Tai Chue felt a twinge of disappointment at Lanny's dismissive attitude, as he had anticipated that Lenny would announce Zach's monthly salary publicly, just as he had done the previous day. Zach could hardly believe he was to become an apprentice without having to pay a fee, and instead would receive a monthly stipend of 2 silver coins. Such a stroke of fortune was unheard of, and it was only due to Karina's insistence that his father allowed him to come to the castle. Lenny, however, was too preoccupied with his own concerns to attend to Zach's feelings and abruptly pulled Jimmy aside, lowering his voice. "Jimmy, today you should send Cody to gather materials. You have a more pressing task at hand." He intended for Cody to mobilize the villagers to find materials, while he himself would oversee the initial drying process. And Jimmy was to start planning the construction of 2 dormitories. He had no intention of making them elaborate. Rather, he envisioned a simple framework made of timber, with large communal beds inside, 15 individuals per dormitory, just enough with 2. Jimmy blinked in disbelief at what he had just heard. "My lord, I have never built a house. I have only assisted my master for a short while. Asking me to construct one on my own is quite the leap. Moreover, I cannot possibly manage this alone. The foundation alone may be beyond my capabilities within a week." The daunting nature of the task assigned by his lord left his expression fraught with concern. Indeed, digging foundations, erecting pillars, and roofing were not tasks one could effectively accomplish alone. He had foolishly underestimated the situation. Humans are inherently social beings, and one cannot accomplish everything alone. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to leverage his financial resources. With the gold coins Tim had brought back, he finally felt a surge of confidence. "Very well. You shall recruit workers from the village. The requirements I have already outlined. How many you need is up to you. Once you have assembled the workers, report back to me with the numbers, and I shall compensate each individual with 10 copper coins." How does that sound? Of course, this was agreeable, as the villagers had limited avenues for earning money. Now, assisting the lord in constructing a building for a week would yield a decent sum, and surely many would vie for the opportunity. Indeed, the power of wealth proved to be an immensely potent force. By the following morning, a crowd had gathered in the open space Lenny had designated just outside the castle, with individuals digging foundations, transporting materials, and even some cooking nearby. Initially, Lenny anticipated chaos, so he made it a point to inspect the scene early on. To his astonishment, while the crowd appeared somewhat disorganized, it was surprisingly orderly. Most individuals seemed to know their tasks, and the disorder he feared did not materialize. Clearly, someone was orchestrating the efforts. Lenny's curiosity led him to spot a woman directing the laborers, most likely Cody's sister and Jimmy's beloved, whom he believed was named Cola, as Tai Chue had mentioned. Cola was not particularly striking in appearance, merely clean and somewhat unkempt like the surrounding villagers, yet her demeanor and presence were distinctly different from those around her, allowing Lenny to identify her amidst the throng. Aware of his own reputation, he wisely chose to keep his distance, merely observing from afar. Unbeknownst to him, Jimmy was oblivious to the Baroness' concern for him and was wholly captivated by Cola, following her around like a devoted puppy whenever he had a moment to spare. Cola, however, was composed and unbothered by the villagers' gossip, directing everyone with assurance and occasionally sharing light banter with Jimmy. Indeed, Lenny recognized a notable difference in Cody. Influenced significantly by his sister, why was it that women in his domain often appeared to excel? From Karina to Cola, it was indeed perplexing. Regardless of Lenny's musings, under Cola's guidance, the construction of the houses progressed remarkably, and by the evening of the 6th day, the 2 wooden structures were nearly complete. Jimmy had even managed to craft several large wooden beds from the logs, surpassing Lenny's expectations. Chapter 47. Establishment of the Safety Squad in the year 287 of the Kingdom's Chronicle, early summer. Today marked the day of recruitment for the Safety Squad. After completing his morning exercises, Tim wiped the sweat from his brow, swiftly changed into his nightly attire, and made his way to the small square. To his surprise, Lenny had arrived even earlier than he, already seated and engaged in quiet conversation with Frank. This small square lay just in front of the castle, with a gentle slope downward. If roadblocks were set up on the slope, combined with the small slopes behind the castle, it would create a semblance of a defensive perimeter. It seemed that the ancestors of the Wells family, who initially established the castle, had envisioned this, but financial constraints had hindered further development. Previously, Lenny had arranged for 2 small houses to be built here, and the villagers had leveled the ground, transforming the training area into a more formal space. "Good morning, Uncle Tim." Lenny noticed Tim approaching and greeted him, though he seemed preoccupied with his thoughts. "Are you worried about not being able to recruit enough people?" "Tim, observing Lanny's furrowed brow, took a seat in the center without concern. Today, he was responsible for the recruitment, while Frank would document the proceedings, and Lenny merely observed, uneasy. This safety squad provides food and lodging, with a minimum monthly payment of 2 silver coins. How could there be a shortage of recruits? You should be more concerned about an overwhelming number of applicants. In stark contrast to his unwavering confidence, Lenny did not share the same optimistic outlook. Recently, August had led over 100 subjects in a battle, suffering heavy casualties, and now, calling upon soldiers once more would not prove to be an easy task. Although Frank mentioned that a few had returned sporadically, the loss of life in the Battle of Zhuolong Ridge was undoubtedly catastrophic, with more than half of the subjects perishing. And who among men is truly fearless of death? To prevent a lack of response to his call to arms, he had specifically instructed Frank to traverse from village to village, spreading the word. Moreover, to distinguish this recruitment from previous forced conscriptions, he had aptly named the newly formed unit the Guard, and offered them a salary, while vigorously promoting the significance of this new force to caste. Yet, when the moment arrived, he remained apprehensive, lacking confidence. The rationale behind not resorting to forced conscription stemmed from the understanding that this unit would be responsible for the long-term security of the territory, the castle, and his own safety. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of August. However, if few individuals showed up today, he would have no choice but to resort to compulsory conscription, as the security situation in Caste Ridge grew increasingly dire, leaving no room for compassion. According to reports from some merchants, Count Eno's forces had pushed the Grumans to the vicinity of Andis town, and if they sought to break free, their next target would likely be Caste Ridge. Should they fail to contain the disorganized Grumans outside Caste, Count Eno's army would inevitably follow suit into Caste, subjecting it to the misfortune of experiencing 2 military catastrophes in quick succession. Nodding, Tim was well aware of the habits of noble soldiers and found himself in agreement with Lanny's concerns. Did you truly intend to train these new recruits for only a few days before sending them to annihilate the Grumans who had been fleeing for half a year? He refrained from voicing the latter thought, but his expression clearly conveyed a single word: naivete. Not so. Lenny shook his head. His intention was to train these individuals for a period, then deploy them in defense towards Caste Ridge. If the display was sufficiently imposing, the Grumans would likely choose to circumvent the area. This was not mere wishful thinking, but rather a conclusion drawn from recent intelligence and analysis from the perspective of the Grumans. The reason why they had been fleeing for nearly half a year, despite the Count's pursuit, was not solely due to the slow and sluggish mobilization of the nobility. Their caution and agility were equally significant factors. This transformed the prevailing perception of the Grumans from being brutish, ignorant, and savage to that of cunning foxes, darting about the northern borders, elusive and difficult to catch. Lenny suspected that there was likely a commander among them, a highly intelligent individual. If such a person existed, he would undoubtedly be acutely aware that once they became ensnared, they would face a precarious situation of encirclement from 3 sides, drawing ever closer to annihilation. Thus, Lanny's core strategy encompassed 2 key points: intimidation and deterrence. As Lenny articulated his thoughts, Tim found himself unconsciously placing himself in the enemy's shoes. It was undeniable that, from the adversary's perspective, Lenny's reasoning held a substantial likelihood of validity. Who taught you this? I don't recall imparting such knowledge to you. Tim regarded Lenny with a peculiar gaze, his expression clearly suggesting disbelief in Lenny's claim that these were his own thoughts. Lost in contemplation, he momentarily forgot that Lenny would not have had the opportunity to learn such things, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, a sudden arrival of several individuals interrupted Tim's inquiries. In the distance, on the main road at the base of the slope, a group of figures emerged, making their way toward the castle. This group, consisting of about 10 adult males, appeared unperturbed by their numbers, boldly approaching the table and clamoring with questions. Is this the safe zone? Are you recruiting? Will there truly be compensation? Are you forming an army to seek vengeance against the Grumans? The chaotic din left Tim momentarily unsure of whom to address, as Lenny remained undisturbed. Clearly due to the more ornate nature of his attire, despite the crowd, no one dared to confront a noble directly. Silence, silence. Tim responded to a few queries. But as more questions flooded in, he grew increasingly exasperated, shouting for quiet. Once the crowd settled, he commanded, "Pose your questions one at a time. No one else may speak until the previous question is answered." With that, he pointed to the man at the front. "You begin. What is your name? Where are you from, and what would you like to ask?" "My lord, we are from Heishan village, and my name is Heihu. May I inquire if this recruitment is indeed for the purpose of avenging the Grumans?" The man named Heihu was tall and robust, resembling an old tiger, his voice booming. And with his dark complexion, he resembled a black bear, leaving one to wonder why he was named Heihu. Heishan village? Tim did not respond immediately to Heihu's inquiry, instead contemplating the man intently. I recall there is someone named Heixiong from Heishan village. Did he come today? Lanny thought to himself, so there truly is someone named Heixiong. I wonder what his appearance is like. Upon hearing Tim mention Heixiong, Heihu's eyes reddened, displaying profound sorrow. My lord, Heixiong is my brother, but he went to Juelong Ridge and has not returned. Upon learning that this man's brother had perished in the Battle of Juelong Ridge, Lanny felt a sudden chill and instinctively recoiled. His own father had caused the death of the man's brother. Might he be here seeking retribution? Do you wish to avenge your brother, Heihu? Tim rose, looking sternly at Heihu, and said, You must understand that battles can lead to death. Are you not afraid? Not afraid. Heihu bellowed. I came here specifically to seek out the Grumans and avenge my brother. I fear not death. Very well, Frank, take note. Heishan village, Heihu, accepted. The majority of the subsequent individuals expressed their intent to join for the sake of vengeance, with only a few showing interest in the promised salary. Lanny, observing from the side, was initially perplexed until Frank whispered an explanation, clarifying the situation. It turned out that Heishan village was situated near Heisong Ridge, and most of its inhabitants relied on hunting for their livelihood, possessing strong physiques and excellent marksmanship. The majority of the more than 100 servants taken by August were recruited from Heishan village. It is no wonder, Lanny realized, that although he had encountered many individuals recently, few had mentioned those who had perished last time. It was because most of the casualties were concentrated in Heishan village. Frank had initially assumed that no one from Heishan village would come for this recruitment, but unexpectedly, they arrived first, driven by a desire for vengeance. Lanny suddenly recalled that Candy had mentioned that Tiffany had sent some supplies to the families of the fallen in Heishan village, a detail he had overlooked. Without discussing Frank and Lanny's idle chatter, Tim's selection process was straightforward. Excluding those like Heihu, who were obviously overly robust, he required all applicants to run a lap around the area. Those deemed fit and without deficiencies were retained. In contrast to Heishan village, the surrounding villages such as Hushi village, Hidu village, Belu village, and Mafong village saw very few attendees, and their physiques were noticeably weaker than those from Heishan village. Their primary concerns revolved around food, shelter, and the reality of receiving wages, indicating that they were largely seeking sustenance. Tim, however, exhibited no particular reaction, treating all applicants equally, a run around the area, retaining the qualified, and dismissing the unfit. By the afternoon, the recruitment process concluded, resulting in a total of 33 individuals being retained, a slight surplus over the initial plan. When Tim gathered everyone to stand in the center of the square, Lanny, as the Baron and Lord, had no choice but to make an appearance. Team members, welcome to the caste safeguard. Within the guard, there are no civilians, no farmers, no hunters. From this day forth, we are solely members, soldiers of the safeguard. True to our name, the purpose of establishing this guard is to protect our subjects, our homeland, and our brothers and sisters from harm. As Lanny surveyed the disorganized and slouching crowd before him, he felt as if he were facing a group of freshmen on their first day of military training. How long would it take for these individuals to present themselves as proper soldiers? Would it be 3 months, like in military training? Chapter 48. Nocturnal conversations between spouses in the study on the second floor, late at night. Despite the numerous candles illuminating the room, the light was still insufficient, prompting Lanny to draw the candelabra as close to the desk as possible. At that moment, he sat at the desk, occasionally frowning in deep thought. At other times bent over to write a few lines. Before him lay several sheets of parchment piled high. After filling one with notes, he reached for a new sheet from the drawer, only to find it empty. I wonder how things are progressing with Grandma May. This reliance on parchment is far too wasteful, especially since he not only needed to sketch various designs, but also compile documents. The demand for paper was exceedingly high. However, he could not rush the development process, which left him in a quandary. Living in a prosperous era had shielded him from such inconveniences. Yet arriving in this ancient time brought forth numerous frustrations. Recently, with an increase in tasks, he often found himself writing late into the night. But the candlelight was woefully inadequate. Lighting too many candles was wasteful, and drawing too close posed the risk of singeing his hair. He worried that if this continued, he would soon develop nearsightedness. He wondered if this world even had spectacles. As for the parchment, it was no better than plain paper. Perhaps it was his keen sense of smell or the subpar processing techniques, but he always detected a fishy odor emanating from it. Not to mention the inconveniences of using a quill and the challenges of dressing. What he found most intolerable was the experience of using the lavatory. The second-floor restroom was located on the side of the castle, featuring a chair made of wooden planks, hollowed in the middle, serving as a primitive form of a toilet. However, the main issue was that beneath this chair lay no flushing toilet, but rather a thick pipe resembling a large chimney, leading directly to the ground floor. Once someone used the facilities, it was almost as if they were squatting in midair on the second floor. If a gust of wind were to blow through, the experience would be truly unpleasant. Moreover, he recalled that someone had mentioned the downsides of such toilets in ancient Western cultures in the event of an assassin's attack. It would serve as an ideal ambush spot. It seemed imperative to devise a proper flushing toilet. Otherwise, each trip to the restroom would be fraught with anxiety. The mere thought of the inventions he wished to create made him feel that he lacked sufficient manpower. Suddenly, the sound of the study door opening startled the busy Lenny. He set down his quill, straightened his back, and glanced up, but the candelabra obstructed his view of the approaching figure. He initially assumed it was Frank, but upon recognizing the visitor, he was taken aback. "What brings you here? I still have some time. You needn't wait for me. My dear, why are you still working at such a late hour?" Tiffany approached Lenny from behind, placing her hand on his shoulder and gently massaging it. "Don't tire yourself too much. Everyone in the territory is counting on you." Tiffany's delicate hand was soft and her touch gentle, yet this tenderness brought immense comfort to Lenny. I'll finish soon. Once I'm done, I'll rest." "The Safeguard Training Manual? Is this what you're writing for training purposes?" Tiffany peered over Lenny's shoulder, curiously inquiring about the items on the desk. "Yes," Lenny nodded, closing his eyes to savor Tiffany's massage. "I spoke with Uncle Tim tonight and realized there is still much I don't understand. I need to write it down. Otherwise, I fear there may be issues during their training." "My dear, you are wonderful." She leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Lenny's cheek, then curiously reached for the manual on the desk. Feeling her lips on his face and hearing her praise, Lenny's lips curled into a slight smile, and even the fatigue in his body seemed to dissipate. "Wow, is it really that strict?" Tiffany exclaimed after glancing at the contents for a while. She looked at Lenny with concern. "Can the common folk handle such high expectations? Have you ever heard the saying? Sweat more in peace, bleed less in war." In truth, the contents of the manual were no more than the level of military training for university students in another world. However, in this place, people were accustomed to the laxity of military servitude, and any stricter demands seemed excessive. In Lenny's view, this was a form of prejudice. When compared to the training requirements of knights, this manual was truly not demanding at all, merely more detailed. Indeed, I once observed the knight training in the Earl's castle, which appeared to be even more grueling, with participants often returning bruised and battered. Tiffany nodded, and after Lenny's explanation, she felt that it indeed did not seem as daunting. "Oh, during that time, what did you do every day? Did you, like other noble ladies, attend banquets and afternoon teas?" Lenny suddenly realized that they had never discussed her life in the Earl's castle. Curious, he pulled Tiffany onto his lap and softly inquired about her youthful experiences. "Banquets? There were a few, I suppose." Tiffany rested her head against his neck, her gaze lost in memories. "I was the seventh daughter in my family, ordinarily. The youngest would be favored, but unfortunately, I was born to the Earl's mistress, a commoner. Moreover, this mistress was a common woman. When her mother was young, she was quite beautiful, with golden hair, large eyes, and long legs. By chance, she caught the Earl's eye, and he became infatuated with her beauty. From that moment on, he relentlessly pursued her mother, to the extent of driving her grandfather to bankruptcy. Under the pressure to save her father, her mother reluctantly became the Earl's secret lover. Initially, the Earl treated her with great care and affection, and they shared a period of sweet life together. However, love inevitably fades with time, and how much more so when it is based solely on physical attraction. Soon, with Tiffany's birth and as the years passed, her mother gradually lost her beauty, and the Earl's concern and affection inevitably waned. Additionally, she became unpopular with the castle's inhabitants, resulting in her expulsion from the castle when Tiffany turned 10. Although Tiffany was allowed to stay, it was not because the Earl loved her deeply. It was merely because she bore the bloodline of the Eno family, and the Earl would not permit her to marry a commoner, lest she tarnish the noble Eno lineage. Before turning 10, she had her mother to protect her, and the castle's residents were somewhat hesitant to bully her openly. However, her 6 older siblings would often humiliate and physically abuse her. Once her mother was expelled from the castle, the situation deteriorated significantly, and even the servants ceased to show her respect. Thus, her life in the Earl's household was far from happy. She spent most of her time in her room reading, for the people in the castle only brought her pain and humiliation, while books provided her solace. Whenever she ventured out, It was simply to accompany one of her sisters to a banquet, serving merely as a decorative figure. Of course, to serve as decoration, one had to appear the part. Sisters intentionally dress her in a manner that accentuates their own beauty, deriving double the joy from watching this wild child appear unattractive. How familiar this sounds. Is this not a scene from Cinderella? Is it true? Listening to Tiffany's narrative, Lanny felt a sense of unease. Cinderella? Who is she? Tiffany, oblivious to Lanny's thoughts, ceased to inquire further upon hearing Lanny's dismissive response, and continued recounting her past life with an unsettling calmness, as if these experiences held no weight for her. When she was initially invited to a soiree, she believed her sister was showing kindness by bringing her out for a reprieve. After all, she was her biological sister. Blood runs thicker than water, and she could not possibly wish her harm. Perhaps she thought Lanny was simply bored in the castle and wanted her to enjoy a breath of fresh air. Yet, she had underestimated the malice of her sisters. They did not take her out for her amusement. It was not until one fateful gathering, when a disagreement with another noblewoman led to Lanny being doused in wine, that her sister not only failed to defend her, but joined in the ridicule. The conflict stemmed from a mere accident of brushing against the other's headpiece. Shortly thereafter, inexplicable rumors began circulating in Elfin City, branding Tiffany as a loud, unruly, and ill-mannered madwoman, causing the noblewomen to cast disdainful glances her way, as if she were a harbinger of plague. Consequently, she refrained from attending soirees. Thus, in Elfin, your lady is labeled as a gaunt, unattractive, and uncouth madwoman. Originally spoken in jest, laughter soon turned to sorrow, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Witnessing Tiffany's tears pierced Lanny's heart, prompting him to gently wipe them away and tighten his embrace. Dearest, it's all right, it's all right. Look, I am a dandy, and you are a madwoman. We seem rather well matched, don't we? Tiffany, already tearful and on the verge of sobbing, burst into laughter at his playful jest. This delightful mix of tears and laughter left Lanny momentarily spellbound. After a time, Tiffany regained her composure, straightened her posture, and bit her lip to express her intentions for the evening. Darling, you are exhausted. Allow me to assist you, shall I? Lanny pondered for a moment before responding that it was not feasible for the next few days, but once things were back on track, he would entrust her with the kitchen responsibilities. Can it be done now? You've been exceedingly busy lately, with meditation in the mornings, observing the guardess training in the afternoons, visiting Granny May for her herbal papers, and still finding time to write in the evenings. Gently caressing Lanny's face, Tiffany spoke softly. Darling, you are a man, not a machine. I truly worry for you. Lanny considered her words, but felt uneasy about leaving the kitchen duties in Tiffany's hands, as it was closely tied to his plans for the guards. A thought crossed his mind, and he patted Tiffany to shift her slightly, then opened a drawer to retrieve a document. I shall oversee the kitchen for now, and once it becomes a routine, I will hand it over to you. However, you can assist me with this task. What is it? Tiffany inquired curiously, peering at the parchment as she read aloud the process for soap making. Soap? What is that for? It is akin to the bubble grass used for bathing, a means for washing oneself and one's hands. Lanny declared with a hint of pride, for he had a rare clarity regarding this matter. At last, the castle was finding its rhythm, and this product could be crafted. The bubble grass he mentioned was a natural cleansing plant used for bathing, resembling clover but with larger leaves that produced abundant bubbles when agitated in water, hence the name. Then, since everyone has bubble grass, why bother making soap? Tiffany asked, bemused by her husband's logic. Lanny hesitated before explaining that soap would be far more effective, providing a convenient means to cleanse grease and grime from hands and clothing. That is true. During winter, dried bubble grass is not very effective. Tiffany nodded in agreement, recognizing that soap would likely not be seasonal. However, when Lanny expressed his desire to produce soap for sale, Tiffany looked at him in bewilderment. But bubble grass is free. Who would pay for it? Many of the common folk can barely afford to eat. Would they spend money on bathing? Tiffany felt her husband was being somewhat foolish. Who would purchase a bathing product when a free alternative existed? Lanny was momentarily at a loss. Tiffany was correct. In a time when many struggled to fill their bellies, it was indeed unrealistic to expect people to spend money on bathing. Did they need to leap ahead and create scented soap to appeal to the nobility? Wealthy nobles would not rely on bubble grass. They favored goat milk and flower petals, rendering soap less appealing. Nevertheless, he resolved to first produce the soap and contemplate scented variations later. Chapter 49. Unforeseen circumstances quickly, follow closely. As dawn broke, the sky still dim. The tranquility of the castle was shattered by intermittent shouts from outside. Training a militia was never a simple task. especially with a group of villagers who had never encountered a well-drilled formation. Their training was fraught with complications. Last night, after Tim had organized the guards' resting arrangements, Lenny summoned him, and they engaged in a lengthy discussion in the study. This time, they focused on minutiae: how to stand at attention, how to distinguish left from right, how to shout commands, and how to fold bedding, among other details. As Lenny strained to recall the torturous lessons of his youth, Tim's gaze grew increasingly horrified, and by the end, he appeared utterly unnerved. How terrifying! Where did this lad learn such torturous methods? Bedding must form right angles, kicked feet must be of equal height, and one must remain perfectly still for 200 breaths? Just thinking about it is frightening. If he trains them personally, will they be driven to madness? To this, Lenny could only assert that personal training was out of the question. He would leave that to Tim and occasionally check in. Thus, this morning, it was Tim leading the guards on their run, while Lenny had already risen and was in the castle kitchen conversing with Aunt Susan and several maids. His primary focus at that moment was the issue of the guards' meals. Presently, Aunt Susan was the sole cook in the castle, clearly unable to manage the culinary needs of over 30 individuals. Yesterday, he had arranged for Nina and Melinda to assist. Additionally, he had sent Frank early to Black Mountain Village and Mill Village to procure a substantial amount of meat and grain, barely managing to meet their needs. It must be said that the castle was severely understaffed. Whenever a task arose, even the cook was in short supply. Returning to the matter of meals. Originally, according to Lenny's regulations, dinner should include meat, yet Aunt Susan presented only vegetables, with not a hint of meat in sight. When Lenny inquired, Aunt Susan appeared somewhat aggrieved. "Master, it's not that I didn't think of it. It's just that I couldn't procure anything in time," Aunt Susan replied, her face a mask of distress. Yet as she continued, her demeanor shifted to one of pride, as if to boast that these ruffians typically consumed only such fare. Last night's meal had been quite generous with oil, which was already commendable. A considerable savings, indeed. Nina and Melinda eagerly endorsed Aunt Susan's viewpoint, nodding in agreement from the sidelines. Witnessing this scenario, Lenny rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He was tempted to voice his thoughts, but feared they would not comprehend. The individual in question possesses a kind heart, and the Wells family has long been accustomed to frugality. Such behaviors were once encouraged. It is hard to fathom the extent of their poverty that they trained even the castle's servants to become miserly individuals. Yet, silence is not an option. If meals consist solely of meager greens and thin broth, how can one expect to cultivate a formidable guard? It would be more suitable for delivering vegetables. After a prolonged contemplation, Ronnie finally lifted his head and spoke slowly. "Susan, have you considered that since I have established the dietary standards for the guard, it is because I have given it considerable thought? If you choose not to adhere to them, might that not reflect a degree of disrespect towards me?" Seeing Susan open her mouth to respond, he swiftly raised his hand to halt her. I understand. Your intentions are noble. The desire to save money is commendable and worthy of encouragement." Ronnie first extended a thumb to signify his approval of her actions, then shifted his tone. "However, the guard is trained to ensure your safety, to protect our people of Cast Ling from the vile groommen. With that in mind, should we not treat them with greater kindness? Without sufficient sustenance, how can they wield swords against our foes? Should we not be a tad more generous in this matter? Leave the financial concerns to me. I entrust you with the health and well-being of these young men." Observing Ronnie's sincere demeanor, Susan finally pursed her lips and reluctantly nodded. However, given her still hesitant expression, Ronnie surmised that it would be challenging to alter her habits and mindset in the short term. Once the kitchen issues were resolved, he needed to find Frank to address the matter of bedding. Just yesterday, as he was preparing to rest, he realized, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, that he had neglected to prepare bedding for the guard. Fortunately, it was early summer, so it wasn't too cold. They managed to cope for one night in their clothes. Naturally, purchasing bedding today was not feasible, and it was likely they would have to endure a few more nights without. Nonetheless, Frank must be tasked with procuring the necessary items, as the round trip to Elfin would require considerable time. Reflecting on the situation, it was rather humorous. Tim was indifferent, Frank was uninformed, and Ronnie was entirely inexperienced, leading to a chaotic arrangement for this mobilization, with frequent mishaps. First, they forgot to construct the barracks. Then they neglected to prepare bedding, and they almost overlooked the meal arrangements. Thankfully, Frank had the foresight to suggest sending 2 individuals to the kitchen. Otherwise, they would have faced a night without food. Imagining a group of young men sitting in the camp, staring at empty bowls in bewilderment, he found it both embarrassing and amusing. Moreover, the arrangements at the castle were fraught with difficulties, and Tim's training was equally plagued with issues. During the morning exercises, chaos reigned. Some individuals could not locate their positions, while others incessantly chatted with those nearby, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a market, which infuriated Tim, causing veins to throb on his forehead. After finally organizing the formation, they barely ventured far when chaos ensued again. Someone needed to use the restroom. Another suddenly remembered their belongings were not properly stowed, and some wanted to return midway to tidy up. Additionally, there were those who continued to chatter incessantly, particularly one loquacious individual whose constant interruptions annoyed everyone around. By the time they returned to the castle entrance, any semblance of order had disintegrated, resembling a flock of disoriented ducks, and the time was fast approaching noon. Ronnie had been waiting in the square for quite some time, witnessing Tim's scowling face. Ronnie struggled to suppress his laughter, finding it quite challenging. He had anticipated this scenario. Was there ever a time when military training was not fraught with such tribulations? He had grown accustomed to it. However, Tim evidently did not share this perspective, maintaining a stern expression throughout. Why are these individuals so inept? Not only can they not distinguish left from right, but they also forget their positions. I fear they might forget where their weapons are on the battlefield as well. I do not understand how they possess so much to say. Their incessant chatter gives me a headache. This group displays no discipline. As they run, I turn around to find half of them trailing behind, claiming to be taking restroom breaks. Such blatant lies. Some even fret about missing lunch and sneak back early. What sort of nonsense is this? Can we truly rely on these individuals for combat? Once the team was dismissed for free time, Tim lamented the morning's training with a frown, breaking his usual silence. All right. It is common for things to start off this way. With time, they will adapt. Do not be anxious. Encountering problems is normal, and we will resolve them one by one. The issue of distinguishing left from right is not insurmountable. As they undergo more formation drills, most individuals will naturally remember. There is no need for special adjustments. As for those who cannot find their positions, they simply need to remember who is on their left and right. With a few more dismissals and some penalties for mistakes, I believe they will soon remember firmly. Surprisingly, Ronnie was relieved that the issue of individuals favoring one side had not arisen at all. The thought of the pained expressions of instructors correcting such tendencies made him shudder. Ronnie's plan was to divide the 33 individuals into 3 squads of 10, each with a squad leader to assist in management. Of course, it was crucial that mistakes were met with penalties and exemplary performance warranted rewards. For instance, a misstep in left-right orientation would result in 5 push-ups. A position error would incur another 5, and speaking out of turn would similarly result in 5 push-ups. The first squad to complete their morning run would enjoy an early meal, while the last would assist the first in washing their clothes, fostering a spirit of healthy competition among them. With this approach, Tim's burden would lessen significantly, relieving him of the need to micromanage. Push-ups, what are those? Tim likely found himself bewildered by the details, unable to retain too much information in a short time. Yet, the concept of push-ups stuck with him, likely due to his nightly profession. When Ronnie demonstrated a push-up, Tim dusted off his hands, stood up, and disdainfully pouted. Is that all the punishment? I could just give them a good thrashing instead. Not so. Ronnie was taken aback, realizing that in a moment of anger, Tim's nightly strength could potentially inflict severe harm. Furthermore, he was keenly aware of the undesirable consequences that could arise from superiors physically disciplining subordinates. He had no desire to witness or experience such a scenario. No, absolutely not. I cannot allow that, Ronnie stated with utmost seriousness. Bah, they're just commoners. What is the harm in a few hits? Can they really resist? Tim's nonchalance prompted Ronnie to raise his voice again. Uncle Tim, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon him, he continued slowly, within the safety guard. I will not permit any superior to lay a hand on their subordinates. This is a grave taboo. You must remember this. I will incorporate this principle into the training manual, and I hope you do not become the first to commit this error. Tim, with a slight pout, appeared somewhat reluctant. Is this truly all the punishment for making a mistake? It seems a bit lenient. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, mimicking the earlier action. Ronnie chuckled. Of course, such a simple task is not challenging. However, what if we doubled it? Or even tripled? Perhaps you could try it for 2 days. You might find the results exceed your expectations. Chapter 50. The Black Tiger's Secret Technique. Gather. A resonant male voice shattered the morning tranquility in the square. Upon hearing this command, the previously serene atmosphere in the dormitory erupted into a cacophony, akin to a bustling morning market, filled with shouts and complaints. Where are my trousers? Who took them? My garments have mysteriously vanished. How could it be so early? The figure known as Hay, who promptly opened his eyes upon awakening, skillfully flipping out of bed with a swift push of his hands. He hastily donned the freshly issued uniform and, with a deft motion, delivered a sharp slap to the incessant chatterbox still lost in slumber, the sound crisp and resounding. Who? Gavin sprang upright, bleary-eyed and scanning his surroundings. Upon realizing it was Hey Who, he grumbled in reluctant annoyance and lay back down, feigning sleep once more. Having dressed, Hey Who continued his routine, administering a slap to each of his teammates still lingering in bed, his gestures revealing a practiced familiarity with this technique. After rousing them, he refrained from leaving alone, instead stationed himself at the dormitory entrance, vigilantly observing his comrades. Should anyone remain asleep, he would not hesitate to deliver another slap. The training they had undergone had imparted a crucial lesson. Their squad functioned as a cohesive unit. Departing for assembly alone would not yield rewards, but could instead result in penalties. It was his responsibility as the squad leader to ensure every member joined the assembly on time. "Hey, Tiger, are you out of your mind? Must you slap us incessantly?" Gavin exclaimed, nearly exasperated, as he sprang from his bed in a huff. Yet, upon seeing the imposing stature of Hey Who, he quickly deflated, muttering in discontent. "You're merely a squad leader, not a knight. What is there to be proud of? You're still just a commoner." Hearing this, the surrounding teammates recoiled slightly, sensing that Gavin's loose tongue might soon land him in trouble, and they braced themselves for the impending spectacle. However, Hey Who remained unfazed, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. "What is there to be proud of? If today's assembly results in us finishing last, it will be the second squad that has cause for pride. You all will be tasked with washing their stinky socks for a month." He pointed at the remaining teammates still in the dormitory and bellowed, "Are you prepared?" His voice rang out louder than Tim's wake-up call, startling several of them. "Hurry up. Run. Gavin, if you dare utter another word, I shall stuff those foul socks into your mouth. Did you hear me?" Upon hearing Hey Who's words, the few teammates who had just finished tidying up and were heading out recalled the unmerited punishment they had previously endured and cast fierce glares at Gavin. Gavin, however, merely pouted, unable to suppress his low mutterings. "What is the big deal about being a mere squad member? Why take it so seriously? The pay is decent. But we're just meat shields for the knights. We can manage." Though he vocally expressed his dissatisfaction, he nonetheless quickened his pace, concerned that his actions might lead to collective punishment for the entire team, which would certainly make his own life miserable. Once all his teammates had exited the dormitory, Hey Who conducted a brief inspection and confirmed that no one had fallen behind before he turned and sprinted towards the central assembly point in the square. By now, 3 teams had gathered in the square: his first team, Aaron's second team, and Wayne's third team. Hey Who had been participating in the guard for several days, and during this time, they had engaged in training almost daily. Rising before dawn, they would assemble for a run, followed by breakfast. After breakfast, they would engage in formation training, practicing precise marching. Post-lunch, the training intensified, focusing on obstacle courses and physical conditioning. The obstacles had been constructed by the team members themselves. At the time of assembly, they seemed manageable. However, once the training commenced with these wooden stumps, water pits, and logs, he realized the true toll it would take. Initially, he believed that evenings would grant him some respite, yet he discovered that they remained occupied, not only following Lord Tim's lessons in literacy, but also reciting regulations. Those who faltered in memorization faced punishment. Occasionally, Lord Lenny would come to share the history of Castelling, the kingdom's past, the founding principles of the Guard, and their conduct guidelines. Each day unfolded with a regimented and busy routine. He had anticipated that he would struggle to adjust. As a hunter, his previous life revolved around worrying about the next day's catch, with his bow and arrow never far from reach. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself acclimating with remarkable speed. No longer did he need to ponder what to eat tomorrow, strategize how to hunt more effectively, or fret about how to escape a real tiger. Each day, he focused solely on 3 matters: training, and more training. Even his beloved bow had remained untouched for days, and he felt surprisingly little anxiety regarding it. Within the Guard, he was considered one of the more physically capable members. Lord Lenny had explicitly expressed his high regard for him, even patting him on the shoulder, which left him elated for quite some time. When the selection for squad leaders took place, he was chosen to lead the first team, becoming the head of 10 individuals. Was it due to his past as an exceptional hunter? Or perhaps it was his diligent training and outstanding results? Or merely because Lord Lenny had faith in him? He sincerely hoped it was the latter. Unlike some in the team, his primary motivation for joining the Guard was to avenge his elder brother, rather than for the remuneration. A few months prior, his brother, He Xiong, had accompanied Lord August on an expedition to Zhuilong Ridge, where he perished at the hands of the despicable Jello Man. He sought revenge, aiming to hunt down those Jello Man, sparing none. Prior to his arrival, he perceived the Jello Man as detestable, driven solely by the desire for vengeance for his brother. However, through the night discussions led by Lord Lenny, he gained insights into many matters, including the reasons behind the Jello Man's frequent raids, aspects he had never contemplated before. With Lord Lenny's clear and relatable explanations, they learned that the Jello Man were not only loathsome but truly deserving of condemnation, wreaking havoc in the northern territories, committing arson, pillaging, and inflicting significant harm upon the people of the north. Their training aimed to safeguard the safety of the northern populace, protect Castelling, and secure the safety of their own brothers and sisters. Of course, Lord Lenny also noted that not every Jello Man was a demon, and the Guard was neither a band of brigands nor a band of murderers. They could not indiscriminately slay the innocent, but must uphold discipline, ideals, and beliefs. Lord Lenny articulated these sentiments beautifully, resonating deeply within him. He was no demon, nor a murderer. He simply sought to avenge his brother. Upon first meeting Lord Lenny, he exhibited outward respect for the nobility, yet secretly harbored a degree of disdain for the Baron, who appeared as frail as a grouse, feeling that he could easily snap the Baroness' pale neck with a single hand. Yet, as training progressed, his admiration and respect for Lord Lenny grew. The Baroness' wisdom surpassed even the heights of Haitian and the depths of the Castle River. In comparison, he felt as foolish as a simpleton. When he first arrived, the Guard members were all commoners, utterly ignorant of proper marching or maintaining silence in formation. Everyone was lackadaisical, their expressions blank and bewildered. Even Lord Tim was on the verge of losing his temper, and he had considered intervening, unsure whether his strength or the knights would prevail. However, after Lord Lenny's guidance in the square, along with some peculiar movements, the situation transformed overnight. Initially, he thought that committing a single error would warrant merely 5 push-ups, an inconsequential matter. No one took it seriously. Gavin, the incessant talker, continued to chatter away, and when caught, he merely shrugged it off, performing 5 push-ups before resuming his chatter. However, upon being caught a second time, the punishment escalated to 10 push-ups, and his expression shifted noticeably. As the number of recruits swelled to 15, Gavin's countenance shifted dramatically. He could not forget the unappealing expression on Gavin's face at that moment. It was amusing to recall. Initially, he believed that day would be the one where Gavin spoke the least, yet he soon realized his error. It would mark the beginning of a period in which Gavin would speak the most. As training progressed, the demands became increasingly meticulous and numerous. Yet the team seemed to adapt remarkably well, their indomitable spirit ignited. At the outset, during morning runs, everyone would jog just enough to avoid falling too far behind, reaching the destination on time, while the fate of those around them was of little concern. When someone faltered, their teammates would merely laugh derisively, and even fellow villagers would only offer a quiet reminder. However, the atmosphere had transformed. Various squads began to compete against one another, each unwilling to be the last. At the slightest hint of someone lagging behind, multiple teammates would rush to assist, none wishing to be seen lingering at the cafeteria while the leading team dined triumphantly. Mistakes in commands had become a source of terror. Not only would the entire squad cast furious glares, but before bedtime, every member would transform into a makeshift coach, determined to ensure mastery of the task. Failure to learn meant no sleep would be granted. All these changes unfolded step by step following Lord Lenny's guidance that day. He was certain of it, for he had witnessed Lord Lenny instructing Lord Tim, an experience shared by many in the team. Reflecting on this, he hastened his steps, finally catching up with the stragglers, including Gavin, and joined them in standing tall among the ranks. Report, Castle Security Squad, Team 1, expected attendance 11, present 11, please advise. Chapter 51, Is It My Fault? At ease, stand at attention. Tim stood before the assembled team, his gaze serious as he counted the swiftly gathering members in his mind. Once all had arrived at the square and lined up, his mental tally settled at approximately 260 breaths. A few days prior, the count had been around 300 breaths, and today it was just over 260. The 3 squads had nearly completed their assembly, marking a significant improvement that prompted a satisfied nod from Tim. Compared to the previous disorganized throng, this speed was nothing short of miraculous. The former assembly was synonymous with lethargy and disorder, best exemplified by those who feared for their lives, crumbling at the slightest pressure, a far cry from the knight's achievements. In the event of an urgent assembly, they could barely muster a semblance of order within half a day, and at night, the concern shifted from timing to the number of people who remained. Hence, knights had every reason to disdain the former assembly and to avoid relying on them in battle, a lesson learned through bitter experiences. Before him stood spirited and vigorous security personnel, who would believe they were composed of commoners. They bore a striking resemblance to the former assembly members. Yet no one would suspect their origins. Even if one claimed they were knights, few would dare to doubt it. However, their training was not derived from the essentials and techniques of knight training, but rather from the security squad training manual named by Lenny. How many days had it been? Perhaps just about a week? Although various issues persisted, occasional scuffles among team members, and some struggling with the camp management regulations due to illiteracy, compared to a week ago when he first took charge, they seemed like a completely different group. He had even learned that some recruits had begun to recognize numerous characters and could engage in limited reading. He pondered the reason behind this remarkable transformation in such a short span. Was it the meager salary of 2 silver coins per month? Was the management too harsh? Or was it his own exceptional ability to train troops? It appeared none of these were the true causes. At the beginning of training, some had indeed mentioned the 2 silver coins, but now, only the chatterbox occasionally brought it up, as if it were a mere catchphrase. Clearly, that was not the reason. Was the management too severe? That also seemed incorrect. The harshest punishment involved a mere day of confinement, locking the offender in the castle's basement, forbidding communication, visibility of the outside, or any sound. Even then, no one had yet experienced this punishment. The alternatives were trivial, such as a few push-ups, a delay in mealtime, or washing the socks and clothes of other squads, which Tim considered indulgent. So, was Tim Miller truly a genius in military training? Certainly not. This was not his first experience with the former assembly. Without delving too far back, the Battle of the Fallen Dragon Ridge was led by him, and it too had disintegrated under pressure. Their best performance was merely not to have impacted the knights' ranks, which was due to the rapid collapse. When the Grumans appeared from both flanks, howling like wild men, the former assembly disbanded instantly and fled in all directions. He had recently discussed this issue with Lenny, who exhibited no surprise at the recruit's performance, as if he had anticipated the outcome all along. Tim even felt an odd sensation, as if everything followed a line drawn by Lenny, with himself merely progressing along it. As for the reasons, Lenny spoke at length about Maslow's hierarchy of needs and the highest pursuits of life. The essence was that the castle provided food and shelter, forbidding inter-team violence and arbitrary reprimands, thereby satisfying the first 4 basic needs, allowing everyone to pursue higher goals and realize their self-worth. To be honest, Tim found most of this incomprehensible, and even after much contemplation, he could not recall anyone named Maslow in the kingdom or the continent. Yet the effects were undeniably visible, especially when he led the security team through morning exercises and returned to the castle square, where the transformation was even more apparent. He had gradually increased the morning run's distance to the mill village, and though the recruits were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, they stood upright, with not a single one falling behind. Satisfied, he nodded again, but his mind involuntarily drifted back to his conversation with Lenny the previous night. He recalled how, after proudly recounting the recruits' performances, Lenny had not shown the anticipated excitement, but instead muttered dismissively that it was merely at the level of military training. Still far from the target. Really? He had been taken aback. Although they had yet to engage in actual combat, he was certain that if a single squad unleashed its full might against him, clad in full armor, he could not hope to emerge unscathed. What more could Lenny possibly desire? Seeing his astonishment, Lenny smiled and shared his perspective. Currently, they have merely made some progress, displaying a bit of spirit. However, the ultimate goal is not merely to reach this point. At best, they have transitioned from the Knight's merit pool to a more challenging merit pool. There remains considerable distance to travel. Observing Lenny's earnest demeanor, Tim found it hard to imagine what transformation awaited this team to meet Lenny's expectations. Is he intending to train all the members of the guard into knights? The thought of being surrounded and beaten by a group of more than 30 knights sent a chill down his spine, making him shudder involuntarily. By the way, how are you preparing for tomorrow's first practical weapons training? Seeing him lost in thought, Lenny smiled and shifted the topic. Ultimately, he couldn't elaborate much on the training results. Was he supposed to tell Tim that the final goal was to remain utterly motionless even when faced with blades and axes? That would be akin to narrating a myth. Oh, I just wanted to ask you about this matter. It was only then that Tim, startled back to reality, remembered the primary reason for seeking Lenny today. He quickly shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Ever since the training of the guard commenced, he had developed the habit of turning to Lenny whenever he had questions, and even when he didn't, he felt reassured by consulting him. Unbeknownst to himself, he no longer regarded Lenny as a mere child he had watched grow up, but rather as a wise figure capable of solving any difficulties. A lord he could trust and rely upon. I previously underwent knightly training. My swordsmanship is decent, yet I lack confidence in my marksmanship. I can only summarize a few movements based on my experience. Please take a look and see how they are. With that, he produced a red-tasseled spear, still unadorned with a spearhead, and began to practice the movements he had compiled in the study. The actions were few, clearly derived from various knightly sword techniques. After finishing, Tim eagerly awaited Lenny's response, hoping he would open the drawer and retrieve some miraculous treasure. Very good, quite impressive. Let us proceed with this for tomorrow. Lenny appeared to be on the verge of laughter, yet restrained himself. Were his movements truly comical? And what about the marksmanship secrets I was anticipating? Is Lenny actually laughing? Indeed, he was, for Tim, accustomed to swordsmanship, inadvertently twirled the spear like a sword, rendering the scene somewhat amusing. Of course, he believed that with time and practice, it would improve. It was not an insurmountable issue. Observing Lenny offer a few comments before ceasing his movements, Tim felt a tinge of disappointment and stubbornly inquired whether there were no secrets this time. Secrets? What secrets? Lenny looked at him, perplexed. When had he promised any secrets? Moreover, what on earth was a secret? Was it something akin to a martial arts manual? He had none of that. It's just Tim looked at Lenny with hesitation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The documents you previously presented, such as the recruitment manual and camp management regulations, you know, the secrets. Oh, you mean that? Only then did Lenny realize. After observing Tim's animated expressions, in response to Tim's eager gaze, he opened the drawer and produced a piece of parchment, yet he did not hand it over immediately. Instead, he wore an expression that was part mysterious, part hesitant. This material is somewhat challenging, and I am unsure if it suits our guard. You may try it out first, and feel free to modify anything that seems unreasonable. Pausing briefly, he added, do not inquire about the source. Seeing Lenny speak so mysteriously, Tim was nearly consumed by curiosity, and without waiting for him to finish, he seized the parchment. I see. However, after examining it for a while, he turned to Lenny, puzzled, asking about the name, 3 Axes. What does that mean? Lenny's lips twitched, feeling somewhat awkward. This was his fault. This document was merely a compilation of cinematic action sequences, depicting various spear techniques he remembered from works, such as the returning horse spear, the mighty strike of Huashan, and the Overlord's giant cauldron. He genuinely lacked expertise in marksmanship, and he was unaware of the practical applicability of these movements. Hence his mysterious demeanor, preemptively preparing for the possibility of ineffectiveness by claiming it unsuitable for their guard. Yet, the name perplexed him. Following his recent habit, he had taken to inscribing names on every item he presented, both for ease of communication with the recipient and as a subtle form of vanity. Initially, he had intended to name it Red-Tasseled Spear, 3 Strikes. Who would have known that translating it into this world's language would render it as Red-Tasseled Spear and 3 Axes? Is this my fault? In the end, Lenny did not respond to Tim's question. He merely waved his hand with an enigmatic expression, dismissing the matter. Was this object so mysterious that even discussing it was off limits? Did it pertain to arcane magical rules or something else? Even now, he felt utterly bewildered but dared not inquire further. Shaking his head to cast off these muddled thoughts, he observed the team members adjusting their breathing and then spoke loudly, stating that from today onwards, they would conduct practical weapons training in the morning, with subsequent formation training shifting to after lunch. After speaking, he gestured toward Iron Hammer and Jimmy, who promptly placed bundles of brand new weapons in front of the ranks. Upon seeing the weapons on the ground, the previously quiet team erupted with excitement, faint murmurs of exhilaration filling the air. Wow, these weapons look formidable. The tips have been polished to a bright white sheen. After practicing formations for so long, we finally get weapons. I've been itching for this. Hey, why are there only spears? Where are the bows and shields? I miss my bow. It's been ages since I've touched one. Chattering and murmuring, they waited a moment to release their pent-up excitement until Tim shouted again for silence, commanding their attention. Before training, I need to clarify a few points. First, this weapon is called a red-tasseled spear. As for the bows and shields you desire, that will require some time. Second, each weapon is proprietary to you. Remember this well. And any loss or damage outside of training will incur severe penalties. Third, never, ever, point the spear tip at your teammates or the people of caste. Each rule was bellowed by Tim, and the team members instinctively focused, not daring to slacken their attention. In this regard, the chatterbox and scholar, Gavin, had the most authority, as Tim often declared rules that would later be tested for memorization. The unfortunate Gavin had been singled out almost every time and had faced numerous punishments. He had developed a conditioned reflex, Whenever the word rules escaped Tim's lips, he would instinctively shut his mouth and tense up. Follow my command, starting with Team 1. Come up in order to receive your weapons. Throughout the weapon distribution process, Tim repeatedly reiterated those rules, hoping to ensure everyone would remember them right away. He had to be cautious. After all, these were real weapons, possessing considerable power capable of piercing knightly armor if one were to be stabbed. It would create a transparent hole. Once the weapon distribution ceremony concluded, he formed the 3 teams into a large circle, positioning himself in the center with a red-tasseled spear in hand. Next, I will demonstrate a series of spear techniques that each team member must master. Everyone must observe attentively. With that, he began to demonstrate the training movements he had compiled, repeating each sequence multiple times. After each demonstration, he would break down the movements to ensure everyone could see clearly. Naturally, he did not expect to teach everyone in a single morning, but he aimed to leave them with some fundamental impressions, allowing for repeated practice in the following time. Upon hearing that Tim, the knight, was practicing, several maidens from the castle eagerly rushed to the square to watch, whispering excitedly as they observed, occasionally breaking into applause, particularly Susan, who cheered the loudest, her eyes nearly brimming with tears of excitement. It is no wonder that the maidservants are captivated. Tim, with his knightly physique and practiced movements, transforms even the simplest of actions into a graceful display, rich in rhythm and aesthetic appeal, leaving the maidens in awe. In an era devoid of entertainment, such opportunities to witness a performance are rare and thus not to be missed. Some may argue that this is nonsensical, as these are merely battlefield techniques devoid of artistic merit. While this perspective is not entirely unfounded, one must not forget that a knight places great importance not only on martial prowess, but also on reputation and honor. A knight whose combat movements are crude and dishonorable would be scorned by his peers. Hence, they diligently practice to enhance the visual appeal of their actions without compromising their effectiveness. Encouraged by the maidservants' cheers, Tim becomes even more spirited, filling the square with the sound of whirling staffs. If only he could fly, he would surely take to the skies. After several repetitions, Tim had initially expected the maidservants to grow weary and leave, intending to teach the few movements detailed on the paper from Lenny afterward. However, to his surprise, Susan, Candy, and the others appeared to be engaged in a lively tea party, showing no inclination to depart, as if they were merely waiting for snacks to enjoy while watching. After much deliberation, Tim found himself uncertain whether to teach the peculiar technique of the 3 axes right then. The team members, brimming with excitement and eager to seize their weapons and engage in practice themselves, were perplexed by Tim's silence and immobility. They hesitated to act, with only a few audacious souls whispering their curiosity, while the others remained still, not daring to move. "Hey, Black Tiger, what do you think the master is doing?" Gavin, unable to suppress his chatter, inquired of Black Tiger using his newly acquired vocal technique. Black Tiger, lacking the same boldness, merely hissed quietly, urging him to be silent. Seeing Black Tiger's reticence only emboldened Gavin further. I believe Sir Tim might have forgotten the subsequent techniques and is pondering them. Perhaps he was distracted by a beautiful junior sister while his teacher was instructing him? Or maybe his teacher's wife is exceptionally lovely. Who can say for certain? Listening to Gavin's nonsensical prattle, the nearby team members wore expressions of discomfort, their faces flushed as they struggled to contain their reactions. Fortunately, Tim finally made a move. Next, I shall demonstrate a set of completely different actions. Glancing at the attentive guards surrounding him, he steeled himself, deciding to dismiss his embarrassment. During the demonstration, you are not allowed to speak, ask questions, or inquire about the origins. Observe as much as you can. I will not repeat the second set until you have mastered the first. With that proclamation, he thrust his left foot forward, his body tensing in a powerful stance, and shouted "Snake!" as he thrust his right hand forward with all his might. With all his strength expended, he swept his hands upward, causing the red tassel spear to spin in the air, its tip now pointed towards him. Tim leapt, catching the spearhead mid-air, and with all his strength, he swung the spear downwards, shouting "Tiger!" The impact of the spear striking the ground sent tremors through the earth, stirring clouds of dust that startled several nearby guards, causing them to recoil in fright. Tim, undeterred, withdrew the spear and, leveraging his upper body as rotational force, thrust it sideways with astonishing speed, the spear tip whistling through the air. Dragon. This was Tim's favorite move, reminiscent of a knight's reverse sword action. Harnessing the power of the waist and upper body for explosive force, the one wielded a sword while the other a spear. However, what left the spectators in awe was Tim's impressive leap and powerful downward strike. In that instant, many felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. while those with less courage were momentarily stunned and unable to react. The maidservants, standing at a distance, could not sense the intensity of the moment. They simply found Tim's movements incredibly handsome and cool, even more so than before, eliciting gasps of admiration. Indeed, the flair was undeniable, after all. This was inspired by Lenny's cinematic references. Though Tim had infused his understanding of knightly training into the movements, making them more practical, the foundational framework remained intact, rendering it exceedingly captivating. Upon completing the sequence, which was humorously dubbed 3 axes yet consisted of 5 or 6 distinct actions, Tim adjusted his breath while observing the reactions of his team. His reluctance to perform in front of the maidservants stemmed from the embarrassment of shouting while executing movements. Had he known of the term chunner, he would have undoubtedly identified with it. Contrary to his expectations, the team members reacted with heightened excitement, even more so than during the initial demonstration. The fervor and anticipation in their eyes were palpable, nearly spilling over. With discipline governing their behavior, they could only express their eagerness through glances until Gavin, emboldened, called out, "Report. Please tell us, what is the name of this technique? When can we learn it?" He followed up with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying the moment. "This technique is so cool. If we master it, won't the maidens cheer for us?" Ignoring Gavin's inappropriate comments, Tim waved him back to the ranks. "I previously stated that questions about the origins are forbidden." The team members appeared disappointed. Yet, Tim shifted his tone, taking a deep breath. "Since you are so eager to know, I will share, but let me be clear, no inquiries about the origins. And you must master the first set before learning the second. Is that understood?" Upon hearing Tim's concession, the team's spirits lifted, and they collectively affirmed, "Understood. Very well." The name of this technique is 3 axes. As a master of names, Lenny remained unaware of the unfolding events in the castle square. Due to the unusual title he had bestowed, Tim felt somewhat embarrassed and prohibited discussions regarding it, leading to an increasingly peculiar turn of events. "Do you think the name 3 axes is genuine?" "I suspect the master chose it whimsically to enhance the air of mystery." Old Joe, typically composed, could not resist his curiosity and joined the conversation. "Have you heard? The origins of the 3 axes are shrouded in mystery. To prevent discovery, the master dares not even utter its name." As the tale reached Gavin, it morphed into a far more convoluted narrative. "I heard that this spear technique was obtained from a mysterious place in the Fallen Dragon Ridge, originating from the ancient dragon clan, and even its name cannot be mentioned, or the dragons will sense it. The techniques embody the agility of the snake, the ferocity of the tiger, and the majesty of the dragon. It is said that when employed on the battlefield, even knights cannot help but feel their spirits shaken, diminishing their combat effectiveness. That is why the master insists that only those who meet the standards may learn it. Those who attempt to practice without meeting the physical requirements risk being drained of their vitality and left as mere husks." "What makes you think it is from the dragon clan?" Whenever asked, he would regard the questioner with incredulity, as though they were a fool posing an utterly absurd query. Until the other party began to doubt whether they had truly acted foolishly, a shift in expression occurred, and he mysteriously remarked, "Did you not notice?" Lord Tim shouted dragon during his practice. "It is a spell, a means of borrowing power from the great dragon." "How do I know this? I was right beside him, feeling the very breath of the dragon." "Do you not believe me? You can ask Captain Aaron, who was also by my side. See if he felt it too." As for the rumors circulating within the guard camp, Lenny was oblivious. After all, he did not visit daily. Initially, he was quite diligent, but as time passed, he found himself busier, visiting only every few days. At present, he was not in the camp, but in the workshop located in the backyard. Nearby stood Hammer and his apprentice Jimmy, along with 2 others, all gathered around 3 cauldrons, inspecting them from various angles. None of them cracked? Lenny squatted down to take a closer look and, indeed, found no fissures. He then rose, a broad smile gracing his face as he turned to Hammer. "Yes, my lord. All 3 cauldrons are intact. I have been firing them since morning, and they remain flawless." Hammer, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, his grin reaching his ears. The task had been assigned to him some time ago, and he had persistently sent Zack to various locations to excavate soils of differing textures and hues, which were then brought back to the workshop to be fashioned into fist-sized cauldrons, repeatedly fired in an attempt to discover materials that met Lenny's requirements. By now, the workshop was cluttered with discarded materials, and today they had finally found the suitable materials to create these 3 cauldrons, much to Hammer's delight. After offering some praise to Hammer, Lenny once again crouched down, undeterred by the heat emanating from the cauldrons, leaning in closer for a meticulous inspection. Visually, all 3 cauldrons had withstood the scorching heat, exhibiting almost no cracks. Although the furnace temperature was around 1,000 degrees, this was already the best outcome they could hope for. With the cauldrons ready, the next step was to continue raising the central furnace temperature, which would hopefully allow them to melt the iron and commence the molding of ironware, significantly enhancing their efficiency and enabling the creation of intricately shaped iron items, thereby bringing some of Lanny's ideas to fruition. Moreover, with the temperature elevated, it seemed they could also begin working with glass. Standing up, Lanny excitedly waved his fist at Hammer, exclaiming, "You have achieved something remarkable. Tell me, how did you manage this?" Hammer, somewhat hesitant, admitted that the credit was not solely his. It was actually Cody's idea. Is not your apprentice Zach? How does Cody factor into this? Am I mistaken? He cast a puzzled glance at Cody, who remained silent, before looking back at Hammer, unsure of the latter's statement. Hammer felt awkward, having labored alongside his apprentice for so long only to have the issue resolved in a few words by Jimmy's apprentice, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, being an honest person, he did not seek to claim credit but instead recounted the whole story. It turned out that during this period, Zach had indeed been diligent, scouring the mountainside daily for various soils of differing colors and textures, even venturing as far as the riverside village. However, there had been no notable results. Some would crack upon entering the furnace, while others could endure for a time before gradually fracturing. Some would even crack shortly after being removed, leaving Hammer wishing he could crack his own head in frustration. Just when the two were at a loss, Cody approached with a suggestion. Why not mix these soils together? I believe it might yield results. Skeptical, yet willing to try, they thought there was no harm in experimenting with the readily available materials. To their astonishment, the trial indeed brought about delightful surprises. They found that certain soils, when mixed, exhibited a significantly increased temperature tolerance. Of course, there were some that still cracked or deformed prematurely, so not all news was favorable. Seeing a glimmer of success, the two became more eager to experiment. After numerous trials and varying combinations, they finally discovered that mixing a type of yellow clay from the mountains with black clay from the riverside village could withstand prolonged exposure to the furnace's flames, remaining intact upon removal. This revelation filled them with joy, prompting the duo to promptly recreate 3 cauldrons of different sizes according to Lanny's specifications. After several hours of firing, they found that all 3 cauldrons had withstood the intense heat, and upon cooling, had not cracked. Thus, they hurried to inform Lanny of this wonderful news. "Oh, Cody is quite talented, demonstrating a remarkable ability to think of mixing materials." Surprised once more, Lanny glanced at Cody, observing the youth's calm demeanor, unhurried and modest, not seeking to take credit. Internally, Lanny nodded in approval, recognizing him as a steady character. "Haha, regardless of whose idea it was, you crafted them. You deserve the credit. Excellent work. Your salary for this month will be doubled, and the same goes for Zach." Though Hammer could not read, and thus could not calculate what doubling his salary would amount to, he was nonetheless elated, sharing hearty laughter with his apprentice. Cody, however, quickly calculated the potential earnings, realizing that Hammer's salary would be substantial, and even Zach would benefit, a hint of envy flickering across his face. "Haha, I thought you would remain indifferent, but seeing Hammer rewarded, you couldn't help but react?" Noticing the subtle shift in Cody's expression, Lanny contemplated before addressing him. Upon hearing his name called, Cody's eyes brightened, filled with a glimmer of hope. Looking at Cody's youthful visage, Lanny spoke slowly. "I have a task for you. If you can complete it successfully, you will receive a reward of 10 silver coins. However, if you fail, there will be nothing. Are you willing?" Cody was taken aback, joy bubbling within him as he replied, "I am willing." With his cleverness, he understood that this was not merely about the reward but an opportunity bestowed by Lord Lanny, a test of his capabilities. It was a chance he could not afford to miss. Yet, he hoped the task would not prove too daunting. Though his resolve was firm, he still harbored concerns about the difficulty of the assignment. He was not afraid of failing to earn the reward. Rather, he was anxious about disappointing Lord Lanny. For him, earning Lord Lanny's recognition could be the greatest opportunity of his life, and he had no desire to squander it. "Cody, follow me to the study. I will explain it in detail." Lanny called to both Hammer and Cody, leading them upstairs to the study, leaving Zach, who wore a silly grin, and Jimmy, who looked on with envy. Upon entering the study, Hammer appeared quite at ease, taking a seat across from the desk. This was not his first visit to Lord Lanny's study, and having grown accustomed to Lanny's lack of pretentiousness, he felt comfortable in this space. Cody, on the other hand, displayed a sense of shyness. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the room, glancing around and noting that there was only one chair opposite the desk, leaving him without a place to sit. According to Jimmy's descriptions, Lanny's study was brimming with magic, from the large bellows and furnace to the intricate, dark-patterned sword. From the smallest ink lines to the handsaw and chisel, nearly all design plans originated from this very room, concealed within some mysterious corner prior to their unveiling. Jimmy even claimed that the study possessed extraordinary magical power, capable of yielding answers to any challenging problem. After all, why did Lord Tim frequently seek out Lord Lenny in this room? Additionally, it was said that all rules and regulations of the security guard, training manuals, and even the recently circulated secrets regarding the 3 axes had emanated from this very chamber. Jimmy even remarked that if someone were to tell him that a colossal dragon was concealed within this study, he would not be the least bit surprised. His description, of course, was somewhat embellished. He merely sought to amuse his sister, while Cody, on each occasion, would chuckle quietly without uttering a word. Nonetheless, this room inevitably sparked a plethora of curiosity and speculation. Is this indeed the legendary study of the master? It did not strike one as particularly remarkable. Far from being resplendent and grandiose, it appeared somewhat cramped and rather dilapidated. If one were to point out any merits, it might be the advantageous vantage point. For from the window, one could clearly observe the castle's grand entrance, the guard encampment before it, and, further afield, the village of Hexy.